Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 7SZ Chapter 280 Crocodile twitched his lips and said coldly, "This kid seems to have another trick." Luffy heard Crocodile's words and asked curiously, "Do you know what he is going to do?" Crocodile said, "This kid Hockey is very good, even those guys from Eternal Hell are suppressed by him, not to mention these trash jailers." As soon as Crocodile's voice fell, an astonishing domineering aura broke out from Lingyun's body. Boom 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 boom. One after another, the sound of falling to the ground sounded, and I saw that the jailers couldn't resist Conqueror's Hockey of Lingyun. Is this Hockey from Conqueror's Hockey? Seeing this amazing scene, the Ladyboy King Ivankov showed a shocked expression. This amazing aura was only felt by the dragon. In front of him, Lingyun's Hockey is no worse than the dragon silk, and it is even worse. Jinbei was also very surprised. Lingyun's Hockey is so strong, it's amazing. Jinbei knows that Lingyun owns Conqueror's Hockey. He had seen it before when he was in Eternal Hell. But now seeing Lingyun with his own eyes only stuns all the jailers in an instant. It is still very shocking. Let's go. After solving these jailers, Lingyun clapped his hands and said to Luffy and the others, "Let's go, let's continue to the upper level." Afterwards, Lingyun and his group rushed to the 4th floor of the stairs. When they reached the 4th floor, they found that the deputy warden Hanayabal was holding a group of jailers blocking the door. Crocodile was about to make a move, but saw Luffy step forward and shouted, "Let me come." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun frowned slightly and said, "Hurry up, don't waste time." Understand. Luffy nodded, and then directly used second gear and rushed towards Hanayabal. Hanayabal's strength was average and he was not Luffy's opponent at all, so he was quickly defeated by Luffy, but this Hanayabal did have a bit of perseverance, again and again. Falling down, standing up again and again, the originally timid jailers were infected by Hanayabal's aura and blocked Luffy and the others. What a troublesome guy. Lingyun has no mercy in his heart. He has been imprisoned here for 10 years. He has no affection for anyone or anything here, so even if he kills all the people here, he will not be merciful. Just when Lingyun was about to be impatient, his expression suddenly changed, because he sensed an extremely powerful aura coming quickly in the direction where they were. Who is it? Seeing that Luffy was about to defeat Hanayabal, all the jailers behind Hanayabal screamed and saw a large black smoke. Remember to see a burly figure coming quickly, kicked Hanayabal to the ground. Blackbeard did not look away, but stared at Lingyun closely and said, "I haven't seen you in 10 years. I didn't expect you to be locked here. Ha ha ha, but fortunately you have been locked here. If I want to achieve my goal, it's really impossible to be as smooth as I am now. Whitebeard must regret not listening to you now, otherwise, there will be no end of the game now, ha ha ha. Oh, really funny, it ran so many acquaintances." But when Blackbeard saw Lingyun standing next to Jinbei, his expression changed drastically, his smile was put away, and his eyes became very solemn. "Huh? Are you, Lingyun? Lingyun's Conqueror's Hockey is definitely at the top? Compared with the current 4 emperors' red hair, it is even better than the current 4 emperors." Blackbeard was caught off guard and was shocked by Lingyun's Hockey. Even the other 4 members of the Blackbeard pirate group had their complexions change and they quickly gathered in front of Blackbeard. Tap. Blackbeard's face was blue and sullen and scary. It was a shame that he was forced back by Lingyun's Hockey. "Captain, are you all right?" Blackbeard laughed. He said, "Oh, just what you look like now. Where's your sword? Your bruised look, and the sword is gone. You want to fight me?" Tisk ha ha ha. After Blackbeard appeared, his other 4 men all came behind him. When they saw Luffy, Jinbei, Crocodile and others, Blackbeard suddenly showed a surprised expression. When Luffy heard Jinbei's name Blackbeard, his whole body shook, and he couldn't help but remember that it was Blackbeard who had caught Ace. Lingyun suddenly took a step forward, and his astonishing aura broke out from his body. This time his Conqueror's Hockey broke out completely, but it did not target other people, but only against the 5 members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Especially Blackbeard, completely accepted Lingyun's Conqueror's Hockey. Jinbei saw Blackbeard and immediately shouted angrily, "Teach, why are you here?" "No, that's right, I should call you Blackbeard now." Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "Teach, you two value yourself too much. Do you think Dad will regret not listening to me? Then you are wrong. Dad will never regret it because he has never treated you in my eyes, and I also did not put you in my eyes. If you were still in our pirate group before, I would still be a little worried, but now you have defected, come to me said, it is the best thing, because you stand in the bright spot, I can solve it as long as I kill you." The figure that suddenly appeared was Blackbeard. After he knocked down Hanayabal, a large area of jailers flew out of the black mist behind him, all of whom fell miserably to the ground. Seeing Blackbeard, Lingyun sneered disdainfully and said, "Teach, is this what you call self-confidence? You should be very lucky to have arrived. If you didn't meet me at this time, you might be dead and you will still be standing here. Talk to me." Chapter 281. Lingyun. Blackbeard's eyes were extremely cold, and he said solemnly, "When I was on the mobile DK, you were the person I was most afraid of. I don't know why. When I saw you, I decided that in the future, you will definitely it's my biggest opponent. It turns out that what I thought was not wrong. You saw my ambition at a glance and let the other people on the ship isolate me. From that moment on, I thought of countless ways to kill you, but unfortunately, there has been no chance. However, you did your own death and left the mobile, so I have a chance. Now I finally got the dark fruit I always wanted, but there is one more thing I want to get, that is your sword. Others don't know your ability, but I know very well that your strength comes entirely from your sword. Lingyun smiled disdainfully and said, you want my Shinigami blade, teach, you really don't know how high you are. Blackbeard sneered. You are the one who doesn't know the height in the earth, Lingyun. You are the weakest time now, and your sword is no longer around. In other words, if I want to kill you now, you may even fight back 14, there is no power. Lingyun said, it seems like this, but, do you dare to give it a try? Lingyun's words made Blackbeard's pupils shrink. On the boat of the Whitebeard Pirates, he was most afraid of Lingyun. Although Whitebeard was the strongest, Whitebeard was old, and he could also deal with Whitebeard, but only Lingyun. He originally thought he was dead, but he didn't expect Lingyun to appear at this time. When he saw Lingyun, he wanted to kill most, but he didn't know whether he should shoot or not. Just when Blackbeard hesitated, Luffy suddenly shouted, are you Blackbeard? Blackbeard turned his eyes to Luffy and said, oh, it was you, but why are you still here? Your brother's public execution is about to begin. Luffy said angrily, did you catch Ace, Blackbeard? Blackbeard laughed and said, actually, I didn't want to fight Ace desperately, but unfortunately, after he heard that I was going to kill you, he had a reason to have to desperately. It was impossible to even escape, so he was because you will fall to where you are now. Blackbeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Luffy roared angrily, then shouted, second gear. I saw a slight smoke coming out of Luffy's body, and then he punched Blackbeard suddenly. Blackbeard did not expect that Luffy would say that he would do it, and the speed was so fast that he could not even react, so he was caught by Luffy. The punch hits. Boom. Blackbeard was slammed into the wall by Luffy. He yelled in pain, his face was full of snow. He looked at Luffy in pain, and said in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but... Seeing Luffy's appearance, Crocodile said in surprise, what's the matter? Isn't this kid rubber? How could he get hurt so easily? After screaming in pain for a while, Luffy stepped back quickly, then looked at Blackbeard warily. Luffy quickly calmed down. He stared at Blackbeard, his face full of unwillingness. At this moment, Lingyun slowly walked over, patted Luffy on the shoulder, and said, calm down, this guy can't be arrogant how long? Jinbei nodded, then quickly rushed to Luffy, blocking Luffy, and Luffy roared angrily, let go of me. Lingyun looked at Blackbeard and said, Blackbeard, from the moment you defected from the Moby DK, your ending is doomed, but you are still grateful for your luck. You met me here, and I still have more I have to do important things, so I don't have time to talk to you. Painful wailing erupted from Luffy's mouth, and the ground was smashed into a deep pit. Luffy in the pit was covered with blood, and his whole body wailed as he rolled on the ground, very miserable. He fought against Luffy and knew that ordinary attacks were ineffective against Luffy. Just now Blackbeard was only an external attack. It stands to reason that Luffy would not be injured at all, but the facts were completely different. Luffy let the painful wailing and his face full of blood, you can see that it was injured at a glance. Luffy didn't want to give Blackbeard a chance to speak, and once again fisted Blackbeard, but Blackbeard took the lead before Luffy's fist blasted out. Black smoke came out of his left hand and shouted in Luffy's direction. Dark water. What? Blackbeard laughed loudly. Tisk ha ha ha, looking at your blank look, it is really exactly the same as Ace at that time. It was because I didn't know this at the beginning that he was defeated in my hands. In front of him, all his abilities are useless. If you want to rely on your ability to fight me, hee ha ha. Lingyun saw that Luffy wanted to continue the fight. He said to Jinbei, stop him. It's not the time to fight Blackbeard. Don't waste time here. Magellan will catch up. Jinbei shouted. Mr. Luffy, now is not the time to do these things. Don't forget that Ace's execution time is coming soon. We can't waste time here. We must arrive at Marine Headquarters 337 as soon as possible. Think about it. Is Ace important, or fighting Blackbeard is important? Blackbeard's eyes flickered and asked, what, Shinigami, do you want to do it with me too? Da. Blackbeard said disdainfully, I think you can't do anything. Without the sword. You are the tiger who has been toothless, pretending to be so powerful. Hey ha ha ha, Lingyun, I know you very well, you don't. Do it because you are incapable, I'm right. The unsuspecting Luffy was caught by Blackbeard. A big black hand grabbed Luffy. No matter how hard Luffy struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. Blackbeard laughed and smashed Luffy's body severely, on the ground. Lingyun walked slowly in front of Blackbeard, looked at Blackbeard with cold eyes, and said, Teach, no, it's better to call you Blackbeard. Chapter 282. Lingyun said lightly, whatever you say, but now, you are blocking my way, let me go. Dark Fruit's abilities are indeed very powerful, but he is not a capable person, so he is not afraid of Blackbeard's Dark Fruit, but now his injury is not healed, and the Shinigami blade is not in his hands. Can't take advantage of it. More importantly, he now wants to get to the Marine Headquarters as quickly as possible, so he doesn't fight Blackbeard because he is not afraid of Blackbeard, but now is not the best time for him to deal with the traitor. Blackbeard's eyes are gloomy, because he and Lingyun are in a straight line. If Lingyun wants to pass, one of the two must get out of the way. But Lingyun's words are very clear, he will never go around. So now he is forcing him to choose, either you will let Lingyun go, or you won't let it go, but what will happen next is very clear in his mind. Lingyun stared at Blackbeard indifferently, and Blackbeard also stared at Lingyun. Many other people had already passed them and fled to the upper floor, but Luffy, Jinbei, Crocodile and others did not move. Although the screams continued to sound from the rear, indicating that Magellan was not far away, they still wanted to see Lingyun and Blackbeard, who could not hold on and back down first. Jinbei looked at Lingyun and opened his mouth, but still didn't say anything. He and Lingyun are relatively familiar. He knows Lingyun very well. Lingyun is an extremely arrogant man. Let him bypass Blackbeard. It's absolutely impossible. Even if he was in a very bad state at this time, but the road he had experienced in his life that was several times more dangerous than this did not make him retreat, and now in front of the traitor Blackbeard, he will not retreat. Crocodile also squinted his eyes. He was very impressed with Lingyun. Whether it was the incident in Lobe Town or the fight between him and Whitebeard later, if it weren't for Lingyun, he might have died in Whitebeard's hands, so he knew Lingyun's greatness, especially the Haki who has met Lingyun. How could a man with that kind of Haki retreat? At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Blackbeard and Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The more he confronted Lingyun, the more pressure Blackbeard felt. He found that as time passed, Lingyun seemed to grow taller and taller. Although he did not exude a trace of momentum, it made him extremely uncomfortable. This feeling he had never encountered before, even Whitebeard did not give him such a sense of oppression. Lingyun still stood there calmly, but Blackbeard's face showed cold sweat, because Lingyun's idea was very simple, he was fearless, and naturally would not give in. But Blackbeard thought too much. He has more ambitions and goals, so the more he thinks, the more nervous he will become. Under this confrontation, he is naturally inferior to Lingyun. Drop. A drop of cold sweat slipped from Blackbeard's face to the ground, and Blackbeard suddenly laughed. Tisk ha ha ha. Whispering sound. Seeing that Blackbeard was the first to break the silence, Crocodile sneered. He already saw it through. Blackbeard may be terrible, but obviously, Lingyun is more powerful than Blackbeard. In terms of courage and calm, Blackbeard is far behind Lingyun, and these 2 points is also the most important factor that determines a person's achievement. After Blackbeard laughed for a while, he pretended to be disdainful and said, "You're like a bereavement dog. Anyone who catches it will take a bite. I don't bother to care about you, hurry up, otherwise I won't even see Whitebeard the last time." With that, Blackbeard gave a step to the side, but when he gave up this step, the muscles on his face trembled a few times unconsciously, showing his uncomfortable heart. To Blackbeard's cynicism, Lingyun just smiled coldly and walked forward slowly. When walking next to Blackbeard, he suddenly stopped and said coldly, "Blackbeard, others don't know you, but I know you're the purpose. I can tell you very clearly, with me, you will never be qualified to seize the position of daddy for the rest of your life." Blackbeard sneered, "Then we'll wait and see." Lingyun sneered, then crossed Blackbeard and walked towards the upper level. Jinbei and others followed in Lingyun's footsteps. Only when Luffy passed Blackbeard, he also gave Blackbeard a cold glance before leaving go with. "Captain." Seeing Lingyun and them all gone, Rafit and others gathered behind Blackbeard, looked at Blackbeard's ugly face, and asked with some worry, "Are you okay?" Blackbeard snorted coldly, "What can I do? I just didn't expect this guy to be dead." Rafit asked, "Captain, are you talking about Shinigami?" Blackbeard said, "Well, it's him. This guy didn't like me when he was on the boat, and he was the one I feared the most. I thought he hadn't heard from him for 10 years. He was dead. I didn't expect him to be locked by Marine. I have been in Impel Down for 10 years, but there is no news at all, and he has escaped now. I wonder if his appearance will affect our plan?" Rafit frowned and said, "His Haki is indeed very strong, but is he really that powerful? Captain, why should you be afraid of him? We just had a chance to kill him." Blackbeard snorted coldly. "If there is a chance, of course I will kill him, but in the situation just now, do you really think there is a chance? Not to mention that Jinbei and others are right by the side. It doesn't take much advantage, and although he looks scarred, he is different from ordinary people. I don't know how many hole cards he has. Blackbeard is indeed afraid to do it with Lingyun. First of all, this is not a good place to do it. Once he does it with Lingyun, it will definitely have a great impact on his plan. More importantly, he is not absolutely sure to stay Lingyun. He didn't want to do things that were unsure, so he just gave in." Chapter 283. Blackbeard is a very shrewd person, but he also has a weakness, that is, he is suspicious and hypocritical. He doesn't dare to fight against Lingyun. He just wants to use the simplest method to accomplish his goal. As for Lingyun, as long as he can complete the plan at that time, he can naturally deal with it easily, so he will not fight Lingyun. After arriving at Marine headquarters, I will take care of him, he will not be arrogant for long. But Blackbeard and the others soon met Magellan, who had caught up. Although the Blackbeard Pirates were also very strong, they were very embarrassed when they met Magellan. They were knocked down by Magellan's poison almost instantly, although this could also they deliberately don't want to entangle Magellan. After all, they have reached a cooperation with Shiryu of Rain. After Magellan knocked down the Blackbeard Pirates, they continued to chase Lingyun in the direction they were escaping, and they soon caught up. Lingyun and the others were not far away from the exit of Impel Down at this time. However, Magellan was too strong. Even though Ivankov stayed to block, he still couldn't block it. he was quickly defeated, and Magellan caught up with Lingyun and the others. On the first floor 180, Lingyun suddenly said to Jinbei, "Jinbei, Magellan has already caught up. If we don't want to stop him, all of us can't escape." Jinbei asked, "Then what should we do?" Lingyun said to Crocodile, "Crocodile, I remember you should have a candleman under your hand?" Crocodile didn't understand what Lingyun meant, but he nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. 3, come here." I saw a middle-aged man with glasses who looked rather wretched and pulled over. Lingyun said, "You are 3? Bring you back and stay with me to deal with Magellan." Mr. 3 exclaimed. "What? Why me?" He had seen Lingyun's greatness, so he didn't dare to resist, so he could only yell at rejection. Lingyun said, "Your wax can temporarily resist Magellan's poison, so now is the time for you to come in handy." Through the original work, Lingyun knew that the candle could withstand Magellan's poison, so leaving Mr. 3 is the best way to resist Magellan, so he didn't care about Mr. 3's resistance at all, so he was left behind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun said, "My body has not recovered yet, so Magellan, Luffy, you are with me. As for Jinbei, you go outside to snatch a warship. After all, if we want to leave here, no ship is no way." Jinbei said nervously, "How can this be? Magellan is very poisonous, you can't stop it at all." Lingyun said, "We don't need to fight Magellan to death or death. We just need to block him and let you have time to grab the warship, and then we use the warship to leave here." Crocodile said, "This is the best way, just do what he says." With that said, he took the lead towards the gate of Impel Down, and most of the prisoners followed closely behind, leaving only a few behind, including Lingyun. Jinbei nodded with a heavy face, and said, "I understand, but Lingyun, Luffy, you have to be careful too." Lingyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, I haven't experienced any difficulties, it's just a Magellan." Magellan is indeed great, but Lingyun has encountered people who are more powerful than Magellan. If it weren't for the injury that didn't recover and Shinigami's blade was not around, he could defeat Magellan alone, and he didn't need a helper. After Jinbei finished speaking, he quickly left. It was here that Magellan had arrived. He saw that his body was full of deep purple poisonous, and there were 3 huge dragon-shaped poisonous behind his body. "Poison dragon!" Magellan shouted, and a poisonous dragon shot at Lingyun and the others. Lingyun shouted, "Hurry up, stop him." Mr. 3 immediately used his abilities and shouted, "Candle wall." Suddenly, a defensive wall formed by candles blocked the front, and the poisonous dragon blasted on the candle wall, unable to corrode it. This made all the people who stayed shouted excitedly. Lingyun took a sword from a prisoner's hand. It was just an ordinary sword, but now it can only be used. "Luffy, you wrap your body with candles and join me to stop Magellan." He uses a weapon to cover armament hockey on the weapon, but Luffy is a fist, so he must be wrapped in candles to avoid being injured by Magellan's poison. Luffy yelled, and then asked Mr. 3 to wrap his hands and feet with candles and stand with Lingyun. Lingyun has never teamed up with Luffy, so he doesn't know how powerful Luffy is, but he knows how Luffy attacks, so he opens his mouth and said, "Wait for you to attack frontally and attract his attention. I will assist in the attack. There is no chance to give him a fatal blow." It is good. When Luffy fights, he usually doesn't have any tactics. It's exactly the type of going up and going, so it's useless to say too much to him. It's better to let him play normally, but it can have the best effect. As for Magellan's poison, Lingyun is indeed a little worried, but he knows that Magellan's attack methods are not too many, because the poisonous fruit is very strong, but the same limitation is also very large. Magellan's speed is not very fast. The speed of his pursuit can be seen, and Lingyun has a powerful armament hockey, and does not need to face Magellan's poison directly, so Lingyun is more confident in the battle against Magellan. Lingyun held a long sword and whispered softly, "Armed." Suddenly, his palm and long sword turned black. Magellan's poison is very strong, but it should not be able to corrode armament hockey. Poison dragon. Facing the candle wall, Magellan experimented again, but still couldn't break the candle wall. This is the so-called fruit inhibition. The current level of poison cannot break the candle wall's defenses, but Mr. 3 obviously cannot last too long. Time. So Lingyun and Luffy rushed out in time and stood on the opposite side of Magellan. Chapter 284. Shinigami, I didn't expect even you to escape. Magellan didn't say anything after seeing Luffy, but after seeing Lingyun, his eyes became extremely gloomy. Although he had never seen Lingyun do it, he received the news from Marine headquarters, plus these. The horror that Lingyun showed in the air, he knew that once Lingyun escaped, it would be a chaos in the world, which was several times more harmful than the Straw Hat Luffy. Holding a long sword, Lingyun said faintly, "Why can't I escape? I have been here for 10 years, and now it's time to leave." Magellan shouted angrily, "This is not a place where you come and go." Lingyun said, "Before you were still qualified to say such things, but now that I come out, you are no longer qualified." Magellan shouted, "Although Marshal Sengoku said not to let me kill you, but the premise is that you have not escaped, but now that you have chosen to escape, don't blame my ruthless men, you are dead." Lingyun said coldly, "I said that no one except myself can decide my life and death, and you are far behind." "Court death!" Magellan screamed, and then the poisonous dragon behind in the air attacked Lingyun and Luffy. Poisonous dragon. Before Lingyun did it, Luffy was the first to do it. His hands and feet were wrapped around the candle wall, so the attack was naturally unscrupulous, He constantly waved his fist and shouted, "Rubber machine gun." In an instant, countless fists were formed, and the speed was extremely fast, constantly defeating the attacking poisonous dragon, and finally turned into nothingness. And Lingyun naturally wouldn't do nothing. When Luffy did it, he did it too, but unlike Luffy, he moved quickly towards Magellan. He stayed to deal with Magellan, but not just to resist Magellan, by time, and more importantly, he wants to get Magellan's blood. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun remembers that his Shinigami blade still needs Luffy's blood and Magellan's blood to turn on Zanpakuto Shinso. Now Luffy's blood has been collected by him, and now only Magellan's blood is left. He may not have the chance to encounter it in the future. To Magellan, so Magellan's blood must be collected here. The reason why Lingyun knows that Shinso's Bankai needs the ability of poisonous fruit is because Shinso's Bankai conditions have been unblocked. In addition to Shinso, he now has two known Zanpakuto that do not have Bankai. One is Ryūjin Jakka. Shinso is powerful, without saying more. Long-range attacks are definitely the first, and the speed is extremely fast. The attack power is even more terrifying, and this Zanpakuto can have unexpected effects in many cases, so Lingyun is bound to win. Lingyun's speed is very fast. When Luffy and Magellan fought, he had already rushed behind Magellan. The long sword in his hand covered armament hockey, and he stabbed Magellan fiercely. Magellan's poisonous fruit ability is very strong, and ordinary cannonball bullets will not have any effect on him, but it is not because the poisonous fruit is Lobia, and the poisonous fruit is Paramisha's devil fruit. The reason there is such an effect, it is because the poisonous fruit is too corrosive. Even if it is hit by a bullet, it will corrode quickly, so naturally it will not cause harm. Lingyun's guess is indeed correct. Magellan's poison is very strong, but his speed is not what he is good at. His quick sting came in front of Magellan. Magellan didn't even think about dodge, but controlled the poisonous dragon. He walked away with Lingyun, ignoring the sword Lingyun stabbed. The long sword that covered armament hockey stabbed Magellan as expected, but at this time Magellan was covered with dark purple venom. After stabbing, there was no stab entity as imagined. Instead, there was a message off Chi's voice. Lingyun's complexion changed. She backed quickly and escaped the attack of the poisonous dragon. Although Magellan's own speed was not fast, the speed of the poisonous dragon he controlled was extremely fast. Lingyun hid fast enough, but was still caught up. Seeing that Lingyun was about to be swallowed by the poisonous dragon, there was no expression on his face. Rubber stamp machine gun. Countless foot shadows kicked over and quickly destroyed the poisonous dragon that attacked Lingyun. Lingyun attacked Magellan from another angle, but the result of his attack was the same. Although he stabbed Magellan's venom, it didn't hurt Magellan. That's it. But after a while, Lingyun showed relief. It was not that his attack was ineffective, but that when his attack was about to hit Magellan, Magellan avoided his attack in another way. Because Magellan is a poisonous fruit-capable person, he can hide himself in the venom instead of turning himself into venom. Lingyun's attack did not hit him, just because he was hiding in the body of the venom and avoided him. His movement speed is not fast, but within the venom, he can move his body extremely fast, using the venom to replace himself. 0. Luffy, attack his body. Lingyun shouted at Luffy. Luffy immediately followed Lingyun's instructions and used all his strength to attack Magellan, who was hidden in the venom. Rubber rocket launcher. I saw Luffy's two hands stretched backwards, and then slammed into Magellan, and Lingyun also launched an attack at the same time. Armament hockey opened fully and slashed at Magellan. Slash. A sword beam shot from Lingyun's long sword, and then quickly changed dozens of times, and the belly and Magellan were smashed. The two attacks hit Magellan at the same time, even if it was hidden in the venom, but it was still hit by the two attacks, making a huge crash, and the venom splashing all over. Lingyun and Luffy stepped back at the same time. They stood together. Luffy stared at the venom rolling forward, while Lingyun stared at the tip of the sword. The tip of the sword was blood red. Lingyun quickly took out the small bottle filled Magellan's blood, and then he looked in Magellan's direction. Chapter 285. Magellan looked sullenly at Lingyun and Luffy. The blood on his head slowly flowed down, and a sword mark appeared on his right hand, which was beaten out by Luffy on his head, and the scar on his right hand was caused by Lingyun, scratched. I was able to hurt me, it seems I really underestimated you. Having been in charge of Impel Down for decades, Magellan has never been so embarrassed as it is now. Even the Golden Lion, who escaped from Impel Down back then, did not dare to be tough with Magellan, but chose to leave Impel Down as quickly as possible. Although this does not indicate that Magellan is invincible, it also indirectly indicates that Magellan is powerful. For decades, Magellan has been in charge of Impel Down, let alone escape from prison. Even if they resisted, few prisoners resisted in front of him, but now Lingyun not only escaped from prison, but also injured him, which made him extremely angry. If you can't catch Lingyun and the others again, Impel Down's face will be lost. Since you were looking for death, don't blame me. Magellan screamed, and then a cold glow appeared in his eyes. Poisonous giant's Hell's Judgment. I saw Magellan's body release the violent poison of a skeleton-shaped giant. Unlike the purple poison released before, the poison released by this move turned out to be bright red. Although Lingyun and others have not seen it, it seems know that the poison is much stronger than before. Lingyun hurriedly said in a deep voice, "You don't have to fight with him, let's go." Now that Magellan's blood has been obtained, there is no need to fight with him anymore, just escape from impel down. It's just that although he said it was fast, but Luffy moved faster, hitting Magellan with a direct punch. But this time after touching Magellan's poison, the poison wrapped in the wound spread rapidly and became red. Wax. Mr. 3 on the side saw this scene and suddenly exclaimed, Straw Hat Boy, go back, his poison is more severe, and my wax can't stop it. Come over and I will help you remove it, or it will spread to you, up. Luffy was also taken aback and jumped back quickly. Mr. 3 immediately removed the wax on Luffy's hands and feet. It was just a blink of an eye, and the toxins had completely spread on the wax. Fortunately, it was removed quickly, otherwise Luffy also poisoned. Go. Lingyun took the lead and quickly backed away. Although there are still many prisoners around, he can't control these people now. Anyway, these guys are not good people, and they die. Luffy, Mr. 3 and others followed Lingyun closely, and those who were running slowly were touched by Magellan's poison and fell miserably, while Magellan controlled the poisonous giant to chase Lingyun towards Lingyun. Go. This toxin is indeed terrifying, but it is still a disadvantage in terms of speed, and can only be chased slowly. What kind of poison is this? Why is it so scary? Mr. 3 screamed in shock when he saw the situation behind him as he ran. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun snorted. What else to look at? Run quickly, you can only wait to die if you get a bit of this poison. Hearing Lingyun's words, everyone didn't dare to scream anymore and ran away. They were already very close to the exit. Lingyun was also very anxious. He didn't know if Jinbei and the others had snatched the warship. After all, the only chance for them to leave here is to rely on warships. Without warships, it would be impossible for them to enter the marine headquarters. Lingyun and the others quickly ran to the exit, and at a glance they saw a large group of people gathered at the door. Seeing this scene, Lingyun knew that the warship hadn't arrived yet, and at this moment, one rushed out from below the second floor. The huge head is impressively Ivankov, who used to stop Magellan. But Magellan also quickly caught up. Lingyun's eyes flickered. He has not demon fruit power, so he is not afraid of the sea. If it doesn't work, he can only jump into the sea. At this time Luffy suddenly shouted, 3, use your power quickly, I will push him back with my power. Mr. 3 did not dare to hesitate, and immediately used a large candle wall, and then Luffy used the third gear to kick Magellan's poisonous giant into the air. Suddenly, more than 10 warships chased after Lingyun and the warship they were on. When the warship came to the Gate of Justice, it suddenly saw that the gate was closed, and all of them suddenly showed hopelessness. After landing on the warship, Lingyun walked to Jinbei who was driving the ship and said, Jinbei, thank you very much this time. Rumble. Jinbei nodded solemnly and said, well, he agreed. Lingyun smiled and said, of course, Dad and his companions are still waiting for us. What is that? It's the Gate of Justice, what should I do? Because Ivankov's head was big enough, everyone hugged his head tightly. When Magellan's poisonous giant was about to hit, Ivankov shouted, Death winks. Damn it. Magellan yelled angrily when he saw this scene. Seeing the Gate of Justice, Lingyun flashed his eyes and asked Jinbei in a low voice, have you made arrangements? Jinbei, who had already snatched the warship, could not make it back to the exit, so he could only yell at Lingyun and the others. Lingyun, Luffy, you jump into the sea, hurry. Jinbei 2.8 smiled and said, this is nothing, we will be more dangerous next, but we must be able to enter the marine headquarters, right? After more than 10 warships caught up with the warship, they immediately attacked with shells, chasing Lingyun and the others. With the help of the whales, Lingyun and the others quickly fell on the warship. An angry Magellan shouted at the warship with a phone worm. They have snatched the warship. Everyone obeyed their orders and must sink it. In an instant, a force counter shocked all of Lingyun and the others, flying into the sea. Just as Lingyun and the others were about to fall into the sea, they suddenly rushed out of a large group of whales and sent Lingyun held them up. Lingyun suddenly flashed in his mind. He remembered the danger in the original book, so he punched Ivankov quickly, awakened Ivankov, and shouted, Ivankov, come on, use your power, get us into the sea together, I believe Jinbei, he will have a way. Chapter 286. Just when everyone was desperate, the door of justice was suddenly opened. At this moment, not only were all the prisoners showing excitement, but the marines who followed were unbelievable, and Magellan who was about to chase was extremely angry. What the hell is going on? Why was the Gate of Justice opened? Luffy asked curiously. Jinbei told the truth to Luffy, and took out the little phone worm and gave it to Luffy for the final conversation with Mr. 2. Seeing the desperate exchange between Luffy and Mr. 2, the entire ship was shaking. Lingyun's eyes flickered a few times. He instructed Jinbei to do this, although Mr. 2 did it in the original book, yes, but Lingyun is worried about making mistakes, so he will be a villain for a while, but he doesn't regret it at all. Sacrificing one person and letting them all escape is the best result. Looking at the 17 excited prisoners on the ship, Lingyun and Jinbei stayed together, staring solemnly in the direction of marine headquarters. How long is it until execution? Lingyun asked. Jinbei said, there are still a few hours left. We are running out of time. Dad, they must be at marine headquarters soon. Lingyun nodded and said, well, Dad will definitely go, we have to hurry up. Jinbei asked with some concern, but is your current state really okay? When we arrive at the marine headquarters, we must have a decisive battle, your state. Ji Lingyun waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I only have plans. As long as I get there, I can do it." "Shinigami, I think you are like this, even if you get to the Marine headquarters, you will only die." Crocodile leaned on his side and said to Ji Lingyun disdainfully. Ji Lingyun grinned and said, "Crocodile, I know your purpose well, but I advise you to stop thinking about it. With your ability, you want to kill the old man, that's just a foolish dream. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Crocodile snorted coldly. "That was before, now you Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters are at war, I have a chance." At this time Luffy walked over and said to Jinbei, "Jinbei, thank you so much, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to escape." Jinbei said, "It should be me thanking you, it is you who let me out so that I will have a chance to save Ace, and I am also sorry for you." Luffy said, "But you are really strong, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to escape." Jinbei said, "After this time, my Shichibukai position is definitely not guaranteed, but that's okay, let me make a big fuss at Marine headquarters, and I must rescue Ace." Upon hearing this, the prisoners on the warship gathered, and Buggy the Clown yelled in astonishment, "Marine headquarters? Jinbei, what is going on with the Marine headquarters you said? We are not going to the Marine headquarters, right?" Jinbei said, "Of course, our destination is Marine headquarters." Ji Lingyun and Buggy have known each other, but they didn't have time to relive the old when they fled, so now seeing Buggy's expression, he immediately laughed with disdain. Buggy's eyes lit up and said, "This is an idea. The Whitebeard Pirates, Marine headquarters, and 7 warlords of the sea, it's terrible to think about it, what should I do?" Crocodile's words made all the unsuspecting prisoners look scared. The thought of going to the Marine headquarters to face the battle between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates, these people were in no mood except for fear. The other prisoners also shouted with fear on their faces, "What, going to Marine headquarters?" Everyone looked at Crocodile, and Crocodile said, "We came out of the Gate of Justice, and the destination was only Marine headquarters and Judicial Island, because now the warship is riding on the government-only rotating ocean current, which connects the 3 major institutions of the world government, the huge Uzumaki, not to mention, we escaped from prison originally because of this war. Where else can we go without going to Marine headquarters?" As soon as he heard about the Marine headquarters, Buggy was stunned again. Although he was also a member of Roger's crew at the beginning and was well informed, he did not need to play directly at that time. Most of the time, he stood behind. Entering the Marine headquarters, it will inevitably be affected, and it won't work if you don't want to participate in the war. Buggy yelled in astonishment, "What? Jinbei, you can't help but know that the Marine headquarters is now at war with the Whitebeard Pirates. What are we going to do there?" Ji Lingyun said, "Since I don't want to, then I can only follow us to the Marine headquarters." Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, "It's okay if you don't want to go. If you disembark now, then you don't have to go." Looking at the expressions of these people, Ji Lingyun snorted and shouted, "Buggy, why are you so much nonsense? It seems that after more than 20 years, your timid personality has not changed at all." But as soon as he finished saying this, he noticed Ji Lingyun's cold eyes, and his neck shrank, and he said awe-inspiringly, "How is it possible? How could I, Buggy, be that kind of person? We are companions who live and die together. May start with a companion." Ji Lingyun said, "Then there is no way. You can only follow us to the Marine headquarters. Of course, you have another choice, which is to seize the warship and go wherever you want." Buggy rushed in front of Ji Lingyun and was about to make a rough look at Ji Lingyun, but on 1493 saw the look in Ji Lingyun's eyes. He immediately persuaded him, stepped back and shouted, "Get off the boat, are you asking us to die? We are all capable." Crocodile said coldly, "Now what's the point of saying this? I can only say that you are too stupid." Buggy pointed at Ji Lingyun and shouted, "What do you guys know? That is the war between your Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters. What does it have to do with us? Why are we going?" When Buggy heard it, he jumped up. He is now triumphant and escaped with a large group of prisoners. This group is headed by him, so how could he let Ji Lingyun taunt him? Chapter 287, Blue Brew, Blue Brew. At this moment, suddenly there was a phone worm sound from the warship. Everyone in the city changed their expressions. They were on a warship, and they did not have a phone worm. Now that the phone worm is thinking about it, it is undoubtedly the phone on the warship. Insect. After listening carefully, Ji Lingyun stood up, and everyone walked towards the place where the phone bug rang. "I saw a phone bug lying in the middle of the ship, ringing non-stop," and Luffy answered it without thinking. "Hey," his answer immediately shocked many people. After all, they're still fugitives now, and now they have received a call from Marine, which is obviously not right. Ji Lingyun smiled when he saw Luffy's movements. Of course he knew it was a call from Marine headquarters. There was a voice from the phone worm. "This is Marine headquarters." Luffy said frankly, "I'm Luffy." The people around were speechless. They were already familiar with Luffy's recklessness, but now that the call was answered, Luffy could only let him talk. "Your ship was hijacked by a prison escape. We have received news from the warship from the impelled down prison. According to the situation in the prison before the communication was interrupted, there were 3 principal offenders in this escape. Hearing that there are 3 main criminals, many people are looking at Jinbei. Crocodile is already the 3 of Luffy. From their perspectives, these 3 should be the most famous, and although Ji Lingyun has the highest reward, he knows him here. There are not many people." However, Marine's answer was obviously disappointing. He only heard from the phone bug, Luffy the pirate straw hat, Buggy the pirate clown, and Shinigami the pirate, Edward Ji Lingyun. Upon hearing this, the prisoners on the warship showed incredible colors. Most of them looked at Buggy and Luffy. They didn't know the identity of Lingyun. Especially Buggy, it has attracted countless eyes. Captain Buggy unexpectedly surpassed Shichibukai and became the main criminal. Captain Buggy, what is your origin? Also, Shinigami Edward Lingyun, I know, he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. 10 years ago, he was a big pirate with a billion bounty. He is also in our team. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun is okay, but Buggy is full of stunned face. He can't think that he will become the main criminal. Marine's report is still going on. They said, naturally the Straw Hat Boy, needless to say, the new generation of pirate supernova is your escape from prison. Shinigami, Edward Lingyun, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, is offering a reward of billion-grade pirate. I didn't expect a big man like you to be imprisoned and impelled down, and you escaped. The purpose of you and the Straw Hat Boy is naturally self-evident. Joker Buggy, we originally despised you as an unknown pirate, but we didn't expect you to be a crew member of Gold D. Roger, the One Piece King. Buggy was taken aback and exclaimed, why is it exposed? When the pirate prisoners heard that Buggy was actually one of Roger's crew members, they were shocked and speechless. What? Captain Buggy turned out to be a crew member of One Piece. Unbelievable, but they were still more shocked. They just listened to Marine continuing to say, also, you and New World 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks called brothers. We have also found out clearly that a man like you can survive until now. Kishi, keep a low profile, but now I finally can't help showing the foxtail. Although I don't know what your specific purpose is, it must be the same as the Straw Hat Boy to rescue Ace Huoguan. The pirates on the ship were shocked and speechless. No one thought that Buggy had such a big origin, not only a crew member of One Piece, but also red-haired brothers and sisters to the 4 emperors. A large group of criminals surrounded Buggy, preparing to take refuge in Buggy, and many people shouted, Captain Buggy, let us take this ship back from the group of guys who want to go to Marine headquarters. You give me an order. To shut up. Yes, Captain Buggy, with a big man like you here, we can definitely seize this ship. I don't want to go to Marine headquarters to die with fools like Luffy in the Straw Hat. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and everyone looked over and saw Lingyun standing on the bow of the boat, looking at them with cold eyes. We have found that Jinbei, Crocodile, Ivankov, etc., on your ship. There are more than 200 fugitives. I warn you, as long as we don't open the gate of justice, you will not only not be able to reach Molenvander, but you will also not be able to get rid of the rotating currents. All of you not only have nowhere to escape, but there is also no possibility of surviving, so make yourself aware. Luffy hung up the phone fiercely, and the prisoners around him were shocked. Lingyun's eyes were cold, and he said coldly, Buggy, take care of these guys, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. How dare you talk to Captain Buggy like this and die? Some prisoner couldn't understand Lingyun's tone, so he rushed towards him with a sword. Buggy was too late to stop him. These prisoners yelled and yelled, Captain Buggy, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. It turns out that the crew of one pirate is also called brothers and sisters with red hair. Our savior is really different. From now on we all follow you. Buggy looked at Lingyun, and his heart trembled. But he knew this man's method. When he first met, he was very impressed. More importantly, he knew that this was a billion-yuan bounty. The big pirate is not something he can deal with. Just when Marine was about to turn off the phone, Luffy suddenly shouted, I will definitely rescue Ace. That's right, Captain Buggy, we want to follow you, and go wherever you let us go. Who are you guys? You dare to talk to Captain Buggy like that? Do you want to die? Someone shouted. Captain Buggy, please give your orders. Boom. These prisoners all took up their weapons, staring at Luffy, Jinbei and them fiercely, and they were even ready to do it. Chapter 288. Everyone on the boat only saw a flash of light from the sword. The person who rushed towards Lingyun had his head separated from his body, and the blood was spilled on the ground, which shocked the other prisoners who were about to move. It turned out that before the man rushed to Lingyun took the lead. He not only snatched his sword, but also killed him instantly. The speed was very fast. When the man died, the expression on his face was all too late to change. Lingyun threw away the blood-stained sword in his hand, glaring coldly across the faces of all the prisoners, and said coldly, if anyone dares to talk nonsense, this is the end. Although Conqueror's Haki was not released, the amazing momentum still made many people breathless. Suddenly, a prisoner exclaimed, I see, he is the person Marine just mentioned, Shinigami, Edward Lingyun, the pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the big man with $1 billion in rewards. What? He is Shinigami. I have heard of him. He is an undefeated man in the fight against Marine Admiral. What's this? I also know that the scene where Roger was executed 22 years ago, it was this man who made a noise in Logue Town and snatched Roger's body. You must know that he was a 10-year-old boy at that time. As soon as someone talked about the identity of Lingyun, more than 800 people recognized him. After all, Lingyun's name back then went straight to the 4 emperors. He was called the most terrifying newcomer, even Marine. Given a bounty of 1 billion, this is a big pirate second only to the 4 emperors level. I also remembered. That's right, it's him, a big man. He really is a big man. It turns out that such a big man has also been imprisoned and impelled down. Now the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters are at war. No wonder he must go to Molenvander. Can't resist, such a big man. Even if we all add up, we won't necessarily be able to fight. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There was constant discussion among the prisoners, but the most sure thing was that none of them dared to talk about it anymore. Crocodile snorted coldly. I thought there would be a riot, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily. So Buggy yelled, you guys shut up, isn't it the Marine headquarters? Of course we are going. There is the strongest combat power of Whitebeard and Marine. This uncle is just going to make a name for himself. On the Chambord Islands, in order to carry out this live broadcast of the world, a huge square was vacated. At this time, the square was full of people. There were tens of thousands of people, some of whom were locals from the Chambord Islands. Some people come from all over the first half of the Grand Line. As for the four seas in the south, east, north and west, although live broadcasts are also carried out, it is somewhat delayed due to the distance, and the picture is not as clear as the Chambord Islands, but it is okay. Watch. The camera slowly shifted from the elbow and the warship to the bay. Marine was stationed on each observation deck. They acted as the eyes of Marine's headquarters, and they were able to observe the battlefield situation from a commanding height. Under the gaze of everyone in the Chambord Islands, the live camera finally moved, and the camera quickly moved between Marine headquarters and Marine Vander, allowing people to see the layout and lineup of the Marine headquarters. After boarding the rotating current, the warship quickly moved towards the Marine headquarters. At the same time, the Marine headquarters, the world live broadcast also slowly unfolded, and the Marine lineup was also revealed. These warships are Marine's important forces, because in large-scale wars, warships and artillery will exert a huge attack power. It may be difficult for masters to hurt, but for ordinary pirates, these attacks it's still fatal. Malin Vando. Hearing Buggy's words, the prisoners suddenly yelled in excitement again. Aside from anything else, Buggy's ability to pretend to be a must deceived these impelled down prisoners. Among them, the most shocking thing in the bay is the densely packed and neatly standing Marine army. Just a simple look makes people scalp numb. The same costumes seem to be as many as tens of thousands of people, even if they are separated. With the big screen, I can feel an extremely heavy pressure, which makes people breathless. Because it was a public execution, live broadcasts were conducted in many places in the world. The best signal is naturally the Chambord Islands near Malin Vatican. There are several screens showing Malin Vatican's situation at this time. Now the live broadcast is not fully open, so all you see are the Marine soldiers of Marine Vando. Several screens are screened separately, and the largest of them is a public execution platform. Although this is only a temporary execution platform, it is conceivable how this execution platform will be in the near future. Important, because the fuse of this war will be executed here, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the focus. The remaining screens reveal the military layout of the Marine headquarters. From the elbow of Marine Vando to the wings, they are filled with Marine warships. These warships are full of Marine soldiers standing upright. There, staring ahead. Below the execution platform is a large group of Marine guards. Among them there are many giant Marine soldiers, all with solemn faces. This time, the Marine headquarters was desperate. The crowd in Marine Vander was evacuated. Although many of these Marine soldiers were soldiers from Marine headquarters, many of them were transferred from Marine branches around the world, and they were all elites. The elite. Starting from impelled down, the warship responsible for escorting Firefist Ace has arrived at the Marine headquarters. At this time, Ace has also disembarked and is temporarily detained, waiting to be taken to the execution platform. Buggy's face is constantly changing. He was originally a timid person. If he was asked to fight Lingyun, he wouldn't dare to kill him, but now he wants to remain majestic in front of so many people, so he absolutely can't lose. After seeing the prisoners calm down, Lingyun was relieved. These guys are actually quite good. If not necessary, he doesn't want to kill them all. The situation like this is the best result. Chapter 289. For this war, the Marine headquarters is very well prepared. All the elite Marines are selected. Those slightly weaker soldiers have left the Marine headquarters. After all, once the war is started, it is a battle of life and death. The weak will not be effective. Instead, it will only kill and affect the situation of the war. Gradually, the camera once again turned to those powerful officers, and dozens of Lieutenant General Marine, who is hard to see by ordinary people, gathered together. Suddenly a few people appeared on the big screen, which immediately drew a large audience's exclamation, because these people are all big names on the Grand Line, the third largest force between Marine and Pirates, 7 warlords of the sea. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mahawk. Don Quixote family, Tianyasha, Doflamingo. The Pirate Empress of 9 Snake Island, Boa Hancock. Bartholomew Kuma, Sword Demon, Rambo. Although only 5 people came to 7 warlords of the sea, each of these 5 people was a world-famous person, with powerful strength and outstanding ability, and any of these 5 people was worthy of a legion. The camera turned again and fell below Shingtai. In addition to those Marine soldiers, there is also a tall giant Marine, but the 3 seats above that are most noticeable. 3 figures walked over slowly, sat on those 3 positions, and saw the appearance of these 3 people. Whether they were from the Marine headquarters or all the audience watching the live broadcast of the world, they all took a deep breath. Marine Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. This is also the first time for the 3 of them to appear in public on such a formal occasion, so they are all very formal. Marine Admiral, 7 warlords of the sea, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers. It seems that Marine is really going to go to full-scale war with the Whitebeard Pirates this time. Seeing Marine showing such an amazing power, everyone was nervous. Even if they were across the screen, they could feel the tension of Malin Vando, which is hard to come across in decades. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Almost all people in the Chambord Islands are very concerned about this war, so everyone either hides at home and dare not come out, or gathers in the square, waiting for the war to break out. As for other restaurants, entertainment venues, etc., they're all closed. Good luck. Rayleigh and Shachi, who are hidden in the Chambord Islands, also came to the square, hiding in the crowd and watching the world live broadcast. Sengoku really lost money. Rayleigh sighed with emotion. The Whitebeard Pirates are in danger. Shachi said, "It hasn't started yet. Don't jump to conclusions. The Marine headquarters has strong forces, but Whitebeard is not so easy to deal with. If Whitebeard dares to come, then he should be confident." Ace was just under the passage in front of the execution platform. Several people behind him held him in custody and shouted, "Go." Although Rayleigh didn't say anything in the end, Shachi naturally understood what he meant. Shachi hummed, "I think you should just forget it, just your bones, you will die if you go." There are still a few hours before the public execution. Marine's senior officials are already in their positions. Only Marine Marshal Sengoku has not appeared yet. Now he is arguing with Garp because of Ace. On the other side, Ace was also being held, only a few hours before the public execution, but because of Marine's tactics, they were in place early, and they also pressed Ace to the execution platform a few hours earlier. Rayleigh said, "I didn't mean that. I know how strong Whitebeard is, but he is old after all, and this time the initiative is in the hands of Marine headquarters. Sengoku's skills, you and I have both learned of." Although Ace is Roger's son, he was raised by Garp since childhood. He really regarded Ace as a relative. Now his relatives will be publicly executed. He is naturally extremely angry, but his current identity Marine, so there is too much helplessness, can't burst out outside, can only burst out in front of Sengoku. Rayleigh sighed. Ace is Roger's son after all. If it weren't for being old and losing the courage of his youth, maybe I would save him, but now, I can only trust Whitebeard. Ace was half pushed and walked forward. The passage was very long, the stairs were high, and it was also very dark. This pitch black was as dark as Ace's mood at this moment. At this moment, he knew that the last moment of his life was about to is here, although I am extremely unwilling, but I can't resist. Shachi said. That said, but what the final result will be like, there is no end, no one can be sure, just hope that Whitebeard will be able to tide over the difficulties this time. Rayleigh said. This time the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine headquarters are at war. As long as the kid is still alive, he will definitely appear, so we just have to wait. If he doesn't appear in this way, then it may be true. Although the words are not sound, Rayleigh can still hear the worry in her tone. Lingyun is a young man he and Shachi are optimistic about, and Shachi still cooperates with him, so in any case, they are both. I don't want Lingyun to have an accident. 0. Although he is about to die, Ace is still unyielding. He raised his head and walked forward with a firm gaze. He is such a person. Even if he is facing death, he will never show an expression of begging for mercy. Laughing, so he will face it instead. When talking about Lingyun, Shachi got up immediately, and she hummed. Something happened. With that kid's shrewdness, he would have something wrong? I don't think I know where to hide, taking so much advantage of me. He hasn't paid it yet, even if he wants something to happen, he still has to ask me if I agree. Being ridiculed by Shachi, Rayleigh was not angry. Instead, he said, the Whitebeard Pirates are about to go to war with the Marine headquarters. Speaking of which, it seems that the kid Lingyun hasn't appeared for 10 years. I don't know what happened to him. What's the matter? The two quarreled in the office for a long time. In the end, Garp had no choice but to compromise and followed Sengoku to the front. Chapter 290. Although this part of the road is not very far away, it took Ace a long time to walk to the execution stage. When Ace stepped onto the execution stage, the live broadcasts from all over the world were transferred to the execution stage. Kneeling on his knees, he was locked on the execution platform, unable to move. Most of the people who watched the live broadcast saw Ace for the first time, so they were very surprised. I didn't expect that the famous 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates was so young that everyone was talking about it. Is he the Fire Fist, Ace? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates? Why is he so young? The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates actually looks like this. He will be the fuse of this war. At such a young age, he already has such a great reputation. No wonder the Marine headquarters is fighting the Whitebeard Pirates and will execute him publicly. It seems that he is worried that he will grow into a terrifying enemy in the future. Such a good product, if it is put out for auction, it will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. The damn pirate should be sentenced to capital punishment. After Ace was locked on the execution table, after a while, Marine Marshal Sengoku slowly walked onto the execution table and stood beside Ace. Garp, who was walking with him, did not want to see Ace. After suffering, so I went down. Seeing Sengoku coming next to Ace, whether it is Marine soldiers around the execution platform or spectators from all over the world, they instinctively felt a heavy pressure and stared at Sengoku closely, although among them most of the audience didn't know Sengoku, but he appeared in this position at this time, and he was dressed. Sengoku told the person next to him, bring me the loudspeaker bug. The soldier next to him immediately handed a small phone worm to Sengoku's hand. After Sengoku took the phone worm, he first glanced at Ace, and then glanced at all the Marine soldiers below. I'm Marshal Marine, Sengoku, first introduced himself, then Sengoku paused. Is he Marshal Marine, Sengoku? What did he want to do when he came to the execution stand? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It turns out that he is Marshal Marine. It seems that he is very powerful. This war seems to have been initiated by him. It is really courageous. I don't know if I can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates in the end. The biggest man in Marine's headquarters, the execution is only a few hours away, he actually appeared. In addition to those spectators, the soldiers at Marine headquarters are also extremely nervous. They know the meaning of this battle. It will be a battle that will determine the future situation of the world. In short, the audience are people from all over the world, and they are naturally nonchalant when they speak, and they can say whatever they think. The Marine soldiers 0.2 and 7 warlords of the sea below are all looking at Sengoku with a puzzled face. They are very strange and puzzled. Not only them, but even those who watch the world live broadcast are also at a loss, but they were all attracted by Sengoku's words, because they hadn't heard that someone could be pregnant for 20 months. Is this a monster? Sengoku said. 22 years ago, when we opened our eyes and desperately searched, it was possible that the man's child might be left on a certain island. At that time, we depended on the little information and possibilities we obtained from CP0S*X. We checked all the babies who were just born on that island and the babies who were about to be born, as well as their mothers. We also conducted a thorough investigation, but in the end we still didn't have any useful information. 20 months pregnant, what does Marshal Marine mean when he says these messy things? Ace said, my father is Whitebeard. Having said that, Sengoku's expression became serious, and he sighed slightly, and said, but it's no wonder that your mother was born in exchange for her life. Of course, it can also be said that your mother had an ulterior conspiracy. She deceived our eyes, no, to be precise, she deceived the eyes of the whole world. Seeing the anger contained in Sengoku's calm expression, everyone felt very puzzled, but they also knew that Sengoku must tell an amazing secret next. When Sengoku told this secret, Ace's pupils shrank, and his whole body couldn't help shaking. This was the biggest secret in his heart and the secret he didn't want people to know. He didn't expect Sengoku to know it so clearly, and also speaking in front of the world, he also knew how heavy what Sengoku said next to him. Sure enough, under everyone's expectations, Sengoku continued. There is an island in the South Daxia Sea, Batarilla Island, Ace. Your mother is called Portgas de Luju. This woman's approach completely surpassed ours. In order to protect the child, Ishin actually let the child stay in her womb for 20 months. After a while, Sengoku said, Portgas de Ace, about the significance of this man's death here today, I will explain now. What the hell is Marshal Sengoku talking about? Someone can keep his child in his womb for 20 months. When Ace heard Sengoku's big drink, he became particularly angry. He also shouted, there is nothing wrong with me. There is only one person for my father, and that is Whitebeard. Under everyone's puzzled and incomprehensible gaze, Sengoku looked at Ace without squinting, solemnly, and asked in a deep voice, Ace, report your father's name. What on earth do you want to say? Hurry up, I'll be haggling here, everyone is not here to listen to your nonsense. As soon as Ace's voice fell, Sengoku's shout suddenly drew, no. Hearing Sengoku's words, Ace's whole body was shocked, and his eyes became sharp, but he quickly recovered his calmness. However, the Marine soldiers present and the people watching the live broadcast all over the world looked at Sengoku with blank expressions and did not understand Sengoku. Why would such a strange question be asked at this juncture of impending execution? Chapter 291. As if hearing everyone's voice, Sengoku continued. Your mother was exhausted while giving birth to you and died on the spot. So, 1 year and 3 months after his father's death, he inherited the most evil in the world. When a baby of blood is born, that's you can't possibly not know it. Ace's body was shaking more and more severely. The secret he tried to hide was finally revealed. He was very unwilling. The same shocked was Garp below. In fact, he is the one who knows everything. It was his own guess, and he had experienced everything. He had promised Roger to protect Ace, but at this moment, he was in a dilemma. Under everyone's gaze, Sengoku shouted loudly, Portgas de Ace, your father is One Piece, Gold D. Roger. Hiss. As Sengoku's voice fell, the entire Malenvander made an inhalation sound, looking at Sengoku and Ace with an incredible face, and more at Ace. They originally thought that Sengoku was going to execute 11 Ace publicly, is to attract the Whitebeard Pirate Group to come and destroy the Whitebeard Pirate Group, but never expected that Ace still has this identity. Roger is the first One Piece in the world. Even if he has been dead for more than 20 years, countless people still remember him. His name is like magic. As long as he is mentioned, he can't help himself. All kinds of emotions. The countless viewers who watched the live broadcast of the world also showed incredible expressions. Just now they were still scolding Sengoku for too much nonsense, but now there is only horror and shock left. This change is really overwhelming. Wait, what did Marshal Marine just say? Firefist Ace, he is the son of One Piece? It was the one who was publicly executed 22 years ago and set off the Pirate King, Roger? Big news, it really is big news. Firefist Ace turned out to be the son of One Piece. It is incredible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How is it possible? Isn't the One Piece King Roger that has been dead for more than 20 years? How could he still have a son living in the world? Doesn't Marine know how to cut the weeds and roots? Sure enough, he is a man who has inherited the most evil blood in the world. He was destined to be extraordinary since he was not born. He was only born 20 months pregnant and became famous as soon as he went to sea. Such a person is a monster, and he has been a monster since birth. If all of this is true, then it is fully understood. The reason why Marine has made such a big move is probably because of the identity of the Firefist. Not only is the son of the One Piece King, but also the most outstanding newcomer of the Whitebeard Pirates. A generation of pirates, if they continue to let them go, will definitely be a fatal threat to the Marine headquarters. As the son of One Piece, Fire Fist has inherited his father's blood. No wonder he has such a great reputation at such a young age. If he continues to let him go, he will definitely become Marine's enemy in the future. Marine headquarters is at this time. Public execution is definitely a major victory. Hey, what about One Piece's son? Isn't he going to die? It's so interesting. If the son of One Piece is put in the auction room, he will definitely be auctioned at an unprecedented high price. Tisk tisk, it's a pity. Many people at Marine's senior level knew Ace's identity in advance, so they were not too surprised, but the people at Seven Warlords of the Sea were very surprised because Marine never told them about this. Hawkeye frowned slightly. Hancock only glanced at Ace in surprise. The bear couldn't see any expression. Doflamingo laughed and said, "Fufurfur, it's no wonder Sengoku is so determined. It turns out that this kid still has this heavy identity. This time, Whitebeard really has a reason to come, Furfur." Rambo also looked at Ace suspiciously. It is said that he has some connections with Ace, because Ace's Mera Mera fruit was given to Ace by his father. Ace can possess such status and strength, and it is inevitable that Ace can have such status and strength with Mera Mera fruit. Ace is still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and is a companion with Lingyun, so he still has a good impression of Ace. So he turned out to be Roger's son. This Fire Fist, Ace, turned out to be Roger's son. Eustace Kid is the first person to offer a bounty for the new generation of Pirate Supernova, and the former Super Rookie Ace is also his opponent in his eyes, so he was very surprised when he heard this. It's really due to fate. Two fathers and sons, after 22 years, the final result is the same. Public execution. Fate really works in a strange way. Supernova Magician, Hawkins holding the tarot card, said solemnly. Trafalgar Law smiled and said, "Marine is really a good idea. If this public execution is successful in 283, it will inevitably cause a great sensation, contribute to Marine's power and weaken the morale of the pirates. But all of this if it is based on the conditions for defeating the Whitebeard Pirates. If it is defeated by the Whitebeard Pirates, everything is a joke." Marine headquarters, welcoming everyone's enthusiastic gaze, Sengoku continued. "About a few years ago, you set out from the East Daxia Sea under your mother's surname. As the captain of the Pirates of Spades, you relied on your outstanding strength and speed. When we acted recklessly on this sea, we have realized that Roger's blood has not disappeared, so we have been watching you after you entered the Grand Line. Originally, we had a great chance to catch you before you grew up, but Whitebeard, who also discovered your identity, was a step ahead of us and recruited you under his command, in order to train you into the next generation of One Piece. That's why Whitebeard let the son of his former opponent board his boat." Ace retorted loudly. "No, you are wrong. It's not what you said. I got on his boat because I wanted to make Dad the One Piece." Chapter 292. Hearing Ace's rebuttal, Sengoku snorted and said, "That's just what you think you are. The fact is that after you joined the Whitebeard Pirates, you were protected by Whitebeard, which made it impossible for us to attack you. But if you have been ignored, you will definitely show your aptitude as the pinnacle of the pirates. Therefore, it is of great significance to publicly execute you here today and take down your first level." Having said that, in order to boost the morale of all Marine soldiers, Sengoku shouted loudly, "Even if it is a full-scale battle with the Whitebeard Pirates here, it will be no hesitate." Roar. Hearing Sengoku's roar, the entire Marine headquarters burst out with a terrifying roar. All Marine soldiers were red-faced and roared with excitement. Their aura was completely raised by Sengoku's words, and everyone was full of blood. "I can't wait to fight to the death with the Whitebeard Pirates now, because the fear of the war that is about to break out before also relaxes and becomes confident." Seeing Marin Vando's Marine erupting with such an astonishing aura, all the spectators who watched the game were shocked, especially the pirates. They were the most disagreeable with Marine. They usually look down on Marine, but now they see Marine like this. They are all shocked in their hearts and vigilant. And at this moment, a Marine colonel suddenly rushed to the bottom of the execution platform, saluted Sengoku, and then said loudly, "Marshal Sengoku, report, the Gate of Justice did not receive any instructions. It opened automatically, and we can't reach the internal powerhouse either." Sengoku's face changed drastically, and he said in surprise, "What did you say?" At the same time, Lingyun's warship just reached the Gate of Justice. Looking at the closed Gate of Justice, everyone said depressed, "What can I do? How can such a big door be opened?" "Lingyun, what can you do?" Jinbei asked Lingyun. Instead of worrying, Lingyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, it will open soon." "What?" Jinbei didn't understand what Lingyun meant, and asked, "Lingyun, what did you say?" Lingyun did not answer directly, but said, "Wait. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." But Luffy jumped up and down anxiously, shouting, "If you don't let me punch it, maybe I can open it." Luffy's words immediately attracted the contempt of others. "Do you think the Gate of Justice is human? It can be opened after a few strokes?" But these people hadn't spoken yet. The huge Gate of Justice was really slowly opening, and everyone was stunned, because the Marine headquarters talked to them before, and it has been stated that it is impossible to open the Gate of Justice, but they have just arrived here now, and the door to justice has been opened. Is there such a weird thing? At this time, Buggy, the clown pretending to be a master, started his performance again, attracting a group of prisoners to look at him admiringly. Only a few people were very calm. Crocodile frowned at the beginning, but quickly stretched out, Although I don't know who opened the door of justice, this is the best result for them. Jinbei also asked in confusion, who is it? The gate of justice should be controlled by Malin Vander's internal control room. No matter what they think, they can't let us in. Lingyun whispered. Have you forgotten Blackbeard? If I didn't guess wrong, it must have been his hands and feet. Because he is Shichibukai, he was able to enter Malin Vander. He provoked this war and he could not stay out of it. There must be a bigger conspiracy. This should be the backhand he left behind. Blackbeard? Jinbei's expression was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, there is indeed such a possibility. Lingyun said, in short, no matter what the purpose is, since we have been able to enter the Marine headquarters, this is the best result. There are still a few hours before the public execution. Daddy should have arrived, so we have to speed up. Jinbei controlled the warship, entered the Gate of Justice, and headed towards the Marine headquarters. Malin Vando, Sengoku became alert when he learned that the Gate of Justice had been opened, but he didn't panic. Although it was a little unexpected, the situation is still under control. All you need to worry about is, Whitebeard in the end, in what way will it appear and attack? Looking at the still calm Marine, the entire Malin Vander fell into silence. At this time, everyone was extremely nervous and held their breath, because the Whitebeard pirate group may appear at any time. Sengoku's forehead is already covered with sweat. Although he is very confident in his heart, he is still full of tension when things really happen, because this battle is very important. If Marine fails, it will inevitably cause the turbulence of the world, ranging from his position as Marshal Marine to insecurity, may cause a more chaotic situation than in the era of the Great Pirates, and change the pattern of today's world. When everyone was holding their breath, the 5 Shichibukai at Shichibukai's location were all dignified. Even an arrogant and domineering person like Doflamingo, at this time, said in a condensed voice, too unnatural, too quiet. Rambo whispered. Is it quiet before the storm? As soon as this sentence was finished, a large cloud of black suddenly floated in the distance, but this cloud was not a real black cloud, but a huge mist formed by a large pirate boat. It looks like dark clouds cover the ground. On the observation deck, the Marine soldier in charge of the observation suddenly sounded the alarm, and at the same time, with all his strength, shouted. Come on, the Whitebeard pirate group is here. The sirens sounded throughout the bay, and then someone shouted through the horn. Everyone is ready for battle. In just a few minutes, dozens of huge pirate ships appeared in front of the bay head of Marine headquarters. These pirate groups came in an orderly manner towards the Gulf of Marine headquarters. The pirate flags that are held are all the famous pirate groups in New World. Chapter 293. Sengoku looked gloomy and looked at the large area of pirate boats. It's not clear where the Whitebeard pirates actually appeared, and as soon as they appeared, they were so close that they almost reached the head of the bay. If they came in through the Gate of Justice, it is impossible, because the Gate of Justice has just been opened. No matter how fast they are, they cannot get here in an instant, so they must have used other methods to enter. Here. What the hell is going on? How could they appear to such a close distance without being noticed at all? Ace was chained to the execution platform, looking at the familiar pirate banners in disbelief, and couldn't calm down for a long time. You guys, why are you all here? The vast number of pirate ships roared towards the head of Malin Vander Bay. Marine's observation deck soldiers looked at the pirate ship in the distance through binoculars, and while watching, they said, return to the marshal. The pirate ships are all pirate groups under the Whitebeard pirate group. They are all large pirate groups in New World, but the Whitebeard pirate group has not been discovered yet. Listening to the report from the people below, Sengoku's face became more and more serious. Not only Sengoku, but other Marine executives were also alert, but Doflamingo 680, one of 7 warlords of the sea, exclaimed excitedly, come on, Whitebeard. Just when all the Marines were nervous, a strange sound of current sounded in the bay. Many powerful people heard this sound and looked at the sea in the bay involuntarily. I saw that the originally calm sea suddenly vibrated. Sengoku, who saw this scene, felt his whole body for a while and said in amazement, is it? Garp, who was standing with Lieutenant General Crane under the execution platform, suddenly showed a look of surprise, and said in surprise, no? Will they appear from there? Lieutenant General Crane also gritted his teeth and said, it seems that we have arranged the wrong line. This time the battle plan was arranged by her. She basically thought of all the attack methods that the Whitebeard pirates can launch, but she did not expect that the Whitebeard pirates would appear from the bottom of the sea, so their formation was completely wrong up. Under the shocking eyes of everyone in the bay, larger and larger waves appeared on the surface of the bay, and a larger and larger shadow appeared in the center. The sharp-eyed Marine soldier suddenly exclaimed, it seems that there is a shadow on the sea, is it possible? Sengoku even wanted to understand everything. He later realized, so, all of their ships are coded from the bottom of the sea. No wonder they have not been found, but suddenly appeared. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The huge pirate ship rushed out from the bottom of the sea and landed on the surface of the sea. It was the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates. No, it's the Moby DK of the Whitebeard pirates. They have emerged from the bottom of the sea. After the appearance of the Mobile, 3 more pirate ships emerged from the bottom of the sea. 4 ships docked in 4 directions, and the bow of the Mobile was directly facing the direction of the execution platform. Because it was so close, Marine Vando's Marine was able to see the situation aboard the Mobile. Shocks of horror came out of many Marines. Although many people saw Whitebeard for the first time, they had seen the picture of Whitebeard. But how could the Whitebeard in the photo be comparable to the real person? A man's glance made many people nervous and timid. At this time, these supernovae were all gathered in the Chambord Islands. Their destinations were originally New World, but because of the war that broke out between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates, they all stayed in the Chambord Islands to watch the surprise. The Battle of the World. Even through the screen, you can feel the tremendous pressure. Is this Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world? It's the Whitebeard Pirates. Standing in front are the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. The audience watching the live broadcast all over the world shouted nervously. 99% of them had never seen Whitebeard. This was the first time they saw Whitebeard, so they were all very surprised, but they were also very surprised. Looking forward to whether Whitebeard is really as powerful as the rumors. Is it really the strongest in the world? The Chambord Islands. Here is the live broadcast site closest to Molenvander. Many famous people gathered here. The most famous recently is naturally the supernova of the same generation as Luffy. Because one was killed by Lingyun, it is in the original of the 11 supernovae, there are now only 10 left. Loud laughter sounded, and everyone looked at the tall figure on the bow of the mobile. It was a man with a simple cloak, hat and holding a large pheasant sword. This man was extremely high, a few meters high, but the most eye-catching thing is his white beard like a crescent moon. The Whitebeard guy still showed up, and he has grown old for decades. Seeing the people from the Whitebeard Pirates group really appeared, everyone opened their eyes wide, looking for Whitebeard, because the protagonist of this war is Whitebeard, and Whitebeard is also the legendary pirate who makes Marine the most fearful and fearful. Goo-la-la-la. When Rayleigh saw Whitebeard's figure, he sighed lightly, showing nostalgia. He hasn't seen Whitebeard for more than 20 years. Whether it is him or Whitebeard, after all, they are not old enough to be old, never again. When I was young when the sea crossed the sea. Ace looked at Marco and others aboard the Moby DK, and his mood was extremely complicated. He was happy and moved, but also a little self-blame. If it weren't for him, everyone would definitely not risk coming here. Suddenly, a slow and heavy footsteps were heard on the mobile, and a tall figure accompanied by the sound of footsteps came to the bow of the mobile. So he is Whitebeard? He looks so tall. Is he Whitebeard? Whitebeard has appeared. Chapter 294. The whole world is staring at Whitebeard, and Whitebeard ha-has up, looks at Sengoku on the execution stage, and asks, Goo-la-la-la-la, Sengoku, we haven't seen each other for decades, my dear son is fine, right? Sengoku's complexion was extremely gloomy, and he secretly hated Whitebeard. I didn't expect to be invaded by him to such a short distance. Entering from the bottom of the sea, this method can be thought of by him. Whitebeard looked at Ace who was bound, and said with a smile, Ace, don't worry, I will rescue you soon. Ace looked at Whitebeard, crying with excitement, and shouted, Daddy. Whitebeard released the big pheasant sword in his hand, arched his body, and slammed his fists against the sides. His fists clearly hit the air, but they seemed to hit the entity. Not only that, the air position hit by his fist unexpectedly appeared a series of cracks. It looked like it was cracked open. But will the air be cracked by a fist? All Marines watched this scene incredible. Although they have seen Whitebeard's photos, few people have actually worked with Whitebeard, although they don't know how terrifying the power of Whitebeard shock fruit is. Not only did the soldiers at Marine headquarters find it incredible, but the audience who watched the live broadcast of the world were all dumbfounded. After Whitebeard's attack, I saw the originally calm sea suddenly vibrated, and the sea continued to roll, as if a tsunami was about to happen. The water level continued to rise, and there were many currents in the bay and at the head of the bay, people. When the Whitebeard pirate group appeared, Lingyun on the other side also entered the Gate of Justice on a warship and headed towards the Marine headquarters. On the boat, Ivankov asked Luffy mysteriously, Luffy, does your father come or not? Luffy asked strangely, why is my father here? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ivankov said, his own son is about to be publicly executed, how can Long sit back and watch? Luffy scratched his head and said, no, Ace's father and I are not the same person. My father is a dragon, but Ace's father is Gold D. Roger. That's the One Piece. It's a pity that I didn't have a chance to meet. What? Because Luffy's voice was not too small, the people on the ship heard it. When they knew that Ace was Roger's son, they were all shocked. Among them, most of them were sea thieves, so One Piece is the most noble existence for them, even if Roger is dead, but he still has great prestige. Ah, look, what's that behind? Suddenly someone turned his head and shouted in amazement. Jinbei was relieved. He thought it was Ace who told Lingyun, so he didn't ask much. Lingyun nodded and said, yes, it's definitely father's ability. It seems that father has already come to Molenvando. If this is the case, then we will speed up. Ivankov was even more stunned. He always thought that Luffy and Ace were brothers, so he took the risk to escape from impelled down with everyone, but who would have thought that Ace was not the son of the dragon? If this is the case, the dragon would definitely not have appeared. He didn't know whether his escape was right or wrong. It took a long time before the strong wind stopped. Jinbei said to Lingyun, the strong wind just now? At this moment, the advancing warship trembled suddenly, and Lingyun found that the sea suddenly shook. Jinbei said calmly, Mr. Luffy, don't worry, we will definitely catch up. What you have to do now is to be calm. Only by keeping calm and when you arrive at Molenvander, can you be better mentally, to Marine headquarters. Seeing this scene, Lingyun and Jinbei's expressions changed at the same time. Lingyun rushed to the bow and looked at the direction of Marine headquarters. Then a strong wind blew over, and the advancing warship quickly moved towards pushing it back, no matter how Jinbei controlled the warship, he was still unable to move forward for half a minute, but kept retreating. Lingyun said, "I'm not surprised, because I already knew this secret." "Really?" Luffy asked excitedly when he heard Lingyun's words. "Really, it is true, the speed of the ocean current has really become much faster, so rush." Luffy exclaimed in excitement. The other people on the boat also watched this scene in amazement. They just heard what Lingyun said. They didn't expect him to say it so accurately. In the blink of an eye, it was really as fast as he said. "Speed it up a lot." Lingyun said, "Don't worry, this is the ability of the old man. I know the ability of the old man very well. Just now we were forced back by the sea breeze caused by the force of the shaking, but soon the power of the old man will burst out and cause with a powerful tsunami, the ocean currents will become very violent. By that time, as long as we catch the huge waves, we will be able to reach the marine headquarters very quickly." After Lingyun said these words, as expected, after a while, the current of the sea suddenly became violent, and the speed of the warship rushed forward at a faster speed. Lingyun nodded and said, "That's it, but be careful, the tsunami caused by the old man must be earth-shattering, and the waves are also big and amazing. Although they will speed up, they are also full of dangers, so you will hurry up, don't get caught in the sea by the waves." Luffy eagerly pulled Jinbei and asked, "Jinbei, what's the matter? We have all regressed so far, when will we be able to reach the marine headquarters?" Jinbei looked at Lingyun and heard the secret, but his face didn't change. He suddenly asked strangely, "Lingyun, why are you not surprised to hear that Ace is Roger's son? I remember that you seem to have a big relationship with Roger, One Piece. You still snatched his body in Logue Town back then." Chapter 295. Mullen Vander, Marine Headquarters. Neither Marine nor the pirate acted immediately. Ace looked at Whitebeard and shouted, "Why? Daddy, I obviously didn't listen to your advice and ran out. Why didn't you abandon me? Why did you come to rescue me? Why are you taking such a big risk to come here to save me?" But before he could speak, Whitebeard interrupted, "No, I told you to go." Ace roared, "Don't lie, it's me. But in the end, he couldn't say anything, because he was interrupted by Whitebeard again. "I said, I let you go, I said, I was right, Marco." Marco said with a smile, "Of course, it was what the old man said, but I heard it with my own ears, and it made you suffer. In this sea, everyone knows that it is against our companions of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. What's the end?" Other members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group also said, "Yes, I heard it too, Ace, we will never let anyone hurt you. Ace, wait for us, we will save you right away. Marine Headquarters, be awakened, today is the day when your marine headquarters will be destroyed." Ho 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 ho. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates roared wildly, their voices overwhelming everything, which shocked several people. This time they followed Whitebeard to the marine headquarters, and they were all ready to die in battle, so facing the marine headquarters, there was not the slightest timidity, but full of fighting spirit. Looking at the fighting spirit of the Whitebeard Pirates, the people in the marine headquarters showed a dignified look. Although this is their home field, they are facing the Whitebeard Pirates, the head of the 4 emperors of New World. The thief group, it is definitely not an exaggeration to say that it is the strongest pirate group, so it dare not be careless at all. Both sides were looking at each other, but soon Marine in the bay discovered the problem. The water in the bay was rising continuously, and then they found that the entire marine headquarters was shaking, and the amazing waves roared quickly from a distance. Come. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. On both sides of Marine's bay are horrible huge waves. A huge wave of tens of hundreds of meters covers the entire marine headquarters. If the huge wave is allowed to fall, it will definitely submerge the marine in the bay. This huge wave is like a fuse. The Whitebeard Pirate Group and the pirate group under its command are all preparing to act at the same time, while the soldiers of marine headquarters are only left stunned by the huge waves on both sides. Frightened, there was nothing they could do about such a huge wave, they could only watch it fall. Is this still human power? Audiences all over the world watched this scene dumbfounded, watching the huge waves on both sides, they couldn't believe their eyes. Is this the power that humans can possess? Is this the power of the strongest pirate in the world? Whitebeard, this is the strongest pirate in the world. Someone couldn't help but cried out in shock. Many pirates looked at Whitebeard on the screen in reverence and exclaimed excitedly, "This is the legendary pirate." Seeing that Aokiji easily diffuses Whitebeard's attack, Marine's momentum suddenly rose, and he opened fire in the direction of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Seeing that the huge wave was about to fall, suddenly Marine Admiral Aokiji, sitting on the admiral seat of the execution platform, moved suddenly. He quickly rushed out and rushed to the sky. He appeared in the center of the huge waves on both sides. Opened his hands, shot ice thorns from the palms of his hands, pierced onto the huge waves, and shouted, "Ice Age." Those pirate groups under the Whitebeard Pirate Group at the head of the bay rushed towards the bay at the same time, because with the falling of the huge waves, it is the best time for them to attack, because the power of the tsunami like this is undoubtedly very terrifying. Rayleigh said solemnly, "Sengoku and Whitebeard are also old opponents, and they naturally understand Whitebeard's abilities. They must have foreseen such a situation, and there must be a solution. The battle is about to begin, keep your eyes open and watch." The terrifying huge wave was quickly frozen by Aokiji and stopped in the air. However, after the freezing of the huge wave, Aokiji did not stop. Instead, he aimed at Whitebeard on the mobile, and shouted, "Ice Cube 2 Spine's Spear." Rayleigh is right. In the world of pirates, shock fruit's power is definitely the most terrifying, especially when used by Whitebeard. It is even more devastating in wide-ranging attacks. No fruit can compare to shock fruit. Yes. With Marine Admiral here, there is no need to be afraid of the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone cheered up and attacked the mobile and killed Whitebeard. Both Rayleigh and Shachi, who watched the game, were full of emotions. Rayleigh said, "It's been a long time since I saw the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Can be compared to Whitebeard. Go." Shachi smiled and said, "It's such a big gift when it comes up. It's Whitebeard, it's still the same as before." The sea is frozen. The two thorny spears formed by the ice were smashed by Whitebeard at once, and the aftershock power also attacked Aokiji in the back. Aokiji's reaction was also extremely fast, quickly using the freezing ability to element the body. The long hairs formed by two ice cubes quickly shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard saw that Aokiji had actually frozen the waves, and his expression was very unhappy. Facing Aokiji's attack, he gave a cold snort and punched out. Crack. Those marines in the bay all showed their aftermath, nervous and excited at the same time. They shouted, "Don't be afraid, we have Marine Admiral, the strongest marine, and the Whitebeard pirate group is definitely not our opponent." Aokiji's body was shattered and landed on the surface of the sea. At 1.9, with Aokiji as the center, the entire surface of the sea was quickly frozen from the bay to the head of the bay, making it impossible for the pirate ships and warships to move for half a minute. Chapter 296 New World. An island very close to the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Beast's Pirates Elite Legion is now stationed here. In fact, this is not originally Beast's Pirates territory. They just attacked it not long ago. There is no other in New World. The forces can withstand the attacks of the Four Emperors Pirate Group, not to mention an island. In New World, the Four Emperors Pirate Group has its own territory, which probably occupies more than 70% of New World's territory, and the remaining 30% is the territory of other countries, world government franchise countries, and the rest of the pirate group. Since the position of the Four Emperors stabilized more than 10 years ago, most of their respective territories have also been circled, and there will be basically no contact between each other, and the Four Emperors' territories are also separated by a certain distance. However, with the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine Headquarters, the situation in New World has suddenly undergone tremendous changes. Kaido, the most ambitious beast among the Four Emperors 15, is ready to take advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine. When the headquarters went to war, they captured the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates and expanded their territory, so they had already prepared. Master Kaido, Master Kaido. At the Beast's pirate site, Kaido led the team and has been waiting for news from the Whitebeard Pirates and Marine Headquarters. If there were no war, he would never take such a big risk to grab Whitebeard's site. As soon as he heard someone calling himself, Kaido knew there was news, so he immediately asked, "Is there any news?" "Master Kaido, there's news. The Whitebeard Pirate Group has indeed appeared. They're now in Malin Vando, fighting against Marine Headquarters." Hearing this news, the people at Beast's Pirates suddenly cheered, Kaido even more sternly, and shouted, "Little ones, our chance is here. The old guy Whitebeard is going to fight with Marine Headquarters. He definitely won't return. He is here, so he will take over his territory, and everyone is ready to attack the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates." With Kaido's order, the entire Beast's Pirates moved into action. They had waited for this opportunity for too long, and now they could finally let go of it. Naturally, only excitement and excitement remained in their hearts. As for Whitebeard, they were not afraid. When the Beast's Pirates acted, there was another Four Emperor, the red-haired Shanks, who acted the same way. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Among the New World Four Emperors, Shanks is considered the least ambitious and the smallest on the ground. The pirate regiment he leads has been adventuring in the New World and rarely participates in the battle for territory. The smallest territory does not mean that Red Hair Pirates is inferior to the other three great pirates. In fact, it is the opposite, because compared to the other three kings, the red-haired Shanks' pirates are the youngest, especially the red hair. It is the youngest and highest state among the Four Emperors, and Red Hair Pirates has a strong fighting style, so although the number of people is the smallest, the fighting is the craziest. Boss, as you might expect, Kaido did indeed act. Seeing his actions, he is preparing to take Whitebeard's territory in one fell swoop. Shanks looked very dignified when he heard the report at hand. Among the Four Emperors' pirates, Shanks and Whitebeard are old friends, and Lingyun is even better friends, so they are naturally better than the other two Four Emperors. Get close. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting with Marine Headquarters. When he got Kaido to attack Whitebeard's territory, he naturally couldn't stand by. He said in a deep voice, "I owed the favor of the Whitebeard Pirates back then. This time I must return it to him. Immediately mobilize the people and go to the territory of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. We must stop Kaido's actions." Shanks' attitude is very firm, because this time it's not just about personal friendship. Once Kaido really breaks into Whitebeard's turf, it will inevitably cause shocks in New World, which is extremely detrimental to the rest of the people, so no matter it is for the Whitebeard Pirates, or for the peace of New World, he couldn't just sit idly by. Beast's Pirates and Red Hair Pirates are also in action. There is bound to be a confrontation between the two Four Emperors' pirates. This confrontation will determine the future destiny of New World, although it is not comparable to the Whitebeard Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. The war between Marine Headquarters, but also a crucial confrontation. The pirate group under Whitebeard saw that the sea was frozen. It was taken aback at first, but it quickly reacted. The pirate ship was unable to attack, but the frozen sea became a good foothold. People rushed directly into the bay. Kill, go and rescue Ace. Yes, brothers, come on, I'm going to burn with excitement. All the pirates under Whitebeard jumped off the boat and rushed into the bay. Although the Whitebeard pirate group only came with 43 pirate groups, these pirate groups are all famous seas in New World. The thieves are all pirates who have experienced many battles, and they have extremely commanding combat experience, so they don't need Whitebeard's order at all. These people directly attacked 690 in an orderly manner. Through the live broadcast, I saw that both Marine and the pirates were in action. All the audience showed their excitement. These audiences were the strangest and most contradictory people. They were worried that the war between the two sides would lead to world chaos. I am also eager to see this strongest battle, because this may be a rare war in a century. It started, haha, it's finally started. The Whitebeard Pirates is playing against Marine Headquarters and 7 Warlords of the Sea. Which side is stronger and can win the final victory? It's really exciting. It was already so intense at the beginning, and it will definitely look more beautiful in the future. I can't wait. The Whitebeard Pirate Group came out, and the Marine Headquarters is also fully preparing for the battle. The pirates and Marine, who can rule the sea, may be able to see the difference through this battle. I think it must be Marine's victory, because Marine represents justice, so all pirates deserve to die. It's hard to say. Whitebeard is a legendary pirate, and it's not that easy to defeat. No matter who wins or loses, after this battle, the world situation will definitely change tremendously. Chapter 297 The Whitebeard Pirate Group, as well as the 43 pirate groups under its command, total tens of thousands of people. More importantly, these pirates who came to Marine Headquarters are all within the power of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. The most elite pirate group, each one is the strongest of 10, so although the number is not as good as the Marine Headquarters, but the combat power is not much worse. Marco, have you arranged for someone? Whitebeard suddenly asked Marco when the war broke out. Marco nodded and said, it has been arranged. It is the person led by Saki. He has a very good relationship with Lingyun and understands Marine, and his ability can reach many places that we can't go, so let him find Lingyun as the best choice. Whitebeard nodded. In order to snatch the dark fruit, Blackbeard secretly attacked Sachi, causing Sachi to lose an arm, which weakened Sachi's combat effectiveness a lot, but because of the snow fruit, Sachi was in the kendo. His strength has weakened, but other aspects have not weakened much, and as a Logia-capable person, it is indeed a very good choice for him to go to the Marine Headquarters to find someone. The battle between the Marine Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates has officially started. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates have also joined the battlefield. The same is true for the lieutenants of the Marine Headquarters. Now the strongest combat power of both parties is not yet available. Do it, the rest of the people basically joined the battlefield. Ace on the execution stage looked at this scene with a very complicated mood. His heart was full of excitement, but it was also extremely self-blame. The Whitebeard Pirates started this war because of him, and he did not want his companions to die because of him, but I don't know what to do. When the two sides were fighting fiercely, at the location of 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hawkeye suddenly walked out of the team and came to the city wall. His movements immediately attracted the attention of many people, among which the latest was naturally the rest. Shichibukai. Dracul Mahawk. The Marine below saw that the eagle's eyes moved, and suddenly exclaimed, this is the world's #1 swordsman. The executives of Marine Headquarters also looked at Hawkeye in amazement, because although Hawkeye bears the name Shichibukai, he never obeyed Marine's orders. This time he summoned Hawkeye, but he actually did not count on him. I can really fight for Marine, I just hope that he can help Marine Headquarters in a timely manner. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But no one would have thought that this battle had just begun, and Hawkeye was ready to do it, which was really strange. Doflamingo asked Hawkeye in surprise. Why, Hawkeye, are you ready to go now? Hawkeye said faintly, just give it a try and see how far away from the world's strongest man. Hawkeye never thought it would be Whitebeard's opponent. Even if he played against Beasta, he took a lot of effort to win. He was not arrogant enough to defeat Whitebeard. Rambo also looked at Eagle Eye sharply. Since losing to Eagle Eye 4 years ago, he has been working hard, but for various reasons, he did not challenge Eagle Eye again, so now he has the opportunity to see Eagle Eye. He is also looking forward to the power of eyes. When Hancock saw Hawkeye, her eyes were very unhappy. It was because of the battle with Hawkeye that Lingyun had the opportunity to be taken advantage of by Marine and was caught impelled down. So she only hated Hawkeye. If it weren't for not having to grasp the words of defeating Hawkeye, with her arrogant character, she has already started. Marine's Smoker saw the sword in Eagle Eye's hand and asked Dasky, who was beside him in confusion, is that the legendary black sword? When Dasiki saw Eagle Eye's sword, his eyes suddenly glowed strangely and slowly said, to be precise, it is Black Sword Yi. There are only 12 supreme sharp sword in the world. The blade is a chaotic blade, with heavy T-shaped characters. Only the world's strongest swordsman can be worthy of a world-famous sword. Under everyone's startled gaze, Hawkeye held the black sword with both hands, aimed at the position where Whitebeard was, and slashed it fiercely. In an instant, a blue sword beam radiated from the black sword, followed by it quickly grew bigger and became a terrifying giant sword light, passed through countless crowds, and quickly slashed towards Whitebeard. This terrifying blade light, carrying the aura of destruction, hurriedly towards Whitebeard. Wherever it passed, not many Marines and pirates flew out miserably, and soon the blade light came to the front of Whitebeard. Father. Seeing Hawkeye attacking Whitebeard, the pirates under Whitebeard shouted nervously. The world's #1 swordsman is not just casual talk, at least for ordinary pirates. Hawkeye is absolutely, it is a very scary one and can threaten the existence of Whitebeard. Facing the terrifying slash of Hawkeye, Whitebeard didn't even frown, just standing calmly at the bow of the ship and watching. Boom! With a huge roar, the horrible slashing blade light came to the front of the mobile, and it made a loud noise, but it did not attack Whitebeard, but was blocked when it was below Whitebeard, and then listened. At a burst of drink, the horrible sword light was lifted up and thrown into the air. The sword light seemed to split the sky, which was extremely shocking. Everyone watched this scene in amazement. Hawkeye's slash was really terrifying, because he wanted to attack Whitebeard, so he tried his best, but even so, the sword did not come to Whitebeard. Was blocked. And the person who blocked Hawkeye's sword was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. Joes used his fruit ability to turn himself into a diamond, possessing an extremely terrifying defense force, took over the sword of the Eagle Eye, and then transferred the slash of the Eagle Eye into the air. Blocked. The world's #1 slash was actually blocked by someone. Who was it? Who blocked this blow? Many people stared their eyes wide, wanting to see who blocked the slash of Hawkeye. When they saw the transparent, diamond-like Joes, they all exclaimed. It's the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Diamond Joes. Chapter 298. Blocking in front of Whitebeard was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. His diamond defense ability was unsolvable. Even the world's #1 slash, he blocked it intact. Captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, very strong. Hawkeye also looked at Diamond Joes unexpectedly. He originally wanted Whitebeard to do it to see how Whitebeard blocked his attack, but he didn't expect that Whitebeard hadn't done it yet and his attack was blocked by Joes. He also saw that Joes' defense was amazing. As long as Joes was in front of him, he couldn't force Whitebeard to do it, unless he did it with all his strength, but he didn't have this plan, so he didn't plan to continue doing it, silently. Put the black sword in his hand back to his back. Hawkeye's slash was just an episode. After the surprise, the battle between Marine and the pirate became more intense, and the two sides had come into contact directly. The pirates roared. Brothers, rush straight forward, rush to rescue Ace. 617 The Marines roared. Face, counterattack, don't let these pirates get close to the bay. Ace above the execution platform watched this scene in surprise, unable to calm his heart, while Sengoku sneered at the pirates' breakthrough, disdainfully said, "It's so stupid, it will only break through." As he said, he picked up the phone worm and ordered, "The shelling is wrong, aim at the enemy's subsequent pirate boats and pirates, don't let them all go ashore, just defeat them in the sea. Because it is occupying the home field, the turrets of Marine headquarters are more convenient than the turrets of the Whitebeard Pirates. When attacked, the lethality is even more terrifying." However, the pirates who followed Whitebeard this time are all well-known pirate groups in New World. Each of them is a good player of 10, and they have extremely rich combat experience. So even if Marine occupies a favorable location, the pirates still hold on. There was a slight chance to fight back, so for a while, the battle between the two sides turned out to be a tie. Have you started such a fierce battle just now? In the Chambord Islands, watching the world live broadcast on the square, many people screamed in shock when the fighting broke out instantly. These exclamations immediately aroused some people's disdain. Of course, we will fight when we meet. This time the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates are going to fight. If we meet, don't fight. Are you talking nonsense there? It deserves to be the peak of the war. It is indeed very exciting. It has been like this at the beginning. I really don't know what it will be like in the end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Any war is more exciting as it goes to the end, because everyone's whole cards are forced out one by one at the end. I'm so excited just by looking at it. I really don't know how enthusiastic the scene will be. This kind of war is not something that we can touch, we can only watch it through live broadcast. The discussion in the square, wave after wave, although many people are discussing, but more people do not say a word, staring at the big screen closely, for fear of missing any wonderful part. After the two sides fought for a while, they both suffered casualties. At this time, Marine Admiral Kizaru, who was sitting under the execution platform, could not sit still. Really, it's just the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Each one is really powerful and terrifying. If you continue to fight like this, you don't know how much loss will be. Alas, in order to reduce the loss to the end, it seems the best choice is to capture the thieves first. Kizaru got up from the chair, looked at the direction Whitebeard was, and suddenly turned into a little golden light. The golden light moved towards the front of Whitebeard, condensed in the air, and became Kizaru's appearance again. Coming to the top of Whitebeard, Kizaru threw out an attack on the Moby DK where Whitebeard was located with both hands. Hachichang Guyu. Countless golden lights shot at Whitebeard. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes and said, "Hey, how can something dazzle the eyes?" A figure next to Whitebeard quickly flew towards Kizaru. All Kizaru's attacks hit the figure, making a roar, but they were all blocked. It was a blue shadow. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a blue bird, with only the head resembling a human. The body of the bird was full of holes, but soon these holes ignited blue. The flame of color has recovered. Kizaru Admiral's attack was blocked. What is that? There was a scream, this kind of weird thing. Many people saw it for the first time, so they were very surprised. Except for the wings, the rest of the blue bird turned into a human appearance. It was the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, Marco the Phoenix. Marco smiled and said, "You are thinking too simple. How can you disturb our king as soon as you come up? Kizaru squinted and said, "The blue flame, so it's you." The marine below also exclaimed. "I was hit by Kizaru Admiral's attack, and he recovered so quickly and was unscathed. How did he do it?" "That's the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the undead Marco. He has the devil fruit abilities that are rarer than Logia, the zone monster species, the undead. It is said that this ability can be reborn from the ashes, and can be quickly recovered after any degree of injury. I did not expect it to be true." Marco smiled at Kizaru and said, "Your attack didn't seem to work. In that case, it's my turn." With that said, Marco turned into a bird all over, and rushed towards Kizaru suddenly. The speed was extremely fast. Seeing this, Kizaru used his ability to attack the past again, but his attack hit Marco, and it still started. It didn't have any effect, but was deceived by Marco. Marco kicked Kizaru fiercely. Although Kizaru blocked it with his hand, the huge power contained in that kick still kicked him and knocked him down a large building. Chapter 299. Kizaru Admiral. Seeing Kizaru being knocked into flight by Marco, those marines suddenly yelled in horror, but Kizaru quickly stood up again, and looked at Marco unscathed, and said in a deep voice, as expected of the Whitebeard Pirates, "The captain of the squad is really terrifying." After fighting Marco, Kizaru knew that Marco was not easy to deal with, and the idea of attacking Whitebeard over Marco had been impossible, so he simply ordered the marines under him to continue attacking the Whitebeard Pirates. The number of pirates is not as good as the number of marines, but they are not bad at all. One pirate can basically deal with 2 or 3 marines, but even so, the situation of the pirates is not very good, because there are too many marines, and marines' mid-level power is not what the Whitebeard Pirates can compare to. Those marine lieutenants appear one after another, and among them, they are still more able to deal with giants. "Get out of me!" Suddenly there was a roar on the battlefield, and the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division, Diamond Joes, rushed out from behind. As soon as they saw Joes, all the pirates retreated quickly and gave up a clearing. Then they saw Joes hit the ice with a violent blow, and the ice suddenly cracked and cracked. A huge block of ice was opened. With a loud shout, Joes lifted a huge block of ice out of it. This block was the size of a hill and its weight was even more terrifying. But just such a big block of ice was still lifted by Joes. "Stand up." When Marines saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and said, "This guy has really strong wrist strength. If such a large block of ice is thrown into the Marine army, let alone killing hundreds of people," under all Marines' horrified eyes, Joes threw the huge block of ice fiercely and threw it at Marine the direction of the headquarters square. The huge ice block as big as a small hill was thrown into the air by Joes, and it flew for a long time. It only fell when he knew the square was above it. If it fell down, it would definitely cause great damage to Marine. Akainu, who was sitting under the execution platform, finally moved. He slowly raised his head, his eyes gleaming under the brim of his hat, coldly looking at the flying ice, stood up slowly, and took his hands from his trouser pockets. Coming out, he said coldly, "Really, all of them don't make people worry, leaving their posts without permission. If we all attack, who else can guard this place?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Akainu's right hand suddenly turned red, and then the red lava appeared on his hand, and it grew more and more, and it expanded countless times in an instant. Finally, he gave a loud shout and slammed the huge ice block. "Spitfire. That is Marine Admiral Akainu. I heard that his abilities are very powerful. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It deserves to be Marine Admiral." The audience in Chambord Islands watched Akainu's eruption in surprise. The punch thrown by Akainu quickly expanded and turned into a giant magma punch. When it hit the huge block of ice, it made a huge explosion, and then I saw the huge block of ice instantly was evaporated by magma. I saw a few reporters gathered on the side of the Chambord Archipelago Square, chatting in a low voice while watching the live broadcast. The reporter said, "Because I was lucky that I was standing next to that person. You must know that he was a young boy about 10 years old. No one would have thought that he had that kind of courage, and his success rate was that of Loeb. He dared to break into town. I don't know if he will appear in this battle on the top. He was a famous figure in the world 10 years ago. If he also participated in the war, it would definitely be the case for the Whitebeard Pirates. Very important combat power, but I heard that he hasn't appeared in the world for 10 years. I don't know what is going on. Run, this is a volcano bomb, you must not be hit." One of the reporters asked another middle-aged reporter in his 40s, "Senior, we know that you published the report that year, and there is a clear picture of that person. What did you do?" "Arrived." 20 years have passed. Although he is now a big man in this industry, this battle for the top has caused a sensation all over the world. As a reporter, of course, he has to collect information himself. "You're talking about the person who was executed by Roger One Piece more than 20 years ago." The pirates were all embarrassed to avoid the volcanic bombs caused by Akainu, and one of the volcanic bombs rushed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard opened his mouth and smiled and said to Akainu, "It is so unscrupulous to set the fire, but at this level, you should go to light the candle on the birthday cake, Magma Kid. Marine Admiral is Marine's strongest combat power and naturally possesses strong power. However, the Whitebeard Pirate Group is not weak. I have heard that there was a young Whitebeard Pirate Group pirates many years ago. After fighting, Marine and Admiral couldn't catch him, just don't know if the pirate will appear today." It turned out that this middle-aged reporter was the one standing next to Lingyun back then. 20 years have passed. He is also considered a prominent figure in the journalist industry. It was the Loeb Town incident that made him rise naturally, because he was the only person who took a photo of Lingyun's frontal face caused him to become angry all at once. In the end, there was nothing left of such a large ice block. Not only that, after the magma giant punch broke the ice block, it did not disappear. Instead, it rushed into the sky and turned into volcanic bombs. Look, I think this is just the beginning. Didn't I see that Whitebeard hasn't done anything yet? Whitebeard is known as the world's strongest man. When he does it, he will be shocked, and that means the war will be intensified. Facing the volcanic bomb falling from the air, Whitebeard raised the pheasant in his hand and struck the huge volcanic bomb. The bomb was immediately stopped. Then he opened his mouth and spit out the hot volcano, easily extinguished. The pirates fled in fear, and Admiral Akainu's attack was not something they could bear. Chapter 300. Hearing Whitebeard's mocking tone, Akainu smiled coldly and said, "Why, Whitebeard, don't you like this luxurious funeral?" Whitebeard laughed and said, "You want to bury me because of a kid like you? Hey, you can't even deal with Laozi's son. You still want to deal with Laozi. But Laozi remembers that you three little ghosts were caught by my son Lingyun playing like a monkey, grum la la la." There was a cold flash in Akainu's eyes. At first, they chased Ji Lingyun around the world, but they let Ji Lingyun run away every time. For him, it was simply a shame that was too hard to fight. Now Whitebeard brought it up again, naturally even more unhappy. "Huh, Whitebeard, I'll send you home first, and then I'm sending that kid to hell to unite with you." Hearing Akainu's words, Whitebeard's eyes were brilliant. He knew immediately that Ji Lingyun was not dead, otherwise Akainu would not be able to say this. Since Akainu knew Lingyun was not dead, it must be because Lingyun was caught by Marine. Akainu didn't realize that he was being talked about by Whitebeard, and still stared at Whitebeard coldly. In this war, the biggest goal of Marine headquarters was Whitebeard, which was to defeat the world's #1 pirate Yang Wei. When the fighting between the two sides was fierce, the entire sea suddenly shook. Everyone looked at it in amazement, and saw a tall giant with a height of at least 80 meters coming from a distance. With 2 horns on top of his head, he was naked, with a few necklaces made of skulls hanging around his neck, and holding a huge and incomparable sword. That is the descendant of Oz, Yungwo. It's so huge, it's beyond imagination. There are such huge giants in the world. The Whitebeard Pirates is really amazing. There are such people. Little Oz, holding a giant sword, walked over like this. Although his steps were slow, he stepped a dozen meters away. It was almost like a human-shaped chariot. He quickly walked into the bay. Under his leadership, Whitebeard the pirate group also came in many people. The shells attacked Oz, but they only caused a little scar and couldn't stop his footsteps at all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under the attack of Oz, Marine's fortress formations were destroyed by him. With so many fortresses, the pirates' actions became much easier. After Oz defeated the giants, he walked towards the wall guarded by Shichibukai. At this time, Bartholomew Kuma stood up and saw him spread his hands and slowly formed a transparent bear's paw above him. The transparent bear's paw slowly grew bigger first, then slowly smaller, and finally was held in the palm of the bear's hands. These giant lieutenants are not Oz's opponents at all in power, but they still do not flinch. They did not expect to kill Oz, as long as they can prevent Oz from continuing to destroy it. It caused great damage, and the warships were picked up by him and thrown out at will. One hit would result in dozens or hundreds of Marine being seriously injured or killed in battle. Hancock was constantly moving in the crowd, very fast, and all those who were kicked by him were petrified. Seeing Hancock actually acted on Marine, a Marine officer suddenly shouted angrily, "The Pirate Empress, you even attacked our Marine?" I saw Hancock used his ability, touched his lips with his fingers, and changed into a huge pink love substance, and then pulled it back like a bow and arrow. Suddenly a large number of pink arrows were shot out, under the wall, whether it was a pirate or Marine. After hitting these arrows, they all became petrified. Then Hancock still felt upset, jumped off the wall, and whispered, "Fragrant feet." Little Oz yelled, "Daddy, don't stop me, I'm going to save Ace. Only then can I be the fastest." Because 7 warlords of the sea was standing on the city wall, Oz's approach naturally faced them. Although Doflamingo laughed, he didn't do it first. Rambo has a close relationship with Ji Lingyun. Naturally, he won't make a move. The Eagle-Eye Detachment swordsman and Whitebeard are interested. As for Little Oz, he is not interested at all. Hancock chuckled softly. "Looking at the beauty of the concubine's body, you will definitely agree." Whitebeard sighed. Marine's defense was too strict. At this time, someone really needed someone to tear a hole. Oz was the best candidate, so even if he knew that the result might not be good, he couldn't stop it. Hancock looked at them arrogantly, and said disdainfully, "Although the concubine promised you to fight against the Whitebeard Pirates, this does not mean that the concubine is your companion. For a man, 0.2 except for Lingyun brother. People are the same whether they are friends or foes, but I still hope that you can be treated as concubines and have already obeyed the agreement." Taking advantage of Oz to draw a lot of Marines' attention, some of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates actually attacked the position where Shichibukai was fighting. Rambo and others were okay and quickly backed away, but Hancock was not that kind people who bully casually. But when Whitebeard saw Oz heading toward the bay like this, he frowned and shouted, "Oz, you are just dying like this." Little Oz's footsteps were very fast, and he took the Whitebeard Pirates into the bay and quickly approached the city wall. On the way, the giant lieutenants desperately resisted, but under Oz's tremendous power, even the giant the lieutenant was also difficult to resist, and several were killed by Oz. Killing someone even got others to agree. Hancock's words made the surrounding Marines angry, and they shouted, "What did you say?" Seeing the horror of Oz, the giants at Marine headquarters couldn't stand it and quickly leaned towards Oz. But even if they were giants, they were still very small in front of Oz, equivalent to 1/3 the height of little Oz. With Oz's help, the Whitebeard Pirates quickly rushed into the bay, and suddenly gained a little advantage. Chapter 301. Bear's Paw Impact. The bear said softly, and then opened his hands. The small bear paw flew out of the bear's palm, flew lightly towards little Oz, and blasted on little Oz's belly. Boom! The bear's attack seemed to be a small attack, but the bombardment on Oz's body caused him extremely serious internal injuries, making Oz covered in blood, which was very miserable. When he was about to fall, Oz still wanted to help the Whitebeard Pirates solve a Shichibukai, so he punched Doflamingo on the wall and threw it down. But what he wanted to attack was Doflamingo. When Oz's fist was about to fall, Doflamingo flew up, and then used the fruit ability to cut off Oz's right leg at once, and Oz, who lost his balance, fell like this. Going down, where he fell, many 16 Marines were crushed to death by his huge body. Seeing little Oz fall, Ace on the execution stage wailed in pain, and he shouted, "Oz, Oz." Even if Oz fell, but his willpower still supported him, he moved a certain distance against the execution platform where Ace was before he collapsed. Oz. Whitebeard on the Moby DK also sighed. Although he knew this would be the result, he still felt very painful, because not only was Ace his son, but Oz was also his son. After saving Ace and dying, he was naturally full of grief. A Marine giant lieutenant general saw Whitebeard lost, and immediately wanted to seize the opportunity to attack Whitebeard. But how could Whitebeard be a lieutenant general who could sneak attack? I saw Whitebeard grabbed his head with his backhand, slammed it on the ship's board, directly drew the blood from the opponent's head, and then threw it out, smashed heavily into a place tens of meters away, no more breath. When the Whitebeard pirate group was fighting with the Marine headquarters, it suddenly landed from the sky and dropped a huge warship, accompanied by countless screams of horror. Look, what is that in the sky? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marine and the pirates who were fighting suddenly saw something falling from the sky, and they all yelled in shock. The person who fell from the sky was naturally the warship that Lingyun they were on. Although they were in danger, Lingyun knew that Luffy and others would accidentally hit and crash into the Marine headquarters, so he did not intervene, just grabbed the things on the warship. Stepping on the waves, even if the last waves were frozen, they also fell from the frozen waves. What? Luffy fell from the sky and they all screamed in horror, because the height they fell was more than 100 meters, and there was still ice underneath. If they smashed down, they would definitely be shattered. Look, what the hell is going on? Why did a warship fall from the ice that Captain Joe's destroyed just now? Is it Marine's conspiracy? Sengoku was even more angry and yelled at Garp. Garp, it's your relative again. See what he did? So many prisoners were released, and even that guy was released. Damn, I knew it. He should have been killed in the first place. Lingyun, look at everyone, it should be Lingyun, right? Seeing some old people from the Whitebeard Pirates 403 screamed happily. The pirates who joined the Whitebeard Pirates after Lingyun left were very curious to ask. A large group of people gathered on the bow of the warship. Most of them were wearing impel-down prison uniforms. Luffy was standing in front, facing the execution platform where Ace was, and shouted, "Ace. Hey, who is Lingyun that you were talking about? Is it also ours?" If the people on the side of the Whitebeard Pirates are excited, then the people at Marine headquarters are only surprised. What? He is the Shinigami, the legendary figure of our Whitebeard Pirates. Marco stared blankly at the people on the warship, and suddenly rushed to the front of Whitebeard, pointing in disbelief and saying, "Father, have you seen it? I'm dazzled. It turned out to be Lingyun." The old people proudly introduced. Looking at the warship, the man standing in front is our companion. The big pirate who offered $1 billion in bounty 10 years ago, the father's righteous son, Edward, Shinigami, Lingyun. On the battlefield, Lingyun and their peculiar way of playing stunned everyone. All eyes were on the warship, especially when they saw the people on the warship. It was even more incredible. Ha ha ha, that kid Lingyun, that kid has also come out. I thought he went wherever he went, ha ha. The fall of the warship was so sudden, it caused the people on the battlefield to be very shocked, especially seeing that there were so many people on the warship. It was even more incredible, such a big place. But Dudu fell into a place where there were no ice cubes. It was really too lucky. Whitebeard also smiled, and laughed excitedly. Goo la la la, yes, it is Lingyun. I know that kid is not so easy to die. It seems that our guess is not wrong. Lingyun really was given by Marine. Caught it. Especially those Marine executives who knew that Lingyun was imprisoned and impelled down. When they saw Lingyun with Luffy and the others, their faces became very ugly. Lingyun was very famous in the Whitebeard Pirates more than 10 years ago. Although he has not returned to the Whitebeard Pirates for more than a decade, his appearance has changed a lot, but some old people in the Whitebeard Pirates still vaguely remember Lingyun's appearance, screamed uncertainly. Although none of these pirates have seen Lingyun, they have also heard of Lingyun's name, so when they heard that someone had Lingyun, they were all shocked. Lingyun naturally fell along with the warship. After falling into the sea, he quickly swam up again, and also pulled Luffy up, and then a group of people quickly rushed to the place where the warship was still above the sea. Chapter 302 at the beginning. Sengoku and the others did not dare to kill Lingyun because they were worried about starting a battle with the Whitebeard Pirates, because they felt that it was unwise to start a battle with the Whitebeard Pirates for Lingyun. so Ji Lingyun was imprisoned and impelled down eternal hell, But now because of Ace, it led to a battle with the Whitebeard Pirates. Of course, the main reason was Ace's identity, and Whitebeard was older than 10 years ago, and certainly better to deal with, so Marine decided to start the war. However, Sengoku and the others carefully prepared a battle with Whitebeard, but completely forgot Ji Lingyun and impelled down. Now that they saw Ji Lingyun escape from impelled down with Luffy and them, they knew how big a mistake they had made, and they didn't even kill Ji Lingyun, this huge scourge, was eliminated in advance. Now it's not just Ji Lingyun. This time the escape team included Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov, and other strange characters. Without exception, these are all prisoners who have a headache for Marine. I didn't expect these prisoners to gather together, but also came here, which is absolutely unfavorable for Marine headquarters. It's Lingyun, you finally came out. At Shichibukai's location, Rambo saw Ji Lingyun and his heart was immediately full of excitement. He had doubts before, but now that Ji Lingyun really came out, only a deep joy is left in his heart. Hancock's performance was even more obvious. She was holding her cheek and staring at Ji Lingyun obsessively, wishing to rush to Ji Lingyun's side and hug Ji Lingyun up. Doflamingo stared at Ji Lingyun with an extremely gloomy expression, and his eyes revealed resentment. It was because of Ji Lingyun's calculations that he was beaten by Marine so miserably, and the two had a deep hatred before, so he could not wait for Ji Lingyun thousands of sword and cuts. I thought you were dead under Hawkeye's hands. I didn't expect you to be alive. Furfur, it's great. This time I will let you die without a place to bury. Hawkeye also stared at Ji Lingyun and said softly, I haven't practiced for 10 years. I wonder if your kendo has fallen? Let this guy run out. It looks like we are going to be in trouble again today, Kizaru said helplessly. Aokiji also frowned. He was escorted to impel down by Ji Lingyun himself, but he didn't expect to let him escape first. Akainu's face became gloomy to a few points. Among the three admiral, he was the one who had the deepest grievances against Ji Lingyun. At the beginning, he strongly advocated killing Ji Lingyun, but he didn't succeed. Now he sees Ji Lingyun escape. Very regretful in my heart. Ji Lingyun turned his head to look behind him, smiled in Whitebeard's direction, and said, Daddy, it's been a long time since I saw Wax. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Goo-la-la-la. Whitebeard laughed excitedly, and said with a smile, your kid is not dead yet. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, a person like me can live another 100 years at least, isn't it, Marco? Marco flew in the air, looking at Ji Lingyun, and also smiled. It's more than 100 years. I see a B****** D like you can't die for 1,000 years. We even asked Saki to find you. I didn't expect you actually came out on your own. When Ji Lingyun and the others were talking, Crocodile suddenly rushed towards Whitebeard. Seeing his movements, Ji Lingyun did not stop him, but Luffy on the side quickly followed Crocodile. Old friend, it's been a long time since I saw you, miss me. Sengoku said angrily. It's not the time to talk about this. Let him get the sword. It's extremely detrimental to us. Damn guy, his threat is not weaker than Whitebeard, and he must not be allowed to leave Marine headquarters today. Seeing that Ji Lingyun just called out, he summoned the Shinigami blade, which had been sealed for 10 years. Sengoku and others were all face change. They sealed up the Shinigami blade personally and took precautions, but this one the spirituality of the sword completely surpassed their imagination. It was able to respond to Ji Lingyun's call and flew into Ji Lingyun's hands automatically. Arrogant kid. Sengoku shouted angrily, then asked Jinbei again, Jinbei, have you decided to betray? Crocodile's sneak attack was stopped by Luffy. Ji Lingyun saw Luffy's movements and said to Whitebeard, Father, that kid is Ace's younger brother. I can escape this time. It's up to him to take care of him. Ji Lingyun said, want to kill me? You have missed the best time. Now, it is my turn to repay you. Sengoku said coldly, if that's the case, don't blame me. Garp was also very surprised. He said with a heavy tone, we have studied for 10 years and haven't pulled it out, but the kid just summoned it to his side. It seems as he said, this sword is full of spirituality, and only he can use it. Stroking the Shinigami blade, Ji Lingyun could feel the vibration and excitement from Shinigami blade. Not only did he miss Shinigami blade did not come out of its sheath for 10 years, but also miss him very much. Sengoku said coldly, it's easy to shut you down for 10 years. This time, we will completely strangle you. Suddenly, Ji Lingyun uttered a weird shout, and then shouted, come back. Boom. After that, Ji Lingyun didn't care about Whitebeard and Luffy. Suddenly he smiled at Sengoku and their location, looked at Sengoku, and said, Marshal Sengoku, you have locked me for 10 years. Should I thank you well? What? Ji Lingyun shouted. What are you doing with so much useless nonsense? I already feel it is calling me, oh. Jinbei said firmly, I don't want the position of Shichibukai. Today, I don't think I will let you succeed. How is it possible? What is going on with that Shinigami blade? How can a sword be so spiritual? Sengoku was surprised. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a ray of light suddenly shot out from the direction of Marine headquarters, passed through countless buildings, and then fell into Ji Lingyun's hands. Chapter 303. How big is Ji Lingyun's threat? Sengoku had already learned this over 20 years ago. A 10-year-old kid would snatch Roger's body in front of the world. What else he dared not do? More importantly, he succeeded, and what Ji Lingyun did afterwards was extremely amazing every time. Even Mary Joie's, the holy land of the world government, has broken through. And what scares Sengoku the most is the potential of Lingyun. Every time, Lingyun can make great progress. At the beginning, he sent Marine 3 Admiral to chase Lingyun, but instead of succeeding, he changed Lingyun. Get stronger and stronger, and finally reach the point where they can only use various calculations to catch it. However, the original strategy can only be used once. Now that Lingyun has escaped, it is no longer realistic to want to catch him. So the best way now is to completely kill Lingyun in this war. Endangered. Blade of Shinigami, that sword. Hawkeye saw that Shinigami's blade flew into Lingyun's hands automatically, and his eyes change. His black sword Yi is one of the only 12 great sword in the world, but the 357 is still a sword. There is no spirituality, and it is even less likely to be like the Shinigami blade, the ability to automatically return to the master when he calls. It seems that even if 10 years have passed, there shouldn't be any regression in his kendo. If it is someone else who hasn't practiced swords for 10 years, Hawkeye would definitely think that his kendo cultivation has declined. But Lingyun is an exception, because Lingyun is different from an ordinary swordsman. His sword is connected to him, which cannot be achieved by other swordsmen. Rambo was looking at Lingyun excitedly. After looking for the Shinigami blade, which he hadn't found for so long, he came out automatically. With Shinigami blade, he no longer has to worry about Lingyun. Brother Lingyun, let my swordsman take a look at your kendo. Hancock stared at the stars with excited eyes, and muttered, Brother Lingyun, you are the strongest. Doflamingo looked at Lingyun with a gloomy expression, and said coldly, it's the sword in that person. Let's understand the hatred back then, Shinigami. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and others who have fought against Lingyun all looked at him. They all know the importance of the Shinigami blade to Lingyun. Only Lingyun who holds the Shinigami blade is a real Shinigami. Minazuki. Lingyun pulled out Zanpakuto Minazuki. He hasn't recovered yet, so he needs to use Minazuki to recover. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Go down, Minazuki. With Lingyun's soft voice, Minazuki in his hand suddenly turned into a huge and flat one-eyed flying object. And then Lingyun said to Jinbei on the side. Jinbei, guard me here, don't let anyone disturb, I want to recover quickly. Jinbei nodded immediately and said, no problem. Lingyun nodded, and then the huge one-eyed monster swallowed him in one bite and floated in the air. Many people on the battlefield saw this scene. They were all dumbfounded watching what had just happened. They first witnessed the miracle that a sword could fly back automatically, and then saw that the drawn sword turned into he killed a one-eyed monster and swallowed his master. Is there such a weird thing? What's the matter with that monster? Many people have asked this question, but except for a few people, no one can answer their question. Whitebeard suddenly yelled and said, Marco, let some people go to Lingyun. He is treating himself. Don't let anyone disturb him. Marco immediately replied, I see, Daddy, no one can disturb Lingyun. With that said, he actually rushed to Lingyun's place with people personally, guarding Lingyun. Sengoku roared angrily. I will let people stop that guy immediately, and he must not be able to recover easily. I have fought against Lingyun many times, so the Marine headquarters also knows about Minazuki's ability, knowing that it can heal the injury. Lingyun is undoubtedly doing self-treatment by doing this, so Sengoku absolutely does not want him to recover. Give it to me. Kizaru put away his lazy expression, turned into golden light on his face, and quickly gathered towards Lingyun. When he launched an attack on Lingyun, suddenly there were waves of snowflakes in the sky. These snowflakes seemed to be light and fluttering. Yes, but there are so many, Kizaru's golden light is completely blocked by these snowflakes. Huh? Snowflakes? Kizaru in the air looked at the snowflakes in front of him in surprise. His expression became a little dignified. Under his gaze, the snowflakes slowly gathered in the air, and finally formed a white figure. Seeing this man, Kizaru's face suddenly sank, and said, Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 4th Division, Floating Snow Sachi. Because of the snow fruit, Sachi has used this fruit to gain a great reputation over the years, and the title has also become snow fruit. He is the famous big pirate in New World. How could you interrupt Lingyun so easily? Sachi looked at Kizaru with a smile. Compared to more than 10 years ago, Sachi still has some changes. The biggest thing is naturally his left arm. Because of the sneak attack when Blackbeard snatched dark fruit, he used snow fruit's ability to live. He came down, but the price was the loss of an arm. After all, he never thought that Blackbeard, as a companion, would attack him unexpectedly. When the war started before, he was arranged by Whitebeard to go to the Marine headquarters to find the whereabouts of Lingyun, but he searched for a long time and could not find it until he just saw a warship descending from the sky, and then saw the Shinigami blade, so knowing that Lingyun had appeared immediately, he hurried back to the battlefield. When he came back, he saw Minazuki's huge body, and then Kizaru attacked Minazuki, so he didn't hesitate to use his ability to protect Lingyun. The loss of an arm did have an impact on Saki, making him use the sword not as smooth as before, but he has slowly integrated the sword technique and the fruit ability, so the combat effectiveness has not dropped too much. Chapter 304. There are more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, except for the Firefist Ace. All have arrived. This is the neat and strongest Whitebeard Pirate Group. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group are really terrifying. Kizaru's tone was lazy, but his voice was extremely serious. Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spears. Suddenly 2 ice thorn spears shot at the huge big-eyed monster Minazuki, but halfway they were blocked by a blue flame. It was Marco. If you want to kill Lingyun, you have to ask us if we agree. The pirates who were weighing next to Whitebeard came to Ji Lingyun where they were and escorted Ji Lingyun. Seeing that there was no chance to kill Ji Lingyun, Sengoku no longer insisted. Instead, Marine attacked the other members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Although Ji Lingyun was a great threat, killing Whitebeard was even more significant. The pirates quickly rushed towards the bay. After that, Luffy helped Whitebeard block Crocodile's attack. He immediately moved towards the execution platform where Ace was located, but Luffy's strength was good, but this place is the world after all. At the top of the war, the people involved in the war are not ordinary people, so Luffy is advancing very slowly. Boom! Suddenly a laser was shot in front of Luffy. It turned out that Kizaru gave up to kill Ji Lingyun and attacked him instead. It's just a newcomer, and he dared to come to such a battlefield. However, the son of the revolutionary Long will definitely be the enemy in the future, so it's okay to kill you here. Kizaru was murderous against Luffy, so he went out to search more aggressively, but at this time Ivankov appeared in time and blocked Kizaru's attack for Luffy, but at this time Marine's secret weapon, the pacifist, also appeared. Saki, Jinbei, you are watching Lingyun here, and I will go to my father and tell him Marine's battle plan. Marco walked up to Sachi and said to Sachi and Jinbei. Saki and Jinbei both nodded and said, we know that Lingyun will leave it to us, go to dad. Marco flew in front of Whitebeard and told him, Father, Marine's battle plan has been obtained, and they are going to execute Ace in advance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard nodded and said, I already know, but this should be Sengoku's plan. Based on my understanding of him, he can't let us know their battle plan so easily, so be careful. Schoolyard and them? Whitebeard asked. Marco said, it should be a hard fight with the Marines at Beidou. Do you need me to help them? Whitebeard shook his head and said, no, I was a little worried about Lingyun, but now that he has appeared, he has solved a problem for me. His power is very suitable for this kind of melee battle. As long as he is better, he should give us a lot of help. Marco nodded and said, I understand. At this moment, Ace on the execution stage suddenly yelled at Luffy. Don't come, Luffy, you should understand, you and I are pirates, we all have our own goals, I don't need you to save me, hurry up. Luffy shouted, I don't care, I am your brother, I must save you. Luffy's willpower is still very strong, no matter what Ace said, he rushed towards the execution platform unwaveringly. Seeing Luffy advancing on the battlefield, Sengoku on the execution stage shouted angrily. What are you doing? Don't let a little newcomer disrupt the battle. Straw Hat Luffy will become our major enemy in the future. He is the brother of Fire Fist, Ace, and he is also the biological son of the revolutionary Long, so he must not be allowed to live. Hearing the news from Sengoku, everyone on the battlefield was shocked, especially Marine, whose eyes changed even more. Revolutionary Dragon is now the #1 enemy of the world government, so Luffy's identity is completely different. Ace is bad. Those pirates who watched the world live broadcast also showed shock. Zero seeking flowers. Oh. What, the pirate Straw Hat Boy is the son of the revolutionary dragon. Big news, absolutely big news, hurry up and report to the headquarters. It is really surprising that the son of the revolutionary dragon and the son of One Piece are brothers. Unexpectedly, this newcomer pirate who appeared suddenly has such a big background. The supernovas in the same class as Luffy also looked at Luffy in amazement. Luffy's identity is much better than them. This war really brought everyone out, it's really interesting. Rayleigh smiled and said, first Lingyun, and now Luffy, all appeared at Marine headquarters. Zero Shachi said in surprise. What I didn't expect was that Lingyun was imprisoned by Marine and impelled down. No wonder there was no news for 10 years. It seems that this time it was Luffy's accidental attack that brought him out. Rayleigh said, I have been imprisoned by Marine for 10 years and no news is revealed. Marine really pays attention to him. Perhaps even Sengoku did not expect that this war would release him. There will be a good show next, up. At this time, New World, Beast's Pirates and Red Hair Pirates finally collided in the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Under Kaido's leadership, Beast's Pirates was planning to take down the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop, but it was unexpected that Red Hair Pirates appeared and stopped them, so the war between the two sides was about to start. However, the two sides did not really fight, but the captains of the two sides met and started negotiations. Marine headquarters. Ji Lingyun's healing did not last long. There was no serious injury on his body. It was just that he was locked by chains for the past 10 years, causing bone dislocation and so on. After Minazuki's treatment, he quickly recovered. Immediately when Lingyun came out of Minazuki, his whole spirit was restored to its peak, holding the Shinigami blade, looking at the execution table of Marine headquarters with a cold look, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chapter 305. Lingyun. Seeing Ji Lingyun appear, Saki and Jinbei were immediately excited to come over. Saki gave Ji Lingyun a big hug and happily said, Lingyun, your kid has finally appeared. Do you know it hasn't been in 10 years? Your news worries us badly. Daddy Tenten talks about you. Ji Lingyun was also excited and hugged Saki, then let go, and said with a smile, it's nothing, I was detained by Marine for 10 years. In order not to worry you, I didn't notify you. You kid. Saki hammered Ji Lingyun uncomfortably, and said, we are relatives. You didn't want us when you encountered difficulties. If we knew that you were caught by Marine, we would definitely rescue you like this. Ugh. Ji Lingyun said, "It is precisely because of this that I am more worried. That will only increase casualties. Don't you think I am out now?" Saki said helplessly. "What your kid said makes sense." Ji Lingyun's eyes fell on Saki's broken arm, his face became very gloomy, and he said coldly, "Your arm was broken by the guy teach?" Saki sighed and said, "Don't talk about it, no one thought that the guy would betray, and if I didn't eat the snow fruit you gave, I'm afraid he would have died in his hands. Think about it, you should listen to you back then, be careful of that guy, or you have a vision." When Blackbeard joined the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun raised objections, and later argued against him everywhere. Except for a small number of people who have a good relationship with Ji Lingyun, everyone else thinks that Ji Lingyun is a little stingy. He was dissatisfied, but looking back now, they all thought they were ridiculous. The facts proved that Ji Lingyun's vision was correct. Blackbeard was a natural rebellious person and almost killed Sachi. Ji Lingyun said, "Now it's useless to say these things. This war is teaches conspiracy. He caught Ace and handed Ace to the Marine headquarters, and then forced us to go to war with the Marine headquarters. He was easy to sit. Reap the benefits of fishermen." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Saki was shocked when he heard Ji Lingyun's words, and asked, "How did you know?" Ji Lingyun said, "Because I met Teach when I escaped from Impel Down before. This guy used the opportunity of the Marine headquarters to fight with us to invade Impel Down, release the criminals in Impel Down, and find some powerful criminals. As a companion, the most important thing is that I guess he has bigger plans, and the target may be Dad." "What are you talking about? Teach's target might be Dad?" Saki and Jinbei were shocked when they heard Ji Lingyun's words. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, "Saki, Blackbeard's body structure is somewhat special. You should be aware of this. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why he joined our Whitebeard Pirates is because of dark fruit. Fruit has the ability to absorb, coupled with his special body. I am afraid that he will get 2 or more devil fruit abilities. Daddy's shock fruit is probably his goal. Of course, this is my guess." Although Ji Lingyun said this was speculation, both Saki and Jinbei believed his words very much. Jinbei said, "Lingyun, although what you said may be ridiculous, but I know you will definitely not be the kind of aimless person, but what we have to worry about is not Blackbeard. Our biggest enemy now is Marine headquarters, how to rescue Ace, and then flee from Marine headquarters, this is the most important thing." Sachi agreed. Jinbei is right, the key now is to rescue Ace. Ji Lingyun said, "I know that Ace is the son of Uncle Roger, and Uncle Roger is kind to me, so I will try my best to rescue Ace. I'm telling you this just to prepare you mentally. We are not really over just by defeating Marine headquarters, we have to be careful of the enemies behind." Saki said, "Well, we know, but how do we rescue Ace now?" Ji Lingyun squinted at the execution platform and said in a deep voice, "It's not easy to rush to the execution platform. Sengoku and Garp are now guarding the execution platform. Apart from Dad, I am afraid that no one can rescue Ace from them, so we have to think of other ways." 0. "Then do you have a good way?" Jinbei asked. Ji Lingyun suddenly looked at Luffy who was scurrying among the Marine crowd, and said with a smile, "There is indeed one way. We need one that is not very strong and will not make Marine too jealous, but at the same time it can create miracles people." Following Ji Lingyun's gaze, Saki and Jinbei were a little surprised. Jinbei asked, "Lingyun, isn't it Luffy what you are talking about?" Ji Lingyun nodded and said, "Yes, it is him, he is the best candidate." Sachi shook his head quickly and said, "No, he is just a newcomer, how can he have that ability?" Ji Lingyun secretly said in her heart, "He is the protagonist of One Piece, a man who can perform miracles. In the original book, it was him who rescued Ace. Of course, it is impossible for him to say this, so he said, don't underestimate him. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have escaped from Impel Down in 5.7. What's more important is his identity, he is Marine. The grandson of the hero Garp. If someone else rushed to the execution stage, who do you think can save someone from Sengoku and Garp? And he is Garp's grandson. Garp himself will definitely not start, even Sengoku will be because I care about the face of my old friends and won't kill him, so the opportunity is here. In fact, among One Piece, Luffy was able to rescue Ace. It was indeed too lucky. First of all, Sengoku's main energy was placed on Whitebeard, and Garp could not do anything with his grandson, so Luffy was able to take advantage of it and rescued Ace. Although Ace died later, it was all to save Luffy, so Ji Lingyun wanted to use Luffy to make a fuss like the original book. Chapter 306. Really do it? Both Saki and Jinbei asked Ji Lingyun uncertainly. Although Ji Lingyun said the truth, both of them were still dubious and lacking confidence. Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, I only know if I have tried it. Ask me, I can't give you an accurate answer. I just said that this is a feasible method. As a strategy, we still try our best to rescue Ace. If we can do it, we don't need his help. Ji Lingyun looked ahead and said, if you want to save Ace, you must first break into the square of Marine headquarters, but Marine will not let us succeed so easily. He who has seen One Piece naturally knows that Marine will set up an ambush in the bay to form an enclosing wall, trying to trap them in the enclosing wall, and then easily destroy it. He also saw Oz's current location, which is similar to the original book. The middle is the same, falling in the direction leading to the Marine headquarters square. 13. Jinbei, follow Luffy and protect him secretly. I have to take action. I haven't done it for 10 years and my whole body will be rusted. Holding the Shinigami blade in his hand, Ji Lingyun's eyes showed excitement. Having been trapped for 10 years, he has finally gotten out of it, and it was such a shocking battle, it was hard for him not to be excited. Jinbei is not at all disgusted with Ji Lingyun's orders. You must know that even in the Whitebeard Pirates, Ji Lingyun's status is very high. Even Marco and others listen to him sometimes, and more importantly, Jinbei, I have been with Ji Lingyun for a while, and I still have some understanding and trust in Ji Lingyun's personality. Saki said to Ji Lingyun. Lingyun, I want to take someone to break through. Ji Lingyun said, well, Marine's secret weapon, the pacifist, is taken out. It is a robot made based on the abilities of bears and Kizaru. It is difficult for ordinary people to deal with. You have the ability of Snowfruit. Saki smiled and said, leave it to me, I promise that they have no room to play. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I saw that Sachi quickly rushed into the battle between Marine and the pirates. When Sachi did not get Snowfruit, he was already the captain of the 4th division of the Whitebeard Pirates. After getting Snowfruit, Sachi was strong. It is advancing by leaps and bounds, and the power of the same fruit in the hands of different people is naturally different. In the original book, it was a woman of Doflamingo who got Snowfruit. In her hands, she could not even beat Zoro with Snowfruit ability, but Snowfruit was in Sachi's hands. It is surprisingly powerful. Although it is not as scary as Aokiji's frozen fruit, it is not much worse in nature. He does not have the strong freezing ability like Aokiji's frozen fruit, but can create a climate and power like a snowy day. It is also extremely scary. Zangetsu. If it weren't for Blackbeard's sneak attack, with Blackbeard's strength at the time, I am afraid that it would not be Sachi's opponent. Ji Lingyun slashed several swords in a row, each of which was full of murderous intent. With a few swords, at least hundreds of Marines died in his hands. Those Marines couldn't stop his footsteps and were forced by him. Keep going back. Looking at the Marine ahead, Ji Lingyun held the hilt of the Shinigami blade, his eyes flashed, and Zanpakuto suddenly pulled out. Seeing the huge sword light attacking, many Marines shouted in horror and wanted to retreat, but the huge sword light carried the power to destroy everything, leaving a huge sword mark on the ice surface. Countless Marines died under this blow. However, although Sachi's ability to restrain the pacifists, after all, he has only one person, but there are many pacifists. On this battlefield, he is simply too busy to work alone and can only destroy one by one. Kizaru is the person responsible for the construction of the pacifists. He saw Sachi's actions and his face suddenly became very ugly. He was shocked. Unexpectedly, Sachi's fruiting ability is so similar to Kuzan's ability. Frozen, this is troublesome. The crescent moon is in the sky. The crescent moon is in the sky. The crescent moon is in the sky. Ace on the execution stage looked at the people below who fought for him with regret and excitement in his eyes. Everyone was able to come to save him 750. He was really touched, but he saw everyone died to save him. He was full of regret again. Zan Taomaru saw that Sachi had solved a pacifist so quickly, and then quickly rushed to other pacifists. He was immediately surprised. Not only him, but other Marine seniors also saw this scene. They were all shocked. Go. After Sachi rushed into the battlefield, he swiftly faced the pacifists controlled by Marine and Momomaru. Using Snowfruit's ability, he quickly froze a pacifist, despite the speed. Not as fast as Aokiji, only the sky full of snowflakes gradually covered, but the cold air that it carried quickly penetrated into the pacifists, freezing its internal parts and destroying the pacifists from the inside. Today's battlefield is very strange. Ji Lingyun and the others who escaped from Impel Down landed in the bay when they first appeared, so they immediately attracted Marine's forces and surrounded them, the Whitebeard Pirates and the attached sea. The thief group was on the way to the bay from the head of the bay. As for Marine, it surrounded the Whitebeard Pirate group on both sides, and the pacifists slowly rushed into the bay from the head of the bay, trying to seal the pirates' retreat. Pacifists are robots after all. Unlike humans, once they are restricted in their movements, it is difficult to break free from them, especially the internal parts that emit lasers are destroyed. There is absolutely no other way to speak of. The huge Zangetsu appeared in Ji Lingyun's hands, and then he held Zangetsu in both hands and waved it fiercely at the Marine soldier in front of him. The crescent moon rushes into the sky. It's the slash of the great swordsman. Run! The white sword light appeared from Zangetsu, and then quickly enlarged. The huge sword light slashed at the Marine ahead fiercely. Chapter 307. This guy is a great pirate from 10 years ago. Shinigami, be careful everyone. Marine knows the identity of Ji Lingyun and loudly reminds those Marines who are fighting with Ji Lingyun, but no matter how much he reminds, it will not help at this time. No matter who the opponent is, they must do their best go to fight. Let me be your opponent. Suddenly a general Marine rushed in front of Ji Lingyun. This was a man in his 30s. He was very fast. After appearing, he immediately moved and quickly killed Ji Lingyun. Shave. Marine 6 styles. When Ji Lingyun saw the action of Marine Lieutenant General, the corner of his mouth suddenly sneered. With a backhand, the position of the slash was exactly where Lieutenant Marine appeared. Facing Zangetsu's slash, the Marine Lieutenant looked shocked and hurried towards go back. Moonwalk. Lieutenant General Marine swiftly kicked a few times in the air, and he dodges Ji Lingyun slashing dangerously, but this is only the beginning. When he backed up, Ji Lingyun suddenly jumped out. The speed was not even comparable. He is slow when using shaving. Not good. Lieutenant General Marine's pupils showed a look of horror, because Ji Lingyun's Zangetsu had already arrived in front of him. Even if he tried to avoid it, he still couldn't avoid the result of being cut. What? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Half of his arm was cut off by Lingyun. The Marine lieutenant screamed, and at the same time, the surrounding Marines were exposed with awe. You must know that although the attacker Lingyun is not the Lieutenant General of Naval Headquarters, I am also a Lieutenant General. I was defeated by Lingyun before these two moves, and also broke his arm. This is really terrifying. Don't be afraid, everyone, he is just one person, let's go together. Although some Marines were frightened, there were still many Marines who were determined not to be afraid of death. After seeing Lingyun's greatness, they instead boosted morale, let everyone eliminate their fears, and killed Lingyun on a large scale. On the battlefield, Lingyun caused the deaths of dozens of people. It can be said to be very spectacular, so many people's eyes are attracted. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate group are all excited call. It's terrifying strength. Even if Lingyun has been locked up by Marine for 10 years, her strength is still as strong as ever. What? The screams of horror came from the surviving Marine soldiers. They all couldn't help but retreat. Lingyun's killing method was too weird. He didn't move, but the Marines who were close to him were all overwhelmed by the sky. Sakura was killed by a sword, and the Marines, who were not too knowledgeable, were terrified. In an instant, Sakura's blade was broken down into thousands of sharp blades that were invisible to the naked eye, and flew from all directions to the Marines who besieged Lingyun. The blades refracted light as they danced, making them look like thousands of withered. Sakura is as beautiful as a flower. After pulling out Sakura, Lingyun quickly proceeded to Shikai, muttering, "Spread it, Sakura." No, he just shifted his eyes to Lingyun and saw that Lingyun exhibited Kamui. Using Sakura, he killed dozens of Marine soldiers in an instant, which made him extremely angry. However, behind this beauty is an astonishing murderous intent. When Lingyun was launched, the 1,000 Sakura flowers burst out at an astonishing speed, cutting the surrounding Marine, and the Marine soldiers had not rushed to Lingyun's face, has been wounded by the blade of Sakura. Most people have been cut to the deadly position, and only a few people have escaped the fatal attack and saved their lives. Angrily Sengoku roared loudly. Listen well, everyone, that man named Shinigami, absolutely must not underestimate him. He is a powerful enemy of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has already offered a bounty 10 years ago. A big pirate of billions, so don't get close to him if you are timid. Also, pay attention to the air. That man has the ability to fly, so he must not be allowed to rush into the square. Although Sengoku's words seemed to praise Lingyun's strength, he actually reminded Marine that he was very clear that letting some ordinary Marines deal with Lingyun was just to die, because Lingyun was different from others and could not rely on military strength. The number of people can be exhausted, because Lingyun's abilities are too weird, just like Sakura just now, killing so many people in an instant, but it did not consume much physical strength at all, so the human sea tactics have no effect on Lingyun. In the past, they were a little skeptical. After all, the strengths of Marco and the captains are all placed there, but Lingyun is not even a captain. No matter how strong it is impossible to be stronger than Marco and others. But now after seeing it with their own eyes, they know there is nothing false about what Marco said, although this is only a short time, but it also shows Lingyun's powerful strength. The only thing not expected by Sengoku is Lingyun and others who escaped from impelled down. The Straw Hat Luffy is okay. After all, the strength is limited and can be blocked by sending a small amount of troops. But Lingyun is different, even if it is locked for 10 years, but Sengoku did not dare to underestimate him. Seeing the Marines swarming, there were at least hundreds of them. Lingyun smiled and shoved Zangetsu into the sheath, then held the hilt of the sword and whispered, Sakura. Because Sengoku is standing on the highest execution platform, you can clearly see the whole battle. Now the pirates and Marine are fighting, so the fight is inextricably difficult, but all of this is in his expectation. That man is the Lingyun Marco they always talk about in private. I didn't expect it to be really that powerful. As expected of us from the Whitebeard Pirate group, who killed so many Marines in an instant, it is powerful. The pirates were shocked to see the strength that Lingyun showed, especially the pirates who joined the Whitebeard Pirates camp later, because they chatted with Marco and the old crew. At that time, I have talked about Lingyun many times in private, saying that Lingyun is the strongest in the Whitebeard Pirates group except Whitebeard. Chapter 308. Is that man Lingyun, the predecessor Marco they are talking about? On the execution stage, Ace was staring at Luffy, for fear that Luffy would be in danger, but Lingyun's sudden outbreak was also seen in his eyes, and his heart was very shocked. In the past, Ace heard Marco and they said that Lingyun is powerful. Although he usually agrees with him verbally, he does not really agree with him, convinced. But now after seeing Lingyun's greatness, he knew that Marco was true and that Lingyun was indeed strong. Sengoku, this kid is not easy to deal with. It is impossible to defeat him with ordinary soldiers. Garp on the other side of the execution stand looked at Lingyun below and said solemnly to Sengoku. Sengoku said, "Of course I know that in order to stop that kid, you must have strong combat power. Now Akainu and the others have to guard against Whitebeard. The other generals are also the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group and their subordinates. The captain of the pirate regiment blocked it. If you turn your head to deal with him, it will have some impact on the situation of the battle." Garp said 480. If you have an impact, you must do it, otherwise, letting that kid act recklessly will tear up a gap in our battle. Once the gap opens, it will have a greater impact on us. Sengoku's face changed, and Garp was right. If Ji Lingyun is allowed to do this, he may actually tear a gap. Ji Lingyun's threat is much greater than the little Oz before. What Oz did not do, Ji Lingyun was very difficult to do. Sengoku glanced across the battlefield, and suddenly Sengoku saw Shichibukai's location, and his eyes flashed brightly. He said, "There's a way. We let Shichibukai participate in this war. It's not just for them to watch. Problem, they also need to do it." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Garp asked, "Do you want to use Shichibukai to deal with that kid? This is a feasible way, but those people are not obedient masters. It is not so easy to get them to take action, or even fight for their lives." Sengoku said confidently, "Don't be so troublesome. They will definitely take action. Both Hawkeye and Sword Demon are swordsmen. Hawkeye and the kid have fought against each other, and there is no difference between the winner and the loser. He definitely wants to do it again. Fight, and the Sword Demon once had an idea about that kid's Shinigami blade, and now it just has a chance. As for Doflamingo, it goes without saying that he and the kid are almost dead enemies, only the Pirate Empress, but it's okay. She can't do much by herself, huh? Who am I? It's you, Doflamingo." Ji Lingyun sneered disdainfully and said, "That would be disappointing, because we will not die today, and the dead will die for you." A peculiar burst of laughter sounded. Ji Lingyun turned his head to look, and saw Doflamingo not far away. His hands and fingers were constantly twisting, and the lines invisible to the naked eye were constantly shooting at Ji Lingyun. But Ji the haunting Sakura Hana around Lingyun blocked all his attacks. Doflamingo, who was originally laughing, his face instantly became ugly after hearing what Ji Lingyun said, because what Ji Lingyun said was what he did before, but he was taken seriously by Ji Lingyun, starting from the first of the two. The first time I met, he started to be pitted, although he only contacted a few times later, he suffered every time. Ji Lingyun saw Doflamingo with a disdainful smile and said, "Now it has changed, from pirate to Shichibukai. The span is good, but looking at you like this, you have been doing pretty well recently, haven't been fooled?" Sengoku's idea is indeed good, and Ji Lingyun has already encountered Shichibukai's obstacles before he can give orders. Because the place he chose to rush is not far from where Shichibukai is, he naturally attracted attention. One of the people who chose to do it first was Doflamingo. When Ji Lingyun used Senbon Sakura to attack those marines, his expression changed suddenly, and countless blades flew back to him. At the same time, the clinking sound rang like a sound of gold and iron. Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, "It's really uncomfortable, but so what, at least I won't be driven around like a bereaved dog. I heard that you have entered New World and it seems that you are still developing well, but your good days may end soon." Doflamingo said bitterly, "Don't say it's you today, even the entire Whitebeard pirate group will be buried here, you, Fist of Fire, Whitebeard, all of you will die here. It's you, Shinigami." It was Sword Demon Rambo, one of 7 warlords of the sea who appeared between the two. Sengoku on the execution stage also saw the situation here and said loudly, "Sword Demon, Tenyasha, that guy will give you 2, absolutely can't let him leave here alive." Doflamingo is a proud person who bears conqueror's haki. He thinks he is a man of heaven, so he doesn't put anyone in his eyes, as if the whole world will be calculated by him. But there is only one exception, that is Ji Lingyun. After several encounters and fights with Ji Lingyun, he was at a disadvantage every time. Ji Lingyun seemed to restrain him like a natural enemy. Suddenly a figure fell between Ji Lingyun and Doflamingo. Doflamingo looked at the person who appeared in surprise and asked, "Why, Sword Demon, are you interested in this guy too?" There was no news of Ji Lingyun for 10 years. He thought that Ji Lingyun was dead, but he did not expect that not only was Ji Lingyun alive, but also stood in front of him again. This caused the anger accumulated in his heart to burst out all at once, so just now the sneak attack on Ji Lingyun was all about trying to kill Ji Lingyun. Fur. Shinigami, I thought you became a real Shinigami 10 years ago. I didn't expect that today, 10 years later, you will be making trouble again. This 10-year prison life is not easy, right? Fur. Doflamingo sneered. Chapter 309. Fur. Doflamingo laughed and said, "Shinigami, the current situation seems to be very unfavorable to you." Facing Doflamingo's ridicule, Ji Lingyun smiled faintly and said, "Really? But I don't think so. On the contrary, I think the current situation is not good for you." Doflamingo said, "It's the present situation, and it looks like you can control everything. It's really annoying." Ji Lingyun smiled confidently. "Really, more or less? But is that really the case? Tell him, Rambo." As soon as his words fell, under Doflamingo's horrified gaze, Rambo, who was supposed to be standing with him, suddenly turned his head and swung a sword at Doflamingo, even if it was a calculating and gloomy man like Doflamingo. He couldn't react completely. He was stabbed by Rambo with a sword. Fortunately, he didn't trust anyone and kept a certain amount of vigilance at all times. So when Rambo suddenly attacked him, he avoided it a little bit. He was stabbed to the point, but injured the position of his lower abdomen. "You guy." Doflamingo looked at Rambo in amazement. The sword in Rambo's hand was dripping with blood, and his expression was cold, as if he had done a trivial thing. "How dare you do it to me? Even if it is injured, Doflamingo still can't believe that Rambo did it to him, because in his opinion, Rambo has no reason to shoot him, because they are both Shichibukai, and there is no intersection before, but the facts were beyond his expectations. Rambo attacked him at this time. Looking at Ji Lingyun with a smile on his face, Doflamingo seemed to understand something, and exclaimed at Rambo, "Sword Demon Rambo, are you his?" Ji Lingyun responded with a smile. Who is more unfavorable to this situation now? Since Rambo chose to shoot, he naturally exposed his identity. He slowly walked to Ji Lingyun's side, stood with Ji Lingyun, and looked at Doflamingo coldly. Brother Lingyun, you are finally free. Rambo said to Ji Lingyun with some excitement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, I was able to escape, thanks to you, thank you, brother. Rambo was very excited by the brother. He has always regarded Ji Lingyun as his senior and has always been in contact with Kendo. He also longs for one day to stand with Ji Lingyun and fight side by side, and return Ji Lingyun's great favor. How can it be? Seeing Sword Demon, Rambo suddenly rebelled and stood with Ji Lingyun. Everyone on the entire battlefield was stunned, not only them, but even the audiences all over the world were stunned. No matter what you say, you can't change the fact that you betrayed, Sengoku roared angrily. Sword Demon, Rambo's reputation on the Grand Line is still very high. Although he has not been to New World very much, his strength is obvious to all. His predecessor Shichibukai Gecko Moria was cut by him, and he has also helped Marine deal with it over the years some pirates, so they are very famous in the Grand Line. The whole world knows that he is biased towards the Shichibukai of Marine headquarters. Sengoku shouted in pain at Rambo who was standing with Ji Lingyun. Originally, when they were in a disadvantaged position, Ji Lingyun suddenly appeared with people, turning the battlefield into chaos, which was more beneficial to them. Now it is even Marine's important force. Shichibukai is his own. What could be more important than this? Happy. Rambo said, I've never been one of your people, so how come you betrayed? But if you think this way makes you happy, think so. From now on, we will be enemies. Gula Lala. Marine headquarters, be awakened. You will gradually see how powerful Lingyun is, haha. This is the man who is best at creating miracles in our Whitebeard Pirates. He wants to use Shichibukai to deal with Lingyun. Haha, Marine headquarters. I didn't expect it to be like this, right? Sengoku was also dumbfounded. He was gasping in disbelief and his expression was very ugly. Rambo was from Ji Lingyun. He couldn't believe this, but the facts were in front of him, and he couldn't believe him. It turns out that the reason why you joined Shichibukai is because of Shinigami. He has helped us do things more than once in the past few years, in order to eliminate our suspense and let us fully believe in you. What's more ridiculous is that we actually really being deceived by you, Sword Demon. Playing us like fools is absolutely unforgivable. A total of 5 people appeared in Shichibukai. Now Rambo has clearly stood on their side. There is also a pirate empress who has a close relationship with Ji Lingyun. Although she may not help them, she will definitely not harm Ji Lingyun, so Marine's important ally, Shichibukai's existence suddenly became very embarrassing. Facing Sengoku's questioning and anger, Rambo's expression was very calm. He looked at Sengoku faintly and said, Don't say so noble, Marshal Sengoku, I seem to owe you to me. Believe me? I have never believed in me. Similarly, I have never believed in you. You want to use me, and I want to use you. This is why we can reach agreement. But it was such a person from the Marine headquarters who was considered by others. He actually rebelled at this time and attacked another Shichibukai so blatantly. In the end, he walked to the side of Ji Lingyun and looked at the appearance of the two of them. Their relationship is very close. Marco also laughed and said, Lingyun is Lingyun, who can do what others can't. Who could have imagined that the famous Shichibukai, Sword Demon, would be the one he had arranged long ago? It's really unexpected. What? Seeing Rambo and Ji Lingyun standing together, as well as the conversation between Rambo and Sengoku, Whitebeard standing on the Moby DK laughed happily. Since Ji Lingyun appeared, he has been in a very good mood. Ji Lingyun is his most valued son, and Ji Lingyun has never let him down. Chapter 310. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group are all excited by Ji Lingyun's hand. Although they have not gained any advantage for the time being, it has greatly improved their morale. Even Shichibukai can be theirs. What else is it impossible? Although Ace on the execution stage was also surprised, he was already mentally prepared, because when he was down in Impel, he already knew that the relationship between Rambo and Ji Lingyun was different, but he saw this change for Whitebeard. The pirates brought great morale to him, and the situation of this war was changing rapidly, which shocked his heart. Compared with the excitement of the pirates, the Marines' morale was inevitably affected. At this critical moment, Shichibukai, an important force on the Marines' side, rebelled. What will happen to the remaining Shichibukai? That damn kid. Akainu looked at Ji Lingyun and Rambo with gloomy eyes, and there were other Marine executives who also had a bad face. Garp sat there with a very heavy face. He asked in confusion, what is the relationship between Sword Demon and Shinigami? Why can we make such a sacrifice for him? Why have we never found out that they have any connection before? When Rambo became Shichibukai, Marine headquarters naturally conducted a careful investigation, but Rambo and his sons knew that they would face Marine in the future, so they created a perfect identity for Rambo. No matter how Marine investigates, it is impossible for Marine to investigate the problem, let alone contact Ji Lingyun. Although Sengoku was very puzzled, no matter how doubtful it was at this time, the facts were already in front of him. Haha, Lingyun really has a few brushes. In the Chambord Islands, Rayleigh laughed and looked at the big screen, and said to Shachi on the side, I see, this kid hasn't appeared for 10 years, and he did such a big thing as soon as he appeared. It really fits the kid's personality. Shachi said, but the most shocking thing about him is that he was detained by Marine for 10 years, and he was able to contact the sword demon under such circumstances, and made him become Shichibukai and penetrated into marine. I have to say that Sengoku made a mistake this time. Sword demon Rambo belonged to Ji Lingyun. Even the gods would not have thought of this. No wonder everyone who saw it was so shocked. The Shichibukai sword demon turned out to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How is this possible? This wave of my service is worthy of the legendary big pirate, powerful, and the marine headquarters is shameful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, such a Shichibukai mutiny may cause some problems, but it shouldn't be a big problem for marine headquarters, right? At 2H at carat A plus, although Rambo's rebellion shocked the world, after the shock, many people still had faith in marine. After all, it was just a Shichibukai, not to the point where it hurt marine. The fact is indeed the case. After the initial shock, Sengoku quickly recovered. He said coldly to Rambo, "Sword demon, since you dare to choose to betray it this time, you will never be allowed this time. Leave Marin Vando." Rambo replied indifferently, "Then it depends on whether you have this ability." For a 4, it's really interesting. Although Doflamingo was stabbed by Rambo, the wound was not deep, so there was no major obstacle. However, his eyes were coldly looking at Rambo, and he said coldly, "Who can you help this day, the guy who is about to die here, sword demon? This is not a wise choice." Doflamingo said coldly, "Only you? I don't have that qualification yet, 5 color strings." Although Rambo is also Shichibukai, Ji Lingyun hasn't really seen him make a full shot, so he can't judge how strong Rambo is, but as long as he is careful, there should be no problem with Doflamingo. To be an excellent swordsman, eyesight and perception are definitely much stronger than ordinary people. Although Doflamingo's silk thread is almost transparent, it can still cause air vibrations and make subtle sounds during movement, so Rambo is still very capable. The existence of the silk thread was clearly captured, and the silk thread of Doflamingo was easily blocked. Doflamingo looked at Ji Lingyun with a gloomy face. It is difficult for him to beat Ji Lingyun alone. Adding a Rambo would make it even more unlikely that he would have a chance, but of course he couldn't admit it, so he just had a cold face, not talking. "Brother Lingyun, leave it to me here, you do what you want to do." Looking at Doflamingo, Ji Lingyun said with a disdainful expression. If Doflamingo is determined to stop him, it is indeed a bit troublesome, but he doesn't care too much. Anyway, the battlefield is messy enough, and one more Doflamingo is nothing. Doflamingo grabbed Rambo with 5 1.1 fingers in the form of animal claws, and 5 silk threads shot from his fingers, attacking Rambo very quickly. Although Ji Lingyun didn't do anything, it was naturally impossible for those thin lines to hit him. He was blocked by a sword in the middle. It was Rambo who shot him. "Doflamingo, stop talking nonsense, just go away or fight, don't chirp." Ding 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 ding. Rambo raised the weapon in his hand, looked at Doflamingo, and said to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun didn't say much, just nodded, and said, "Well, he will leave it to you. Be careful, this guy is good at strength." Rambo is naturally not the kind of person who allows others to attack. A strange light flashes in his eyes, and the whole person's aura has undergone an astonishing change. A person, a sword, carrying an astonishing aura towards Doflamingo go with. Seeing Ji Lingyun want to leave, Doflamingo suddenly became unhappy. He flicked his fingers, and suddenly a few thin lines that were hard to catch with the naked eye attacked Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun didn't seem to see it, and he didn't turn his head back. "Go ahead." Rambo also looked at Doflamingo and said, "Big brother Lingyun still has important matters, so if you want to fight, I will accompany you." Sword demon. Doflamingo stared at Rambo with a gloomy expression. Chapter 311. The battle between the two Shichibukai is still very fierce, but for the entire battlefield, it is not too much focus, because the two of them are not the protagonists. The protagonists of this war are the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. With Rambo blocking Doflamingo, Ji Lingyun naturally rushed towards the square of Marine headquarters. His speed was very fast, and the average Marine couldn't stop him at all. He was about to come to the side of Marine's city wall. Just when Ji Lingyun was about to move on, suddenly a sword shot came from the side, which immediately blocked his way forward, forcing him to retreat. Hawkeye. Ji Lingyun's eyes flashed, and he stopped in an instant, and looked to the side. The breath of this slash was so familiar to him, it was impossible for anyone to cut it out except Hawkeye. Hawkeye looked at Ji Lingyun and said, "First of all, congratulations on your escape from the deep-sea prison." Ji Lingyun said, "I would also like to thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, it would be difficult for me to escape." Hawkeye said, "This is what I owe you." Ji Lingyun said, "Then we 16 don't owe anyone anymore." Hawkeye said, "Yes, but you have been in prison for 10 years, don't you know that Kendo is stronger than 10 years ago?" Ji Lingyun said, "Although I also want to have a good fight with you, but now is not the time." Hawkeye said, "For a swordsman, any time is the time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun said, "This is true for you, but not for me. You have dedicated your life to Kendo, and there are many relatives in my life. Everyone in the pirates is my relatives." The battle 10 years ago was a pity for Ji Lingyun and Hawkeye, because they did not have a victory or defeat in that battle. For the swordsman, victory is very important. Hawkeye waved the black sword in his hand. "Yi." The meaning was very obvious, no matter what you think, he is going to fight you. Ji Lingyun chuckled and said, I still have companions on this battlefield." The voice fell, and a figure quickly appeared beside Ji Lingyun. This person was holding a pair of sword, and he was the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil Vista. No problem, right? Ji Lingyun asked. Beasta smiled and said, don't worry, although I may not kill him, it is not that simple for him to get rid of me. 10 years ago, because the Whitebeard Pirates found Hawkeye, Beasta and Hawkeye fought against each other. That time they fought very fiercely. In the end, Beasta lost to Hawkeye, but in that battle, they only divided. Victory is not a life or death, so perhaps Hawkeye is stronger than Beasta in Kendo, but it is still difficult to say when it is really life and death. After all, there is not much difference in strength between the two of them. It only depends on strength, but also on other conditions. Ji Lingyun nodded and said, then leave it to you, and Ace will give it to me. Beasta chuckled and said, no problem. You could snatch Roger's corpse in full view. It is certainly not difficult for you to snatch a living person. With you, our lineup will be even better. Complete. The appearance of Ji Lingyun did give the Whitebeard Pirates a high fault tolerance rate. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard's strength is undoubtedly undoubted, but it is still very difficult to rely on him to rescue Ace, because of his every move will be strictly guarded by Marine, and it is absolutely impossible for him to get close to Ace. Except for Whitebeard, although the other captains are very good, they want to rush to the execution table and rescue Ace under Sengoku's hands. Apart from the first few captains, no one else is possible, but for Marco they will come. Said that they are really not very sure about saving people, because most of them are capable people, even if they can reach the execution platform, they can't solve Ace's sea stone shackles. Therefore, the Whitebeard Pirates lacked a pioneer who could rip through the rift, took the lead, and had amazing strength. Because there was no way, Oz was later allowed to use life as a bed to break through, but the effect was not as expected. So good. Now the appearance of Ji Lingyun has just solved the urgent need of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ji Lingyun's strength is beyond doubt. Apart from Whitebeard, no one in the Pirates should be his opponent. More importantly, the ability is weird. It was possible to snatch Roger's body with his ability more than 20 years ago, but now it may not be possible to save the living Ace. And the most important thing is that he is not a capable person, so there is no need to be afraid of Seastone. Seastone can be easily broken. So when Ji Lingyun appeared, many people in Whitebeard had already acquiesced to create opportunities for Ji Lingyun, so when he encounters an enemy, someone will come to help resist. Ji Lingyun said, well, I know what to do, and now we still have a choice of 137. Daddy has already told you, let you pay attention to the position of Brother Ace in due course. Beasta said, Daddy has already issued the order according to what you said, let us captains take care of the kid, of course, it is what you said, or inadvertently. Although Ji Lingyun has not returned to the Pirates for more than 10 years, the tacit understanding between him and Whitebeard and the captains is still there. As long as he speaks out, Whitebeard and the others will naturally choose to believe in him without hesitation. This is Whitebeard. The most admirable part of the Pirates is that they trust each other. Hearing what Beasta said, Ji Lingyun was also relieved. Because of the original book, he put part of the bet on Luffy, but he will not completely put the bet on Luffy. He will do it now. It is to show great strength and slowly attract Marine's attention as an existence that attracts firepower. Leave it to me here. Beasta said one last sentence, and then stared at the Eagle Eye, holding a sword in both hands, and rushed towards the Eagle Eye. When he acted, there were red petals floating in the sky. Look, it looks very gorgeous. Chapter 312. Clang. Beasta's double sword and Hawkeye's black sword smashed into each other fiercely, splashing a star-spotted fire, and the two top swordsmen of New World collided once again. Although Hawkeye wants to fight Ji Lingyun more, he can't ignore Beasta. Facing Beasta's attack, he must also go all out, otherwise he will definitely be injured. The two world's top swordsmen played against each other, and the momentum was still very huge. At least around them, all Marine and Pirates were pushed back by the two of them very far to make way for them. Of course, those people are more afraid of Hawkeye's slash. After all, Beasta can block it, but they can't be affected. When Ji Lingyun saw Beasta stop Hawkeye, he didn't worry and continued to move towards the Marine headquarters square. It didn't take long before he met another person who was blocking the road, but he saw this person. After that, he smiled with joy. Brother Lingyun, I finally saw you again. Hancock missed you so much. The one who appeared in front of Ji Lingyun was the Pirate Queen, one of Shichibukai, Boa Hancock, known as the most beautiful woman in the world. She did not stop Ji Lingyun to stop, but greeted happily. Ji Lingyun also smiled slightly and said, Hancock, it's been a long time since I saw you. You are really getting more and more beautiful. Hearing Ji Lingyun's compliment, Hancock felt happy. At this moment, only Ji Lingyun was left in her eyes. She came to Ji Lingyun and said in a low voice, Brother Lingyun, Marine's layout this time avoids Shichibukai, so we don't know what Marine's specific layout is, but they must have other conspiracies. Brother Lingyun, you must be careful. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, well, I know Marine's conspiracy, don't worry, but you are Shichibukai now, you can't be too close to me, otherwise it won't be too good to you. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hancock said, I don't care about others, I only know Lingyun brother. Brother Lingyun, here is this for you. This is the key to unlock the Fire Fist, Ace Shackles. I stole it. Sengoku on the execution stage looked at people one after another to help Ji Lingyun. His face became very ugly, especially when he saw Hancock talking to Ji Lingyun. His heart was even more angry. These Shichibukai, as expected, none of them reliable. Well, thank you very much, Hancock. Ji Lingyun said helplessly. Hancock, listen to me, I don't want you to be hurt, so if you are forced to fight helplessly later, try not to get too close to me, but don't kill other pirates, okay? After bidding farewell to Hancock, Lingyun turned his gaze and turned towards Luffy's location. The key to the sea stone shackles was not important to him. His Shinigami blade was sharp enough to split the sea stone, but Luffy didn't have this ability, so he was going to hand over the key to Luffy. Hancock pouted, but she nodded and said, well, I see, brother Lingyun, I know that the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates are all your companions. I will try not to hurt them, but you have to be careful, point. If it wasn't for so many prisoners around, Buggy would have been scared to escape, but now in order to maintain his aura, he must not show timidity at this time, so after hearing the words of these fellow prisoners, he had to speak loudly said, of course, let us go together. Although I did not get the details of impelled down escape, Sengoku was able to guess a few points. The reason why these people were able to escape must be mostly because of the Straw Hat Luffy, because he entered impelled down that caused it. Many people escaped from prison. Although he said that, he was scared in his heart and didn't know what to do. The level of chaos on this battlefield completely exceeded his imagination. The only thing he wanted to do now was to avoid being on this battlefield. Do it, and save your life. These people followed Buggy. Although they have not yet participated in the battle, they have been staring at the situation on the battlefield. Especially after seeing the Straw Hat Luffy and Lingyun show Kamui, all of them are very angry and unhappy. Said to Buggy, Captain Buggy, that guy with the Straw Hat Luffy and Shinigami is too arrogant. You are not inferior to them, and you can't be compared to them. Right now, there is no one at Whitebeard, it is the removal of Whitebeard. Great opportunity for the first class. Lingyun smiled and took the key, and then said to Hancock, let's separate first. This is the battlefield. Be careful. In Shichibukai, Jinbei and Rambo have both defected, and Hancock will not obey orders at all. Of course, Doflamingo does not need to say that he wanted to do something against Lingyun before, more because Lingyun persecuted him. Eyes are just because they want to have a showdown with Lingyun, plus a Blackbeard that has no trace at all, so now in Shichibukai, there is only one Bartholomew Kuma left. Garp heard Sengoku's words and hummed, none of those people are reliable. You want to use them to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates. Now you see the result. Lingyun thanked him and said that he was indeed very grateful to Hancock. Back then, he only saved Hancock from Mary Schwartz, but Hancock has always regarded him as a benefactor and behaved so close. Even now 10 years have passed, she's still like this, so he was naturally happy and grateful. Hancock mysteriously handed a key to Lingyun and then whispered. Garp's ironic remarks made Sengoku even more angry. He shouted, it's not because of your family that made the appearance. If it wasn't your grandson, how could that guy escape? Among those escaped prisoners who escaped from impelled down, some of Ivankov's she-males followed Ivankov behind Luffy, and the rest were only those escaped prisoners who temporarily decided to follow Buggy. Chapter 313. Hey, Red Nose. When Buggy was frightened, a calm voice suddenly came into his ears. The red nose made him jump up like he had stepped on his tail, and roared loudly. Who is the red nose? B********, D. Who on earth called? But Buggy turned his head, his angry roar suddenly stopped, and looked at the man who was talking to him in horror. This man was Whitebeard who was standing on the Moby DK. Whitebeard. Buggy's face was shocked, and he couldn't speak nervously. Whitebeard looked at Buggy and said, who I thought it was, aren't you on Roger's boat, the kid who was defeated by Lingyun? It's so nostalgic, you are still alive. Seeing that Whitebeard actually talked to Buggy, those Buggy followers were very excited. Although they were also some pirates with good bounty, Whitebeard is the legendary big pirate, they are out of reach. Before, they were not qualified to stand in front of Whitebeard, let alone speak. Unlike the excitement of these prisoners, Buggy was frightened. Who was Whitebeard? He knew very well. If Whitebeard was looking at him, he would have only one dead end for 100. But Whitebeard didn't mean to argue with Buggy. Instead, he asked. You brought so many prisoners, are you going to come to take my first class? The prisoners in class suddenly shouted, yes, Captain Buggy is here to take your first class. Buggy can also be regarded as catching the ducks on the shelves. At this time, he can only bite the bullet and shout to Whitebeard. Yes, I'm here to take your first level, Whitebeard, get enlightened. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Whitebeard heard this, he was not as angry as he imagined. Instead, he gave an oh, and said, it doesn't matter if I take my first level, but what should I do after I take down my first level? So many Marines, you can't deal with it alone, right? Actually, even I think a few hands, how about it, both are pirates, why don't we join forces to deal with Marine first? As soon as these words came out, Buggy immediately provokes an unbelievable expression. Who is Whitebeard? That is the man who stands at the top of the world, but such a man takes the initiative to say the words to join hands. For Buggy, it is simply a fantasy. Especially Buggy is the kind of vanity person who is naturally more excited. Marco said, Lingyun has now rushed forward, and the troops behind us are slowly coming up. Marine should also implement the plan. The next step is the key. Buggy thought excitedly. Anyway, I am now Marine's enemy. On this battlefield, if I can join forces with Whitebeard, let alone, at least my life can be greatly guaranteed. After all, if Whitebeard is defeated, those of us will definitely be cleansed by Marine, so it's better to join forces with Whitebeard, yes, that's it. Luffy, who was fast forward, was in trouble. He met his old opponent, Colonel Smoker. As Logia's capable person, Smoker was quite restrained from Luffy, because Luffy's attacks were ineffective against him, but he had the ability to defeat Luffy's Sea Stone had 10 hands, so naturally, Luffy was completely suppressed by him. Whitebeard laughed and said, Lingyun is right. Although the Red Nose is not very good, the impelled down prisoners he brought with him are somewhat powerful. They can also increase our strength. Buggy's followers were almost crazy with excitement. They all yelled at Buggy excitedly. They wanted Buggy to take down Whitebeard's first level, naturally for the sake of fame. Now Whitebeard wants to join forces, which makes them very the excitement. Whitebeard said that means approval. What? Whitebeard is going to join forces with Captain Buggy. The person who stopped Smoker was naturally Lingyun. He smiled and said, the Straw Hat Boy is a companion who escaped with me, and he is also the younger brother of the 2nd Division Captain Ace of our pirate regiment. I will naturally save him. Smoker wanted to resist, but found that Lingyun's hand was loaded with terrifying power, which made him unable to move at all. Not only that, but Lingyun's fierce gaze made him feel terrified. Shinigami was also named what I know. I also know that I can never be Lingyun's opponent. I don't think so. Buggy was so excited that he had forgotten everything, and he said loudly, okay, no problem, Whitebeard, I promise to join hands with you. The pirates thought that as long as they rushed into the square and rescued Ace, it would be considered a victory, but Whitebeard, who led the battle, naturally looked farther. He knew that rescuing Ace was only the first step, and how to leave next was the key, so absolutely Marine can't completely seal their back lanes, so he ordered his pirate regiment to attack the warships behind. Seeing Buggy agreed to join forces, Whitebeard also smiled faintly. Marco behind him smiled and said, this guy is surprisingly easy to deal with. I was convinced so easily. Although the pirates didn't understand Whitebeard's purpose, they unswervingly followed Whitebeard's orders and separated a part of them and attacked the Bayhead warship in the rear. Luffy was held back by Smoker with 10 hands, and slowly said, Straw Hat Boy, I finally know now why the dragon will save you in Logue Town. It turns out that you are his son, but this time, no one can save you. With that, Smoker was ready to make a heavy hand, but before he did it, suddenly one hand grabbed his 10 hands, making him unable to move at all. On the battlefield, Marine's misalignment was slowly preparing its formation and slowly retreating, which was in sharp contrast with the pirate group that rushed in. However, Whitebeard saw a disadvantage because the surrounding Marine warships were already slowly surrounded from both sides. Although the pirates rushed forward, they were blocked behind. Smoker's face changed in an instant. He looked at the people behind him in surprise and asked, Shinigami, it's you. Why are you saving the Straw Hat Boy? Chapter 314. UB*****D. Smoker looked at Lingyun angrily, but in front of Lingyun, he had nothing to do. Lingyun smiled and said, unfortunately, I am really not used to being scolded in person by others, so. Before he finished speaking, he was injured and forcefully lifted Smoker directly from Luffy's body, then threw him into the air, and kicked Smoker more than 10 meters away before landing in embarrassment. Smoker looked at Lingyun in amazement, knowing that he was a Logia-capable person, but Lingyun's kick hit him unexpectedly, and it made him extremely painful. Did you use Haki? Smoker is not Wuxia Aimon like Luffy. He knows the existence of armament Haki, but he hasn't studied it yet, so he doesn't know Haki too deeply. It's okay. Lingyun asked Luffy after kicking Smoker away. Luffy got up and said gratefully, thank you so much. Lingyun said, Rengen can't save your brother. Be careful, I'll let someone cover you. You just need to rush towards your brother's position. Luffy nodded and said, I see, thank you again. But at this moment, Sengoku was already ready to start planning. Sengoku picked up the phone worm, and then 2 executioners slowly stepped onto the execution platform, took up their weapons, and faced Ace. Martial Love, it's ready. A Marine told Sengoku. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku said, are the people at Wantu ready? Yes, it's ready. Audiences from all over the world saw the executioner coming in front of Ace. Their eyes widened with curiosity. In this situation, Marine is undoubtedly ready to start execution, but it should be known that there is still some time before the execution time announced by Marine headquarters. Time. The pirates who belonged to the Whitebeard Pirate group looked at the execution table in surprise, and they all became anxious. Sengoku commanded in a deep voice, immediately cut off all videophone worm signals. This war was initiated by our Marine headquarters and the world government in the name of absolute justice, so we must win in the end, no matter what methods are used, but this way. If the process is seen by ordinary people, it will make them think that our methods are dishonorable, so everything that happens next does not need to be told to the world, just let them know that the final victory is us. Are you going to execute Ace early? Lingyun saw the situation on the execution stage and his eyes became sharp. At the same time, he noticed that the pacifists who had appeared before had appeared from behind the pirates in greater numbers, encircling the pirates on a large scale. Among them, the number is amazing. Sachi saw so many pacifists appear, his face also became very ugly. He just spent a lot of effort to seal a dozen pacifists, but now the number of pacifists has suddenly increased. At 50 or 60, he was completely unable to deal with so much at once. A large number of pacifists surrounded the pirates, and then began to move forward, preparing to push all the pirates into the bay and block the pirates in the bay. However, because Whitebeard made preparations in advance, the pirates did not. It was not completely surrounded, and the warships in both the left and right directions were defeated, so even if Marine wanted to encircle the pirates, it could only flick back and forth longitudinally. And Sengoku did give such an order. Through the phone worm, he said loudly, Immediately follow the original plan and attack the pirates in the encirclement. Remember, first deal with the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirate group. I saw a large number of pacifists chasing the pirates frantically. Because they are pacifists made according to the bear prototype, they're very powerful and defensive, and Kizaru's laser power is also added. Very terrible. The Whitebeard Pirate group is okay, but the pirate group under its command can hardly resist the attack of the pacifists. Do you want to calculate, Dad? But with me, you can't succeed. Lingyun looked at Whitebeard behind. He knew Marine's next plan, so he put his hand on the hilt of Shinigami blade above. His eyes became solemn. At this moment, Sengoku issued an order to cut off the video call worm, so in an instant, the live broadcasts all over the world were instantly black. Only one of the screens still had an image, but it created a paused picture to let all the audience all at a loss. I saw the image of Buggy slowly appearing on the big screen, which not only stunned the audiences all over the world, but even Marine Marshal Sengoku went violently, and angrily made people solve the problem. Lingyun looked at Buggy's location with a face full of speechlessness. Buggy in the original book did just that. Unexpectedly, his arrival still did not change the situation. Although not as funny as in the anime, it also made Sengoku angry. Stomping. At this tense juncture, Lingyun's eyes never left the Moby DK. At this time, only Whitebeard was left on the Moby DK. Marco also left because he saw that Marine was about to execute Ace early. Going to Whitebeard, ready to find a chance to rescue Ace. Because Luffy was rescued by Lingyun, he headed for the execution stage again. Only Smoker was still standing in front of Lingyun. However, Lingyun did not put Smoker in his eyes, but said to Jinbei who followed. Jinbei, you continue to follow Luffy. If he is in trouble, try to help him. As for Marine wants to execute Ace early, don't worry, leave it to me, they will not succeed. Jinbei is still very confident in Lingyun. He said, well, I will protect Ace's younger brother. You have to be careful too. Suddenly, Marine in the bay began to retreat quickly. This is Sengoku's order. He has already implemented the plan. This is also to reduce more casualties. After all, the pacifists have a relatively large attack range and may affect their own people. And this retreat is also for the follow-up plan. Chapter 315. With the unfolding of Marine's plan and the emergence of a large number of pacifists, the Whitebeard pirate group was completely suppressed by Marine. Many pirates died in the hands of pacifists. After all, for ordinary pirates, the attack power of the activists is terrifying, and the defense power is amazing. It is very difficult to deal with. What's more terrifying is that there are so many pacifists, and it is really difficult to deal with large-scale attacks. But what is strange is that the targets of those pacifists are basically the pirates under Whitebeard. On the contrary, the Whitebeard pirates did not bear many pacifists. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard was calm on the surface, but in his heart was anxious. These pirates were all family members who were born and died with him. Every death was sad for him, so he could hardly help but start immediately. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Whitebeard swept away from the light, only to see a man with a long sword came behind him and shouted, Daddy. Whitebeard saw the person coming and said, Scarred, are you okay? Scouyard walked to the side of Whitebeard and said, well, it's okay. Whitebeard said, really, why haven't I been able to contact you since just now, what's the situation in Wantu? Scouyard replied, the pirate group suffered heavy casualties, I also took a shortcut and finally got here. Whitebeard was not surprised by Scouyard's answer, but he said solemnly, Sengoku will not be merciful, and will use all his combat power to deal with us. Fortunately, Lingyun suddenly appears, otherwise the situation will be even more unfavorable. Although Lingyun's appearance did not help much, it did bring a lot of useful news. Scouyard asked, Father, do you know Marine's combat strategy? Whitebeard said, Sengoku and I have a good relationship. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But Whitebeard didn't realize that after he finished saying this, Scouyard beside him was shocked. His eyes suddenly became very excited, and he continued to say, however, being taken by Marine from the encirclement and suppression from the rear is just what I want. I will also attack. Only after attacking in one breath can I rescue Ace. Scouyard silently walked to a very close distance of Whitebeard and said, yes. It's just that Scouyard didn't notice that when he approached Whitebeard, his eyes were always fixed on him. It was Lingyun who was on the battlefield, especially when he saw Scouyard. When he was so close to Whitebeard, his hand was directly on the hilt of Shinigami's blade, and his eyes became very sharp. Lingyun thought in her heart. It seems that things are still the same as the original, but Marine still finds Scouyard. Scarred is an old man of the Whitebeard Pirates, and he is also familiar with Lingyun. Lingyun knows that although Scarred is bold and honest, he is often used by others because of this. However, no matter what the reason is, it is unforgivable to dare to hurt Dad. Scouyard stood beside Whitebeard, raised the long sword in his hand, and slowly said, Daddy, for the 43 pirate groups under your command, each of us has thanked you for your kindness. For Whitebeard in the case of the pirates, even if it is dead, it will not hesitate. Seeing what Scouyard looked like, Whitebeard thought that Scouyard had made up his mind, so he said apologetically, I'm sorry, but this is. Scouyard interrupted Whitebeard's words and said loudly, needless to say, I know this is a battle to protect the family. The pirate Whitebeard will never abandon his family, and it is precisely because of this that everyone will abandon it. Everything, I came to this hell with you, it's good if we are in your family. After saying this, a sharp flash of light flashed in Squidward's eyes, and he raised the long sword in his hand and stabs Whitebeard's body fiercely, because the two were too close. And Whitebeard didn't think that Squidward would sneak attack him at this time, so there was no chance to dodge. The blade had even cut through his skin. But Whitebeard was not guarded. Lingyun was always on guard. After he saw Squidward pull out the sword, he was ready and pulled out the Shinigami blade. Shinso. Lingyun pulled out Zanpakuto Shinso. He had soaked the blood of Luffy and Magellan into the Shinigami blade, so Shinso's Shikai and Bankai were naturally turned on. Shinso was a short, seemingly ordinary dagger without Shikai. Shoot him, Shinso. I saw that the short Shinso became longer in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he shot a distance of several hundred meters and came to Whitebeard and Squidward. Just when Squidward's long sword was about to penetrate Whitebeard's body, Shinso all of a sudden, he hit Squidward's long sword, forcibly changed the direction of the long sword, and passed by Whitebeard. Squidward couldn't hold the long sword because of the powerful force of Shinso's impact. People also fell to the ground. Squidward. Lingyun yelled in anger, making everyone on the battlefield look in the direction of Whitebeard on the mobile, and even Buggy, who has always been funny, looked at the mobile in disbelief. Most importantly, yes, the influencing phone bug was also aimed at the Moby DK, which happened to air the scene just now. Father. All the pirates on the scene broke out with a 2.3 horrified shout, and more people looked at Squidward in anger, because the person who just attacked Whitebeard was Squidward, but everyone was even more surprised. The thing is to look at the terrifying weapon that almost passed through a distance of several hundred meters to reach Whitebeard. It was the appearance of that weapon that prevented the assassination of Squidward and made Whitebeard avoid being assassinated. Look, what happened? Someone assassinated Whitebeard? Audiences all over the world were shocked when they saw this scene, and then they all burst out with amazing shouts. All this happened too suddenly. As the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Sea of New World, the thief was assassinated face to face, which was too shocking. Chapter 316. Marine, the pirate, and audiences all over the world, as long as they saw this scene, they all showed incredible expressions. Many people on the battlefield exclaimed, "What's the matter? Who assassinated Whitebeard?" "It's the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the captain of the Great Vortex Spider Pirate Group of New World, Squidward." "How is it possible? How could Whitebeard's pirate captain assassinate Whitebeard? Also, what's the matter with that weapon that appeared suddenly? Why did it stretch so much at once? It looks like it's hundreds of meters long, right? That weapon seems to appear instantaneously. What's the matter?" Marine's senior management, Sengoku and others saw that Squidward's assassination was prevented, and their faces were very ugly. They took the opportunity so well, but they didn't expect it to be unsuccessful. That guy, he was able to achieve this level. His Shinigami blade seems to have a new ability. It just seemed to stretch out in an instant. It didn't even arrive for a second, and it appeared in Whitebeard. In front of him, he stabbed the long sword of those 15 pirates. How did he do it? This B*********. Akainu looked at Lingyun angrily. He already had the Shinso. It took him a lot of effort to instigate Squidward for this sudden attack, but he didn't expect that it was ultimately unsuccessful, which would lead to all of this. It is Lingyun. It was Lingyun who saved the father and prevented Squidward from assassinating him. How did he know that Squidward was going to assassinate him? How did Lingyun do it? It seems that Lingyun's magical weapon has done a good job again. When all the pirates were in shock, Marine's attack did not stop, but became more intense. They just seized this good opportunity to besiege the pirates. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Squidward. Marco, who was not far from Whitebeard, rushed angrily onto the Moby DK, held down Squidward, and shouted angrily, "Squidward, why are you doing this?" Squidward was held down by Marco and could not move, but he drank angrily. "It's not because of you. You forced me to do this." At this time, Lingyun retracted Shinso, only to see that the extremely long Shinso shrank, and instantly became the state of the seal, and then he was inserted back into the sheath of Shinigami blade, but his eyes were cold. Looking at Squidward on the Moby DK. He knew that Squidward must have been provoked by Akainu to assassinate Whitebeard, but even so, he couldn't forgive him. No matter what the reason, he assassinated without asking. This behavior seemed to him to be too stupid and impulsive. At any rate, he was also a person who followed Whitebeard for more than 10 years. Making such a decision shows that his loyalty and trust have not reached the level that they should be. Whitebeard was also unbelievable by Squidward's assassination. After he recovered, he immediately realized something was wrong. He said to Marco, "Marco, let him go." "Father." Marco looked at Whitebeard. His heart could not be calm. He knew that if it weren't for Lingyun, Whitebeard might have been injured by Squidward, but he still obeyed Whitebeard's words and let Skew go. Yod. After being released by Marco, Scarred immediately angrily said to Whitebeard kindly, "Whitebeard, let's end this boring farce. Haven't you colluded with Marine? You Whitebeard pirates and Ace will surely be saved, they have already promised it." When the pirates on the battlefield heard Squidward's roar, they all showed surprise and looked at Squidward in disbelief. They had seen Squidward assassin Whitebeard before, and they were all filled with him. Anger, but listening to Squidward's tone now, it seems that there is something hidden in it. Squidward opened his hands and roared angrily. "Everyone listen to me. We were all hit. I never knew that Ace turned out to be the son of Roger, the One Piece King, and Roger killed all of me. The enemy of my companion. I will never forget how he killed my companion. Father, you should know how much I hate Roger, but why you didn't tell me that Ace is Roger's son, and you want to train Ace to become the next One Piece? You have betrayed me from the very beginning, you didn't let me know about this, and you made me and Ace good friends, and treated me like a fool? The most important thing is that, for you, such an important Ace was caught. There is your Whitebeard Pirates in the bay, and our affiliated pirates are on the outside. You betrayed the lives of our 43 pirates, in exchange for Ace's life. As long as all of our 43 pirate groups are destroyed, your Whitebeard Pirate Group and Ace will be saved. This is how you colluded with Marine headquarters, right? 140 Hearing what Squidward said, everyone was stunned. They all looked at Whitebeard aboard the mobile in disbelief, especially the pirates under the Whitebeard Pirate Group. They stopped their hands, on the action. How is it possible? How could the old man do this kind of thing? Someone still yelled in disbelief. Squidward pointed to the battlefield and continued to roar. We came here for Whitebeard, for Ace, saving our lives, but now you see, isn't Marine's target the same as us? We were betrayed. As if he was still afraid that someone would not believe it, Squidward shouted again. If it's just these, that's not all. The one thing that makes me believe more firmly is him. I saw Squidward suddenly pointed to Lingyun, who was looking towards here in the distance, and said loudly, "It's him, Shinigami, Edward Lingyun. It is because of his appearance that I know all this is really." Lingyun frowned. He didn't understand that Squidward would mention him, but he didn't need to ask him. Marco shouted angrily, "Squidward, what are you talking about? Are you doing these violent things? What does it have to do with Lingyun?" Chapter 317 Squidward heard Marco's roar, but snorted coldly. "Marco, don't pretend. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, you can't help but know this. As for Lingyun, let's just say, in the past 10 years, he has not heard of him at all, and we have been looking for him, but we have not found him, but now he has appeared when the war started. If you say there is nothing tricky in this, I won't believe it. This is the deal you made with Marine, betraying the names of these pirate groups under our command, in exchange for the life of your most important son, Lingyun, and the life of Ace. Because of this, Marine secretly released it. Lingyun, am I wrong?" At this time, Whitebeard, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke. "Ace is Roger's son. This is indeed a fact. I didn't expect their preparations to be so sufficient. They manipulated you, who was the easiest to be shaken by this incident. Their tactics were even better. Very good, I have to admit this, but..." Having said this, Whitebeard's face became very serious, and he said solemnly, "It's true that Lingyun is my important son, but I really don't know that he was locked and impelled down by Marine. If I knew it, it would have been long ago. Go to save him instead of waiting until now." Whitebeard does not deny that he values Lingyun. Unlike others, Lingyun grew up on the Moby DK when he was a few years old. He was considered to be the first group of pirates in the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and even it's earlier than some captains. Those pirates who joined the Whitebeard Pirates early know the relationship between Lingyun and Whitebeard. If they are Whitebeard's crew and sons, then Lingyun is Whitebeard's pro-son, even more pro-son. In their view, if Whitebeard is really sure that Lingyun is locked and impelled down, he will definitely try his best to rescue him, and will not let Lingyun be locked and impelled down for 10 years. Lingyun knew this at the beginning, so I didn't want Whitebeard to know that he was caught by Marine. At this moment, Marine Admiral Aokiji rushed out and rushed in front of Buggy and the others. Then he was ready to use his abilities to freeze Buggy and the others, but when he was about to succeed, suddenly, a group of them was equally fast. The silhouettes of people arrived in front of them. Bump. Aokiji and Lingyun collided fiercely. It turned out that the person who suddenly appeared in front of Aokiji was Lingyun. Of course, Lingyun knew the purpose of Marine. They just wanted to use a conspiracy to destroy Whitebeard, but they were worried that this method would be despicable and rejected by people all over the world, so they were reluctant to broadcast live. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But for Marine's idea, Lingyun certainly can't let them succeed. Marine doesn't want to expose their insidious methods, so he just wants to expose Marine's conspiracy so that people all over the world can see their despicableness, and he wants it too. See, under the eyes of the world, whether Sengoku can make that determination. It's you. Aokiji saw that the person blocking him turned out to be Lingyun. His face suddenly became gloomy. He saw that Lingyun's right arm was frozen by his ability, but soon, his frozen right arm broke away again. Ability is not very effective for Lingyun. Lingyun said, "It's me. It's been a long time since I saw you, Aokiji, but I still remember that year when you sent me to impel down and said that we would never see each other again. I didn't expect we would see each other again. One day." Aokiji looked at Lingyun coldly and said, "I didn't expect it, but since you dare to appear here, then you don't want to leave today. This will be the place where you and your pirates are wiped out." Lingyun smiled and said, "Really? But you Marines don't want the world to know the truth. I just have to let the world know." As he said, Lingyun suddenly turned his head to Buggy and they said, "Buggy, hurry up. Remember, you must protect the phone worm and broadcast the results of this war live so that people all over the world can see this. During the war, let them see how despicable Marine is and deceive the world." Buggy and the others were startled by Aokiji, who rushed over. They were relieved after being rescued by Lingyun. Now, after hearing what Lingyun said, Buggy suddenly said with an arrogant expression, "Don't worry, the video call bug is here. Don't want anyone to take it away from me. I will definitely protect him and broadcast all the process." With that said, Buggy quickly retreated with his attendants. Seeing that Aokiji didn't get rid of Buggy and others, Sengoku on the execution stage roared angrily, "Hurry up and solve those guys. Be sure to turn off the video phone bug. However, because of the collective retreat of Marine before, the number of Marine soldiers remaining on the battlefield was not too many. More importantly, there were not many people who could solve Buggy in them at once. After all, Buggy was not strong, but his men those attendants have some strength, and it is difficult for ordinary people to deal with them, so he asked Aokiji to solve it before, but he did not expect to be stopped by Ji Lingyun halfway. Aokiji flashed and was about to chase Buggy in them, but Ji Lingyun was faster and stopped in front of him again. Bump. The two collided again, only this time Ji Lingyun used the Shinigami blade. Although it did not get out of the sheath, it also blocked Aokiji's path forward. No way, Aokiji Admiral. Seeing Ji Lingyun stop him tightly, Aokiji knew he didn't want to get rid of quickly, so he stopped instead. It seems that 10 years of imprisonment has not weakened your skills much. Ji Lingyun grinned and said, although you can hold my people, you can't hold my mind. Although my body is difficult to move, it doesn't mean I can't exercise. On the contrary, 10 years. The time actually made me think about everything before, found a lot of problems, and corrected them, so if you think I'm not as good as before, then you're wrong. Now, it's not the one who needs to be careful, I am you, Aokiji. Chapter 318. Ryūjin Jakka. Ji Lingyun whispered and pulled out a relatively ordinary Zanpakuto, then he whispered in Jifangyu. The whole world is all ashes, Ryūjin Jakka. Ryūjin Jakka after Shikai immediately exuded an amazing aura. Aokiji didn't dare to care about Ji Lingyun. Speaking of which, he hadn't experienced the power of Ryūjin Jakka, but it was amazing from the liberation of Ryūjin Jakka the heat still made him very vigilant. Aokiji exhaled a cold breath, forming an ice skate, and then rushed to Ji Lingyun quickly, and Ji Lingyun also rushed to Aokiji holding Ryūjin Jakka. When the ice skates and Ryūjin Jakka collided with each other, and there was a crashing sound, but then there was a cracking sound. I saw that Aokiji's ice skates were cut by Ryūjin Jakka. Not only that, but Ryūjin Jakka actually made a flame. The heat quickly melted these broken ice skates. Aokiji's face changed, his whole body suddenly exuded an astonishing cold air, and he swiftly attacked Ji Lingyun, freezing Ji Lingyun and Ryūjin Jakka all at once, but the freezing did not last for a second. It cracked quickly, and then was melted away again, leaving no ice chips. Aokiji looked at Ryūjin Jakka with flames in Ji Lingyun's hands, and said with a heavy face, is the ability of the flame element? There are many abilities that can destroy his ice, but there are really few people like Ji Lingyun who evaporate the ice in an instant. Among Marines, only Akainu is alone. And the flames from Ryūjin Jakka undoubtedly do not explain this. Ryūjin Jakka has a fire-like ability. Ji Lingyun lifted Ryūjin Jakka and said, sword name. Ryūjin Jakka, the strongest Zanpakuto of the heat system, has the strongest attack power and combat power, and the ability to restrain you. Good Ryūjin Jakka, Aokiji praised, and then said, restrain me, that may not be true. Puck. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I saw 5 icicles released from Aokiji's palm and quickly shot at Ji Lingyun, trying to freeze Ji Lingyun, but Ji Lingyun smiled faintly, and Ryūjin Jakka in his hand waved. Songming. The moment Ryūjin Jakka waved, a tornado-shaped flame wall was formed, which completely wrapped Aokiji's icicles, and then quickly rotated and burned. In a short time, all the icicles were turned into ashes. He also swept away in the direction where Aokiji was, forcing Aokiji to use his abilities again to block the attack. So strong attack power. Aokiji looked at Ji Lingyun and Ryūjin Jakka with dignified eyes. Ji Lingyun just swung a sword, which not only solved his attack, but also forced him to retreat a certain distance. His strength seems to be stronger than before, and he seems to be no less than us. Although he only fought for a few rounds, he saw the power of Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun's strength was not weak. With these powerful weapons, the combination was even more terrifying. You never know how much power the Shinigami blade in his hand has. Otherwise, he will hit you by surprise. This is what makes Aokiji most jealous. Next, it's me. Ji Lingyun suddenly lifted Ryūjin Jakka. In an instant, flames were released from Ryūjin Jakka's sword, and then these flames formed a terrifying wall of flames. If a huge palm was like a huge palm, Aokiji was surrounded by it. Aokiji moved quickly, trying to avoid the palm of the flame, but the flames seemed to have eyes, chasing him quickly, forcing Aokiji to stop and use his abilities to fight against those flames. Fortunately, he was a frozen fruit-capable person, and the flames restrained each other, so although there were many flames and hot, they couldn't burn Aokiji, but he wasted time to resist. Although the battle between Ji Lingyun and Aokiji attracted a lot of people's attention, more people still looked in the direction of the Moby DK. Whitebeard was the key figure in this war, and they wanted to see it too. What is going on, whether Whitebeard will really betray the pirates under his command? On the Moby DK, Whitebeard stared at Squidward closely. The mighty and powerful Squidward was almost out of breath. Although Squidward did not hurt him, this action of Squidward did not hurt him. It made him feel very sad, but he knew very well what should be done now. I saw Whitebeard suddenly raised his hand and roared loudly. Scarred, do you know what you did? What a stupid son that he would face his father with a sword. Under the shocked gaze of Squidward, he hugged Squidward in his arms. His tone was slow, but he said firmly, but even so, you are still mine. Son, I still love you too. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. They all looked at Whitebeard incredible. Whitebeard's move was too amazing and completely subverted everyone's thinking. Squared just wanted to assassinate. He not only didn't hurt Squared, but also said this. Is this what a normal person can do? Scarred thought Whitebeard would kill him, but he didn't expect Whitebeard would actually hug him, and when he said something like this, he trembled and struggled. Don't be kidding, you have clearly colluded with Marine now. We are going to sell all of our lives to Marine in exchange for the lives of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace and Lingyun, it's you. Whitebeard interrupted. Scarred, who is the man who led your loyal heart to the darkness? Squared replied. It's Marine's insurgent, Akainu, it's him. He said that as long as we can assassinate Whitebeard, we can all be saved and let us return to New World. After hearing all this, Whitebeard sighed faintly and said in relief. So that's it, did the kid Akainu tell you all this? Chapter 319. After understanding all this, Whitebeard slowly said to Squared. Squared, I deeply feel how much you hate Roger, but what a ridiculous thing father and son are at this time. Don't forget, you and Ace have known each other for so long, living and dying together. You are the ones who can give each other their backs. For such a ridiculous reason, is it really worth it? Also, it does not matter whose son Ace is. In this sea, you are all my sons and my family. It is not only Ace that is different. For me, all of you are different. It's the same. They are all family members of close relatives. Do you think I might betray all my family members for Ace? As for Lingyun, I don't deny what you said. He is indeed very important to me, because he is the only child who grew up on my boat and the only child I have raised since childhood, but even so, he is the same as you, and I cannot do anything for him that will endanger other people. Whitebeard's words are very sincere. After saying this, he let go of Squared, stood up, walked slowly to the forefront, looked at Sengoku on the execution platform, and said in a deep voice, the sword is not old. Sengoku, you are playing around, but it is ridiculous to say that I will betray my sons. I saw Whitebeard abruptly rested the big pheasant on the ground on the mobile DK, then clenched his fists, and slammed his fists against the air on both sides. In an instant, cracks, elbows and the huge waves covered by ice on both sides burst instantly, opening a way for all the pirates to escape from both sides. Only if the pirates want to escape, they can escape from both sides. Sengoku was originally angry because Aokiji did not destroy the videophone bug. After seeing this scene, his face became even more sullen. He knew that Whitebeard would be difficult to deal with, but he did not expect that Whitebeard would be so decisive in order to prove himself he was innocent, and didn't worry that other pirates would abandon him and leave. And all the pirates who saw this scene became confused again. If they want to leave now, they can immediately rob the warship and leave, but they don't know if they really should leave, although Squared had previously the words made them doubtful, but years of trust still made him hesitate. After Whitebeard finished this, he shouted, as a pirate, it is up to you to decide what to believe. As for Scarred who assassinated Whitebeard, the whole person was killed, kneeling on the bow. He only felt that his head was about to explode, extremely painful and regretful, although he did not stab Whitebeard, but his action is already equivalent to betrayal. Ah, how could I be so stupid, ah. Hearing Whitebeard's roar, the pirates under his command screamed in excitement, deeply regretting their suspicion of Whitebeard, and then excitedly agreed. Sorry, father, we will never doubt you again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All of this is Marine's conspiracy. How could the father betray us, Marine headquarters, he will definitely not let you go. In response to all the pirates, Whitebeard roared. Those who believe in me, abandon life and death, and go with me. With the roar, Whitebeard suddenly clenched the pheasant sword, quickly jumped off the bow, and landed on the ice. Sengoku saw that Whitebeard finally acted personally, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, be careful, everyone, the world's strongest man is going to show off, you must resist. As an old opponent of Whitebeard, Sengoku knows the horror of Whitebeard well, so after seeing Whitebeard launching an action, he immediately knew that the war had come to a critical moment, and he told his marine to be careful. Following Whitebeard's actions, all the pirates became excited and rushed in the direction of the execution table desperately. Whitebeard had raised their morale to the extreme, making them all desperate. The pirates are not the same as Marine. They do not have the neat leadership of Marine, so their big charge is not neat, but because of the improved morale, they completely cover up the chaos. Instead, they make Marine's formation chaotic. The collective charge was extremely shocking. The Marine soldiers behind the square attacked Whitebeard with artillery fire, but it's a pity how can shells of this level hit Whitebeard. Hurry up and start the surrounding wall, Sengoku roared angrily. This is the strategy Marine has decided long ago and is preparing to trap the Whitebeard pirates in the bay and wipe it out. Therefore, the number of Marines left will naturally decrease. The attendants cannot stop the pirates from charging and will soon approach the wall, but Sengoku did not panic. As long as the encircling wall was activated, the pirates would not worry, so he shouted like that. Marshal Sengoku, the videophone worm hasn't been closed yet, don't you just leave it alone? The soldier below hesitated. With this reminder, Sengoku remembered that the video call worm was still in Buggy's hands. If Buggy was allowed to broadcast the process of the war, it would be absolutely unfavorable news for Marine, so he said angrily, start the encirclement immediately, and then bombard the pirate holding the videophone worm. Be sure to turn off the videophone worm before the plan is executed. Come on, however, the Marine soldiers who activated the enclosing wall also encountered difficulties, because the sea surface was frozen. The enclosing wall couldn't reach the position at all at once, instead, it was stuck by the ice. Marshal Sengoku, it's not good, the enclosing wall cannot be activated now, and it is stuck by the ice below. Hearing the report, Sengoku's face suddenly became more ugly. How come the more accidents occur at this time? If the encirclement wall cannot be activated, then their plan will be completely frustrated, to the consequences. Start with full power. Be sure to start the surrounding wall before the pirates break through to the square, hurry. Under the roar of Sengoku, the marine in the control room started the machine nervously. Some marines wanted to jump down and destroy the ice. Unfortunately, this idea could not be realized, so they could only start it with all their strength and want to hit open ice cubes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Huxia MTL Fan Chapter 320. Flash kick, it's not the first time you have seen it. Ji Lingyun was originally at war with Aokiji. The two fought for a while, and no one can do anything about it. Although it is because neither of them used their full strength, Aokiji also saw that Ji Lingyun's strength was already no less than him. He can't beat Ji Lingyun alone. It's just that when the two of them were fighting inextricably, a slightly wretched voice suddenly came from behind. I saw a golden right foot came behind Ji Lingyun, and quickly approached Ji Lingyun. As long as he can kick Ji Lingyun in an instant, it is Marine Admiral Kizaru. Even his face is still hanging a smug smile. But Ji Lingyun sneered coldly and said, "It's too early to be happy, Kizaru, torch." With a low drink, endless flames burst out of Ji Lingyun's body. The flames swallowed Kizaru at a zero distance. Kizaru, who could have kicked Ji Lingyun, suddenly contracted his pupils, and his body flew out faster. There was a red flame burning above his yellow light, and it hit the ground not far away, making a huge explosion. Kizaru Admiral. All people who saw this scene were shocked, especially those Marines. Kizaru was one of the strongest combat powers in Marine headquarters. He didn't expect to be injured by Ji Lingyun in a sneak attack. He fell and was beaten up. Situation. Good job, Lingyun, hockey, the pirates screamed with excitement. Many of them were bullied by Kizaru before. Now that Kizaru was knocked down, they all cheered for Ji Lingyun. Which pirates did not know Ji Lingyun? I was also shocked by Ji Lingyun's power, and I deeply understood the power of Ji Lingyun. Facing two admirals alone, he could even counteract it. Call out. The golden light slowly gathered and turned into Kizaru's appearance. Although there were no scars on his body, some people discovered that on Kizaru's right foot, his trousers were burnt. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shinigami, Edward Ji Lingyun, you really have become stronger. Kizaru's face became very solemn, and he said solemnly. Aokiji and Kizaru surrounded Ji Lingyun in the middle. Ji Lingyun looked at Kizaru and smiled happily. It's not good, Kizaru, I remember, you made me suffer and chased me all the time. But, do you think I am the same as I was then? You still want to deal with me like before, you can only say that you are too self-righteous. Kizaru said. It seems that it is really not a lie. You have become very strong. I didn't expect to be detained for 10 years. Not only did it not make you decadent, but it made you stronger. It was a mistake. He was bare, but he was still burned by Ji Lingyun's fire. Although it was a little careless, it was Ji Lingyun's reaction that frightened him the most. His sneak attack was almost at its extreme, but it was still unsuccessful. Being injured by Ji Lingyun's backhand, it would be absolutely impossible to change to someone else. Ji Lingyun looked at Kizaru and Aokiji and said, "Why? Do you still have to play 2 against 1 as before? However, as Marine's strongest fighters, in order to deal with me alone, 2 people go together, is it worthwhile? Knowing that I am not the most critical person, you have also seen it, but my father has started to act." Hearing Ji Lingyun's words, both Kizaru and Aokiji's expressions changed. They naturally saw that Whitebeard had acted, so Kizaru just chose to attack, in order to take advantage of Whitebeard's attack, and solve Ji Lingyun first. Nope, he will be seriously injured, but he didn't expect to succeed in the end, but instead put himself in an embarrassing situation. When Ji Lingyun and the 3 of them faced off, the Whitebeard Pirates had already begun to exert their strength, but in order to give Marine more time to activate the encirclement wall, a giant Lieutenant General killed the people of the Whitebeard Pirates. This giant, the Lieutenant General's strength was still very strong, coupled with his huge body, so he defeated many Marine soldiers who were about to approach the city wall at once. The giant lieutenant rushed all the way to the front of Whitebeard, smashed his weapon and hit Whitebeard fiercely. Whitebeard easily blocked the giant lieutenant's attack and opened the opponent's weapon. Then he stretched his hands forward, bending his 5 fingers, as if grabbing the air, and then pulled down fiercely. In an instant, the whole world seemed to shake, and everyone lost their balance. Not only that, the entire island and the sea seemed to roll over, and many warships and pirate ships around were turned into the sea. Mullenvander had even more. Countless buildings collapsed. Most of the people couldn't keep their balance and fell to the ground. Even the Marine headquarters was cracked. There were huge cracks on the ground. Countless people fell into the cracks, and more people sent out, yelled in amazement. What's the matter? Why does the world seem to be turned over? After everything calmed down, all Marines were shocked, because a half of Malin Vatican's buildings collapsed, and the entire Malin Vatican was in a mess, completely different from before. And because the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had long been aware of Whitebeard's actions and took refuge early, not many people were injured, so it was Marine that died more often. Haha. 4.7 Seeing this scene, Ji Lingyun laughed. Although the power of the vibration was very strong, it was not enough to threaten him. He stood firmly on the ground, facing Kizaru and Aokiji not far away, and said, "See, no, Daddy is angry, you have to be careful." What a terrible power. Aokiji and Kizaru are indeed shocked. They are also the first time they have worked with Whitebeard, so they are very shocked to see such a terrifying power, but they are still more shocked. I saw Whitebeard suddenly leapt up and punched the giant just now. The terrifying force instantly defeated the giant, and then a more terrifying vibrating force passed through the body of the giant lieutenant toward the execution platform. Go with. Chapter 321. Seeing this scene, Aokiji and Kizaru, no matter where they could take care of Lingyun, immediately left Lingyun away and moved quickly towards the execution platform. Lingyun saw the actions of Aokiji and Kizaru and didn't care too much. He could not stop them alone, and he also knew that Whitebeard's attack could not destroy the execution platform. Let's not talk about Marine 3 Admiral, Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. As long as these two are there, the execution stand will not be attacked. Now for Lingyun, the most important thing is how to deal with the next Marine offensive, because he knows very well that Marine will start the encirclement wall next. Although he knows it, he cannot stop it, so he needs to be in the most dangerous situation. Next, how to break Marine's offensive and make more pirates survive. Boom. When the impact of Whitebeard's attack reached the execution platform, it stopped abruptly. Everyone stared and saw Marine 3 Admiral Akainu, Aokiji and Kizaru standing under the execution platform, with both hands blocking Whitebeard's side. One blow impact. It was Marine San Admiral that prevented the impact. 18. Seeing Marine San Admiral standing together, Aokiji frowned and said, "This is because the surrounding wall was not activated in time." Akainu hummed, "It's not because of your ice breaking that the surrounding wall was not completed." Aokiji didn't pay attention to Akainu at all. If he had to say that, if it wasn't his ability, Marine would have been submerged by the huge waves that Whitebeard had set off. How could this be the case now? Kizaru joked, "That's not easy, you can just use your magma to melt the ice." The pirates saw a gap made by Whitebeard, and immediately rushed towards the square, finally tearing a gap, and they must not give up. However, just as the pirates charged, the enclosing wall that used all the energy of Molenvander to increase the horsepower finally lifted the Aokiji ice onto the top of the ice, rising from the sea, and suddenly rising more than 10 meters. The height encloses the entire bay and separates it from the square. Seeing the surrounding walls and the entire bay continue to rise, all the pirates were shocked, except for the rear. Their way forward and was completely sealed. The pirates saw the enclosing wall, and someone immediately rushed towards the erected enclosing wall, but found that no matter how they attacked, they could not destroy the enclosing wall. The strength of the enclosing wall was unimaginable. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, this was not anxious. What made all the pirates panic was that in the surrounding walls, one after another, fortresses appeared, all of which were facing them. "It's not good, we are surrounded and there is nowhere to escape." When many pirates were panicking, someone suddenly yelled, "No, we still have a way. Look, everyone, where Oz fell." When all the pirates looked at Oz, Marshal Marine Sengoku also discovered the problem. He shouted angrily and anxiously, "What are you doing? Why don't you raise all the walls?" Marine, who was in charge of transmitting the order, replied with a sweaty face, "Marshal, there is nothing we can do. The surrounding wall cannot support Oz's body. It should be that when he fell, he destroyed the control maneuver below, and now he can't get up." "What?" Sengoku roared, "Damn devil, B********, D, they're all dead, and they're still." Seeing the only gap, Whitebeard also showed a sharp light in his eyes. "There is a chance." Sachi. When the Whitebeard pirate group was surrounded, Lingyun quickly found Saki. Saki saw Lingyun and asked, "What's wrong, Lingyun?" Lingyun said, "We are now surrounded by the marine wall. There are only two ways to go. One is to go through Oz to the execution platform to rescue Ace, and the other is to turn around and escape from the back of Molenvando." Sachi said without hesitation, "Of course I chose the previous path." Lingyun said, "Of course I know, but Marine will not let us pass so easily, and they surround us. There must be other conspiracies. If I guess correctly, he should let Akainu use his power to attack us, coupled with the surrounding artillery. They want to wipe us out in the encirclement. Then what are we going to do?" Saki also knew the seriousness of the matter, so he asked. Lingyun said, "I have fought with Akainu more than once. If I am not mistaken, he is planning to use Meteor Volcano to attack us. The characteristic of that trick is, tell Sachi about the attack method of Akainu Meteor Volcano," and then said, "So we must not let him attack so easily, otherwise it will cause great casualties." "Then what are we going to do?" Sachi asked. Lingyun said, "Akainu's ability is magma. His attacks are very terrifying, but there are ways to restrain it. Saki's ability is snow. When Akainu uses Meteor Volcano, you can use your ability fully, even if you can't. Blocking Akainu's Meteor Volcano, but it can also weaken his attack to a certain extent. I will also use the ability of freezing. We can add up and passively meet his attack. Although it can't completely offset it, it can reduce a lot of casualties. Magma is actually a kind of fire, just a liquid flame, while the snow and ice system Zanpakuto Hiranmaru is extremely cold. Using extreme cold to fight extreme heat, to a certain extent, it can definitely achieve good results, just like Akainu and Aokiji. Although Aokiji was defeated by Akainu in the original work, it was only a minor failure, so the abilities of the two of them are mutually exclusive. But now Lingyun's strength is no less than that of Akainu, and with the addition of Saki, who also belongs to the cold school, the ability to learn fruit, if the two work together, he is still more confident. When Lingyun discussed with Saki, Sengoku ignored the others, and shouted angrily at Akainu. "I can't care about that much, Akainu, it's time for you to play, let's start." Chapter 322. Akainu slowly walked to the front, his face was extremely cold, and he saw his hands turned into magma fists, his red clothes, and the crimson magma, looked very strange, raised his hand, and then suddenly facing the sky, one after another magma fists were shot from his fist, and slices of magma shot into the sky like meteors. Meteor volcano. All the pirates in the bay followed Akainu's attack and looked towards the sky, and saw those magma fists flying into the atmosphere and slowly disappearing, until Akainu stopped, nothing happened. What's the matter? The magma flies into the air, why doesn't it react at all? Many people didn't react after seeing the magma flying into the air, and they seemed a little at a loss. Everyone, be careful. Suddenly, when everyone was a little relaxed, Lingyun suddenly yelled. When his voice fell, the atmosphere that was still calm suddenly began to roll, and then the entire sky seemed to be dyed red. Not good. When many pirates saw this scene, their hearts were tight. Sachi. Lingyun yelled, and then he quickly pulled out the Shinigami blade. Hiranmaru. Sit in the frost. Hiranmaru. Bankai. Dagoran Hiranmaru. I saw that Lingyun has undergone an astonishing change. His body has suddenly grown a lot. What's more terrifying is that ice crystals appeared all over his body, covering him, and there was a piece of ice around him, a huge ice crystal dragon. The dragon lingers around him, with its head high, standing side by side with Lingyun. When the ice dragon appeared, a strong chill enveloped a large area, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a lot. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is also Saki who performs the same actions as Lingyun, but unlike Lingyun, there are snowflakes floating around him, and his whole person has become a white snowman. Together with Lingyun, the surrounding environment is suddenly reduced. At the lowest point, even with the two of them as the center, the surroundings were quickly empty, and few people were able to withstand the cold domain created by the two of them. Everyone tried to disperse and avoid, the attack is about to come, Lingyun shouted loudly. Hearing what Lingyun said, Whitebeard did not hesitate at all, and immediately ordered, do as Lingyun said. Whitebeard knows very well that among them, only Lingyun has fought with Akainu, so Lingyun must know Akainu's attack pattern best. Since Lingyun reminded him of this, it must have been wrong. The pirates under Whitebeard immediately followed what Lingyun said, and slowly dispersed, all staring nervously in the air and Lingyun. At the same time, I saw hundreds of icicles burst out of the sea, which was originally ice, and the icicles rose up into the sky. Together with the sky full of ice flowers, it was like a terrifying extreme cold field. It is good. That damn guy has such a strong ability to freeze. After Sengoku saw it, he was very angry. The ice flower and the meteor collided together. Although the power is not as powerful as the meteor volcano, it is more powerful than the meteor volcano, so the power of the meteor volcano is greatly reduced, and the erected icicles once again destroyed the attack of the meteor volcano. Even though there are Lingyun's icicles, there are too many meteoric volcanoes. Most of those icicles were quickly destroyed, and the ice surface was also melted. But what surprised Marine was that the destroyed icicles were not, instead of melting, it turned into ice debris, and then re-aggregated the destroyed ice surface to form the ice surface again. Both Lingyun and Saki did their best, and saw snowflakes flying in the sky covering the entire bay, but this was only the beginning. When the snowflakes appeared, Lingyun also started to act. The snowflakes were originally fluttering and nothing. Gravity, but Lingyun used the ability of Hiranmaru, the cold air was pressing, and the cold air was enveloped on the snowflakes, making Saki's snowflakes suddenly bigger and sharper. Akainu's meteor volcano rushed to the sky, carrying various substances in the atmosphere, and then landed again, so its power has also increased a bit. Although Lingyun and Saki jointly created a large number of ice flowers in the sky, they are powerful. It is a meteor volcano that is not as good as Akainu. After all, this is a temporary cooperation between him and Saki, and meteor volcano is Akainu's unique skill. The sea surface was frozen by Aokiji, but now it is being used by Lingyun to integrate his freezing ability into his own ability, so that he can easily create those hundreds of icicles. Seeing this scene in the square, Aokiji's face changed instantly, and he whispered, "This guy unexpectedly used my ability." Boom boom boom. Lingyun would never allow the Whitebeard Pirates to fall into such a situation, so he quickly used Hiranmaru's ability to the extreme, and at the same time shouted to Sachi. "Sachi, it started." Akainu snorted coldly. This was his attack, blocked by Lingyun. His face was naturally dull. At this time, the meteors in the sky had already fallen, and the ice flowers that Lingyun and Saki had made with all their strength also quickly met the meteors in the sky. Finally, the sky that was dyed red, half of the red sky has undergone a huge change. The giant fist of magma fell from the sky like a meteor, carrying a terrifying impact and destructive power. If it falls, it will definitely cause more terror than a cannon. Explosive power, and more importantly, the pirates are standing on the ice surface. If the magma falls, the ice surface will not be able to withstand the heat at all, and it will definitely melt quickly. Then everyone will have no place to stand, will become Marine's target. Although there are still many meteors hitting the ice surface and destroying a lot of the ice surface, they are far from the effect Marine imagined, and because the pirates have been reminded by Lingyun, they are prepared in advance, so there are losses, but not too many pirates died or were injured. Aokiji also said helplessly, "It is really difficult for this kid to want this method to fight Sakazuki's meteor volcano." Chapter 323. This is a contest between ice and magma. Even though Akainu took the lead, Lingyun and Sachi, who had prepared for a long time, still used their abilities to reduce the loss of the Whitebeard Pirates to a minimum. There was no marine headquarters thinking. The desired result. The surface of the sea is constantly bombarded and then frozen again, and the two abilities are constantly clashing, and no one can help each other. Good job, Lingyun, Sachi. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group who saw this scene all shouted in excitement. They were indeed startled by Akainu's attack before. Fortunately, Lingyun and the others were powerful enough to change the situation forcibly and turn things around. The angry Akainu increased his power again, and more meteors fell from the sky. Although the power became much stronger, the cooperation between Lingyun and Saki was getting better and better. The extremely cold air quickly offset the heat of the magma. Cannot cause more casualties. The Moby DK, suddenly, a few meteors quickly fell towards the mobile, and Lingyun and the older generation of the Whitebeard pirate crew all changed their faces, especially Whitebeard, who looked ugly. His old partner has always been with him. Don't think about it. 767 Suddenly a roar sounded, and a huge ice crystal dragon rose into the sky, a figure standing on the ice dragon's head, and quickly rushed towards the Moby DK. The four worlds are frozen. A pair of ice crystal wings appeared behind Lingyun, and saw him soar into the sky to meet the meteors that were falling rapidly. Lingyun. Seeing Lingyun heading towards the meteor, many people yelled nervously. That kid. Akainu also saw this scene. His face suddenly changed. If it were before, he would have felt that Lingyun was overwhelmed, but now he was a little worried, wondering if his attack could hurt Lingyun. Next, a staggering scene happened. After Hiranmaru of Lingyun touched the falling meteor, the meteor with terrifying heat was quickly frozen and became a fist with red magma inside and outside. Sculpture of white ice crystals. Lingyun's body was constantly moving, and all the meteors that were about to hit the Moby DK were all frozen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The icebound magma fist slowly disappeared and turned into a real ice sculpture. With Lingyun's slash, the magma fists instantly turned into icy debris and dispersed everywhere. The Moby DK is intact. Well done, Lingyun. Seeing Lingyun under the protection of the Moby DK, all the pirates suddenly roared with excitement. Whitebeard also watched this scene with a smile. His old partner was protected, naturally happy in his heart. This kid. Lingyun landed on the bow of the Moby DK, and sighed softly. The cold air was pressing, as if he was about to freeze the surroundings. Finally, it is protected. This time he fully used Hiranmaru's ability, and the effect was perfect. It blocked most of the meteor volcanoes in Akainu and saved many pirates. Most importantly, most of the sea surface was still frozen. Pirates, there is also a place to stay, not like the original book, all of which fall into the sea. Wow, it's really scary, Kuzan. This kid seems to be no less capable of freezing than you. Under the execution table, Kizaru, who saw this scene, made a strange cry and said to Aokiji next to him. Aokiji looked calm and said, his ability is peculiar. We had expected such a strength a long time ago, but we didn't expect that even impelled down would not be able to shut him down. Kizaru said, it seems, Sakazuki, your attack is no longer possible. I still want me to play. Akainu snorted coldly and said, I can solve that kid by myself, but it's not your turn to come. Sengoku said, Sakazuki, let Kizaru go, you have to save your energy. Sengoku knows Akainu's strength very well, but now Akainu's ability is indeed restrained by Lingyun and Saki's ability and cannot cause more casualties, so it is better to let Kizaru come. At least his ability will not be restrained. Akainu snorted uncomfortably, but he still obeyed Sengoku's words and didn't continue to do it. Instead, Kizaru chuckled, turned into a golden light, and rose into the sky. Bachichan Guyu. In an instant, golden light from the sky shot out from Kizaru's hands, heading towards the bay. No, it's Kizaru. Seeing the golden light of Kizaru, the pirates were all nervous, and they just managed to resist Akainu's magma. Now there's the golden light of Kizaru, they really don't have much ability to resist. But just as Kizaru's golden light shot out, a figure quickly rose into the sky. The wave is my shield, and the thunder is my blade. Sogyo no Kotori. Lingyun held Zanpakuto Sogyo no Kotori in both hands, aiming at the golden light emitted by Kizaru, and saw that the golden light was quickly absorbed by Sogyo no Kotori without causing any explosion. After the Kizaru attack ended, most of the golden light was absorbed. Only a small part of the golden light fell on the ground and caused an explosion, but it did not cause many casualties. Lingyun looked at the marines in the square, smiled, and said, next, it's your turn, release. With a loud shout, countless golden lights were quickly shot from above Sogyo no Kotori, exactly the same as the golden lights of Kizaru before. Not good. Sengoku and others who saw this scene changed their faces, but it was too late to stop, because the countless golden lights had fallen into the square of marine headquarters, causing a huge explosion. Boom. A violent explosion was triggered in the square and caused great chaos. At this time, Whitebeard in the bay laughed loudly, and then shouted, little ones, Lingyun has created such a good opportunity for us. We can't waste it. Everyone rushed towards the square and broke into the square in one fell swoop. Because no one thought that such a thing would happen, Lingyun was caught off guard. Sengoku shouted angrily. Stop the Whitebeard Pirates. You must not let them enter the square. Stop them. Chapter 324. It's just that now the marines are all battered by Lingyun's Bashachang Guyu, and they can't follow his orders, and the entire square is in chaos. Attack the wall. Whitebeard yelled, and then punched the wall fiercely, but although his punch was terrifying, it still didn't break through the wall, just leaving a deep mark. Daddy's attack didn't work either. What kind of wall is this and how can it be so strong? The pirates shouted angrily. Although Lingyun blocked a lot of attacks for them, but unable to break into the square, it means that Ace could not be rescued, so everyone was very worried. This guy, it's all because of him. Sengoku looked at Lingyun, who was slowly falling in the air on the wall, with a gloomy expression. The whole person was extremely angry. This was originally a very subtle strategy. The Whitebeard Pirates were locked in the bay and wiped out in one fell swoop, but who would have thought of it? The encounter with Lingyun made Akainu's attack more than half blocked, and also used Kizaru's attack to launch a counterattack. On the contrary, it caused chaos in Marine Square. Kizaru was even more angry. What was reflected by Lingyun was his attack. Although it was not his idea, it was his attack that caused chaos in the square. Lingyun looked at Marine in the square and Sengoku standing above the execution platform, and said firmly, "Sengoku, this war, when you meet me, you are doomed to fail." Lingyun's words made Sengoku's complexion even more hideous, and he roared angrily, "You guy, really?" Suddenly the ground shook, and Oz, who fell on the ground, started to move. Then, under everyone's shocked eyes, he opened his eyes, propped up his body, looked at Ace, and said, "Ace, I want to save you." "It's Oz. Oz is not dead yet. Great, Oz is still alive. Now we have a way to enter the square." Everyone rushed to Oz. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing that Oz was still alive, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates screamed in excitement and rushed towards Oz desperately. As long as they were by Oz's side, they could enter the square. Because Lingyun was standing on the city wall next to Oz, he saw Oz wake up and said to Oz, "Oz, if you want to save Ace, hold on and lead everyone into the square. You should understand how to do it." Although Oz joined the Whitebeard Pirates camp after Lingyun left the pirates, Whitebeard suddenly shouted to Oz, "Oz, do what Lingyun said, you are our final chance." Oz was already scarred, especially after seeing him wake up. The Marines immediately attacked him again. "Oz, don't care about those attacks, try to cover your companions into the square." Lingyun yelled at Oz, and then saw him pull out Zanpakuto Hiranmaru, yelled, and slashed in front of Oz's location. In an instant, a huge ice wall appeared, attacking Marine. All the shells to Oz were blocked. At this time, Oz was also fully covering the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group and rushing to the square, but in a short period of time, many pirates rushed to the edge, and they were about to rush into the square. When Whitebeard watched this scene, he was also relieved. Although he still has a killer skill, if he can't use it, their chances are greater. That's why he asked others to follow Lingyun's words and rush to Oz. With Oz's huge body blocking the direction, they can quickly rush into the square, and the killer's tricks left behind may be able to play a better role in the near future. When the Whitebeard Pirates rushed towards Oz with all their strength, Marine was dumbfounded. Suddenly, a loud shout suddenly exploded, and only a few torrents of water burst into the sky, and directly fell into the square of Marine headquarters, and then followed the water. A figure fell in the square, and it was the same as Lingyun before. The Straw Hat Luffy appeared. What a mess! Seeing that Luffy actually asked Jinbei to throw him out of the square, Lingyun, who was standing on the wall, smiled helplessly. She was really young and dared to rush into the square alone, let alone Marine 3 Admiral. There are so many Marines, if they rush in, there is only one dead end. If it is him, you need to think about it, call. Lingyun sighed slightly. Just to protect the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group, they used all their strength to resist Akainu's magma bombs, blocked Kizaru's attack and bounced back, and blocked Marine's attack for Oz. His ability consumes a lot of his stamina, so he needs a short recovery. After all, he has been detained for 10 years. Even though Minazuki has been used to recover from his injuries, his body has not absorbed nutrients normally all the year round, so his current body has not reached heyday. Straw Hat Kid. The Marine executives who had already been very upset by Lingyun, saw a little pirate rookie daring to rush into the square alone, and immediately looked at Luffy, the Straw Hat in anger. Sengoku and others did not expect that the first person to rush in was the Straw Hat Luffy. Ace and Garp were also dumbfounded, but Sengoku was in a rage at this time, and shouted angrily. A little pirate rookie to be able to achieve this level, kill him, absolutely can't let him act recklessly. Luffy was not afraid at all, even facing Marine San Admiral who was blocking the front, he shouted in the same way, "Return Ace to me." Then he attacked Marine San Admiral. However, after attracting the attention of the third admiral, he unexpectedly took advantage of the surprise of the third admiral, and slammed the three away and headed towards the execution platform. Luffy was still very fast when he turned on the second gear. It only took a few seconds to get close to the execution platform, but he overestimated himself and underestimated the strength of Marine 3 Admiral. There is still a distance from the execution platform. When he was away, a golden light flashed in front of his eyes, and then Kizaru appeared in front of him, kicked at the speed of light, and kicked Luffy away with one kick. You can't save people by being clever. Chapter 325. Although Luffy's behavior was reckless, it attracted a lot of Marine, while Lingyun's eyes flashed, and he shouted to Whitebeard in the bay. "Daddy, at this time, Oz's body is huge, let him take everyone transported to the square." Oz's body is huge, it can transport hundreds of people at once, and the pirates who are closer can enter the square from the gap opened by Oz. It doesn't take too long before and after to be able to let many pirates enter the square. As long as there are pirates entering and fighting Marine, the remaining pirates can break into the square while taking advantage of the chaos. Whitebeard knew this too, so he immediately ordered all the pirates to be ready, don't be confused, and rush towards Oz in an orderly manner. Coax. The ice wall that Lingyun blocked in front of Oz didn't last long, and was soon bombed by Marine's artillery fire. Many of the attacks fell on Oz. For this, Lingyun did nothing. The way, after all, Oz's body is too large, it is completely a target, and he can't cover Oz, otherwise Oz can't move. Has the videophone worm not been cut off yet? According to Marine's strategy, Ace should be executed early at this time, but because there is still a videophone worm that has not been cut off, that is, while the live broadcast is still in progress, Sengoku cannot decide whether to continue the plan. Marshal, we can't find the whereabouts of Buggy the Clown, and we don't know where he got the phone bug. A Marine, sweating profusely, told Sengoku, because the game just now was too chaotic and Buggy was very smart, so the Marines couldn't find his whereabouts at all, let alone retrieve the video call worm. Sengoku said angrily, "A-hole, since those guys appeared, nothing can go smoothly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Since Lingyun and other prisoners who escaped from Impel Down appeared, Marine's plan has been disturbed, and the most important figure is naturally Lingyun. I didn't make up my mind to execute him, it was the stupidest thing I did in my life. Who is that man? He is the one who saved Whitebeard just now, and he is also the one who is fighting against Marine Admiral, and what is going on with his weapon? How come it is constantly changing form? It is devil fruit the reason. Because Buggy's videophone worms are not too close to each other, the picture feel is not too strong, but most of the situations have been removed from the live broadcast. Of course, because Buggy is in the bay, the situation in Marine Plaza is the same. The most unsuccessful ones are those above the city wall, where the sentence has been executed. The war also reached its peak at this moment, so audiences all over the world were stunned. Seeing the scene that looked like the end of the world, everyone was shocked and didn't know what to say. Hawkins calmly said, "It's hard to say anything else, but what will happen to the Whitebeard Pirates? It depends on Whitebeard and Shinigami. Is this the new World 4 Emperor's pirate group? It is too strong. The sky full of magma meteors are blocked, it's so strong." Although Buggy was a bit weird before, everyone did not see a lot of exciting battles. Later, after Buggy was rescued by Lingyun, in order to escape for his life, the live broadcast was not carried out. It was not long ago that Buggy refocused the camera. The battle scene, especially the ability collision between the Kainu's meteor volcano and Lingyun just now, is even more in the eyes of the world. In the past, they agreed that it was a wise choice not to fight the Whitebeard Pirates, so Lingyun stayed. But at this moment, he found that Lingyun's potential is not worse than Whitebeard. What's more terrifying is that Whitebeard is now. At the end, there is no room for improvement, but Lingyun's life has just begun. No one can imagine how far it will grow in the future, but it is undeniable that it will definitely not be worse than the current Whitebeard. Because Lingyun killed Yurki on the Sky Island, the 11 supernovas in the original book have now become the top 10 supernovas, but like the original book, their strength is very strong, and they are also outstanding among the newcomers. At this time, they were all gathered in the Chambord Islands to watch the terrifying top battle of this shocking 5.0. The one who sighed was the Magic Hawkins, one of the top 10 supernovas. He held the divination card in his hand and continued to divination, and said, according to the original probability of the Whitebeard Pirates group is less than even 1. But when this Shinigami appeared, the Whitebeard Pirate group's winning rate reached 30%, which is strange. Captain Hawkins, this Shinigami is indeed amazing. It doesn't seem to be a big grade, but the strength is already comparable to Marine Admiral. I am afraid it is the second person in the Whitebeard Pirates. While weighing the pros and cons in Sengoku's mind, audiences all over the world also held their breath and stared at the big screen closely. Thinking of this, Sengoku suddenly looked down at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, his eyes flashed with determination. It is hard to deal with Lingyun when driving a Lingyun. If you add a Fire Fist, with equally unfathomable potential, the Whitebeard Pirates might be more prosperous, so he would never allow this to happen. What a terrifying battle, is this the duel between Marine Headquarters and New World 4 Emperors? This Shinigami is really strong. Even Marine Admiral can't stop him. The Whitebeard Pirates still hides such a big Buddha. The Marine Headquarters is indeed miscalculated this time. Sengoku was full of regret at this time. He felt that it was really stupid not to kill Lingyun back then. If you killed Lingyun back then, although you might risk fighting with the Whitebeard Pirates, at least you could. This big threat is removed, and it will not fall into the situation like today. However, Marine's plan is indeed very sophisticated, to keep the pirates in the bay, but I didn't expect such a situation to happen. Marine Headquarters really miscalculated. Chapter 326, Haha, New World is really the world the pirates look forward to most. It is really strong like a cloud inside. This Whitebeard pirate group already knows. Whether it is the captains or the captains, they are as strong as monsters. Yes, Kira, this is the world we yearn for. It is our goal to make a name in New World, right? In a stand, the kid pirates gathered here, and Eustace Kid said with excitement. Kira on the side also nodded and said, well, the pirates of New World are indeed terrible. The people we met before can't be compared with these guys, especially the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Better than us. Kid said. After all, it is the new World 4 Emperor's pirate group, but we will definitely be stronger than them in the future. Although Kid is more arrogant and is the first person among the top 10 supernovas, he also knows very well that he can still dominate the first half of the Grand Line, but after arriving at New World, he is just a rookie. 18. The seniority is very poor, not to mention the pirate captains of the 4 Emperor's pirate group. This, Shinigami, we must remember, as long as he does not die, he will definitely become a big figure in New World in the future, maybe he will become our enemy, Kid said solemnly. For Ji Lingyun, this legendary character, he is still full of jealousy, and he feels that Ji Lingyun will definitely shine in the future. Trafalgar Law said with a smile. I didn't expect the Straw Hat Master to release this monster from impelled down. I heard that Shinigami had cheated Doflamingo back then. No wonder Doflamingo just wanted to kill him. Other supernovae are also staring at the war on the big screen. They are all ambitious people. This war will definitely change the world situation, so they all want to see what the final result is. Lingyun is still the same as before, and her strength is getting stronger and stronger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rayleigh saw Ji Lingyun ruin Marine's plan and brought the Whitebeard Pirates out of the predicament and couldn't help but say. Shao-Chi said, don't be too optimistic. As you said before, Marine headquarters is not so easy to deal with. Sengoku and the others are all old guys. It is impossible to be disrupted by Lingyun alone. It doesn't seem to have much advantage, but don't forget, there's Marin Vander, home of Marine's headquarters, and there's no problem with you. Rayleigh asked strangely. What's the problem? Shao-Chi said, it's Lingyun, he is a little bit wrong. Rayleigh asked, what's wrong with Lingyun? I think he is very good. Shao-Chi said, it's just because he can't see what is wrong. In our impression, Lingyun is not the kind of person who only knows how to defend blindly, but since his appearance until now, he has been passively defending in most cases. It's not an active attack, this is completely different from what he did in the past. Rayleigh whispered and said, listening to you, it is true that when Roger was robbed of his body, he was so young that he dared to rush up alone. Compared with that time, he is indeed a little more stable today, but it's not a problem, after all, it's not the same as before. This is a war between the two major forces. So far, his conservativeness is better than his rash advance, which gives the Whitebeard Pirates an advantage. It's more obvious, Shao-Chi said. No, I don't think so. What the Whitebeard Pirates lacks is a finalist. Whitebeard has been watched. He has no chance at all, so Lingyun should rush up at this time. To do so, instead, let little Luffy take the lead to attract Marine's attention. This is not his character. Shao-Chi's vision is not unpleasant, she also saw Ji Lingyun's thoughts. He was indeed deliberately creating opportunities for Luffy, but he didn't use Luffy to draw Marine's attention as Shao-Chi thought, but Luffy to go. The chance of saving Ace is greater than him, it's just that. Rayleigh said. I think Lingyun must have other plans. Little Luffy rescued him from impelled down. He can't be the kind of ungrateful person. I think it's possible that he thinks his goal is too big, so he chose. Let little Luffy attack. In fact, what Shao-Chi and Rayleigh said is good, but they don't understand Ji Lingyun's plan. For him, the most difficult thing now is not how to rescue Ace, but how to safely leave Malinfan after Ace is rescued. With everyone. Leaving is the most difficult, because he knows that not only Marine does not want them to leave, but also the Blackbeard Pirates group behind. Blackbeard's purpose is shock fruit ability, so he will never let the Whitebeard Pirates leave easily. Seeing the people of the Whitebeard Pirates group struggling towards the square, the complexion of the state of war 977 is constantly changing. This time is really a test of his choice, whether he chooses to be executed in advance under the eyes of the world or for the face of Marine headquarters, did not make this decision? In the end, Sengoku still made up his mind that the outcome of the war was more important than Marine's face, even if he was known about Marine's strategy. What if the execution time is violated? As long as Ace can be executed in the end and the Whitebeard Pirates can be wiped out, everything is worth it, and the big deal is to leave him alone in the end. Bet. Sengoku made a decision in his heart. Even now, he can't allow him to think about it. If he waits until he finds Buggy and turns off the videophone worm, it may delay the time. In this race against time, he must cut the mess quickly. Executing Ace can not only get rid of the blood of One Piece, but also severely hit the Whitebeard Pirates in morale, so Sengoku immediately ordered and shouted, ready to execute. With an order, the executioners standing on both sides of Ace immediately started the action, holding the torture instrument, and smashed Ace's head. If it was hit, it must have died on the spot. Chapter 327, Ace. Seeing that Marine was actually preparing to execute the sentence in advance, the faces of all the pirates changed, and many of the pirates who were close to Ace screamed in excitement. Whitebeard also changed his face and stared at the execution platform closely. Ace. Luffy also yelled in excitement. Marine is crazy, there is still some time before the execution, why is the execution going? Sure enough, it's a good decision, and it's so reckless to execute the sentence early. It seems that the Whitebeard Pirates put great pressure on Marine. Marine is not keeping promises, it turns out that Marine can be so mean. Seeing that Marine was actually preparing to execute the sentence, many viewers became excited. Some people felt that Marine was despicable, but others felt that Marine was doing the right thing. There was no need to respect the pirates. Seeing that Ace was about to be killed, suddenly, a crescent-shaped blade light flashed from the execution platform and the two executioners couldn't even react, so they immediately cut off. Who is it? Sengoku's face was startled at first, then he yelled angrily. Garp, who was sitting on the side, changed his face. He felt it when the sword light came, but he didn't stop when he was in a complicated mood. That slash. The eagle eyes in the square saw the crescent-shaped slash, and his gaze shifted directly to Lingyun. He knew that only Lingyun could perform such a slash. You again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku roared angrily, staring at Lingyun, who was wearing a black death tyrant on the wall, waiting to swallow Lingyun alive. Many people looked at Lingyun in surprise, because his distance was a long way from the execution platform, and his slashes could reach such a long range. It was Lingyun who rescued Ace, which is great. The pirates screamed excitedly. Ace is not dead, which is the best thing for them. Luffy also looked at Lingyun excitedly, with gratitude in his eyes. It's still your speed, it's not my turn to play. A blue figure fell beside Lingyun, and said to Lingyun in a relaxed tone that it was Marco. Just when he saw that Ace was about to be beheaded, Marco had already started his action, but before he arrived, Lingyun had already taken the lead to kill the executioner. Lingyun said, "Don't be careless. Since Marine has decided to execute Ace in advance, he will definitely not give up easily. This time I can save him. Next time they will definitely guard me." He was very clear-headed, knowing that he was unexpected this time. Sengoku did not react, and Garp did not intend to do anything, so that he could easily save people. Then Sengoku was prepared, but he was not so easy. The execution was unsuccessful. Sengoku could only once again order people to find the executioner. Public execution is sacred, and execution must be executed. Now it has violated the time, so in terms of the method of execution, the rules must be followed. When Oz saw the last pirate also enter the square, he finally exhausted his energy and fell down. This time he was really dead. All the pirates silently watched the fallen Oz. Now, I can't speak for a long time. Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform looked at the pirates who rushed into the square with very ugly expressions. Garp couldn't help but sigh. I was placed in a mouse hole. I didn't expect a mouse hole, but in the end it was so cleverly used. In this way, the surrounding wall will become a stumbling block for us. Ace can be rescued, Ace, waiting for us. At this time, many people from the Whitebeard Pirates group entered the square through Oz, and even Whitebeard also passed into the square. I saw Whitebeard led a group of Whitebeard pirates standing under the walls of the square. The pirates behind are also quickly passing through the gap. Oz's gap has been completely occupied by the pirates. No matter how angry Sengoku and the others are, they can only watch the pirates slowly enter. Sengoku clenched his fists, looked at Whitebeard and the others, and said, "I blame the kid and the damn devil." Seeing Whitebeard's attack, he opened a road. Lingyun's eyes on the city wall flashed, but he was a little envious. The power of Whitebeard's shock fruit is indeed very terrifying. Whether it is attack power or other, it is developed very perfect. Little ones, step back. In any case, Whitebeard is the greatest threat to Marine. Now that Whitebeard is fully committed, they are naturally extremely jealous. Not to mention 100% of their attention is attracted, but at least 70% to 80% of people will be Whitebeard is attracted, so this is a very good opportunity for the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. The opportunity is finally here. Marine headquarters, let's be enlightened, we will definitely save Ace. Sure enough, Dad's power is the best way to open the road. Whitebeard yelled, and then raised the pheasant in his hand, facing the Marine in front of him. Suddenly a horrible vibration power was transmitted from the pheasant, and the Marine in front was directly hit by the huge vibration force. Flying, under a single blow, at least hundreds of Marines killed and injured. It was very shocking. Finally entered the square. Marco said, "The old man is also getting angry. I understand what he meant. He wants to attract Marines' attention and create opportunities for us. The next step is to look at us. This is our opportunity and we must grasp it." Lingyun said to Marco. "Marco, see the opportunity. Our goal is to rescue Ace, not to fight the Marine headquarters, so we came out of Ace, and our goal was achieved." Even Whitebeard showed grief. He clenched the big pheasant and walked slowly to the forefront. Looking at the countless Marines, his face was very cold and serious. The nearest Marines who relied on him saw Whitebeard. All of them retreated in amazement. Although they all raised their weapons, no one dared to be the first to do it. Looking at the densely packed Marines ahead, Whitebeard knew very well that if he couldn't tear a gap, his attendants would not be able to approach the execution platform, let alone rescue Ace. 8SZ Chapter 328 for Lingyun. He never thought about fighting the Marine headquarters really hard, even if he was locked by Marine for 10 years, but he knew very well that even if he hated the Marine headquarters no matter how much, he is not with the Marine headquarters anymore. In the decisive battle, because the right time and place are not good for them. Of course, the most important thing is that he knows that the man hiding behind this war is the most difficult to deal with. "Marco, have you seen Ace's brother? He may be the key to our rescue of Ace," Lingyun said. Marco asked in surprise. "You are talking about that Straw Hat boy? I admit that he is really good, he is better than others, but is it possible for him to break through Marine's siege?" Lingyun said. "Don't underestimate that kid, he hides an amazing hockey, he has great potential, and one more person, we have more hope, he is still Garp's grandson, maybe at a critical moment it can play a key role, so you can't let him die." "What do you want to do?" Marco asked. Lingyun said. "I still have a bit of threat in Marine's eyes. Although it has not fully recovered, it is not a big problem to contain 1 or 2 admiral. Now Dad has also attacked, and 600 will definitely attract Marine. Attack with all strength, so we are optimistic about the Straw Hat Boy. If we have a chance, we will save people. If we don't have a chance, we will create opportunities for that boy. Don't worry, I will not misunderstand people. Lingyun not only trusts his own vision, but also trusts his own memory. In the original book, Luffy was able to rescue Ace. Now he has one more, and now their situation is better than that of the Whitebeard Pirates in the original book. Too much, Whitebeard is not injured, and it is bound to attract more Marines. In this case, Luffy's chances will be even greater. Lingyun remembers that Luffy in the original work is difficult to move. At this time, it seems that he is about to lose his strength. But now because Lingyun attracts most of the vitality, so far, Luffy has not been blocked by Marine Admiral, except just when he rushed in alone, it was still acceptable to him at that level. Do you need to tell Daddy? Marco asked Lingyun. Lingyun turned his eyes and said, yes, Dad is in the right state now. If you say that, it may make Marine confused whether it is true or not. This is extremely beneficial to us. In the original book, Whitebeard said that he was powerless to cover Luffy, but now whether it is Whitebeard or the rest of the Whitebeard Pirates, the state is much better. If you say that, then Whitebeard, Lingyun, and others are going all out, which will definitely make Marine messy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco smiled and said, I'm going to tell my father, I hope our strategy can really make Marine fool. The imaginary is the real, and the real is the imaginary. Lingyun smiled, he wanted to see whether Marine would focus on Whitebeard, his body, or the Straw Hat Luffy's body, but no matter who it was on, everyone else would have a chance. When Lingyun was talking to Marco, Whitebeard was ready to use his abilities again, but at this moment, Marine Admiral Aokiji suddenly rushed out and froze Whitebeard at the moment Whitebeard made the move. I saw the cold invading Dao Whitebeard's body, freezing Whitebeard's huge body quickly. Seeing that Whitebeard was frozen, the Marines screamed happily. Only Aokiji himself looked at Whitebeard solemnly, without any joy. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Whitebeard's ice vibrated. The ice cube cracked. Aokiji sighed lightly and said, sure enough, the vibration can be frozen. With that, he went to Whitebeard again, wanting to use his power, but the big pheasant in Whitebeard's hand pierced his body sharply. This time it was the turn of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group to be happy, but the happiness didn't last long, because Aokiji was not killed. Although Whitebeard also used Haki, Aokiji's Haki was not weak, and he had already used Haki to his abilities. The stabbed Aokiji just grabbed Whitebeard's weapon, iced Whitebeard and his weapon together, and used his power to create an ice spear, ready to attack Whitebeard, but a huge body crashed over. Boom! With a loud noise, I saw that Aokiji was instantly knocked into pieces of ice and fell on the ground, but soon regrouped. He looked at the figure that knocked him down and frowned. The Whitebeard Pirates captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Joes. Joe said to Whitebeard, Father, you go first, leave it to me here. His strength may not be as good as Marine Admiral, but his ability to defend is extremely strong. Aokiji wants to defeat him. It is definitely not so easy, so he can contain Aokiji is completely no problem. Whitebeard nodded and said, I'll leave it to you here. Then he moved on towards the execution platform. At the same time, Straw Hat Luffy also quickly moved towards the execution platform, but he was in trouble. Several Marine lieutenants led by flying squirrels stopped him. Although his strength was good, it is equivalent to Marine Lieutenant General, so surrounded by several Marine Lieutenant Generals, no matter how hard he struggles, he still cannot escape. Instead, he was seized by several Marine Lieutenants General. Not a minor injury. In order to solve the Straw Hat Luffy at one time, Marine Admiral Kizaru also came over, kicked Luffy away with one kick, and quickly caught up, preparing to give Luffy a fatal blow. Slash. Just when Kizaru was about to start his hand, a crescent-shaped blade light suddenly flew in and slashed in front of Kizaru, directly blocking Kizaru's attack path. Kizaru stopped abruptly, looked forward sharply, and slowly said, It's you again, Shinigami. Lingyun holding Tensa Zangetsu, standing in front of Luffy, dressed in a Death Tyrant costume, looks very cold and handsome. Chapter 329, Kizaru, you're also Marine Admiral anyway. It's really disrespectful to treat a newcomer like this, but that's right, you seemed to follow me like a gooey candy back then, so it was an insult to tell you about grace. Lingyun looked at Kizaru, full of cynicism. Even if Kizaru didn't want to be angry, it was full of anger. Kizaru said solemnly, Shinigami, you are really getting in the way. Lingyun smiled and said, Yeah, I think so too, then you can choose to kill me. Kizaru has long been unbearable to be destroyed by Lingyun one after another, so he said, Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. As Marine Admiral, Kizaru naturally has absolute self-confidence. No matter how strong Lingyun shows, he hasn't reached the point of retreating him. Even Whitebeard can't make him retreat, let alone Lingyun. Kizaru opened his hands and was about to use the Sky Cloud Sword, but he had just burst of golden light, and suddenly a blue blade light fell in front of him, directly interrupting his movement, making him stop and frown looked over. Hawkeye. I saw Hawkeye with a black sword walking over step by step. He walked in front of Lingyun and Kizaru. Without even looking at Kizaru, he said directly to Lingyun, It's time for us to be beaten 10 years ago. The broken battle is over. Seeing Hawkeye, not only Kizaru frowned, but even Lingyun frowned. If it was another time, he would definitely be happy to have a century-old showdown with Hawkeye, but the problem is that this is not the time. This time what he wants most is to rescue Ace and then evacuate the Marine headquarters. If you play against Hawkeye, let's not say that his current state has not been restored to the best. Even if the fight has started, it is impossible for the two to be able to tell the winner in a short while. I am afraid that we will wait for them to tell the winner before the battle between the Marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates had ended. Hawkeye, I said, now is not the time for us to fight. This time, this place, I have scruples. Even if I agree to do it with you, I will not be distracted. When you win, how will you count? I lost. How should it be counted? Lingyun asked Hawkeye with a serious face. Hawkeye hesitated for a while, but soon he said, I am a swordsman, and you are also a swordsman. At any time and any place, the swordsman will not change. Maybe you will have some scruples now, but once we start fighting, I know you will do your best. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hawkeye's words sounded a bit unreasonable, but Lingyun didn't refute it, because Hawkeye's words were right. Once he fights Hawkeye, even if it is forced, he will let himself go all out. It's just that such a result was not what he wanted. A duel that was not willing, he didn't want to do it. Eagle Eye. Lingyun was about to continue talking, but suddenly a voice came in his ear. Brother Lingyun, I will help you respond to this duel. The sudden appearance of the voice made other people a little stunned. I saw Rambo, one of Shichibukai, slowly walked up to Lingyun and said to Lingyun, Brother Lingyun, give me this battle. Then he said to Hawkeye, Hawkeye, Brother Lingyun once said that 4 years later, it will be time for me to fight you again. Now that the 4-year period has come, I will challenge you again. Sword Demon. Hawkeye's eyes stopped and fell on Rambo. If someone wanted to interrupt the duel between him and Lingyun, he would naturally disdain, but Rambo was an exception. He fought Rambo 4 years ago. At that time, although Rambo did not pose a substantial threat to him, 4 years later, he could feel that Rambo's kendo became more powerful, and even he was a little unpredictable. Where is Doflamingo? Lingyun asked Rambo. He knew that Doflamingo hated him deeply. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely fall into trouble. He also knew that Rambo would not let Doflamingo cause trouble for him, so he would definitely hold Doflamingo. But now Lanbo appears here. Where are the Doflamingo people? Rambo replied. Doflamingo handed it over to Jinbei, and he said he could stop it. Lingyun nodded. Jinbei's strength is still good. Although he may not be able to beat Doflamingo, there is absolutely no problem in dragging Doflamingo. Moreover, Jinbei has an advantage in the water in the bay. Can Hawkeye handle it? Lingyun asked. Rambo didn't answer, just drew his own sword. His attitude showed everything. Lingyun is not an indecisive person, especially at this time, let alone hesitate. Since Rambo has confidence in Rambo, he also has confidence in Rambo, so he said to Hawkeye, Eagle Eye, a year later, New World, I look forward to your driving. Hearing this, Hawkeye knew that he had no chance to fight Lingyun today. If Lingyun avoided the battle, whatever he tried would be useless. After all, this is a battlefield. There are too many people in the Whitebeard Pirates. There are many people who can stop him. The most important thing is that even if he is forced to fight, there will be no fairness at that time. Okay, I'll wait for you for a year, Hawkeye responded. Sengoku on the execution stage saw that Marine's situation was very unfavorable, so he rolled up his cuffs and said to Garp in a deep voice, Garp, things have developed to the current situation, and we old guys can't just sit back and watch. Yeah, I don't want to ask more about the troubles between you swordsmen, but this is a battlefield, not a place for you to talk nonsense. Kizaru gave a soft sigh. A golden light flashed in his hand, and he was about to face Lingyun attacked. But at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly rose. Kizaru and others were all startled, and then looked in one direction. Surrounded by Marine, Whitebeard raised the big pheasant sword in his hand and held the sword in both hands. A white light appeared on the blade of the big pheasant sword. The powerful aura was exuded from Whitebeard's sword. Surprising, if this sword goes down, it will definitely cause a much stronger vibration than before. Chapter 330. Come on up there. With a loud shout, Whitebeard slashed at Marine severely. No, Whitebeard is going to use that trick again. We can't stop it. What should we do? Seeing that Whitebeard was about to use his abilities again, the Marine in front of him was shocked and did not dare to face Whitebeard. Boom. There was a loud noise, but Whitebeard's attack was not thrown out, but was blocked in the middle. It was Akainu who blocked him. He stepped on Whitebeard's big pheasant and knocked Whitebeard's attack. Completely sealed. Akainu blocked Whitebeard's attack forcefully, and then solemnly said, Whitebeard, if you continue to make trouble like this island won't survive, so. Whitebeard laughed and said, then you can watch. With that, Akainu's magma fist smashed against Whitebeard fiercely, but Whitebeard also punched past. The powerful vibration force prevented Akainu's attack from causing any explosion, but was forced by the vibration force back. Seeing Whitebeard and Akainu fighting with all their strength, the other pirates and Marine also had a fierce duel. When a sound of gold and iron rang out, and I saw Lingyun's Tensa Zanjetsu and Kizaru's Celestial Cloud Sword collide. Although Kizaru's Celestial Cloud Sword is not a real weapon, it is just a weapon made by his ability. It was also very tough, and was hit by Tensa Zanjetsu of Lingyun without any damage. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Crescent Moon Sky Chong. Lingyun shot out with a crescent sky and directly split Kizaru in half, but soon Kizaru reunited. Lingyun is still unable to cover Haki on the blade that has been thrown out, so he cannot restrain it. Kizaru's ability. Dang Dang Block. The collision sounded constantly. I saw the silhouettes of two colors, one black and one gold, colliding together, and then separated quickly, and collided again. The two clash like this, the speed is fast to the extreme. Kizaru's sparkling fruit claims to be the fastest speed, but Lingyun, who is fully using Tensa's Zanjetsu, has improved his movement speed and attack speed. It is no slower than Kizaru, and his attack speed is faster. Under Lingyun's high-speed attack, although Kizaru's speed could keep up, his reaction was not as fast as Lingyun, because Lingyun was the natural owner of observation haki. He was confident except for the dead One Piece Roger. Few people's observation haki can match him, so playing against Kizaru, his status actually has the advantage. It's just that Kizaru's sparkling fruit is really troublesome, and although Kizaru doesn't pay much attention to armament haki and physiques, he has not given up for so many years. After decades, his use of armament haki is not much worse than Lingyun, so even Lingyun's attack speed is a bit faster, but he can't tell Kizaru in a short time. At this time, except for some who stayed behind, the Whitebeard pirate group and its pirates have all rushed into the square from the bay, and they fought fiercely with Marine, although the number is still poor in Marine, but the pirates were morale at this time, and the fight was completely worthy of Marine. The most important thing is that Whitebeard's current physical condition has not deteriorated, so after Akainu fought a few moves, he was slowly suppressed by Whitebeard. Seeing that the situation was very unfavorable, Sengoku's face changed, his eyes became fierce, and even Marine 3 Admiral was completely restrained, and even faintly fell into the wind. This is extremely unfavorable for Marine, if not because as Marshal Marine, he has to stay on the execution stage, and I'm afraid he can't help but do something at this time. And Marco saw that Marine's forces were all being held back, and he immediately felt that the opportunity had come. He rushed to the direction of the execution stand. When he came not far from the execution stand, he quickly used it. With his ability, a blue flame emerged from his body, and his whole person became a phoenix, and flew towards the direction of the execution platform. Many pirates saw this scene and shouted excitedly, "Good job, Marco, come on, fly over, rescue Ace. Captain Marco, charge, rescue Ace." After seeing this scene, Luffy, the Straw Hat, who was struggling to run, also screamed excitedly. Although he didn't know Marco, he knew that Marco had the same purpose with him, as long as he could rescue Ace. Everyone was cheering for Marco, but Lingyun, who was working with Kizaru, changed his face and forced Kizaru back with a slash, shouting, "Marco, be careful." Seeing that he was just a step away from the execution platform, Marco was also very excited, but suddenly he heard Lingyun's yell, and his heart became tight. At this moment, he suddenly found a dark shadow falling from the sky. Yes, come with him. Not good. It's just that although Marco realized that it's not good, it's too late. He could only twist his body forcibly, but even so, he was hit by the black shadow that hit, and his whole person fell from the air to the ground. After landing, Marco shook his body. Just because he heard Lingyun's reminder in advance, he reluctantly staggered his position. No 1.9 was hit in the head, but only in the shoulder, even if he was hit by haki, but it's not too severely affected by entrepreneurship, and it only takes a while to recover. But when he saw the person attacking him, his pupils shrank. It's Marine Hero Garp. Many people recognize this person. It is Marine Lieutenant General Garp, who is known as the Marine Hero. He had always been sitting next to Ace until he saw Marco suddenly attacked, and he couldn't help it anymore. Years of persistence, hands-on. As a Marine hero, the oldest and strongest generation of Marines, when you do it, you are naturally shocked, even if it is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Phoenix, Marco, facing him, it is also a punch. The fate of being shot down. Chapter 331. When Sengoku on the execution stage saw Garp's choice, he shouted, "Garp, this is your own choice. No one will let you do it, you remember." After Garp fell, he folded his hands on his shoulders, and sat on the place where the Marine Admiral had been sitting before, and said in full force, "If you want to pass here, unless you kill me first." Many of the pirates under Whitebeard looked at Garp sitting under the execution table in amazement and shock. That's the Marine hero Garp. He chased Roger, the legendary Marine. He is the strongest seaman of the same era as the old man. He used to capture the legendary pirate Golden Lion in Marin Vando and Sengoku. You know, Golden Lion was the three legendary pirates who were as famous as the old man and Roger. Not only that, even the current leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, seems to be his son. This Garp is terrible. Even Captain Marco can't stop him with 16 punches. Can we beat him? The sound of discussion continued to pass between the pirates, and many people looked at Garp in amazement and were shocked by Garp. At this moment, Whitebeard yelled suddenly and said, "Stupid boys, don't be frightened by his name. He is just a veteran now." Hearing Whitebeard's big drink, many pirates woke up. They were just frightened by Garp's sudden attack. Now they are awakened by Whitebeard and they are not so nervous. Garp is very strong, but they are Whitebeard pirates. The group is not weak, and they still have the existence of the strongest man in the world, Father Whitebeard, so there is no need to be afraid of Garp. Garp sitting there just smiled at Whitebeard's contemptuous words. Whitebeard was right. He is indeed just a veteran now, but a veteran can also play a different role. At least he will guard the execution platform. It is impossible for ordinary people to pass. Akainu sneered and said to Whitebeard, "Whitebeard, you are also from that era, but now, let's see the enemy in front of you clearly." With that said, Akainu shook his fist fiercely at Whitebeard, and the terrifying dog-shaped magma smashed towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard was not afraid, and swung a pheasant to greet him. The battle between the two drove the surrounding buildings and everything all destroyed. Whitebeard didn't matter, but Akainu was angry. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You guy, do you want to destroy everything here? Whitebeard smiled and said, you have been guarded well. You can't keep it. Who is to blame? Akainu's strength is still very terrifying. Among Marine's 3 admirals, he is the strongest attacker. When he faces Whitebeard, it does cause a lot of trouble to Whitebeard. At least Whitebeard can be as fast as possible. Through him. This fellow Marco, I really don't listen to persuasion. When Lingyun saw Marco being knocked to the ground, his expression suddenly became a bit ugly. Marco's move eventually led Garp out. Although he was not afraid of Marine Admiral at all, he was very concerned about Garp. The legendary marine hero still has great fear because he has never played against him. I don't know how strong his strength is, but after all, he is a man from the same age as Roger, and his strength is definitely not weak. His joining is definitely not a problem for them. Good thing. Lingyun looked in the direction of Whitebeard and found that Whitebeard was not unusual. He knew that Whitebeard was getting older and his combat effectiveness must have declined, and his physical fitness had also deteriorated. The injuries he suffered when he was young are at such a high intensity. It is very likely to erupt one by one under the duel. Whitebeard is the brains of the pirates and must not be lost. Just like in the original work, as soon as Whitebeard is injured, the Whitebeard Pirates immediately fell into a disadvantage, so Lingyun has been watching the battle with Whitebeard. If there is a problem, he will go to support as quickly as possible. A golden light struck. Lingyun responded freely and blocked Kizaru's voice. You even dare to get distracted when you do it with me, Shinigami, are you really not afraid of death? Lingyun blocked Kizaru's sky cloud sword and said disdainfully, you want to hurt me? I don't know where your self-confidence comes from. Kizaru, you are faster, but with me, you don't have it. Any advantage. Kizaru is characterized by fast speed, but he is facing Lingyun, who liberated Tensa Zanjetsu, and his speed and attack have reached a terrifying level. Even his sparkling fruit can't stand in front of Lingyun. Effect. Young people can't be too confident, otherwise they may capsize, just like now. Kizaru smiled wretchedly, and then he suddenly raised his right foot and kicked at Lingyun at a strange angle. Because the two were very close, and they used their weapons against each other, his foot was really it's hard to guard against. Is it? The flash kick is really fast, and because of his height, Kizaru's foot is about to kick Lingyun up, but Lingyun does not panic. 537 and asks a question, then slaps Kizaru's sky cloud sword after separating. Tensa Zanjetsu pierced Kizaru's foot. Kizaru's face changed and it was too late to continue his attack. He quickly turned his right foot into golden light. The next moment he was stabbed by Lingyun, and Lingyun hit Kizaru's body with a backhand. Call out. Kizaru turned into a golden light and then condensed again a few meters away, but his face became a little ugly because a small wound appeared on his right foot, which was what Lingyun had just said. A thorn left. Lingyun looked at Kizaru and said faintly, don't think you can do whatever you want with Logia's ability. Your speed is very fast, but your every move is under my perception. You want to attack me, but I don't know it's right in my arms, but your reaction can be considered very fast, otherwise I will not be left with a wound, but a foot. You guy. Kizaru's face was so gloomy, he couldn't remember how long he hadn't been injured and bleed. He didn't expect to be injured by Lingyun because of his carelessness. Chapter 332. When you come out, you always have to pay it back. Lingyun quoted a very classic saying. Back then, he was chased by Kizaru. He suffered a lot from Kizaru's hands because of the ability of sparkling fruit. Among Marine Admiral, he was the most annoying before encounter Kizaru. But now, facing Huang Yuan, he is not worried at all. 10 years in prison has not only allowed him to train his conqueror's haki to the point of horror, even observation haki has also reached the peak. Back then, he had studied with Roger for a few days, and the most during the period was the use of observation haki, because that was Roger's best ability, and he happened to be the natural owner of observation haki, so Roger would guide him. Roger's observation haki is the strongest in the world. There is no doubt about it. It claims to be able to listen to the sounds of all things. Although it is a bit exaggerated, Roger does have extremely high attainments in observation haki. Under Roger's guidance, Lingyun is very knowledgeable about observation haki. Haki also has a deep insight. During the 10 years of Impel Down, he was unable to exercise his body and sword skills. He could only focus all his energy on mental exercise, that is, seeing, hearing, and Conqueror's Haki's haki. Conqueror's Haki's knowledge was revealed when Impel was down. When he was constrained by Seastone, he was able to use Conqueror's Haki to stun the prisoners of Impel down the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, which shows its horror. Haki, who is also at the top of the sea, can be compared with the red-haired Shanks, and is even better than Whitebeard. Observation Haki did not show up because there was no battle. It didn't show up until the battle with Kizaru. Before Kizaru took the shot, he had foreseen Kizaru's actions, so he was able to prepare in advance. This kind of prediction is observation. The perception ability that Haki can possess only after reaching a certain level. This ability is somewhat similar to the sixth sense, but it is different, because the perception of the sixth sense is emptiness and is not necessarily accurate, and the actions predicted by his observation Haki will definitely happen. This is actually a kind of observation and judgment. Predicting Kizaru's next actions through observation and judgment is not so mythical. It can really predict the future. Ji Lingyun knows that there is a very powerful son of observation Haki under the anti-4 emperors of the pirate, who is also the man who is the head of the Desert 3 Stars. His observation Haki can see a short future. Ji Lingyun doesn't know what he is. I do not know if it is true or not. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, in his own body, Ji Lingyun can predict the future, but it is only short-lived, and all he predicts are related to him, especially when it comes to danger. He has an extraordinary ability to predict, but this is only confined to himself. If it is someone else, he can't see anything at all. After being injured by Ji Lingyun, Kizaru's face became serious, and he could no longer see the insignificant expression before, because from this moment, he began to regard Ji Lingyun as his opponent at the same level. After any contempt, there is even great fear. Kizaru also thought secretly and vigilantly in his heart. Strong sword skills and abilities, extremely fast speed and attack, and amazing observation Haki. Although armament Haki hasn't shown much, it must be not bad, and he also has Conqueror's Haki. This man is really invulnerable. Because of fear, Kizaru didn't do anything immediately, and was thinking about Ji Lingyun's flaws. From the situation just now, if he fights Ji Lingyun with all his strength, he won't be able to take any advantage. Instead, he still has to worry about Ji Lingyun and others. He wants to find Ji Lingyun's flaws and see if he can take advantage of it. Kizaru didn't do it, so Ji Lingyun naturally didn't do it. He didn't want to fight Kizaru because it made him very irritable. Kizaru's speed and ability made him really unsure of giving a fatal blow, and there was no way to defeat him. It will always be sticky like sticky candy, so among Marine Admiral, Ji Lingyun is the last person who doesn't want to fight Kizaru. Seeing that the situation on the battlefield is very unfavorable for his side, Sengoku asked with a gloomy face to the people behind. What's the matter? Why hasn't the executioner arrived yet? The Fire Fist, Ace must be executed as soon as possible. Although there is still no problem, Sengoku has a bad feeling. If this continues, the Whitebeard Pirates will most likely be rushed to the execution stand. If you want to execute Ace at that time, there will be no such thing. It was easy, so he wanted to execute Fire Fist Ace as quickly as possible. No matter what, the execution of Ace was a victory. Marshal, the executioner is preparing and will come soon. The marine below was also swaying profusely. Quick, let them come here as fast as possible, Sengoku roared. Yes, Marshal. Ji Lingyun suddenly shouted at Marco, who was knocked down by Garp. Marco, you go to cover Daddy and let me come. Marco also knew that he had just taken care of it, so he replied, I know how to do it, it's up to you next. Ji Lingyun shouted. Just follow what I just said, let's get started. Okay. Marco moved quickly in the direction of Whitebeard. At this time, Whitebeard's body suddenly shook. The injuries and diseases that had been hidden all year round broke out completely under this high-intensity battle. Akainu's eyes were very vicious, and he saw the flaw at a glance, and then used with all his strength, he hit Whitebeard's body with a fierce punch and hit Whitebeard head-on. Father. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates saw Whitebeard being hit by Akainu, but they exclaimed. Even Ji Lingyun's eyes were picked up. This was the first time he saw Whitebeard being hit head-on, but he also knew that Whitebeard's although the strength is terrifying, but after all he is old, 72 years old, coupled with countless battles, the body has already begun to degenerate, not to mention it is riddled with holes, but it is not much worse, so it is in the battle vulnerabilities are exposed. Chapter 333. Marco. Sachi. Ji Lingyun yelled suddenly and saw Marco rushing towards Whitebeard quickly. Kizaru, who saw this scene, immediately felt that it was an opportunity and was ready to use his ability to attack Marco, but he had forgotten that he was working. Fighting Ji Lingyun. How could Ji Lingyun easily let him attack Marco? Huh. A blade of light flashed, Kizaru's body was directly split in half, and the attack was naturally unable to attack, and the golden light of the body also flashed back quickly, retreating after a certain distance before regrouping. Shinigami, Yugai. Kizaru looked at Ji Lingyun with a gloomy expression. I saw Marco quickly rushed in front of Whitebeard. Before Akainu's attack fell on Whitebeard again, it turned into a blue flame and collided with Akainu fiercely. Boom. Diamond Joe's on the other side was also distracted by Whitebeard. Half of his body was directly frozen by Aokiji's cold air. Just as Aokiji was about to continue his attack, a burst of snow came over, followed by a burst of cold. When it collided with Aokiji's cold air, it was evenly divided. Whitebeard Pirates, Captain of the 4th Division, Snowfruit capable person, Snowfruit. When Aokiji saw that the person blocking him in front of 237 was Sachi, his face changed a little, because Sachi's Snowfruit ability was very similar to his Frozen Fruit ability. It belonged to a type, somewhat similar. Mara Fruit and Lava Fruit, but Snowfruit is slightly worse than Frozen Fruit in attack power. Sachi looked at Aokiji warily. He and Aokiji have similar abilities, so Aokiji is a great enemy to him. He asked Joes with concern. Joes, how are you? Joes took a breath and said, half of his body is frozen, and he can't move freely for a short time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Whitebeard can shake Aokiji's ice instantly, it doesn't mean that other people can also. Joe's strength is not weak, but it takes a while to shake the ice. In fact, this is also because of his carelessness. Otherwise, he will become a diamond state. Aokiji cannot freeze him. Even if it can be frozen, it cannot harm Joe's in the diamond state, and it is even more unlikely that the cold will penetrate into Joe's body. Come here, I'll help you, Sachi said to Joes that if it is someone else, it must be difficult to help Joes, unless he has a Mara fruit like Ace, and uses temperature to melt the ice, but Sachi's ability is snow fruit, which is the same as frozen fruit. With a source, you can suck out Joes' cold air and help Joes unfreeze. Aokiji saw that Sachi lifted Joes' freezing and did not stop it, not because he didn't want to, but because Sachi and Joes had been staring at him. As long as he moved, the two of them would probably stop acting immediately, attacking him at the same time, not to mention that there are other pirates around these two people, which are also troublesome. Sachi quickly released Joes' ice, and Aokiji, who saw this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, the same fruit falls in the hands of different people, and the power they exert is different. Snow fruit was developed by you to such an extent, you deserve to be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. The ability of snow fruit ranks below frozen fruit, but Sachi can use snow fruit against frozen fruit, which shows how perfect Sachi's development of snow fruit is. Even Aokiji can't help but want to admire. Alright. Joes. Sachi asked Joes. Joes nodded and said, fortunately, it's nothing serious. Among the dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, the strongest is the first few captains. Although the other captains are also strong, they do not have the powerful devil fruit ability like the previous captains and are placed in Marine. It was almost at the level of Marine Lieutenant General, not too strong, but not too weak. The first 5 captains, all of which are famous and powerful in New World, Marco, Ace, Joes and Sachi are all powerful demon fruit powers, and Beasta is a famous swordsman in New World. The strength is not weaker than the other 4. However, the characteristics of these people are also different. In terms of attack, it is naturally that Mara Fruit's Ace and Great Swordmaster Beasta are the strongest. Marco's strength lies in his recovery and immortality ability. Phoenix Fruit is not most people can afford it. Joes is the most defensive among the few people. Whitebeard's strongest shield is not just casual talk. Even the eagle eye of the world's #1 swordsman can hardly break through his defense. You can imagine how terrifying it is. In the past, Sachi was good at swordsmanship when he didn't get snow fruit. Although he was not as good as Beasta, it was not much worse. Moreover, he had other abilities better than Beasta. Later he was given by Lingyun. After snow fruit, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, and he is considered to be the most balanced among the Whitebeard pirate team leaders, capable of offensive and defensive skills. It's just that he was attacked by Blackbeard, which caused his strength to be damaged, but even so, his strength seems to have reached the level of quasi-admiral, similar to Marco and others. Daddy is injured. Joe said worriedly. Sachi said, I saw it, but Marco has already gone to the rescue. There shouldn't be a big problem. Now we can't be caught by Marine. Lingyun must also be thinking of a way to save Ace. Joe said. Fortunately, Lingyun appeared in time, otherwise, Marine Admiral would be really difficult to deal with. After Lingyun appeared, he not only attracted the attention of many people, but also saved many pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. The most important thing is that he can block a Marine Admiral alone. This is very important for the Whitebeard Pirates. Advantageous. Saki said a little worriedly. Daddy's physical condition is getting worse and worse, he can't continue to fight like this, otherwise, based on his physical condition, I'm afraid it won't last long. Joes is also very worried. They all know that Whitebeard's physical condition is very poor. Although they have not shown it in recent years, they can all see that Whitebeard is worried because of Lingyun, is in a bad mood, and his body will naturally respond. The intensity of the war was beyond imagination, so they were afraid that Whitebeard's body would not be able to hold it. Chapter 334. Marco's rescue was already very timely, but it was not enough for him to block Akainu alone. The Marines were all taking advantage of Whitebeard's injury, and all attacks were directed at Whitebeard. In just 10 seconds, many Marines rushed in front of Whitebeard, leaving many wounds on Whitebeard's body, and many bullets and shells hit Whitebeard. Father. After seeing this scene, Lingyun's face changed suddenly, and he rushed to Whitebeard quickly, wanting to rescue him. Oh, where are you going? It's just that Kizaru didn't want Lingyun to do what he wanted. He stood in front of him in a flash and looked at him with a smile. Kizaru. Lingyun's face was gloomy, just like he blocked Kizaru before. Now Kizaru is blocking him in turn, and it is difficult for him to break through Kizaru's block. But one thing about Lingyun is very good, that is, he can quickly calm his mood. He knows that Kizaru is blocking it, and he will not be able to reach Whitebeard's side. In that case, he will not do the useless work, but instead look to the other side. Luffy in the straw hat was heading towards the execution platform. You can stop us, but you can't stop others. Kizaru looked at Lingyun in surprise, and didn't understand what Lingyun meant, but he quickly understood. Lingyun took a deep breath, then shouted, Brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates, listen up. Because Lingyun used all his strength to shout, his voice spread throughout the battlefield. Now all the pirates are Lingyun, a big figure in the Whitebeard Pirates, so when he heard his words, he was curious. I want to know what Lingyun wants to say. Even the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, already Whitebeard, looked at Lingyun strangely, but they all had more confidence in Lingyun, so they were looking forward to it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even Marine's senior officials, such as Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, etc., frowned. They all knew Lingyun's cunning. He was suddenly so noticeable at this time, and he must have said something important. After attracting everyone's attention, Lingyun suddenly shouted, From now on, everyone will try their best to cover the Straw Hat Luffy and help him rescue Ace. As soon as this remark came out, it shocked the entire battlefield. Everyone looked at Lingyun incredible. Even Luffy, who was the party involved, looked at Lingyun blankly. I don't know why Lingyun suddenly said such words. What is Lingyun talking about? Fully cover Ace's brother, that newcomer. What's the joke? Try your best to cover a newcomer, even if he is Ace's younger brother, can he rescue Ace? What the hell is a Shinigami plan, and how can the bet be placed on a rookie pirate? He is the person that the old man values most. There must be a reason for him to say this. Just do what he says and cover Luffy, the Straw Hat. The pirates who heard Lingyun's words were shocked in their hearts. Most people didn't know whether to believe Lingyun's words or not. After all, although they had seen Lingyun's power before, they saved many of them, but after all, I'm not too familiar with Lingyun and don't have absolute trust, so I don't know if I should listen to him. Ace on the execution stage was also stunned. He looked at Lingyun incredulously and muttered to himself, does he trust Luffy so much? Sengoku snorted coldly and said, this Shinigami, there are so many methods. Do you want us to focus on Luffy, the Straw Hat, so as to create opportunities for others? How could it be possible for you to succeed? To be honest, although Luffy's performance was good, Sengoku really didn't put him in the eyes. Luffy was able to rush to the execution stage. He didn't believe it at all, so he thought it was Lingyun's method and wanted to use Luffy to attract marine eyes, thus creating opportunities for others to live for themselves. Ace was startled when he heard Sengoku's words, because what Sengoku said really made sense, and he didn't think that Luffy could really come down from Marine's encirclement to him. But soon he vetoed it, because although he and Lingyun didn't get along very much, they had heard many legends about him. Even Papa, Marco and others trusted him so much. Such a person is absolutely impossible, the kind of man who would achieve his goals by betraying his companions. Especially Luffy was the one who helped him escape from impelled down. But, Luffy, can he really do it? Shinigami, you are really crazy, so you pin your hopes on a newcomer? Kizaru glanced at Luffy with a smile, and then said to Lingyun contemptuously, he thought Lingyun was sensational. Zero, Lingyun sneered and said, so what, when I was not even a newcomer, I snatched the remains of Uncle Roger from your hands. Although Luffy is a newcomer, it doesn't mean he can't do it. At this moment, Luffy seemed to have become the most eye-catching existence on the battlefield. Countless people looked at him, wanting to see what his abilities are worthy of the trust of people like Lingyun. Garp looked at Luffy with a complicated complexion, and then at Lingyun. Luffy is his grandson, and Lingyun is the best new generation of pirates in recent years. He is different from Sengoku's thinking. He thinks Lingyun he didn't want to harm Luffy, but really trusted Luffy, but he didn't understand why Lingyun had confidence in Luffy who had only been with him for a short time. Akainu, Aokiji and others are also very curious, but the marines who blocked in front of Luffy became more cautious. At this time, Whitebeard, who had just been injured, also stood firm. He slammed out abruptly, knocking all the marine that rushed in front of him into the air, and then Zoo's sword stood there. Daddy, are you okay? Marco asked nervously. Whitebeard said, boys, what are you worried about? This level is nothing to me. Don't forget, I am Whitebeard. Chapter 335. Whitebeard was the soul of the Whitebeard Pirates. When he spoke, he immediately gave everyone confidence, even if everyone knew that he was injured, but as long as Whitebeard was still alive, he could give everyone confidence. Daddy's okay. Daddy's okay, I knew that Dad would be fine. Great, Daddy is fine. The pirates shouted in excitement, Whitebeard gourmet food, their backbone is back. It's just that Marco, who is the closest to Whitebeard, has serious eyes. He has already seen that Whitebeard's injury is not light, and more importantly, his physical strength is not as good as everyone thought. Whitebeard took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, little ones, listen carefully, listen to what Lingyun said just now, cover the Straw Hat Boy with all his strength, rush to the execution table and rescue Ace. If Lingyun's shouting shocked many people just now, then Whitebeard's shouting shocked everyone. This is Whitebeard. When did Whitebeard place his hopes on others, and he is still a new pirate? Whitebeard. Sengoku's face on the execution stage became very ugly in an instant. Lingyun's yelling did not matter to him, but Whitebeard was different. His words were imperial decree for the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. The thieves will definitely obey, which makes him completely unable to tell whether it is true or not. The pirates also looked at Whitebeard in amazement. Although some people followed Lingyun's words before, the vast majority of them didn't really obey, because they were not familiar with Lingyun, so they didn't trust it, would not obey. But Whitebeard spoke, and the result was naturally different. All the pirates uttered a big drink, and then strenuously went in the direction where Luffy was in the straw hat, preparing to make way for Luffy. Are these pirates crazy? Are Whitebeard crazy? Believing in a newcomer? The Marines were stunned by the actions of Whitebeard and the pirates. None of the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to be worse than Luffy, right? Why put bow bow on Luffy's straw hat? This is totally unreasonable. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Father. Ace on the execution stage also looked at Whitebeard incredible. He may have some doubts about Lingyun, but he has no doubts about Whitebeard. What Whitebeard said has never been false. You believe in Luffy so much, why is that? Even Ace himself didn't have that confidence in Luffy. He didn't understand why Whitebeard made such a choice. Hearing Ace's mutter, Sengoku said solemnly, Whitebeard doesn't trust the Straw Hat Kid, he trusts Shinigami, so he will give this order. You have not been in the Whitebeard Pirates for a long time, so I don't know that Whitebeard and the relationship between Shinigami. They are definitely closer than their father and son, and Whitebeard absolutely trusts Shinigami, so this decision is made. Father. Hearing Sengoku's words, Ace's heart was shaken even more. At this moment, he really knew that what Marco and others said were true, and Whitebeard was indeed different to Lingyun. Buggy and the others who were holding the videophone worm also took the opportunity to get into the square, but he only dared to hide behind and his followers did not dare to approach, but even so, what happened on the battlefield was filmed. Especially the words Lingyun and Whitebeard yelled together were spread all over the world through videophone worms. Captain Buggy, how good is this? That Straw Hat Kid and Shinigami are so arrogant on the battlefield, you can't be compared to them. Those annoying people who followed Buggy shouted at Buggy. But Buggy was not in the mood to think so much at this time. Instead, looking at Whitebeard and Lingyun, he was very surprised and said, "Are Whitebeard and Lingyun crazy?" He chose to let the Straw Hat Boy rescue Ace and give him all his strength. Cover, this script is completely wrong. Although Buggy has no abilities, he is a person who has experienced a lot of great things. He knows both Whitebeard and Lingyun, and he also knows that these two people are very arrogant people. Although they are not superficial, it is definitely difficult for ordinary people to see them. But now they actually believe in the Straw Hat Boy, which makes him really overwhelmed. Well, that's not true. Whitebeard said this because he believed Lingyun's judgment, but what does Lingyun mean by doing this? Is it true trust, or want to use Straw Hat Kid as bait? But anyway, it really is too dangerous here, I still have to be careful to hide better. Audiences from all over the world were also shocked by Whitebeard's words. To be honest, they watched this war and most of them came in the name of Whitebeard. They wanted to see the world's greatest how horrible a strong man is, and at the same time want to see how Whitebeard is going to rescue Ace from Fire Fist. Since the start of the war, Whitebeard has indeed not let them down, showing amazing strength, and the trend of the war is also thrilling. It makes many people nervous and feels very enjoyable. Whether it is Marine's conspiracy or Whitebeard's resolution, both people are very surprised. Especially when Akainu dropped the meteor that day, Lingyun has already dealt with it at the god level. It is even more exciting. Coupled with the power of shock fruit displayed by Whitebeard, it may be an exaggeration to say that the world is destroyed, but it is definitely shocking. People are all overwhelmed by his strength. 0.4. Whitebeard is so powerful, and the Shinigami man is also very strong, but they also chose to let the newcomer Straw Hat Boy. What is going on? Yes, although the Straw Hat Boy performed well, he is far behind Whitebeard and Shinigami. It's not that it's too far, it's that it's not above the same level at all. After all, it's a newcomer, how can it be comparable to Whitebeard? I think Whitebeard is going to make a mistake this time, choosing a newcomer, and I don't know what he thinks. I don't think this is what Whitebeard meant. Didn't you see that Shinigami called out at the beginning? I guess Whitebeard just believed him, so he agreed. Chapter 336. Straw Hat Kid. Eustace Kid, the first person of the new generation of supernovae, had sharp eyes suddenly, and said in a deep voice, Whitebeard and the Shinigami chose to let him save people, and they let the pirates of New World cover him. What ability is there to trust Whitebeard and the others? Although I have seen Luffy in the Straw Hat, I also feel that Luffy is a bit unusual, but Kid does not think that Luffy has the ability to rescue Ace in this kind of war, so he will be shocked after hearing Whitebeard's words. The Straw Hat Master, it's really unexpected. Trafalgar Law looked at Luffy on the big screen with interest, and suddenly shouted, go out to sea, go to Marin Vatican. When his pirates heard what he said, they were all startled, and said, Captain, Malin Vander is now at war. What are we going to do? The war there is beyond our reach. These people are more self-aware. Don't look at them now in the first half of the Grand Line, but they still have to go to New World to measure the strength of a pirate. Now New World's 4 emperors and the Marine headquarters was at war, and they didn't have the guts to contact them. Luo said, we just went to sea, and we're not ready to get closer. What are we worried about, and this war can determine the direction of the future era. Wouldn't it be disappointing if we didn't witness it with our own eyes? Other supernovae, such as Magician, Hyaming, Big Stomach, etc. are also staring at the big screen nervously. Some people are worried, some are nervous, and some are looking forward to it, but for one thing, they are all nervous. He was very shocked by Luffy's performance now. Hiss. Shao-Chi took a breath and said in surprise, what the hell does Lingyun want to do? Let Little Monkey be so popular, and Whitebeard even listened to his words and asked everyone to cover Little Monkey with all their strength. What the hell? Rayleigh frowned too, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. After watching for a long time, he suddenly seemed to understand something. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I know Lingyun's plan. Shao-Chi asked. What do you know? What is Lingyun's plan? Rayleigh said to Shao-Chi. Look at who is guarding the execution platform, Garp and Sengoku. Not to mention Sengoku, you also know Garp's strength. You want to break through in front of him and save Ace on the execution platform. How difficult is it? Whether it is Lingyun or the current Whitebeard, I am afraid it will be difficult to break through Garp's guard, with one exception. Little Monkey, I see. Little Monkey is Garp's grandson. Garp can beat others, but it is absolutely impossible to attack his own grandson. So Lingyun took this point and let the Whitebeard pirate the pirates of the regiment went to cover the Little Monkey, and Whitebeard also spotted this and agreed. Shao-Chi said solemnly. Rayleigh said, it must be the case. Lingyun is very smart. Even if Luffy rescued him from impel down, he would not be able to make such a decision if he is not sure. I'm just curious about why he is so sure Luffy can break through the siege and rescue Ace. Shao-Chi smiled and said, but anyway, after this battle, Little Monkey's reputation will definitely increase greatly. The son of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, coupled with this big show, it is difficult for people not to remember. Look, it started. At this moment, everyone was staring at the big screen, and saw that the pirates of New World were struggling to get rid of their opponents and quickly moved towards the position of Luffy in the straw hat. Boy with straw hat, rush, let's cover you, hurry up and save your brother Ace. A large group of pirates flocked to Luffy in the straw hat. Luffy himself was frightened by the pirates' posture, but after hearing the pirates' shouts, he immediately regained his spirit and moved towards with full morale. The execution platform rushed. Stop him, stop them. Sengoku on the execution stage yelled angrily, but the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were all desperately trying to clear the way for Luffy, making Luffy's path forward suddenly become very smooth. Those Marines want to come. It was blocked, but it was completely blocked by the pirates, even those Marine lieutenant generals who could not get close to Luffy. Ivankov, who was following Luffy, said in surprise, such a thing will happen. The world's #1 pirate has pinned his hopes on you. Straw Hat Boy, you must not let him down. Because Luffy is the son of the dragon and Ivankov is the subordinate of the dragon, he has been following behind Luffy, but it was very difficult for him and Luffy to move forward, and several times Luffy encountered threats. If not for Lingyun's help, Luffy couldn't rush here at all. Luffy said loudly, I don't know what the hell they want to do, but I will definitely rescue Ace. Damn, are these guys crazy? Seeing Luffy rushing all the way, no one could stop it. Sengoku couldn't help jumping up with anger, and he shouted angrily, it's all two guys, Whitebeard and Shinigami. It's crazy, can't let this kid do anything wantonly. Why hasn't the executioner arrived yet? The best way to prevent the Whitebeard Pirates from succeeding is to execute Fire Fist Ace immediately, so he urged. Quickly, Marshal, coming soon. Sengoku scanned the entire battlefield. Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru were all restrained. Marine's high-level power was basically not left. Except for him and Garp, he couldn't help clenching his fist even though he thought of this. I don't believe that Luffy is really capable of breaking here, but he must be prepared. Just when Sengoku was unable to do anything, a large group of people suddenly rushed out from the back of the square. This group of people was different from the General Marine. All of them were very fast, especially the one who took the lead. Under his leadership, the team quickly rushed towards Luffy, a straw hat protected by the pirates. Chapter 337. The reinforcements that suddenly appeared were naturally from the Marine side. The number of this group of people was not large, only 100 or 200, but judging from their actions, they were all masters, led by a strong and tall old man. A big white cloak. What is particularly noticeable is that his right arm is a huge iron arm, which is very shocking. Instructor Zephyr. When I saw this old man with iron arms, the Marine on the battlefield was surprised. Zephyr used to be the same Marine Admiral as Sengoku, but after retreating to the second line, he focused on cultivating talents for the Marine Academy. The chief instructor, many of the people present were taught by him. Sengoku and others were all taken aback when they saw Zephyr showing up with someone. As the leader of this war, Sengoku was very clear about his arrangement, and Zephyr was not in his arrangement, that is to say, Zephyr suddenly appeared. It was his own intention, and had nothing to do with Sengoku. Speaking of it, Zephyr's qualifications in Marine are older than those of Sengoku and Garp. He is a person of the same age as the former Marine Marshal Steel Skeleton, and even earlier than Roger and others' debut time. It's just that Zephyr doesn't have much ambition. It can be said that he has contributed to Marine all his life. When he was young, his family was killed by pirates, so he hated the pirates, and even thought about leaving Marine, but in the end still was left behind. But at that time, he was transferred from Marine Admiral to Marine Instructor. Now Marine Admiral, Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji are all his students, and even now many of Marine's lieutenants are also his students, so his status in Marine is very high. In fact, Zephyr was not needed for this kind of war, and Sengoku did not consider him. After all, Zephyr has retreated to the second line. In addition to teaching Marine newcomers, he has not asked about Marine's various affairs. Although Sengoku did not arrange for Zephyr to participate in the war, how could Zephyr, who hated the pirates, really not care about this important war for Marine? He stayed in Marine Vando to watch the situation until he just saw Marine was about unable to resist. He finally couldn't help but led his own pirate guerrilla team into the battlefield. The appearance of Zephyr not only surprised the Marine side, but also the pirates, because the troops led by Zephyr were really powerful. When they rushed all the way to Luffy, it was difficult for the pirates to effectively block. So he quickly faced Luffy and a group of pirates who protected Luffy. Because Zephyr has retreated to the second line for decades, even if he has formed his own troops, most of the time he is active in the first half of the Grand Line and rarely goes to New World, so the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate group know him. There are not many people. However, not knowing much does not mean that no one knows. Soon the older generation of pirates from New World exclaimed, Admiral before Marine, Zephyr. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although many people don't know who Zephyr is, they were all shocked to hear about Marine Admiral. What Marine Admiral means, I believe that this war has already made everyone aware of it. If nothing else, the strength is absolutely very impressive, amazing. After Whitebeard saw Zephyr, he was also very surprised. It turned out to be Zephyr. Didn't this guy hear that he had ignored Marine's major events? I didn't expect to appear in this war. It's really surprising in an old face. What? Zephyr and Whitebeard are people of the same era. Although the two have not dealt many times, one is a former Marine senior and the other is a big pirate who has been in New World for decades. As important opponents, they are still familiar with each other. It turned out to be him. I didn't expect him to show up too. Seeing Zephyr, Lingyun's expression also changed. Zephyr's appearance completely exceeded his expectations. He has never played against Zephyr, but he doesn't have to think about it to know that Zephyr is very strong. Even if it is not as good as the current Marine Admiral, it must be much stronger than the ordinary Marine Lieutenant General. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, only the top captains can be his opponents, but now several captains have been restrained, and there is no way to support him. Thinking of this, Lingyun was also anxious. Seeing the good situation, how could he be destroyed by a sudden appearance of Zephyr, so he instantly soared his speed to the limit, and quickly moved in the direction where Zephyr was. When Lingyun acted, the golden light quickly caught up with him, and kicked him. Shinigami, where do you want to go? Don't you want me? Kizaru's tone was originally very wretched, and at this time when he said such words, Lingyun burst out. Roll. Armed. Lingyun fired at full power, armament hockey covered Tensa Zanjetsu, dyed the entire sword black and slashed it fiercely. Clang. The blade and the golden feet touched together, and there was a harsh humming sound. Kizaru's face changed and he was constantly pushed back. Although he blocked Lingyun's attack, he was forced back by Lingyun's power. With this move, he was completely at a disadvantage. This guy, what a powerful force. Kizaru was shocked in his heart. The more he played against Lingyun, the more shocked he was. Lingyun's strength was beyond his imagination. With all his strength, even he could hardly cope with it. How terrifying it was. You must know that Lingyun has been imprisoned by them for 10 years, and the person who has been imprisoned for 10 years will be able to burst out such horrible power when he comes out. If he has not been imprisoned for 10 years, it will be terrifying. However, no matter how strong you are, don't try to get rid of me easily. Kizaru snorted and his face became very serious. He knew the key to Marine at this time. He put away all his thoughts and blocked Lingyun with all his strength. As long as he could block Lingyun, he believed that it would be difficult for Luffy. Through the sudden appearance of Zephyr's guards, he could not reach the execution platform, let alone rescue Ace. Chapter 338. Go away. Lingyun is also full of firepower. At this time, he must do his best, otherwise things are likely to happen too many changes. It will be even more difficult to rescue Ace. As for leaving, let alone. It's not that easy. Kizaru followed Lingyun closely, just didn't want Lingyun to help Luffy, and his speed was indeed very fast, and Lingyun could hardly get rid of him under his full strength. Stay. Just when Kizaru turned into a golden light and was about to continue intercepting Lingyun, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and then a large pheasant slashed Kizaru, alively preventing Kizaru from pursuing, and Lingyun rushed out instantly. Kizaru was thrown away at once. The golden light that Kizaru had melted quickly condensed, and he looked at Lingyun who had gone away, turning his head with an ugly expression. Whitebeard. It turns out that the person who interrupted Kizaru just now was Whitebeard. When Whitebeard saw Zephyr appear, he knew that things were going to change. So when he saw Lingyun stopped by Kizaru, he decisively endured his injuries and quickly came to Kizaru. Here, because Kizaru concentrated on blocking Lingyun, he did not find Whitebeard approaching, so he was hit by Whitebeard 260 hands. Don't get in the way, kid Kizaru, Whitebeard said with a big laugh. Whitebeard stopped Kizaru, and Lingyun naturally knew it, but it was not when he was thinking about this. He quickly turned into a black shadow and caught up with Straw Hat Luffy and the others at an extremely fast speed. At this time, the Straw Hat Luffy and the Whitebeard pirate group were indeed in trouble. Under Zephyr's command, the Marines blocked Luffy and them, especially the group of Zephyr's men. They were even more powerful. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group blocked them and prevented Luffy and the Straw Hat from breaking through. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the plot version of the original anime, Luffy defeated Zephyr, but it was 2 years later, and the theatrical version and the regular version are different after all. As a former Marine Admiral, Zephyr's strength is still very scary, especially as the right hand was also turned into the iron arm of Seastone, so the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group couldn't stop him. And Luffy was beaten into the air by him in a few strokes, and there was no fight back. Seeing Luffy being constantly pushed back by Zephyr, Lingyun finally arrived, and the iron arms of Tensa Zanjetsu and Zephyr collided. When a harsh sound sounded, Zephyr only felt that his right arm shook suddenly, and a powerful force came, forcing him to retreat, and Lingyun did the same, stepping back a few steps. It's you? Zephyr recognized Lingyun at a glance. After all, he was there when Lingyun was detained. Lingyun looked at Zephyr coldly, and said solemnly, "Since you have retired, then hide yourself well, so why continue to pop up to make trouble?" Zephyr said coldly, "All pirates deserve to die, and you are no exception." Lingyun sneered and said, "The dignified former Marine Admiral was cut off by a pirate and couldn't even keep the students under him. If I were you, I would find a place where no one knew it. There is still a face coming out." As the saying goes, Lingyun's words are extremely condemning. Zephyr's change was after his arm was cut off and his students were beheaded by pirates. This was the greatest grief in his heart. Now being mentioned in public by Lingyun, he just feels that his whole body is burning. Damn pirate, look for death. Although the furious Zephyr did not lose his mind, he completely forgot his purpose to stop Luffy. He sent all his anger to Lingyun and killed Lingyun angrily. Lingyun whispered to Luffy, "Straw Hat Boy, go and save your brother, leave it to me." With that, he mentioned Tensa Zanjetsu and walked towards Zephyr, and the two collided again. Luffy saw that the tricky Zephyr was blocked by Lingyun, so naturally he would not stay any longer. After giving Lingyun a gratitude, he headed towards the execution platform. This time the speed has increased a lot. Although Zephyr's strength is very strong, and he has a huge robotic arm that can restrain those with abilities, but he is facing Lingyun. Under Lingyun's high-speed attack and speed, he can't keep up at all. The mighty armament hockey, he is not Lingyun's opponent at all. After Lingyun and Zephyr played for a while, he had clearly figured out the strength of Zephyr. He didn't know how strong Zephyr was before his arm was broken, but for now, it is much worse than Marine Admiral. That is to say, it is better than Marine Lieutenant General, plus his special Seastone robotic arm. It is estimated to be similar to the previous captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. And Lingyun's strength at this time is completely based on surpassing Marco and others, that is, compared with Kizaru, it is faintly stronger. Therefore, Zephyr cannot be Lingyun's opponent. Can't keep up with Lingyun at all, let alone hurt Lingyun. Within a few minutes of fighting between the two, Zephyr was completely suppressed by Lingyun. You must know that Lingyun in the state of Tensa Zanjetsu is definitely the strongest one, especially the speed against Zephyr is not fast. The opponents who are larger in size have even more advantage. Teacher. Seeing that Zephyr was suppressed by Lingyun, several marines who had followed Zephyr screamed eagerly, and then rushed towards Lingyun. One of the men and the woman were the fastest. When the man was moving, there were a lot of plants rushing towards Lingyun, who was obviously a capable person. Lingyun knew that Zephyr had two capable people who were not weak, so after seeing this man and woman, he immediately knew that they should be the two remaining students of Zephyr. He didn't care much about that man. What he saw was the girl with the supple sea blue curly hair. He remembered that this woman had some peculiar abilities. Anyone who was touched would fall back 12 years old, so he was quite wary. Chapter 339. Zephyr's appearance was indeed an amazing soldier, but seeing him quickly defeated by Lingyun, Sengoku on the execution stage suddenly became more ugly, but he was not too surprised by this result. Sengoku still knows the strength of Zephyr. It is not too much of a problem to stop Luffy and others, but if you want to fight Lingyun, there is no chance of winning. Lingyun's several hands-on exercises just now have fully demonstrated amazing combat power. Even Marine Admiral can't beat him, let alone Zephyr now. Marshal Sengoku, the executioner, has been brought here. Just when Sengoku was anxious, Marines suddenly reported loudly below. As soon as Sengoku heard this, Sengoku was shocked. He quickly said, "Let them come up." Two executioners walked up to the execution platform from below, standing on both sides of the Fire Fist, Ace, and holding torture instruments. Seeing the two executioners appearing on both sides of Ace again, the pirates were all anxious again. Sengoku didn't care about this. He ordered the two executioners. Execute immediately. Not good. Seeing the two executioners raising their weapons, the pirates all exclaimed. Now it is too late even if everyone wants to rescue. Marco is fighting Akainu for rescuing Whitebeard, while Whitebeard is fighting Kizaru. Fighting, so no one can catch up to save Ace. Lingyun's eyes flashed, his figure quickly backed away, and he returned Tensa Zanjetsu in his hand, holding his right hand on the hilt of Shinigami Blade, and staring at Luffy who was about to rush to the execution table, Shinigami Blade. Ready to get out of the sheath at any time. In fact, if he gets closer to the execution platform, he can also save Ace, which is to release Conqueror's Haki, but no matter how strong his Conqueror's Haki is, it will inevitably hurt his own people in such a large range. The problem now is, he is far away from the execution platform, and he doesn't want to use Conqueror's Haki to injure himself, so he focuses on Luffy's body, because he remembers the original work. Luffy broke out Conqueror's Haki at this time, but his Conqueror's Haki is still waking up, and his power is not too strong. Lingyun was not disappointed, because things were going in the direction he wanted. After seeing that Ace was about to be executed, Luffy was immediately greatly stimulated and suddenly shouted, "Stop it! Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." An astonishing Haki erupted from Luffy's body instantly. The nearby marine and pirates were all attacked by Haki, rolled his eyes and fell down, and Haki quickly swept towards the execution platform. The execution platform, the two executioners didn't even have a chance to react, and they fainted directly. Boom boom. I saw one after another on the battlefield falling, especially the marine soldiers in front, falling in pieces, making the atmosphere of the whole battlefield very strange. All eyes were focused on the Straw Hat Luffy body. That is, many people on the battlefield looked at Luffy in an incredible way. Although many of these people didn't know what was going on, many of them knew exactly what was going on. The power erupted from Luffy and the Straw Hat. What does it mean? Marine and the pirates were all stunned. Sengoku, Zephyr, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru and other marine executives all looked at Luffy and the Straw Hat in shock, with unbelievable expressions, because Luffy's burst of Conqueror's Haki made the atmosphere on the entire battlefield. Great changes have taken place, and many people stopped fighting and looked there. Conqueror's Haki? A pirate questioned uncertainly, and then a leader of the Whitebeard pirate group replied. It can't be wrong. Conqueror's Haki, who is the same as the old man and Lingyun. This Straw Hat boy has this kind of power. No wonder both Lingyun and Dad will choose to believe him. It's Ace's younger brother, he actually owns Conqueror's Hockey, and he also saved Ace, this kid. Marco also looked at Luffy in surprise and muttered to himself. Lingyun knew this a long time ago, so he asked everyone to cover him? All the people on Marine's eyes have changed. They didn't put Luffy in their eyes before, thinking that Lingyun and Whitebeard deliberately wanted to mislead them, but now that this happens, they will never despise Luffy, despise one. The man who owns Conqueror's Hockey, this is an insult to his IQ. Akainu squinted his eyes, with murderous intent in his eyes, and said in a cold voice. It seems that the attack just broke out unintentionally, but with such a hockey, I absolutely cannot let it go. Aokiji and Kizaru are also wary faces. No matter what they think, Luffy is always a pirate. There are only a few pirates who own Conqueror's Hockey in the sea. All of them are very powerful pirates, although Luffy is only one now. Newcomer, but Conqueror's Hockey is enough to make him a character not to be underestimated in the future. Even Whitebeard was surprised. The reason why he just made such a decision was naturally because he believed in Lingyun, but after seeing that Luffy actually owns Conqueror's Hockey, he was naturally surprised. What other people thought, Luffy naturally didn't know. After he broke out of hockey, he rushed forward desperately. Although some of the pirates around him fainted, there were more pirates to cover. Beside him, continued to lead him towards the execution platform. Boy with a straw hat, don't worry about the others, just save your brother. Lingyun shouted at the straw hat Luffy, then shouted at the place where Whitebeard was, Daddy. The tacit understanding between Lingyun and Whitebeard is still very good. When Whitebeard heard Lingyun's big drink, he immediately laughed, then gathered up his strength and punched the place where Marine soldiers gathered, terrifying. The force directly knocked hundreds of Marine soldiers into the air. Boys of Marine, don't you want to take my life? Don't come here yet, chapter 340? Whitebeard's roar and attack made the surrounding Marines all show awe. Whitebeard's fruiting ability is really terrifying. He was obviously injured, but so many of them were unable to kill him. Instead, they were killed. The wanton attack caused heavy casualties. Goo la la. A frantic laughter came out of Whitebeard's mouth. He looked at the surrounding Marine contemptuously, and laughed loudly. A group of courageous Marine boys, when Lousy was crossing the sea. You are not born yet. Want to kill Lousy? Whitebeard's arrogance drew a lot of indignation from Marine, but they dared not say anything, because Whitebeard was so terrifying. They only dared to look from a distance, not even close. Don't worry about the Straw Hat Boy, and do your best to deal with Whitebeard. As long as you kill Whitebeard, the others shouldn't worry about it. Seeing the terrifying power of Whitebeard, all the Marine generals who surrounded Whitebeard couldn't help but drank. Although the Straw Hat Luffy brought the momentum, it was far behind Whitebeard, and the war was mainly prepared for Whitebeard. Yes, now Whitebeard is injured. Killing Whitebeard is the most important thing. Luffy, the Straw Hat over there, burst into action and rushed to the execution platform at a very fast speed. At this moment, the revolutionary under Ivankov rushed out with lightning, using his own ability to cut the ground open and pulled out a path leading to the execution platform, the ladder. Everyone was surprised to watch this scene. The surrounding Marines were even more angrily surrounded by the Straw Hat Luffy, trying to stop Luffy. But Luffy is still very fast, and there are many Whitebeard pirates around. The pirates existed, they blocked all the attacks for Luffy, and then before Luffy cleared the obstacles in front, Luffy easily stepped onto the stairs. Seeing that Luffy had actually approached the execution platform, all the surrounding Marines wanted to go crazy toward him. I didn't expect this kid to actually do this, but I won't let him succeed easily, Whitebeard. Kizaru saw that Luffy had actually stepped up the stairs, his eyes were gloomy, his body turned into golden light, and he was about to face Luffy, but when he wanted to act, Whitebeard slashed it straight down. Splitting Kizaru's body, forced Kizaru to stop. Whitebeard. Kizaru looked at Whitebeard angrily, but he had already missed the best time, and Whitebeard was still staring at him, so he could no longer stop him. Whitebeard chuckled, you stay here and watch the kid rescue Ace. There were still countless Marines around the stairs, aiming at Luffy and preparing to attack, but they were just about to attack, but they were surrounded by a large flame, screaming miserably, and the flames continued to rotate, increasing their power. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not far away, Lingyun was holding Ryūjin Jakka and looking at the direction of the execution table with a serious face. The flames that just attacked the surrounding Marine were naturally the result of his use of Ryūjin Jakka. Torch. It's Shinigami. The terrible appearance of the surrounding Marines made the Marines scream in amazement. They all looked in the direction of Lingyun in horror. Lingyun was able to use such a terrifying flame attack. It was really terrifying. Luffy rushed straight to the execution platform without any interference, but at this moment, there was a sudden bang. I saw Garp, the Marine hero, sitting under the execution platform, suddenly soared into the sky and landed on the stairs, angrily yelled at Luffy. Grandfather. When Luffy saw that the person blocking the front turned out to be his grandfather Garp, his eyes also showed incredible gaze. He shouted, Grandpa, get out of the way, I'm going to save Ace. Garp yelled, how can I get away? Luffy, when you were very young, I was already fighting the pirates, so how could I get away? The Straw Hat Boy, just step on me if you want to go up. Go up the corpse. I can't do it, Grandpa, get out of the way, Luffy shouted with his eyes closed. Garp yelled. If you can't, you won't be able to save Ace, Luffy, I will treat you as an enemy. The angry Garp will take over and break apart, and it will be completely broken in a few seconds. At this time, Luffy finally made up his mind, used the second gear, and then slammed Garp with a fierce punch. It hit Garp in the face and smashed Garp straight down the stairs, but he stepped on to take over and rushed to the execution platform. Boom! Garp's body smashed into the ground fiercely. Everyone was surprised to watch this scene, especially Marine, but they didn't expect their undefeated hero Garp to be beaten into flight. Seeing Luffy stepping on the execution platform, Lingyun's eyes also showed relief. He was indeed a little worried just now. Fortunately, Luffy did not disappoint him, but it is only Luffy who can fly Garp like this up. When the other pirates saw that Luffy actually stepped onto the execution platform, they all screamed with surprise, especially after seeing that even Garp was knocked into the air, because now there is no one to stop him. Luffy. I didn't expect that the kid would actually be on the execution stand. Kizaru, who was fighting Whitebeard, also stopped and looked at Luffy on the execution stage in 5.3. Whitebeard chuckled and said, "This is the little devil in your mouth." Kizaru smiled disdainfully and said, "What about this? He is still innocent. How can he untie the sea stone shackles for Fire Fist, Ace?" Whitebeard laughed and said, "You don't have to worry about it." Suddenly, Kizaru's pupils shrank, and Luffy on the execution stage actually took out a small key. Kizaru was surprised and said, "Why does that kid have the key to the sea stone shackles?" As he said, he used a golden laser at the location of Luffy, and he was about to hit the key in Luffy's hand when he saw it, but suddenly a figure blocked Luffy in front of them, blocking the golden laser. Chapter 341. Shinigami. The person who appeared on the execution platform was naturally Lingyun. When everyone else was shocked, he immediately followed Luffy and rushed to the execution platform at an extremely fast speed, and also helped Luffy block Kizaru's attack. "Quickly help your brother free the shackles." Seeing Luffy in a daze, Lingyun yelled at him, and then looked at Luffy in their backs, her eyes flickering. I saw that Sengoku had already used his abilities at this time, and his body bloomed with golden light, and then his figure continued to grow, making the entire execution table unable to bear the weight of his body, and began to slowly crack and golden. The light became more and more prosperous. The golden light emitted by Sengoku is different from that of Kizaru. Kizaru itself is shining golden light, while Sengoku bursts out with golden light, and finally turned into a golden giant tens of meters high. What is that? Originally, the attention of the pirates was on Luffy's body, but now they suddenly saw Sengoku on the execution stage turned into a 10 huge golden Buddha, all of them showing awe, because that body is really huge. The Marines also looked at Sengoku on the execution stage in shock. Many people exclaimed, "Is this the ability of Martial Sengoku? This is the first time I saw it, it was so huge." Sengoku has not done anything for more than 20 years. The last time he did it was Malin Vando 22 years ago. He and Garp teamed up against the legendary pirate at the time, the Golden Lion Shiki, and defeated the Golden Lion, in prison. But that was all 22 years ago. How many people from Marine who are here today joined Marine 22 years ago? So basically 80% of Marines have seen Sengoku's fruit ability, the form of a big Buddha, for the first time. Sengoku. Whitebeard also saw Sengoku in the form of a big Buddha, with a worried look on his face. Sengoku was a Marine from his era, and the two were also old opponents, so he knew Sengoku's strength very well. Even Sengoku was already old, he is still worried. It's not good. Marine Marshal Sengoku made a move. Can Straw Hat and Lingyun stop them? Marco and others also saw Sengoku, and they all worried about Luffy and Lingyun. After all, Sengoku's name was not blown out, and it was on the same ladder as Whitebeard. However, after seeing Sengoku, Lingyun didn't show any horror. On the contrary, he looked eagerly, staring at Sengoku closely, with a little desire in his eyes. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Sengoku, it just fits my mind. You're the only one left by God's scourge. The reason Lingyun rushed to the execution stand was to help Luffy rescue Ace, and the second reason was naturally because of Sengoku, because his Zanpakuto devotion wanted Bankai, and he needed Sengoku's ability or blood, and he could get the most of Sengoku's blood. The good opportunity is now. After the top war is over, it will be difficult to find Sengoku again, so Lingyun will naturally not give up this opportunity. Shinigami, Straw Hat Boy, Fire Fist, you are all guilty sinners, you are not sorry to die. Sengoku, who had turned into the form of a big Buddha, shouted at the place where Lingyun and them were, and then the huge golden palm fell from the sky and smashed at Lingyun and them. Boy with straw hat, protect your brother, Sengoku will let me deal with it. Lingyun said to Luffy, who was cautiously unlocking with the sea stone key, and then suddenly pulled out the Shinigami blade, and shouted, "Heaven." Zanpakuto was pulled out by Lingyun, and then instantly turned into a huge armor arm. Although not as big as Sengoku's golden giant hand, it was also huge enough. After that arm appeared, it met Sengoku's arm. That giant hand. Boom. A huge roar sounded, and there was a terrifying sound from the execution platform, and then the entire temporary execution platform burst open, and everyone on the execution platform fell. Fire, attack them, hurry up. Seeing that the execution platform collapsed, the Marines all attacked the fallen Luffy and others, and all bullets and artillery fire appeared. After Lingyun and Sengoku faced off, the two of them shook their bodies at the same time and flew back. Lingyun naturally fell in the same position as Luffy and others, and became Marine's target. As for Sengoku, it was moving towards Go in another direction. However, when Sengoku was in the air, he had already seen Luffy open the shackles for Ace and was shocked. Rumbling. Countless shells exploded in the air, covering Ji Lingyun's trio completely, and only the sky full of artillery fire and smoke could be seen. Ace. Lingyun. Straw Hat Kid. Seeing Ji Lingyun's trio disappeared into the artillery fire, the pirates all screamed. But Whitebeard smiled. He knew that Ji Lingyun's attack would be impossible, not to mention that Ace was among them. Did 417 die? The Marines looked forward to it, hoping that Ji Lingyun would die under the gunfire. Only Sengoku clearly saw that when Ace and the others were about to be hit, Ace's shackles were released, and he did not think that an attack of this level could kill people like Ji Lingyun. But even so, Sengoku still kept his eyes fixed there, and at this time he had already lifted his big Buddha form. Just when Sengoku lifted his form, he suddenly felt a terrifying murderous intent enveloping him. Years of experience told him that there would be danger, so he immediately wanted to retreat, but his speed was still slow, because in the next instant, he saw a bit of a blade swiftly coming towards him. No, it's too late. Sengoku screamed in his heart, but at a glance, he knew that he could not have time to dodge the attack, so he forcibly turned his figure and moved to the other side, causing the blade to pass along his lower abdomen. A long sword mark was left under the ribs, and then the blade quickly retracted, without even 2 seconds before and after. At the same time, the sky full of smoke has also undergone tremendous changes, and groups of flames have emerged from the smoke. Chapter 342. No, Marshal Sengoku was attacked. It was an attack that emerged from the smoke. It was a weapon that could be lengthened before. It's Shinigami. Many people screamed when Sengoku was attacked and injured. That was Marshal Marine. Sengoku clutched the wound, waved his hand, and shouted, "Don't worry about me, keep an eye on it, they haven't been blown up." This wound was nothing to Sengoku. What he was worried about was the Ji Lingyun trio. He knew that Ace's shackles had been released, and their public execution by Marine was a complete failure. Look, there is a flame channel in the smoke from the explosion. Suddenly, a flame tunnel appeared in the huge smoke produced by the explosion, and all Marines who saw this scene showed shocked expressions. After the flame channel appeared, Fire Fist Ace pulled the Straw Hat Luffy and rushed out, followed by Ji Lingyun. The three directly flew out of the flame channel, making everyone on the battlefield exclaim. It's just that the pirates shouted in excitement, while the Marines shouted in anger. Great, Ace was rescued. Look, Ace was rescued by Lingyun and the Straw Hat Boy. It's amazing. Damn Shinigami, the damn Straw Hat Boy, actually rescued Fire Fist Ace. The pirates and Marine present two different atmospheres, surprise and anger, but things have become a reality. Even if Marine is angry, it will not help. He can only find ways to make up for it. Sengoku roared. Don't panic, if they can't escape, keep attacking them, you must kill them. Fire Fist Ace was rescued. Although it is a great shame for Marine, as long as Ace can be killed, it can be remedied. That's why Sengoku gave this order. Now, he can only do the last thing. Hard work. Unexpectedly, you really did this step, and you were still caught by a little devil. Whitebeard laughed happily and said, as expected of my son, of course it is impossible to be killed so easily. Kizaru said with a gloomy look, Whitebeard, you are too happy, even if you rescued the Fire Fist. Now Malin Vatican is surrounded by our Marine. You have nowhere to escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard laughed and said, you said the same before, but it turns out that your so-called encirclement is nothing to us. Shinigami, sombrero. Akainu looked at Ji Lingyun's direction with cold eyes, exuding a terrifying murderous aura. Countless people on the battlefield were shocked. Similarly, outside the battlefield, everyone who watched the live broadcast of the world was shocked. They looked at Ji Lingyun dancing on the big screen in disbelief. I was actually rescued, Fire Fist Ace, an audience swallowed, with an incredible tone. He was the one who watched the whole war. He thought that Fire Fist Ace might be rescued. If he was rescued by Whitebeard, he would not be so true, but I didn't expect to be rescued by a newcomer pirate, which subverted their cognition too much. It's incredible, this Straw Hat Boy has this kind of ability, and Shinigami, it is really powerful and terrible, not only repelled Marine Admiral, but also injured Marine Marshal Sengoku, too strong. It's amazing. It completely dismantled Marine's strategy, I didn't expect it. It deserves to be the Whitebeard Pirates. It's terrifying. This kind of impossible thing has been done. It's wonderful, but the next thing is the highlight. Marine headquarters won't let them leave so peacefully. The audience on the Chambord Islands talked a lot, and their emotions were completely ignited. Boy with a straw hat, you are really out of the limelight. Kid in the stands looked at the big screen with a serious face. He never expected that Luffy in the straw hat actually rescued Ace. He and Luffy in the straw hat were the first pirates. Now seeing Luffy out of the limelight, his heart naturally, he refused to accept it, but what Luffy did made him obedient. This was not something ordinary people could do. This kid is lucky, Kira said. Kid said, this is not just luck. The Straw Hat Boy will inevitably become our important enemy in the future. It must not be underestimated. Kira said, I think the boy was able to rescue the Fire Fist entirely because of the help of Shinigami and the Whitebeard Pirates, otherwise he would not have much hope of going forward. Kid said, that's right, but if the Straw Hat Boy is not capable, Whitebeard and Shinigami will not cover him. It's interesting, I actually rescued Huo Fist. The magician Hawkins looked at the tarot cards in his hand and sighed. Such a small probability made him succeed. Oh bab, after you escape, New World will be more exciting. Hyaming Appu laughed and said. Drake, Capone Beige and others are also surprised looking at the big screen. At the same time, they also showed a vigilant color, because the potential shown by the Straw Hat Luffy has completely surpassed them. As a supernova, they are all proud. The person was suppressed by the Straw Hat Luffy of the same period, which made them naturally uncomfortable. Successful. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink and showed his admiration, and said, Luffy Kid is good, but Lingyun is really good. In this kind of battlefield, his ability and role are really too strong. Shachi said, it's a good thing to rescue, but the next step is the key. How should we escape from Malin Vatican? Marine headquarters has been preparing for so long, and it is absolutely impossible for them to leave in such a safe way. I don't know why in the life and death battle, I always have an unknown premonition. Rayleigh said solemnly, I also have this premonition. Sengoku and the others will definitely not let the Whitebeard Pirates leave. Speaking of which, the war has not lost much of Marine's high-end combat power. Now they are forced to. On the road of nowhere, if the Whitebeard Pirates are allowed to escape, they will lose face, so they will work hard. Be careful. Chapter 343. After Ji Lingyun and the three rushed out of the flame channel, they saw a large group of Marines surrounding them. Before Ji Lingyun did it, Ace and Luffy were excited to start doing it. Ace's Mera fruit ability is indeed very yes, plus Luffy, the surrounding Marine couldn't resist the two of them at all, and a gap was quickly cleared. Ace, the Straw Hat Boy, you two go first, get out of here quickly, I'll come to the back of the palace. The key to this war is to rescue Ace, so after saving Ace, when retreating, Ji Lingyun looked farther than anyone and knew what to do at this time. Ace did not refute either. He had clearly seen Ji Lingyun's power on the execution stage, so he had no doubts about Ji Lingyun's words and said, okay, I see. With that, he took Luffy and quickly escaped. The Whitebeard Pirates, retreat quickly and retreat into the bay. The pirates around shouted, they are not stupid, naturally knowing that now is the best opportunity to retreat. The pirates quickly led Ace and the others back, while the Marines followed vigorously. At this moment, suddenly a giant pirate ship rushed in from the bay quickly. This is a foreign ship. Even if it is on land, the speed is not too slow. The giant ship is facing the square. He left the gap, he wanted to plug the gap with a giant pirate ship so that Marine could not chase the pirate. Everyone, run away with Ace, leave it to me here. Squared on the bow yelled loudly. His boat is big enough. If he really blocks the gap, it can indeed prevent many Marines from chasing, and perhaps it can also create a way for the pirates to escape. A good environment. But Squid's ship was stopped before it reached the city wall. It was Whitebeard who stopped him. Whitebeard only used one hand to stop the giant pirate ship. Father. The pirates looked at Whitebeard in astonishment, and the Marines were also very shocked by the power of Whitebeard, how terrifying it was to block a pirate ship with one hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard yelled at Squared, don't you know how unfilial it is for a white-haired person to send a black-haired person? Also, you didn't stab me at all. You don't need to feel guilty. Everyone will die. Having said this, Whitebeard suddenly shouted, our purpose has been achieved. There is no business for us here. Let me listen to it all, Whitebeard Pirates, now we are giving the final captain's order. Father, what are you talking about? Father, how do you say this kind of frustrating remark? We are going back to the new world together. Father. Ji Lingyun also turned his head abruptly and looked in the direction of Whitebeard, with an unbelievable expression in his eyes. Because of his appearance, although Whitebeard was also injured, it was much better than in the original book, and it was completely unreachable. Nearly dying, he didn't understand why Whitebeard would still say this. But he didn't know that his body was the only one who guessed it best. After this war, Whitebeard had clearly realized how bad his physical condition was. Although his injuries were not enough to kill him, he knew even if he escaped, his scarred body wouldn't last long. More importantly, he didn't want to escape, and he couldn't escape. By this time, he had seen the whole situation clearly. Marine would never let them leave safely. Even if they rescued Ace, the Whitebeard Pirates is still better than the Marine headquarters combat effectiveness is quite weak. If you work hard, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely be defeated in the end. Therefore, Whitebeard wants to use his last strength to help his beloved sons open a way to let his cherished relatives escape here and return to the new world, even if it is to sacrifice his life. Papa, Marco, Joes, Sachi and others all looked at Whitebeard in surprise. Marco and others retreated while fighting, and they were already about to exit the square at this time, but their opponents were not simple, so they were all injured. Marco was not originally Akainu's opponent, and the furious Akainu was even more powerful. Marco suppressed very badly, Sachi and Joes were better, and there was not much danger in fighting against Aokiji. Whitebeard ignored the shouts of the crowd and continued to shout, you and I are parting here. Everyone must go back alive and return to the new world safely. Father, what are you talking about? Are you going to die here? The pirates shouted eagerly. Whitebeard raised his hand and yelled, I am a remnant of the old age. The new age does not have a ship that can carry me. If you still recognize me as an old man and are unwilling to disband the pirates, then from today on son, Edward G. Lingyun is your new captain. Lingyun, the pirates will be handed over to you, and take everyone back to the new world safely. This is the last wish of the old man. The last sentence was shouted to Ji Lingyun. Whitebeard's tone was full of expectation and desire. He handed the Whitebeard Pirates and relatives to Ji Lingyun. This was the best result he felt. He believed that Ji Lingyun would be able to manage the sea thieves. Boom. After exhausting his strength, Whitebeard slammed into the air with a fierce punch. Numerous cracks appeared in the atmosphere, and the entire marine headquarters shook. Numerous buildings collapsed under the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Father. When Lingyun heard Whitebeard's words, he couldn't help screaming. He tried his best to rush to this battlefield in order to save Whitebeard and his most important family in the world. But Whitebeard was at this time. Of course he couldn't accept such words. Father, I definitely don't agree with it. Go and stay together, stay together. Lingyun's loud shout resounded across the battlefield. Of course he understood what Whitebeard meant by doing all this, but this was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to take Whitebeard and leave Malin Vander with him, not to let Whitebeard be their queen. Chapter 344. Yes, what Lingyun said is right, go together, stay together. After hearing Lingyun's roar, Marco and the others, who didn't want to leave, expressed their opinions one after another, willing to follow Whitebeard. Everyone's minds, Whitebeard, is naturally very clear, but he knows better that he must not be willful at this time, because this decision is likely to wipe out the Whitebeard Pirates, and he will never allow it. Laozi is not dead yet, are you ready to disobey Laozi's orders? An angry roar sounded, and Whitebeard roared. Everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates is listening. Anyone who disobeys Laozi's orders will no longer be Laozi's son. Upon hearing this, some of the pirates who changed their minds all changed their faces and shouted, Father. Marco, you lead everyone out of here, this is an order. Whitebeard knew very well that he couldn't stop Lingyun at this time, so he directly gave orders to Marco. Marco is different from Lingyun. Even if he is sad, he will resolutely execute his orders. Indeed, as Whitebeard thought, Marco heard his order, his face changed constantly, and finally gritted his teeth and shouted. Everyone obeys the order, exit the square, head to the bay head, get on the boat and leave here. With that, he clenched his fists, took a look in Whitebeard's direction, and then quickly stepped back. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group retreated very quickly. Most people quickly evacuated from the square and entered the bay. Only a few people remained in the square. Whitebeard was one, and the other was Lingyun, Ace and Luffy have evacuated quickly. Lingyun, this is my father's order, let's go, don't live up to my father's expectations. In the future, the Whitebeard pirates and everyone will be led by you. Saki and Joes quickly rushed to Lingyun's side and persuaded Lingyun. Lingyun said, you go, leave me alone, I will never leave my father. Lingyun, don't be self-willed, it's already this time, just listen to what the old man said, and leave, Saki said. Lingyun said firmly. Don't say it, I will never retreat, Joes, Sachi. I haven't practiced filial piety by my father's side for so many years. In his last moment, I will never leave him. Saki said. We don't want to leave either, but staying here will only make Dad more worried, don't you understand? Lingyun said, believe me, you just go first and leave me alone. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With that said, Lingyun didn't care about Sachi and Joes, and swiftly moved in the direction of Whitebeard. Lingyun. Jozira couldn't hold Lingyun, and could only watch Lingyun quickly leave in front of him. He just fought with Aokiji and was attacked by Aokiji's ability. He was still injured, although he was not seriously injured, it also made him very bad. After all, even if the cold in the body is dispelled by Saki, it will take some time to fully recover. Saki said. Forget it, Joes, Lingyun, he has his own ideas, we can't stop him, let's go first. In desperation, Joes could only listen to Sachi's words, and the two retreated from the square and followed the large group towards the bay. Everyone can retreat, but you definitely can't. As Lingyun was heading towards Whitebeard, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and then he saw a huge mechanical arm hitting him. Go away, Scourge. Lingyun burst into tears, and the huge armored arm that had just appeared again, slammed into the robotic arm fiercely. Boom. A dull roar sounded, and then I saw the person who attacked Lingyun flying upside down. An angry Lingyun followed closely and hit the figure again. Ms. Zephyr. Aokiji shouted eagerly and flew up, colliding with Lingyun, blocking the attack for Zephyr. The large amount of ice made Lingyun's attack impossible to break. Lingyun's eyes flashed coldly, and he shouted, Bankai. In an instant, a huge black armored warrior appeared behind Lingyun. The black armored warrior had a red turban, covered with heavy armor, and was tied up with a huge black rope. Black Rope Scourge King Ming. This is the Bankai form of Zanpakuto's Scourge, summoning a huge armored king, with amazing attack power. Seeing the huge black armored warrior appearing behind Lingyun, many marines were shocked, and Sengoku was also shocked. Is that the complete body of the black armored arm that just blocked my attack? Just now Lingyun blocked his shockwave, he was very impressed, so after seeing the black armor appearing, he immediately reminded Aokiji loudly. Aokiji, be careful, he is very powerful. Without Sengoku's reminder, Aokiji would not be careless. He used his power with all his strength, and a huge ice bird appeared in front of him, facing the direction Lingyun was. Ice Cube stormed Pheasant's mouth. With the appearance of the ice bird, everything he went through was frozen, but Lingyun was not afraid of it, posing with his right hand, and the black armored samurai behind him was also in the same posture as him, swinging a huge sword fiercely. Boom! The huge samurai sword slashed on the ice bird, and the extremely cold ice bird instantly shattered and turned into fragments, but Lingyun waved it again and the huge samurai sword smashed down in the air. Aokiji's face changed drastically, and he quickly used his abilities. The next moment, he was directly split into countless icy debris. Naturally, Lingyun would not stop attacking, and the huge katana turned to Zephyr. Zephyr faced Lingyun's black armored warrior, not afraid at all, and shouted, "Armed." The black armament haki covered the whole body, and Zephyr slammed into the black armored warrior. Boom! An astonishing sound exploded and Zephyr slammed into the black armored warrior, but at the same time he was also hit by the black armored warrior, and he vomited blood constantly in the mouth. Lingyun was also uncomfortable, because Zephyr's haki was indeed very powerful. The black armored warrior created creation, and the black armored warrior was connected to him, so the black armored warrior was injured, and he was also injured. Chapter 345. Puff. This is the first time Lingyun was injured and vomited blood since he came to Marine headquarters. He had fought Marine Admiral Aokiji, Akainu and Kizaru before, but none of them caused him to vomit blood. Of course, this is not to say that Zephyr is stronger than Marine 3 Admiral, but because Zephyr is the most desperate. When Kizaru and others fought Lingyun, they did not desperately fight each other to contain each other, but Zephyr did. It's not the same. When he hit his hand, he was struggling to fight Lingyun life and death, so when he himself was seriously injured, Lingyun was also injured. Lingyun clutched his heart, and bursts of pain came from his heart. He watched Zephyr flying out and falling to the ground. This old guy is crazy, or is he not dead? Lingyun's face was very ugly. The black armored warrior behind him was injured, and he was also injured. Although the black armored warrior Mingwang has a terrifying attack power, it is also too big and naturally easy to be a target of attack, so Zephyr will be attacked. Desperately hit the wound. Ms. Zephyr. Aokiji saw Zephyr fell to the ground with serious injuries. There was no movement for a long time, and his face became very panicked. He ignored Lingyun and quickly rushed to Zephyr's side, hugged Zephyr, and asked anxiously, "Teacher Zephyr, how are you?" Puff. Zephyr opened his mouth and was about to speak, but he vomited a mouthful of blood uncontrollably, and Aokiji was terrified. Teacher Zephyr, ahem, ahem." Zephyr coughed, and finally managed to control it. He stammered and said to Aokiji, Kuzan, his weakness is the black armored warrior behind him. As long as he attacks the black armored warrior, he will follow. Injured, hurry, kill him. After speaking, Zephyr couldn't help it anymore. He passed out, his injuries were too serious. Teacher Zephyr, Aokiji shouted loudly. Doctor, come and heal Teacher Zephyr. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji is Marine Admiral. His orders are naturally very effective, and Zephyr's identity is noble enough, so soon a doctor came and started to treat Zephyr. It's such a big volume, but a good target, Shinigami, you miscalculated. Suddenly, a laser hit the black armored warrior directly, although it did not penetrate. Lingyun snorted again. Kizaru. Lingyun suddenly turned his head, the black armored samurai slashed and split Kizaru apart, but soon Kizaru gathered again, looked at Lingyun with a smile on his face, and said, Shinigami, I did not expect you. There will be times when you are so embarrassed. Then, you will become a target. A cold light flashed in Lingyun's eyes and said, Idiot people talk about dreams, huh? Scourge's attack power is indeed unparalleled, but it is not suitable for this time, because Marine Admiral's attack is also strong enough to threaten the black armored warrior. Once the Scourge is used, he will be connected with the black armored warrior. If he is injured, he will also be injured, and he is injured now, and his state has not fully recovered, so it is very unfavorable to use Scourge. Ryūjin Jakka. What Lingyun pulled out again was Zanpakutō Ryūjin Jakka. He held Ryūjin Jakka in his hand and solemnly said, Daddy is ready. As a son, I naturally can't shame him. Marine headquarters, you have closed me for 10 years, it's time to calculate the ledger. Ice Cube 2 Thorn Spears. 2 ice spears stabbed at Lingyun. Lingyun swung Ryūjin Jakka. Flames appeared on the blade, and the flames quickly flew out to meet Aokiji's ice spears. The fiery flames touched the extremely cold ice spears. Together, it melts quickly. See the flash kick. Kizaru appeared behind Lingyun in a flash, with a golden light on his right foot, and kicked Lingyun. Boom. Lingyun also raised his foot. Armament haki covered his foot, so it easily hit Kizaru's right foot, but Aokiji did not stop, and attacked Lingyun as well. I saw on the square, Kizaru and Aokiji joined forces to confront Lingyun. Flames, golden light, and ice were splashing everywhere. The momentum was extremely terrifying. All the surrounding Marines retreated in horror and did not dare to approach, because these 3 people to battle is too scary. If you get too close, you are very likely to be killed. No, Lingyun was besieged by Kizaru and Aokiji. Marco and others saw that Lingyun was stopped by Aokiji and Kizaru together, and they all showed eagerness. Aokiji and Kizaru are both Marine Admiral, Marine's strongest combat effectiveness. Together, even the 4 Emperor's level pirates are both. I dare not say that I will win. Now they're teaming up to deal with the injured Lingyun. Sengoku shouted loudly. Kuzan, Poluserino, everyone else can escape, but Shinigami is absolutely not allowed to escape. You don't care about the others, you must kill Shinigami. Sengoku just heard Whitebeard's words very clearly. Whitebeard wants Lingyun to take charge of the Whitebeard Pirates. This is very unfavorable news because they tried their best to push Whitebeard into a desperate situation. If Lingyun is allowed to escape out of here and in charge of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates will definitely not collapse in the future, and as Lingyun becomes stronger, it is very likely to recover the current momentum, so Sengoku absolutely does not allow this to happen, and the last way to eliminate this possibility is only 2.1. That is to kill Lingyun. Lingyun. Whitebeard also saw Lingyun's situation, his face changed, and he swung a punch, knocking the marine in front of him into the air, and then stepped towards Lingyun's direction. Sengoku saw Whitebeard's movement and immediately shouted anxiously, "Stop him, stop Whitebeard, don't let him get close to Shinigami, stop Whitebeard, come on." Under Sengoku's roar, countless marines headed toward Whitebeard desperately, preparing to block Whitebeard's footsteps with their bodies. I have to say that their method did work. Although Whitebeard is very strong, there are so many people blocked in front of him, and he couldn't reach Lingyun's position. He could only slowly clear the obstacles ahead. Chapter 346. Whitebeard rushed with all his strength several times in a row, but still couldn't get rid of these marines, nor could he go to support Lingyun, because these marines seemed to be crazy, blocking him tightly. No matter how he moved, there was no way. Whirring, Whitebeard exhales constantly. His physical strength has been severely overdrawn. His physique has been declining year by year. Now he has been fighting so fiercely and has been injured again, his body would have been riddled with holes. With extremely strong willpower, it is impossible for him to fight marine without retreat. Boom. Since they could not support Lingyun, Whitebeard stationed the pheasant on the ground fiercely, and stared at the surrounding marines coldly, and when those marines saw Whitebeard stopped, they did not dare to come close, just a certain distance away, staring at Whitebeard, neither letting Whitebeard retreat nor letting Whitebeard in, it just costs. Marco. Whitebeard suddenly yelled and called out Marco's name. Hearing Whitebeard's yelling, Marco immediately understood what Whitebeard meant, so he instantly used his power, and the whole person's sword swiftly turned towards the place where Lingyun was. The location flew away. Stop him, Sengoku roared angrily, and suddenly many marines shot at Marco in the air, but their attack hit Marco, which could not bring any threat to Marco. Marco still moved quickly. Lingyun approached. Damn pirate. Sengoku couldn't help but shoot, but suddenly several marine lieutenants, ghost spiders, flying squirrels, and a branch lieutenant general rushed out, and the three quickly stood in front of Marco. Don't want to save people. These three people are also very clear that now is a very critical moment for marine. The two most threatening beings in the Whitebeard pirate group have been trapped in the square. As long as they kill Whitebeard and Lingyun, even let's kill them. Fire Fist, Ace escaped, then this time you are also a major victory for marine. After all, the status of Fire Fist is noble, and the threat level is still far less than that of Whitebeard and Shinigami. This can be done from the treatment of the two of them. Figure it out. Whitebeard can be regarded as facing 30 to 40% of all the troops in the marine headquarters, and Lingyun was besieged by 2 marine admiral alone. This still does not count the defeated Zephyr and the Fire Fist. Ace and the Straw Hat Luffy, also only Akainu and marine admiral led people to pursue. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco's strength is very strong, stronger than any of the 3 marine lieutenant generals, but if the 3 of them work together, even if Marco uses all of his power, he cannot take advantage of the siege of the 3 of them, was completely stopped by the 3 of them, and there was no way to support Lingyun. Marco, Sachi, Ace and others who were running backwards were also anxious when they saw Marco being stopped, and their pace of retreat slowed down uncontrollably. Instead of worrying about others, let's take a look at your own situation first. Akainu's deep voice came over, and their pace slowed down, so Akainu naturally caught up. His goal is simple: Fire Fist, Ace and Straw Hat Luffy. Both of them have great potential. Although they are much worse than Lingyun, the identities of the two make Marine even more jealous, so he will give up Lingyun, who has a deep hatred, to chase them both. Akainu. Seeing Akainu and the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, their faces were not good looking, but Akainu would not be polite with them, and directly launched an attack. The terrifying magma faced Ace and they threw it over. There are not many pirates in the Whitebeard pirate group that are still capable of fighting, and few can face Akainu, only Ace and Sachi. As for Joe's, he is also injured and can only barely resist. Under the joint hands of the 3, it was the magma that was able to block Akainu, and a fierce fight was launched. Jinbei, take my brother and leave. By this time, Luffy was exhausted, so Ace asked Jinbei to take Luffy away. Ace. As a member of Whitebeard, Jinbei naturally abandoned everyone and left alone, but Ace shouted, "Jinbei, I have not begged you before. Luffy is my brother. He came here to save me. Now I have after getting out of trouble. He doesn't have the ability to fight, so he can't let him stay here to continue his adventure. There is time to care about others, none of you want to run away." Akainu exploded, and the giant magma fist smashed into Ace fiercely. Ace used the Fire Fist to resist, but his flame obviously couldn't reach Akainu's magma and flew out screaming. Ace. Sachi quickly rushed over, using the Snow Fruit ability with all his strength to create a sky full of ice and snow, resisting Akainu's magma, and at the same time healed Ace's breath. Ability similar to Kuzan. Did you and that kid just block my attack? 570? When Akainu saw Saki, his face was angry and punched again, but Saki was not Ace. His ability was not suppressed by Akainu's magma like Ace. Even if the snow and ice ability was not as good as Aokiji, it was still incompatible with magma. The snow and ice in the sky still blocked Akainu's magma. Drink. Suddenly, there was a burst of drink, and a huge figure slammed into Akainu, because Akainu's attention was all on Saki, Ace and others, so he didn't pay attention at all, and the figure was also very fast. It hit Akainu directly, and Akainu turned into magma, shattered and scattered. Only half of Akainu's body was left, and only half of his face was left. He looked at the person who bumped into, and said angrily, Diamond Joe's. The person who hit Akainu was naturally Joe's. His combat effectiveness had dropped a lot, but he had just caught the opportunity and used all his strength to hit Akainu in one fell swoop, which relieved Saki. Joe's body has been diamondized, and the bloodline is flowing down his mouth. He is very unwilling to say. How can this be? I obviously used hockey, how can it not work? What is going on with this guy? Chapter 347. When he just hit Akainu, Joe's had already used hockey and knocked out half of Akainu's body, but Akainu was still able to speak well, indicating that his attack did not work, and was still elementalized by Akainu. Offset. I saw that only half of Akainu was left, and magma slowly emerged from the half of the body, and then the magma gathered. After using it for a while, it regained the appearance of Akainu, which was no different from before. No, it's not right, Akainu is still a little different, because bloodline appeared on his arm again, but it was quickly evaporated by the magma, and he was still injured by Joe's impact, but it was not that serious. What an annoying group of guys. Akainu shouted with a gloomy face. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were not weak. Isshin wanted to kill Ace and Luffy, but with the cover of these captains, he could not accomplish his goal. This made him extremely angry. Never let you hurt Ace and the Straw Hat Boy, Saki snorted coldly. Although he was repelled by Akainu, he quickly stood in front of Akainu and joined forces with Joe's. Behind them was the captain of the other pirate group, and everyone stood firmly together, covering Ace and Luffy. Luffy has no physical strength anymore. He was carried by Jinbei and ran away. Although he struggled hard and yelled to be with Ace, how could he be able to rival Jinbei's power? And Jinbei took him and ran quickly, in the bay. Go away. Akainu roared furiously. His ability was used to the limit. You must know that he was in his heyday, but Sachi, Joe's and others all went through fierce battles. Most of them were wounded, so many people were actually killed by Akainu. People were suppressed. Fire punch. The giant flame fist fell from the sky and slammed into Akainu fiercely. Akainu also burst out, and at the same time responded with a punch. The terrifying temperature of the magma quickly melted Ace's fire fist, and even hit Ace in the flame body directly. Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group saw that Ace was burned by Akainu's magma, and were shocked. Sachi even shouted, Ace, your ability is restrained by him. Don't fight hard with him. You go first. Let us hear. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At present, Ace's fire ability is indeed restrained by Akainu's magma ability. The previous unfavorable fire fist relied on strong temperature and burning, but now Akainu's lava fruit is stronger, so in front of Akainu, Ace's abilities are greatly compromised, and his strength is completely inexhaustible. No, how can I leave everyone behind and leave alone? Absolutely not. Ace was flatly reluctant to leave. Everyone died and wounded countless in order to save him. Now that he encountered difficulties, how could he escape alone? Suddenly, the entire Vander shook violently, and the heavens and the earth seemed to have turned over. This scene had happened before, so it happened again, making Vander's marines shout in amazement. No, Whitebeard is angry, Whitebeard is angry, Whitebeard is indeed showing off. He wants to support Lingyun, but he can't do it. Marines high-level combat power, Marine and Admiral, two team up against Lingyun, and one against the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. Except for the countless Marine soldiers, no one can fight him head-on, only delaying in numbers. But Whitebeard deserves to be Whitebeard. Since he couldn't support it, he used his own ability to once again wreak havoc on the Marine headquarters of Vander. Under his power, the surrounding Marines could not resist at all. After using the previous moves, it even made Vander into chaos, and many people in the fight were also staggering. This change also gave Lingyun a chance. He used Ryūjin Jakka to force Aokiji violently, and then quickly touched Kizaru. He moved back quickly, and at the same time he took Ryūjin Jakka back with his sword, sheath. Since you want me to die, let you experience real death. Sogyo no Katori. In the burst of shouts, Lingyun suddenly pulled out Sogyo no Katori and proceeded to Shikai quickly. Shikai did not stop afterwards. Bankai. Big thunderstorm, shooting fish. In an instant, I saw endless lightning flashes on the blade of Lingyun's Sogyo no Katori, and then suddenly it became a thundercloud billowing in the sky above him. A large swath of thunderclouds quickly gathered in the sky above Fanduo. I can see the thunder and lightning that flickers like a dragon in the sky. Even if I just look at it, I can imagine the horror in it. Drop. Because Whitebeard's blow just disrupted the balance of many people, the entire Marin Vando was in chaos. Before he recovered, he saw endless lightning and heavy rain falling in the sky. Rumble. The sky of Vando was like the end of the world, and terrifying thunder and lightning fell from the sky and ravaged the entire Marine headquarters. I am afraid that no one can calculate how fast the thunder and lightning is. They only saw that the sky was enveloped by the light of thunder and lightning, and then the endless thunder light fell. The thunder and lightning fell on the ground, causing a terrible explosion, which was dozens of more powerful than those shells times. Every thunder and lightning fell, many people were killed and electrocuted. Almost the entire Marin Vatican Square was shrouded in thunder and lightning. What is even more terrifying is that thunder and lightning attacks are completely aimless, and the stomach and everyone are attacked. As long as they are hit by lightning, there is basically no possibility of surviving. Lingyun just floated in the air, and his whole body was bathed in thunder light, like a god of thunder. Whether it was thunder or heavy rain, he passed by his side, without any image of him. Looking at the miserable situation below, Lingyun's face is full of hideousness. In fact, he doesn't want to use this trick, because even he has not fully controlled this trick until now. To be precise, it is impossible to control it all because the ability of one move is too terrifying. He can release this move, but he cannot control all the thunder and rainstorms. Once it is used, until the end, these thunder and rainstorms will not attack him, all within the range. Will become its target of attack. Chapter 348 Sogyo no Katowari's Bankai is different from other Zanpakuto's Bankai. Lingyun doesn't know what Sogyo no Katowari Bankai and Shinigami looks like, but all he gets is a thunderstorm. Very scary. Lingyun didn't want to use this trick before, because he didn't like to use moves that he could not fully control, and there were many pirate group companions around, but now most of the pirates have already exited the square, and he was Aokiji and Kizaru teamed up to deal with it, and it was indeed very difficult, so I was forced to use this trick. The power of this trick is unquestionable. The marines in the square are all embarrassed to avoid the thunderstorms, but they find that their behavior is ridiculous. No matter where they hide, the thunder and lightning will attack them. They hurry up and stop him. Stop him. Lingyun's move is not worse than Whitebeard's moves, and it is more destructive. After such a short period of time, many marine soldiers have been killed. This made Marine Marshal Sengoku unable to control his emotions and screamed out of control, "Stand up!" Both Kizaru and Aokiji were stunned by Lingyun's move. The 853 power of this move was more powerful than that of Akainu's meteor volcano before. The lightning strikes were fragmented. According to this situation going down, Marine headquarters could not withstand such a bombardment. Kizaru took the lead in action. He used countless golden lights with both hands and quickly moved towards Lingyun, but when his attack was about to reach Lingyun, suddenly a thunder and lightning blew, and the light directly enveloped Lingyun the place, collided with Kizaru's golden light, and made a loud noise. The golden light collided with the lightning, and the light was dazzling, but Kizaru was shocked that when the light disappeared, Lingyun floated there unscathed. He exclaimed, "How is it possible? He can really control the lightning, and it is so easy. Did you stop my attack?" Kizaru really couldn't accept it. His attack power was very strong and fast, but Lingyun did nothing, just floating there. There was thunder and lightning in the sky to help him, and he blocked his explosion faster. Lingyun looked at Kizaru coldly and said, "Is it your flashing speed or the lightning speed?" This is an unanswerable question, but based on the situation just now, Lingyun's lightning speed is not slower than Kizaru's flash speed, or even better. You guy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kizaru's eyes were gloomy. You must know that what he has always been proud of is his speed. Before Lingyun used Tensa Zangetsu, his speed was indeed able to compete with him, but that was just a state of Lingyun. With other weapons, the speed is still not as good as him, and the flash speed he uses is not comparable to that of Lingyun, but the speed at which Lingyun controls thunder and lightning just now is no longer slower than him. This is what makes him unhappy. A large swath of ice rushed to Lingyun, but the ice could not get close to Lingyun at all, because countless lightning appeared around Lingyun, destroying all the ice. Lightning cannot be frozen, Lingyun said again. In everyone's eyes, Lingyun is really like Thor, controlling the thunder and lightning, and bombarding the marine headquarters wantonly. Even Marine Admiral has nothing to do with him, but no one has noticed that Lingyun's forehead is already on his forehead. Covered with sweat, this move is powerful and very powerful, but the burden is also very serious. This is because he can only control a part of the thunder and lightning. If he controls all of it, he will struggle even more. Is this still Lingyun? How could he become so strong? In the past, the elders of the Whitebeard Pirates were surprised to look at Lingyun in the sky like a god of thunder. Even if they were familiar with Lingyun, they were shocked by the power of Lingyun at this time. Such power is no less than their old one's dad Whitebeard. That kid. Akainu also couldn't help but glance back. His pupils were full of killing intent, but he was far away from Lingyun, so he was not ready to go back to deal with Lingyun. He had to execute Ace and others first. Kuzan, Paluzolino, attack together. You can't let him behave like this anymore. In just over a minute, the entire marine headquarters square has been destroyed horribly, and the surrounding marine buildings have also collapsed. Sengoku saw this scene, heartache and anger at the same time. He yelled at Aokiji and Kizaru, and then used his abilities to become a golden Buddha. Both Kizaru and Aokiji looked straight and immediately understood what Sengoku meant. Their single attack could not defeat Lingyun, but if the three of them attacked together, no matter how strong Lingyun was, it would definitely not be able to resist. The three of them prepared at the same time. This scene was naturally seen by Whitebeard. Although he was also restrained by Lingyun's power, now that the three of Sengoku were preparing to attack Lingyun at the same time, he suddenly became anxious. He knew how strong Lingyun was. It is impossible to block the joint attack of the three people, and it is still the kind of going all out. If it is him, he also needs to avoid the edge for the time being. Don't think about it, Whitebeard roared, but a lightning bolt fell from the sky, and it happened to hit him. His face changed, and he waved his pheasant sword. Shock Fruit's power exploded, and the lightning was scattered. What the hell is going on with this kid? Are all attacks against me? Whitebeard is indeed very depressed, because the situation just now has not happened for the first time. He has been attacked by thunder and lightning several times, but he has also discovered that this is not because Lingyun intentionally, but because he cannot control it. But this is the case. The situation made him unable to get close to Lingyun. He was already a certain distance away from Lingyun, and thunder and lightning blocked his footsteps. Moreover, the three Sengoku attacked at close range, so he had no way to stop them. Lingyun, be careful. Unable to stop, Whitebeard couldn't watch Lingyun being attacked, so he reminded Lingyun loudly in the air. Chapter 349. Whitebeard's reminder was naturally heard by Lingyun. Actually, without Whitebeard's reminder, he also saw the actions of the Sengoku trio, but he was a little involuntary now. This was the price of this trick. If he does not stand there to control, the thunderclouds in the sky will disintegrate, or even completely lose control. Then they may disappear, or they may cause greater damage. There are too many Whitebeard pirates here. Companions, once the thundercloud spreads, but even them will be affected, with disastrous consequences. Bachi Poor Guyu, Ice Age, Shockwave, Kazaru, Aokiji, Sengoku. The three of them shot at the same time, and they all used their strongest attacks. I saw the golden light, cold and shockwaves all over the sky, all heading towards Lingyun in the air. This situation has been unavoidable. Lingyun burst into tears, the thunderclouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and then an extremely terrifying thunder and lightning appeared from the thundercloud, covering almost half of the thundercloud, and the thundercloud was also instantaneous. Disappeared a lot. The thunder and lightning greeted Sengoku's three people's attacks. The four people's attacks collided together. The explosion sounded over all the sounds of Marin Vando. Everyone looked at the dazzling light in disbelief. Half the sky. Sora seems to be shrouded in all kinds of light. How is Lingyun? The light is too dazzling, so no one can see what the specific situation looks like, but the pirates are all worried about Lingyun. After all, they are facing two Marine Admiral and Marine Marshal. Lingyun. Whitebeard was also anxious. After all, Lingyun was the person he valued most. The future of the pirates also depended on Lingyun, so Lingyun must not have trouble. Under everyone's gaze, I saw a figure suddenly falling from the sky. Seeing that, it was Lingyun. Lingyun. At this moment, many people exclaimed because they all saw Lingyun's embarrassed appearance. When he fell, his clothes were more broken, and the mouth was constantly vomiting blood. The whole person looked very miserable. Boom. Under everyone's concerned eyes, Lingyun hit the ground heavily. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the hazy sky regained its light. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Puff. Lingyun knelt on one knee, resting her body with the blade of Shinigami, spouting blood from her mouth again, staining the ground red. Lingyun. Marco suddenly yelled, using all his strength, and forcibly rushed to Lingyun's side from the siege of the three marine lieutenants, and asked, Lingyun, how are you? Ahem. Lingyun coughed lightly and said, I can't die, but the injury is not light, me, cough cough, Marco, you don't have to worry. How can you not worry about it? You will know what you can do if you look at the way you are now. Marco yelled anxiously. Lingyun's appearance at this time was indeed very miserable. At first glance, he knew he was seriously injured. After all, the people who attacked him were three Marine Admiral-level figures. Having never received such treatment, Lingyun was able to survive the full attack of the three, which shocked many people. Just like Sengoku, he looked at Lingyun and said, he really is not so easy to die, he has completely inherited Whitebeard's willpower and tenacious vitality, but this way, he can't be allowed to leave. How many people can survive the full attack of the three Admiral class? So Sengoku made up his mind and must kill Lingyun, otherwise there will be endless troubles. No, Lingyun is injured. Saki, Joes and others also saw Lingyun's condition, their expressions changed, but now they have to face Akainu, they have no spare capacity to help Lingyun, they can only watch. That kid is dead. In the face of absolute justice, all the pirates deserve to die. Akainu shouted angrily. Although Lingyun made Akainu a little bit frightened, seeing Lingyun was hit hard, he believed that Lingyun would not be able to escape here and would be buried in Vander with the Whitebeard pirates. Fart. But Joes suddenly scolded. Lingyun will not die, he is a man who can perform miracles. He has always cared about Lingyun, and he has a strong confidence in Lingyun, just like he trusted Whitebeard. Even now that Lingyun has been hit hard, he doesn't think Lingyun will really do nothing. Dead. With this distraction, Joes immediately gave Akainu a chance and hit him with a punch. Even if Joes had the diamond fruit ability, he was still knocked to the ground, but he quickly got up again and continued with Akainu. Fighting, now everyone needs to work hard, so Joes, regardless of his injury, will stop Akainu to the death. 0. Drink. Seeing Lingyun's tragic situation, Whitebeard couldn't help the anger in his heart anymore. It broke out completely disregarding his own state, and broke out with all his strength. Under the swing of the pheasant, all the marines in front were knocked into flight, causing countless casualties. What's even more frightening is that Whitebeard is still attacking, the fragmented square that had been beaten by Lingyun. Under Whitebeard's eruption, it was even more tragic. When Sengoku saw Whitebeard in this state, he was also shocked. Whitebeard is crazy. He is completely ignoring his own life and death. He can't let him continue like this, Otherwise the entire Molenvander will sink to the bottom of the sea under his attack. Sengoku knows how powerful Whitebeard is. Even if Whitebeard looks bad now, the problem is that Whitebeard has disregarded his life and death. This state is the most terrifying, and what Sengoku is most worried about. Now is the most dangerous moment for Marine Headquarters. Kizaru chuckled and said, "Let me solve Shinigami completely first, and then go to deal with Whitebeard." Lingyun has been severely injured, and now is a good opportunity to take advantage of the victory, no matter how crazy Whitebeard is. Now the most important thing is Lingyun's death, so Kizaru did not hesitate to turn into a golden light, facing Lingyun away. Chapter 350. Boom. The golden light that Kizaru turned into did not hit Lingyun, but was blocked halfway. The person who blocked it was naturally Marco. Amidst Marco's anger, Kizaru was pushed aside by him. Seeing this, Aokiji on the side rushed out and rushed to Lingyun extremely fast. Marco was only one person, and it was difficult enough to block Kizaru. It was impossible to stop Aokiji anymore, and could only watch Aokiji rush to Lingyun. Boy! Seeing that Aokiji was about to come in front of Lingyun, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and Whitebeard appeared not far away, stabbing Aokiji fiercely, making Aokiji completely in the foreground. Whitebeard! A shocked expression flashed across Aokiji's face. The moment Whitebeard stabbed him, he had already used elementalization, but although Whitebeard didn't hurt him, it also gave him no chance to attack Lingyun. Father! Lingyun raised his head, but he was not too surprised. He knew how powerful Whitebeard was when he broke out. He also knew how important he was in Whitebeard's heart. When he encountered danger, Whitebeard would definitely be desperate. Save yourself. Whitebeard looked at Lingyun softly and said, "Little Lingyun, don't be afraid, no one can hurt you with me." This is not the first time Lingyun has heard such words. I remember that when he was very young, Whitebeard often said to him. Every time he heard such words, he would feel very relieved, as if in this world, as long as there is Whitebeard, no one really can hurt him. But this time it was different. Instead of being relieved, Lingyun's heart was full of worries, because at this time Whitebeard was incomparable to the past. He was injured, and Whitebeard was also injured, so desperately, but his life was at stake, so Lingyun didn't want Whitebeard to save him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Whitebeard was injured, his strength is beyond doubt. Aokiji could not attack Lingyun in front of him, but the rest of Marine quickly surrounded Whitebeard, Lingyun and Marco. Live, centered on the three of them, all inside and outside are Marine. Daddy, they are surrounded. When the pirates saw Whitebeard and the others surrounded, they were all nervous. Many people have already chosen to look back and want to go back to save Whitebeard and others. But after seeing their movements, Whitebeard shouted angrily, "Isn't the order of use of it?" Everyone immediately left Molenvander and boarded the boat. Under Whitebeard's loud shout, everyone gritted their teeth and turned around again in pain. Whitebeard used his life to fight for them a chance to live. They couldn't live up to Whitebeard's expectations, so they had to leave cruelly. It's sad, as soon as Fire Fist, Ace was rescued, we evacuated. The Whitebeard Pirates really gathered a group of cowards. Seeing that the Whitebeard Pirate group quickly evacuated under the leadership of Sachi and others, Akainu could not pursue everyone, so he ridiculed loudly, and even looked dismissive. When the pirates heard Akainu's words, they all showed anger and almost couldn't help stopping, but some people said loudly, "Don't hit his obvious aggressiveness. If you stop now, you will hit his arms." Seeing that no one stopped, Akainu continued to sarcastically, "But there is no way. The captain is just like that, and what courage does he expect the crew to have? After all, Whitebeard is nothing more than a loser of the previous era." What? Ace and others stopped abruptly, especially Ace. He regarded Whitebeard as an idol and most respected person. Now that Akainu was so ironic about Whitebeard, his heart was full of anger. He suddenly turned his head and said, "What did you say?" Seeing Ace's eyes, Akainu was very satisfied and said, "What? Do you have an opinion?" Ace clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "Get me back what you just said." Saki grabbed Ace and said, "Ace, don't listen to him. He deliberately wants us to stop and don't be fooled." Ace said solemnly, "I know, but he insulted my father in front of me. I can't tolerate him." Saki was also very angry in his heart, but he was more sensible. He pulled Ace and wanted to take Ace away, but although Ace was hit by Akainu just once, it didn't matter, so he couldn't pull it. Akainu said coldly, "Take it back. I'm sorry, I won't take it back, because I didn't say anything wrong, Fire Fist. Your father Gold D. Roger conquered the entire Grand Line and used his own life to open it. The gate of the new era of the pirates, the era of the pirates, although it is improper for me, he is indeed worthy of the title of Shanghai Pirate King. Compared with him, how is Whitebeard of the same era? He and Roger are big pirates of the same era, but does he have the courage to fight Roger to the death? Hide in a safe place with a lot of waste? To be a mountain king, is this satisfied? Although there are still many fools in the world who use the name Whitebeard to protect the peace of many islands, in my opinion, it is just a group of insignificant pirates. People laugh out loud. While Roger was still alive, Whitebeard did not dare to fight with him. He worshipped behind him. After Roger died, he could not become the king. In other words, he would never be able to compare with Roger. He was a forever 4.9 loser. This is Whitebeard. When you come to talk about it, what did I say wrong? Before Ace could answer, Akainu continued, "Think about it carefully. He is also a poor man. He is admired by a group of pirates, yelled by Daddy and Daddy. Over the past 10 years, the king has been on the sea and has not been able to be the king. Nothing has been achieved. In the end, he was almost assassinated by his trusted son, but now he has to die to protect them. What an empty life. Suddenly, Akainu seemed to think of something, and said, if there is anything commendable about Whitebeard, it is that he was lucky enough to take in a son like Shinigami, and the entire Whitebeard Pirates group is only that man. It's eye-catching. Chapter 351. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, although Whitebeard is the most famous and strongest, for Akainu, he prefers Lingyun, because he has played against Lingyun the most times, even as an enemy. He don't admit it. Lingyun is the most difficult pirate he has ever encountered, so even when mocking, he can't help but mention Lingyun. To shut up! Ace roared angrily. He roared. People like you will never understand. Father gave us the motivation to live. You won't understand his greatness. I don't allow you to insult my help, benefactor. Akainu sneered. A person who does not follow the right path has no value in life. Like you group of rubbish pirates, there is no need to live. Whitebeard died as a loser, but it is very suitable for him as a garbage manager. Ace roared. Shut up, Whitebeard is the great pirate who created this era. You are not allowed to insult my savior. This era is called Whitebeard. Under Ace's roar, his fist turned into a fire fist, and the red fire fist smashed towards Akainu. Facing Ace's fire fist 17, Akainu was not afraid, and also waved her fist, turning into a crimson magma fist, and met Ace's fire fist. Boom! Both of them exploded with all their strength. When the fists banged together, there was a huge collision and explosion. With the two as the center, the whole ground broke apart, and the rubble was splashing, and it was extremely chaotic. When the two broke out with all their strength, Akainu still had enough energy to shout, Whitebeard and you who admire him as the daddy are all losers. There is no value in living. Go and die. With a loud shout, Ace was directly bombarded by Akainu's power, and at the same time he let out a scream. Ace, who fell on the ground, was holding his arm, and there was a burn on his arm. No, Ace was actually burned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the second time Ace was injured by Akainu, but the last time it was not as serious as it is now. His entire arm was burned. Looking at the injured Ace, Akainu said disdainfully, does the person who claims to be the strongest devil fruit Logia really think he is invincible? You are just an ordinary fire, and I can burn out even the fire. The magma, your abilities cannot be compared at all. Akainu's lava fruit ability is indeed somewhat restrained from Ace's Mera fruit, but it's not that Mera fruit is not as good as lava fruit, but because Ace's strength is not as good as Akainu. After all, magma is also a type of flame. It's just liquefied and contains impurities, and it's actually not as pure as the flame. But in any case, Ace is no match for Akainu because of his strength difference. If his strength is not much different from Akainu, he won't be beaten so badly. Akainu said, whether it is you, the Straw Hat Boy, Shinigami, Whitebeard, you all will die today. With that, Akainu shook his fist again and was about to end Ace, but suddenly two figures quickly appeared in front of Ace and attacked Akainu. Both of them were holding sword, one of them was Saki and the other was Beasta. Both of them had sword turned black, covering armament hockey, and both hit Akainu. Several stab wounds appeared on Akainu's body, but they did not bleed, but turned into bright red lava, and they were slowly stitched together. He looked at Beasta and Sachi with cold eyes, and said coldly, did you use hockey? Don't do useless work anymore. Although Saki and Beasta's shots were fast enough and they still used hockey, they faced Akainu. Akainu's use of his abilities has reached a pinnacle, and at the same time he has cultivated armament hockey to a very strong level. At the point, his magma is a substantial liquid substance, so he can cover hockey on his body without offsetting his elementalization. This is the horror of Marine Admiral and why Aokiji and Kizaru were hit by Whitebeard hockey before. But there is no cause of injury. Both Sachi and Beasta roared unwillingly, but they were angry. At least they saved Ace. Sachi asked, Ace, how are you? Ace struggled to get up from the ground, and it could be seen that the large burns on his left arm, although not going to be abolished, but don't want to use it freely in a short time, at least it will take a while to recover. I'm okay, I'm sorry, I was impulsive, and it hurt everyone. Because of his stubbornness, Sachi and the others had to retreat to rescue him, and now they were overtaken by Marine, so he was very guilty. Beasta shouted. What nonsense are you talking about? We are companions, brothers, so there is nothing to be involved. Akainu said coldly, since you are a companion, then you must die together. But the next moment, Akainu's face changed, because all the dozen or so captains of the Whitebeard pirate group appeared, and 597 stood in a row, looking at him coldly. Although Akainu was extremely confident in himself, Whitebeard the captain of the pirate group must not be underestimated, especially if the 10 is added together. Even if it is him, it is difficult to parry. The Whitebeard pirates has absolutely no possibility of abandoning their companions, no matter who they face. The 11th division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Jinji Duo, said with a firm expression, while the others had the same expression. Go to hell. Although the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are very powerful, Akainu doesn't care so much. Even Whitebeard does not hesitate to attack, not to mention these captains. He uses his magma ability to hit the captains. Past. Most of the pirates were still evacuating, and only a few pirates were left to block Akainu's cover. Just when most people evacuated into the bay, the sea in the bay suddenly shook. When Akainu used Meteor Volcano before, although most of them were blocked by Lingyun, but there was still a lot of ice that was melted by magma, and later rushed into the square, without paying attention to it, so most of the ice here was melted, except the edges. The sea has been restored. Chapter 352. The sea in the bay shook. Under Marine's shocked gaze, a huge wave suddenly appeared on the sea, and then a huge pirate ship rushed out from under the sea. The size of the pirate ship was also huge. Just a little worse than the Moby DK. There is no problem with accommodating hundreds or thousands of people. What? There is another ship. When the Marines saw the pirate ship rushing out, they all showed unbelievable expressions. No one thought that the Whitebeard Pirates had played to such a degree, and there was still a whole card hidden. Just after Sengoku shot Lingyun, he didn't do anything again, but stood there to observe the situation on the battlefield. At this time, what Marine needs is not his combat power, but he needs him to lead the entire battle. There is command and no command. The difference is huge. But when Sengoku saw the pirate ship rushing out of the sea, his face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Sink it! Sink the pirate ship! Sink it!" This pirate ship is fully capable of carrying a large number of pirates out of the bay. Once the pirates rush to the head of the bay and snatch the warship and survive the pirate ship, Marine will have little hope of destroying them. But how could the pirates who had been prepared let them succeed? I saw that countless pirates were already ready. The moment the pirate ship appeared, they rushed into the pirate ship, and there were hundreds of them in the blink of an eye. The pirates swarmed on the pirate boat. Drive the boat, rush to the head of the bay, snatch the pirate ship, and sink the warship. The experienced pirate captain immediately shouted loudly. At this time, as long as he got on the pirate ship, he would have a chance to escape and sink the warship at the head of the bay to prevent Marine from chasing. The speed of the pirate ship was naturally faster than that of Marine, so there was a chase on the battlefield in the bay. What a fierce battle! The audience on the Chambord Islands all held their breath, and few people uttered or exclaimed, because everyone was firmly attracted by this wonderful war, whether it was the battle of Whitebeard Lingyun and others in the square, or the square at the junction with the bay. Akainu faced the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although there was only one videophone buggy and their photography skills were really good. The constant switching allowed the audience to see the situation clearly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard still has this hand. It seems that the Whitebeard Pirates have a glimmer of life. This sudden scene surprised many people because it was so beautiful. When the Whitebeard pirate group was about to fall into a desperate situation, this pirate group undoubtedly came back from the dead and suddenly changed the situation. Shachi said, "As expected of Whitebeard, I can endure it till now. This hand is really beautiful." Rayleigh also exclaimed, "Yes, with this pirate group, although it cannot change the situation, it can make the pirates evacuate to the bay head quickly. As long as they board the ship, Marine wants to wipe out the Whitebeard pirate group, it's impossible." Speaking of this, Rayleigh stopped for a while, and then worried again. But even if these pirates are allowed to escape, the point is that all the main forces of the Whitebeard Pirates are stopped. Whether they can leave here is the most important. Yes, even if everyone else is allowed to escape, as long as the main force of the Whitebeard Pirates is killed, this is the greatest victory for Marine. Shachi also agrees with Rayleigh very much. Don't look at the many pirates, but as long as there is no leader, they are the ordinary pirates of New World. There are so many such pirates in New World, which is not the best for Marine. Important. Rayleigh said, "The Lingyun kid was seriously injured, and Whitebeard was also seriously injured. The two of them walked first and were stopped in the square. For them, the situation was very unfavorable. The purpose of Whitebeard, Lingyun, and Sengoku is very clear, and everyone else can release it, but Whitebeard and Lingyun are determined to kill, and even he is desperate to shoot. What will Whitebeard do?" Shachi is very worried about Lingyun. Among the new generation of pirates, she is very optimistic about Lingyun, and Lingyun has a good relationship with her and helps each other, so she doesn't want Lingyun to have an accident. Rayleigh said, "Lingyun is still impulsive. If he just ignores Whitebeard and breaks out directly, with his ability, he may have the opportunity to rush out of the square, and he won't fall into the current desperate situation." Shachi shook his head and said, "If he really did that, he wouldn't be him. Although he was cruel to the enemy, he treated his own person with empathy and righteousness. It was true that he would leave Whitebeard behind. It's impossible." Shachi had a thorough understanding of Lingyun's character. Lingyun made such a choice without unexpectedly. At this time, Lingyun's state is indeed very bad. He has just received a combined blow from the three of Sengoku, which caused him to suffer a very serious injury. If it is normal, he can use Minazuki to heal and recover, but he is now in Marine. Surrounded, he has no way to self-medicate. Whitebeard blocked in front of Lingyun, making the surrounding Marines unable to approach at all, but he also withstood all the attacks, which was also very difficult for Whitebeard. The people who surrounded them, besides Aokiji, Marine Admiral, also there are more than a dozen Marine lieutenants, let alone the rest, there are too many. Lingyun looked around, he also knew that he and others were in desperate situation. At this time, he had to work hard. Fortunately, it was not the first time he encountered such a situation. His psychological quality had long been strong to the degree of horror. At this time, he became calmer and calmly observed everyone around him. Once, only one chance, Lingyun's eyes showed a brilliant light. He knew very well that at this time, a decision must be made. Whitebeard's power is very powerful. Relying on the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit, coupled with his ability, may be able to make a way out. As for Marco, he has the ability to fly and escapes more easily than they are. so Ji Lingyun is not too worried. With no choice, Ji Lingyun supported Shinigami's blade and slowly stood up. Chapter 353. Just after Ji Lingyun stood up, his face changed drastically, his pupils shrunk, and he rushed towards Whitebeard, completely ignoring his injuries, while yelling, "Daddy, be careful." Boom. A dull voice sounded. Whitebeard looked back and saw that Ji Lingyun was blocked behind him, hit by a fist, and slammed towards him. He caught Ji Lingyun with a furious expression, and at the same time violently caught Ji Lingyun. Shouted, "Teach." Ji Lingyun was caught in Whitebeard's hand and vomited blood. It turned out that when he just stood up, he just saw patches of black fog appear under Whitebeard's feet. Almost instantly, he thought of Blackbeard, and then he also saw it. Blackbeard sneaked up behind Whitebeard, so he rushed over without hesitation. At the very moment, he used his body to attack Whitebeard on Blackbeard's sneak attack, but he himself was injured and his breath became very sluggish. Blackbeard's sneak attack was exhausted, so Ji Lingyun was very miserable, but he still grabbed 960 by Whitebeard's hand and said with difficulty, "Old Daddy, be careful of his abilities." "Stop talking." Whitebeard saw Ji Lingyun's injury and his face was full of grief. Ji Lingyun was his favorite and most valued son, and he carried his expectations for the future. Therefore, seeing Ji Lingyun injured, he was the most painful. "Marco." With a loud shout, the blue figure quickly appeared in front of Whitebeard, and Marco yelled nervously, "Daddy." Whitebeard put Ji Lingyun on Marco and said, "Leave Lingyun with him. Marco, this is the last task I give you. It must be completed, you understand?" "Father." Marco looked at Whitebeard, his hands trembling, but he firmly put Ji Lingyun on his back and said, "Father, rest assured, I will protect Lingyun even if I die, we'll make him hurt again." Marco. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun only felt that his body was about to fall apart, and the strength to move the bounce was gone. He panted, and said with difficulty, "Teach, Blackbeard guy, he is going to kill Daddy." "Thief, ha ha ha." Blackbeard's arrogant laughter resounded across the square, and this sudden change caused all the surrounding Marines to stop attacking, looking at Whitebeard and Blackbeard who appeared suddenly. What happened? The movement here attracted the attention of people on the entire battlefield. Not only they, but all the audience watching the world live broadcast showed incredible gazes. What's the matter? What happened? It seems that someone wanted to sneak attack on Whitebeard, and then that Shinigami blocked the sneak attack for Whitebeard, but he suffered more injuries, as if so. Look, who is the guy who attacked Whitebeard? How could he show up there? That person seems familiar. Is it Marine's side? But it's not right, he doesn't have marine clothes. The silence on the Chambord Islands was suddenly broken, and countless people stared at the big screen with eyes wide open, watching the guy who dared to attack Whitebeard and hurt Ji Lingyun. Isn't this the 7 warlords of the sea that Marine announced not long ago? There are still some people who are well informed and recognize Blackbeard. Not long ago, Marine announced that Blackbeard had become Shichibukai, but it was covered up by the public execution of Ace that was announced at the same time. Many people only paid attention to it. Regarding the execution, I didn't care about Marine's sudden addition of Shichibukai, let alone to inquire. Only a small number of people knew about Blackbeard. I have long heard that someone replaced Shichibukai Crocodile. I didn't see him before. I thought he would not show up. I didn't expect to show up at this time. He also attacked Whitebeard all of a sudden, causing Shinigami to be seriously injured. Blackbeard is scheming. The timing of Blackbeard's appearance is too coincidental. Many knowledgeable people think Blackbeard is weird. This Blackbeard is the pirate who defected from the Whitebeard Pirate group, right? On the stand, Rayleigh looked at Blackbeard who was laughing arrogantly on the big screen, and suddenly asked Shachi on the side. Shachi nodded and said, not only that, when he defected from the Whitebeard Pirates, he seriously injured the 4th Division Captain Sachi, and the reason why Marine caught Ace seems to be his reason, so Marine will let him become Shichibukai. As an intelligence expert, Shachi's intelligence is still very accurate. Shichibukai has one more person, so she naturally has to investigate clearly, so she remembers Blackbeard's resume in her mind, and now she remembers it as soon as she sees Blackbeard. Rayleigh worried. This Blackbeard did not appear at the beginning of the war, but appeared at this time. He must be planning something. He wanted to kill Whitebeard as soon as he shot. If it wasn't covered by the Lingyun kid just now, Whitebeard might be true. He will be attacked by him, but although Lingyun saved Whitebeard, he himself is even worse. Shachi said. This Blackbeard did not appear at the beginning, which means that he did not obey Marine. If I am not wrong, he might be coming a Whitebeard, wanting to kill Whitebeard, stepping on Whitebeard's body be famous. Rayleigh said. No matter what his purpose is, it looks like it's half done now. The war was really fierce, and it was changing rapidly. From the very beginning, the appearance of the Whitebeard pirate group was legendary and caused a great sensation. Later, Ji Lingyun and others escaped from impelled down. Joining the battlefield has brought the entire battlefield to its peak. Because Ace has been rescued, the current war trend has reached the end, that is, the most intense level, but no one would have thought that at this critical moment, there would be a spoiler, and he would attack as soon as he appeared. Whitebeard, seriously injured Ji Lingyun, caused such a big movement. Chapter 354. This guy Blackbeard is really sinister enough to hide here and make a sneak attack. On the battlefield, Doflamingo stood on the city wall, looking at Blackbeard in the square, frowning, but soon he laughed again. Furfurfur, but he actually injured Shinigami seriously, which is very serious. Yes, Furfurfur. For Doflamingo, it doesn't matter how insidious Blackbeard is, but Blackbeard injured Ji Lingyun, which made him very satisfied. Unfortunately, he did not kill Ji Lingyun all at once. With his tenacious vitality, this level of injury should not be enough to be fatal. Eagle Eye looked at Ji Lingyun, who was in a very bad condition being carried by Marco, and said slowly. Rambo said with a worried face, Brother Lingyun, you must leave alive. Hancock also had a look of urgency. He kept worrying and praying for Ji Lingyun in his heart, hoping that Ji Lingyun could leave safely. It's Teach, it's the B********D Teach hurt Lingyun. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group saw that the attacker turned out to be Blackbeard. They all stopped and looked at Blackbeard angrily. Their eyes were full of anger. It was Whitebeard who had just attacked by Blackbeard. If not, Ji Lingyun had noticed it, and sacrificed his life to save him. It may be Whitebeard who was hit hard now. That B*******D. He even dared to sneak attack old father. I want to kill him. Many people roared in anger, trying to rush over, but they were dragged by their wise companions. Now Ji Lingyun and the others are trapped in the encirclement of Marine, and they can't get out. If they get in, there is only one dead end. Don't mess with Daddy and them, the battle there is not something we can handle. Not to mention whether they can rush to Whitebeard, even if they let them pass, it is unclear whether they are helping or not helping, and Whitebeard does not want them to do this. Many people are still quite clear-headed. Teach, you dare to attack Daddy, Marco shouted angrily to Blackbeard. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard laughed. Thief ha ha ha, Marco, do you think you are on the Moby DK now? I am no longer the me who I used to be. So, talk to me now and pay attention to your own tone. Teach, you be *****D. Seeing that Blackbeard was so arrogant, Marco wanted to tear him to pieces on the spot, but he was still carrying Ji Lingyun behind him, so he could only look at him angrily, but couldn't do anything. Marco. Whitebeard stopped the angry Marco and said, Little Lingyun is the most important thing now. You have to protect him and leave the rest to me. I will take care of this B*******D myself. Just as Whitebeard was talking, Marine suddenly shouted, Look there, what is that? I saw a huge head emerge from the collapsed Marine headquarters. Hearing the exclamation, the man scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Oh, I was found. Then someone exclaimed, Look, how come there are so many people there? Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed loudly, and saw a few figures quickly appear behind him. I don't know when they were hidden here, and they were able to appear at the same time so quickly. We have been here for a long time, it's just that you played too intensely, so you didn't notice us, but the timing was just right, thief ha ha ha. Sengoku was also attracted by the Blackbeard pirates. He looked ugly and asked, You bastards, how did you appear here? And those Marines also recognized these people and shouted. These guys are all ultimate criminals whose existence has been concealed because of their cruelty. They should all be kept in deep-sea prisons. How could they appear in here? That huge creature can't be someone else, it's a pirate, the huge battleship, San Juan Wolf, the evil king, Abaro Pizarro, the drunkard, Bacchus Choate, the Moonhunter, Catalina Deepung, as well as the former headguard of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain, and the Blackbeard Pirates. At this moment, the Blackbeard Pirates became the focus of everyone, appearing on the battlefield with great momentum, and the previous Blackbeard attack severely injured Ji Lingyun, so many people did not dare to look down upon them. Blackbeard laughed and said to Whitebeard, The thief ha ha ha, father, it's been a long time since I saw you. I wanted to give you a meeting gift, but it was a pity that Lingyun was ruined by the kid, but it was good to hurt him badly. Choose, you know, he is the only man in the Whitebeard Pirates that makes me jealous and can see my ambition. It is a pity that his life is too hard to kill him with a single blow. Teach, you be *******D. Whitebeard squeezed the pheasant tightly angrily, and the veins were exposed on his arms. Sengoku shouted angrily to Yuji Shiryu, Shiryu, you be ******D. What happened to Impel Down? What happened to Magellan? How did you get in? Shiryu of Rain smoked a cigar and didn't care about Sengoku's angry look. He smiled and said, What do you think will happen to Impel Down when we are here? Didn't this ask knowingly, Marshal Sengoku? But I want to know more if it's the case, you should confirm it by yourself later. In short, you just need to know now that I have decided to join forces with these people, and I would like to ask for more advice in the future. At this moment, a Marine suddenly came to report. Marshal Sengoku. I have never had the opportunity to report to you. Just now I received information that the Gate of Justice was reopened. An uncertified warship broke into Malin Vander. When Sengoku heard the report from the Marines, Sengoku immediately understood everything, but he was still very puzzled. They asked Blackbeard, How did you do it? There should be only Marines in the power room, and no instructions were received. How did you manage to open the door of justice? That's so easy. A chuckle came from behind Blackbeard. Chapter 355 Sengoku fixed his eyes and saw a man wearing a top hat and a mime actor behind Blackbeard smiled contemptuously, and said, Because I did hypnosis to Marine in the power room beforehand and gave it to when the war started, as long as the warship reached the Gate of Justice, the order would be opened immediately. That's why we were able to enter here so smoothly, but we seem to have helped other people. Sengoku said with a very ugly face, Are they Shinigami and Straw Hat? He was surprised before, why Ji Lingyun and Luffy were able to enter the Marine headquarters so smoothly. After all, the Gate of Justice can only be opened inside Marine. As long as the Gate of Justice is not opened, it is impossible for people outside to come in. Just came in. Blackbeard smiled triumphantly. As a pirate, you will definitely be hostile to the government. You will not be able to enter the Marine headquarters. It is also impossible to open the door of justice, and it is impossible to sneak into Impel Down. That's why I joined Shichibukai. At the end, I have only one purpose, and that is to use the convenience of Shichibukai to achieve my purpose, but now, I don't need this title. Sengoku asked angrily, your goal is to release these guys? Blackbeard laughed and said, yes, I was just for this from the beginning, and that's all, you will understand it all right away, thief ha ha ha. Listening to Blackbeard's laughter, Whitebeard suddenly snorted and said, it doesn't matter what that kind of thing is, teach. With a roar, Whitebeard shook his fist suddenly, and the powerful vibration force slammed into the Blackbeard pirate group, directly hitting the surroundings of the Blackbeard pirate group into chaos, and even the surrounding marine was suffering, with many casualties. But Whitebeard's brows frowned quickly, because the members of the Blackbeard pirates weren't injured, but gathered together one by one. Marco, take Lingyun and leave. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard already knew that the Blackbeard pirates was not easy to deal with. He was most worried about Lingyun, so he asked Marco to take Lingyun away in the chaos. Marco whispered. Daddy, Whitebeard said solemnly, don't say so much, hurry. No, Marco, don't leave Daddy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun, who was carried by Marco on his back, grabbed Marco's clothes with an anxious expression on his face, but he was badly injured and didn't have the energy to do more. Originally, Marco was still a little hesitant, but when he heard Lingyun's extremely weak voice, he instantly became firm, gritted his teeth, and suddenly rose into the sky under Lingyun's angry exclaim. Not good, because he was attracted by the Blackbeard pirates. Sengoku did not notice Marco's movements. When he saw Marco soaring into the sky, his complexion suddenly changed. Whitebeard is the most important thing, but Lingyun must also be extinct, so Lingyun must not be allowed to escape. Stop him, hurry, attack the air, stop them. Marine who reacted to the reaction immediately launched an attack, but Marco took the first step. They could not attack at all. Only Kizaru used the ability, but after hitting Marco, Marco quickly recovered, so Kizaru could only he caught up, but although he could stay in the air for a short time, he couldn't continue flying like Marco, so after flying for a while, he couldn't catch up with Marco. Marco took Lingyun all the way to the bay. At this time, the bay was also in chaos. The pirates were fighting with Marine. Of course, more pirates were fleeing, and the rest was just delaying time. Blackbeard also stood up at this time. He looked at Whitebeard and said with a smile, Father, it's really unsparing, yes, it's impossible to be merciful, but it's a good plan to let Lingyun run away. Whitebeard looked at Blackbeard with cold eyes. His injuries were getting more and more serious, but he hadn't reached the limit. He solemnly said, you are the only one who is not worthy of being my son. I want to kill my comrades, and I just hurt Lingyun, absolutely unforgivable. Blackbeard smiled and said, the thief ha ha ha, are you very regretful that you should obey Lingyun's words and not let me get on your boat? Whitebeard snorted coldly and said, Lousy has never regretted it, but people like you will never understand. On my boat, as long as there is no unforgivable sin, no matter what kind of person it is me, son. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed and said, but it's your thoughts that gave me a chance. Stop talking nonsense, let's make a break, teach, Whitebeard yelled coldly. Suddenly, Blackbeard trembled with excitement all over and fought Whitebeard. This was something he had never thought of before, but now he was full of excitement. The strongest man in the world before him will soon become his stepping stone. His most important step to the world's strongest pirate, so he was full of excitement and excitement. Just to my liking, as he said, black smoke suddenly appeared on Blackbeard's body, and then only saw Blackbeard raise his right hand, which turned completely black, and pressed it against the ground. In an instant, a large amount of darkness emanated from his hand and enveloped it. A large sight around. Secret Point Road. With a low drink, Blackbeard's whole body was shaken with black smoke, and the darkness emerging from the ground actually made the enveloped area 3.1 slowly sink. Thief ha ha ha, Dad, did you see it? This is the devil fruit ability that you want to kill Sachi and betray the Whitebeard pirates. You can try the strongest devil fruit, dark fruit. It's amazing. Lingyun was taken by Marco to fly into the crowd of pirates. At this time, a large group of pirates gathered together and looked at Whitebeard and Blackbeard. Although Lingyun was unwilling, he was unable to resist Marco at this time. But when he saw that Blackbeard was ready to do it, he immediately said to Marco, Marco, tell Daddy, let him be careful of Teach's dark fruit ability. If dark fruit can invalidate devil fruit's ability, let Daddy not touch Teach's hand. Chapter 356. Hearing Lingyun's eager tone, Marco did not hesitate and shouted directly, Father, be careful of Teach's fruit ability. His fruit ability can invalidate the ability of the capable person. Don't touch his hand. Blackbeard laughed and said, Thief ha ha ha, it seems that Lingyun already knows the abilities of my devil fruit, but what about it? Daddy, although I have sincerely admired you, it is all in the past. You are old now, so old that you need to rely on other people's power to save your own crew. Daddy, your age has passed, and it will be my age. Blackbeard has no reason not to be excited, because he can only look up to Whitebeard, but now, Whitebeard has become his prey in his eyes. As long as he kills Whitebeard, he can achieve his dream as quickly as possible. Teach that B*******. Hearing Blackbeard ranting in front of Whitebeard, all the pirates who heard him shouted angrily. However, Whitebeard was not at all irritated by Blackbeard's 17 words. He lived to the extent he is now. He had already seen everything clearly, and how could he be irritated by Blackbeard's deliberate words? Marco, cover for me, I want to heal. Seeing that Whitebeard and Blackbeard were about to start, Lingyun showed an eager look on his face. He gave Marco an order, and then pulled out the Shinigami blade with difficulty and whispered, Minazuki. Suddenly, Zanpakuto Minazuki turned into a one-eyed magic fish monster, then opened his mouth and swallowed Lingyun. Marco ordered the surrounding pirates. Everyone is covering Lingyun. Never let Lingyun be disturbed in any way. Don't let Lingyun be harmed even if you pay your own life. Marco understands the situation very well. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are in desperate situation. With his complete inability to make waves, the hopes of the Whitebeard Pirates can only be pinned on Lingyun, so he will say made these remarks. Hearing Marco's words, the surrounding pirates all gathered next to Minazuki, swearing to protect him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Lingyun was healing, Whitebeard had already started a duel with Blackbeard. Whitebeard rushed to Blackbeard and hit him with a punch. White and transparent energy appeared in his fist. Blackbeard laughed and said, It's useless, Daddy, you should listen to that kid Lingyun. After speaking, I saw Blackbeard's right hand turn black, and then met Whitebeard's fist, and shouted, Dark water. Whitebeard's fist touched Blackbeard's right hand, and saw that the fist that was enough to cause a strong vibration did not cause any vibration, and was completely offset by Blackbeard's right hand. Blackbeard smiled triumphantly. I see it, Daddy, this is my Devil Fruit's ability and the strongest ability. Your ability is completely useless in front of me. With that said, Blackbeard hit Whitebeard with a punch and hit Whitebeard head on. This shocked many people present, not only the pirates, but even Marine. In the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard, Sengoku did not let Marine soldiers attack, because these two men are enemies to Marine. Letting them kill each other is good for Marine. No matter who wins, the final result is acceptable. But even so, Sengoku and others were very surprised to see Blackbeard face to face with Whitebeard. Especially Blackbeard's ability, which surprised them even more. They only realized that they had underestimated Blackbeard before. After Blackbeard hit Whitebeard, he wanted to continue his attack, but Whitebeard's reaction was also a few pieces. When Blackbeard attacked, he blocked it with a backhand, and then he punched again, still using the shock fruit ability. Dark water. Whitebeard's attack was still blocked by Blackbeard. Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. Father, why can't you accept the reality? In front of me, you can no longer cause a shock. Come. Compared with the original Whitebeard, who was dying when he fought Blackbeard in the original book, Whitebeard has not reached that level yet. He still has more power, so even if it can't cause vibration, it can still block Blackbeard's attack. He is still at a disadvantage. At this time, Whitebeard was thinking about the method. He didn't listen to advice. Of course, he believed what Lingyun said, but he had never been in contact with dark fruit. He also needed to get familiar with it through battle and find flaws, so he will use the ability to fight as before. After playing a few moves, he already understood Blackbeard's abilities and thought of a way to deal with it, so he deliberately bought a flaw and let Blackbeard hit it, and Blackbeard was proud of it, so he didn't know Whitebeard's thoughts at all. I saw Whitebeard slam the big pheasant in the hands of 463 into the air, fought with Blackbeard with bare hands, and was forced to be more embarrassed. The more so, the more excited Blackbeard became. For him, the victory over Whitebeard brought him. It feels like an unprecedented joy, so he hates to take more time to enjoy this feeling. Naturally, he is not in a hurry to solve the battle. What Whitebeard wanted was Blackbeard's mentality. The moment the pheasant fell, he grabbed it suddenly, and under Blackbeard's horrified gaze, he slashed it down and hit Blackbeard's body directly, causing Blackbeard to utter misery yelled. What? Blackbeard rolled miserably on the ground. Whitebeard concentrated his full attack. It was originally terrifying. In addition, Dark Fruit suffered twice as much pain to offset the damage. This pain was unbearable even for him, and the whole person shrank together. Rolling on the ground, wailing in his mouth, Whitebeard didn't care about Blackbeard's yelling and seized the opportunity to hold down Blackbeard's hands. He already knew that Blackbeard had to use both hands to neutralize his abilities, so he bound Blackbeard's hands. Blackbeard couldn't offset the power of his shaking. Chapter 357. After Whitebeard held down Blackbeard, standing on top of him, he said coldly, "Embarrassed, imprudent, this is your weakness." Blackbeard, who was being held down by Whitebeard, looked at Whitebeard with horror, especially that Whitebeard's right hand had contained his head, and the energy of the vibrating force appeared, which made his heart even more fearful. The horrified Blackbeard yelled, "Stop, father, stop, I'm your son, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill me? Forgive me, father." Faced with Blackbeard's begging for mercy, Whitebeard did not change anything, but said coldly, "I said, only you are not worthy of being my son, teach." As he said, the power of shaking Blackbeard's right hand exploded, and the power of terror directly hit Blackbeard's head and caused a huge shock. The whole ground vibrated, and a huge smoke was lifted. This scene caused all the pirates on the side of the Whitebeard pirate group to shout excitedly. "Great, father, you are so strong." But the cheers did not last long, because when the smoke disappeared, they saw that Blackbeard had not been killed by Whitebeard, but struggled to stand up. Blackbeard tried several times and tried to stand up, but in the end he didn't stand up. He raised his head and looked at Whitebeard in horror. Kind of power? Whitebeard said slowly, "Even if you are injured like this, you can still kill you." With that, he walked slowly towards Blackbeard. When Blackbeard saw Whitebeard approaching, he crawled back in horror and shouted, "You monster, monster." But Whitebeard didn't show any mercy and threw his fist again, blasting Blackbeard away and then smashed it heavily to the ground. Puff. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face was full of fear. He originally saw Whitebeard's bruised look. He wanted to take a bargain and kill Whitebeard, but he did not expect to be so embarrassed. It's a loss of face. Whitebeard, worthy of being called a legendary pirate, is so terrifying. The audiences from all over the world who saw the match between Whitebeard and Blackbeard all watched this scene dumbfounded. In their eyes, Whitebeard was clearly injured, and it seemed that there was not much threat. It was completely crushed and beaten. That Blackbeard looks like a villain, and then secretly attacked. This kind of person should be killed. Although Whitebeard is also a pirate, anyone who has watched this war will have a feeling of admiration from the depths of their hearts. Because Whitebeard's actions are worthy of their admiration, they don't have to stand when they look at Whitebeard. From the standpoint, Blackbeard is different. From the moment he appears, he reveals a strong malice, sneak attack, arrogance, and the villain's ambition. As long as the person who sees him, he will not give birth to the slightest of goodwill. The guy Blackbeard is not that simple. He became Shichibukai, but he didn't listen to Marine's orders at all. He attacked Whitebeard at the last minute. No matter how you look at it, he was planned and prepared. There are still many smart people among the spectators. Although they are not on the battlefield, through analysis, you can know that Blackbeard was carefully planned, so it is absolutely impossible to be defeated by Whitebeard so easily. This Blackbeard is really sinister. On the stands, the Kid Pirates, Kira said in a disdainful tone. Kid said, "Insidious is insidious, but this guy is really not easy. He was able to play Marine in the Whitebeard Pirates, and almost sneaked into Whitebeard. This scheming is not something ordinary people can have, and he brings the people it, are all notorious characters, the Blackbeard Pirates. It's not easy." Kid's vision is broader and he sees farther. He thinks Blackbeard is not simple. After hiding with the pirates for so long, no one has discovered it. If he hadn't taken a sneak attack, no one would have known that he was hiding here. The important thing is that it is only Blackbeard who did it alone, and none of the other members did it. Those people are all very powerful people. I'm afraid Whitebeard won't be able to get through this time, even if he can deal with the Blackbeard Pirates, but there is Marine there. Once Whitebeard dies, the Whitebeard Pirates will fall apart and New World will be chaotic, Kira wrote. Kid's eyes flashed, and he said, "That's for sure. New World 4 emperors go to Yuang. Even if there are people from the Whitebeard Pirates who go back alive, they may not be able to hold their throne." Kira said, "The Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates is also very powerful. Neither Marine Admiral can stop him." Kid said, "It is indeed very strong. It should be said that it is very strong, above Malin Vander. Besides Whitebeard, I am afraid that he is the strongest, but he has been seriously injured. Whether he can leave Malin Vander alive is still a question." "That's true." Kira nodded. The rest are also talking about the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard. The focus of this war is on both of them. To be precise, it is on Whitebeard. The outcome of the war depends on Whitebeard. The situation is getting worse and Whitebeard is in danger. The appearance of the Blackbeard Pirates made Rayleigh feel very bad. He already had a bad premonition in his heart, and Whitebeard probably couldn't get through this time. Shachi sighed. "I didn't expect Whitebeard to cross the sea for a lifetime." At the end of the boat, a traitor would appear on the boat, and he still wanted to kill him at the most critical time. "I don't know how the Lingyun boy is now. I was hit by Blackbeard with all his strength, hurting and hurting. I don't know if he can survive. Because the big screen is full of Whitebeard and Blackbeard fighting. They don't know what Lingyun is now. They can only worry and worry in their hearts." Chapter 358. "What are you guys doing in a daze? Come on, kill this old guy." The horrified Blackbeard completely ignored the others and yelled at his back like a madness. The members of the Blackbeard pirate group behind him, Wen Yan, all acted immediately, taking up their weapons and rushing towards Whitebeard. "Kill him! Kill him! Kill this monster!" Blackbeard shouted in horror on the battlefield. There are not many members of the Blackbeard pirate group. With Blackbeard, there are only 9 people working on it, but each of them has a strong aura when they do it. Rain Shiryu, the Evil King, the Crescent Moon Hunter, and the Blackbeard Pirates all swarmed up and rushed towards Whitebeard. Even if they were far away, they could feel their vicious killing intent. Come, at this moment, Whitebeard showed an amazing aura, making everyone seem to be unable to see his injuries, as if he saw a man standing upright and fearless. Boom! Even if the members of the Blackbeard Pirates swarmed up, but Whitebeard slashed together, and the powerful shaking force erupted, making the faces of all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates change. All 150 changed their forward momentum and moved back quickly. Go, including Blackbeard who fell to the ground. He crawled back in embarrassment. Boom. Suddenly there was a gunshot and Whitebeard snorted, and saw a blood flower blooming on his right arm, causing his hands to tremble suddenly. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, the pirates of the Blackbeard pirate group immediately seized the opportunity and surrounded them again. The fastest of them was Shiryu of the original Impel Down guarding the long rein. He suddenly pulled out his sword. The second generation ghost exudes an astonishing blood glow. It is hard to imagine how much blood was stained with this sword to reach this level of monster. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The speed of Shiryu of Rain is very fast, and the sword is very strange. He was the first to grasp Whitebeard's flaw, and he passed by Whitebeard's side, took a piece of blood, and left a sword mark on Whitebeard's leg. At the same time, everyone else moved their hands, and all the sword and guns fell on Whitebeard's body. In an instant, Whitebeard's body had a lot of wounds. Father. Seeing that Whitebeard was besieged and injured by the Blackbeard Pirates, all the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates showed a sense of horror and rage, and many people couldn't help but want to rush over. However, the besieged Whitebeard gave a violent shout, and stopped the pheasant on the ground, then clenched his fists and blasted his fists into the air on both sides of him. Boom! The air around Whitebeard suddenly produced cracks. Shiryu of Rain and several pirates of the Blackbeard pirate group were all shaken by the shock. For example, the evil king and others could not help but vomit blood, backed in amazement. It's been hurt like this, and there is such a powerful force, it is worthy of Whitebeard. The evil king was almost a pirate at the same time as Whitebeard. He had dealt with Whitebeard back then. He knew that Whitebeard was very strong Yamato horror. If Whitebeard was in his heyday, he would not dare to come forward. Seeing that Whitebeard was badly injured, but he did not expect that even if Whitebeard was badly injured, facing so many of them, he would still have the power to fight back and wound them. This old guy is really amazing. The rest of the Blackbeard pirates also looked at Whitebeard in shock. At this moment, there was another gunshot, but the scarred Whitebeard's eyes shrank suddenly, and he threw a punch in one direction. The force of the vibration rushed out of his fist, and all the positions where a straight line was located were shaken. Open and Van Oka, who shot and attacked at the end, had no time to evade. He was directly hit by this punch, and his body was smashed for a long distance before hitting the ground heavily. How can it be? After Van Oka hit the ground, he quickly stood up, but didn't stand up. Instead, he supported his body with a sniper rifle, spurted blood, and looked at Whitebeard incredible. He was very shocked. You know that he is known as supersonic. Not only his gun speed is fast, but also his moving speed. Just after the shot, he just started to move just after it was fired, but Whitebeard he still accurately grasped his movement trajectory, not only shook off his bullet, but also injured him. He had never encountered this kind of thing before. You must know that this was the first time he played against Whitebeard. In other words, he was seen through at a glance. Van Oka's appearance was also seen by others, especially the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. They were very surprised. They knew Van Oka's strength, and he was hit by Whitebeard. This is how it is. What can the state of Whitebeard do? Worrying, Whitebeard is not feeling well at this time. To be precise, it should be very bad. He was already seriously injured, and the successive battles have left him exhausted. He just forcibly shook off the members of the Blackbeard Pirates and wounded Fan again. Oka, he has almost used his little power, and he is now at the end of the battle. But even so, he absolutely cannot retreat. He stared at Blackbeard tightly. He knew that he had no chance of living, and no chance to survive, but now he still has one thing he wants to accomplish, that it was to end Blackbeard. He knew very well that if Blackbeard could not be killed now, even if his sons could escape, they would definitely not get better in the future, so for the future of his sons, he had to do his last breath. Seeing Whitebeard's gaze swept over, Blackbeard, who was already horrified, screamed even more. His legs could not help but tremble and step back a few steps, yelling, "You monster, you are already dying, why not die quietly?" Whitebeard clenched the big pheasant again and was about to walk forward, but his scarred body was gradually out of his control. His whole body trembled with this movement, and he even shook a little, as if at any time. It is possible to fall. Chapter 359. Father. What's wrong with Whitebeard? Basically everyone can tell. The pirates on the Whitebeard side shouted nervously. Among them, Marco couldn't help but said to the others, "You guard Lingyun, I'll go help father." With that, he quickly used his abilities, and his whole body took off, and he was about to fly to the position where Whitebeard was. But as soon as he rushed into the air, Whitebeard shouted violently, "Marco, step back." The roar was full of unquestionable commands, and Marco fell from the sky without any hesitation, and shouted at Whitebeard, "Daddy." Whitebeard shouted, "Marco, and all of you, listen up, no one is allowed to come over." "Father." Whitebeard's face was determined and whispered, "This is the last thing I can do. Let me come alone." Blackbeard didn't care what Whitebeard said, he shouted in angrily, "Kill him, come on, you guys." In any case, the strength of the Blackbeard pirate group is still very strong. Under Blackbeard's roar, everyone has their real ability and killed Whitebeard. These people in the Blackbeard pirate group, put them in New World, they are also the pirates who can be famous, all of them are top-notch in strength, several people teamed up, plus all-out efforts, facing a seriously injured Whitebeard. Naturally, the advantage was quickly obtained. The battle between the two sides proceeded very quickly, because Whitebeard is no longer an opponent at all, but in a short period of time, he has had countless wounds on his body, all of which were caused by the Blackbeard pirates, but even so he still didn't give up. Although the number of resistances was very small, he could still see how tenacious he was. "Father." The pirates on the side of the Whitebeard pirates screamed in tears. They knew that this would be the last time they saw Whitebeard, and they would never see a living father again. They just watched. The most respected daddy died in front of him, but they were unable to provide any help, they could only cry in pain. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whitebeard. The Buggy Gang, who had been shooting there using the videophone worm, were all staring dumbfounded at the battle between Whitebeard and the Blackbeard pirates, especially Buggy. At this time, his whole body was shaking and his face was full of fear. Captain Buggy, right now is a good opportunity. Beside Buggy, an annoying person swallowed and said to Buggy, Upon hearing this, Buggy jumped up immediately, like an explosion on the spot, but thinking of his current situation and the strength of these people, he immediately suppressed the words in his heart, and said, "It's not the time yet. I haven't seen Whitebeard. Are you still fighting with the guys from the Blackbeard Pirates? The timing, be patient, understand?" Buggy still knows his level very well. Ask him to take Whitebeard's first level. How can he have the guts? And there are people from the Blackbeard Pirates in Whitebeard. Each of them is much better than him. He in the past, it could only be death. Under the shocking gazes of everyone, the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard Pirates was finally over. The people of Blackbeard Pirates all stepped back, stood together, staring and still stood there, but Whitebeard was no longer moving. Blackbeard kept panting. Although they and Whitebeard had been fighting tightly for less than a few minutes, they had been under a great deal of psychological pressure. They were only relieved when Whitebeard was silent. "This old guy is finally dead," Blackbeard asked hesitatingly when he saw Whitebeard who was not moving. Yuji Shiryu said, "I don't have any consciousness anymore. I'm afraid I will fall down with just one push." Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's it, I'm finally dead, finally." But before he said this, Whitebeard who they thought was dead suddenly opened his eyes, staring at Blackbeard, and said firmly, "That person is definitely not you." Whitebeard's sudden voice shocked Blackbeard and took a step back without thinking. Not only him, but the other Blackbeard pirates around him were also taken aback, looking at Whitebeard with alert expression. However, Whitebeard didn't move anything. He just stared at Blackbeard and said, "The person Roger is waiting for will definitely not teach you. Roger's will has not died, and the young life is still going on. Can bear the history of this world for hundreds of years and challenge this world." Having said that, Whitebeard's gaze turned to Sengoku, who was looking directly at him and didn't do anything. "Sengoku, what the world government is afraid of will come sooner or later. The huge battle involving the whole world will come. Haha, although I am not interested, if the treasure is discovered, the world will be overturned. It will come, and someone will definitely find the treasure." Feeling that his vitality is about to disappear, Whitebeard glanced at the direction of the Whitebeard Pirates from the corner of his eye, and wished in his heart, "Little Lingyun, everyone will leave it to you. I know you will be able to do it well." When it's dying, Whitebeard can let go of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates. The most reluctant among them is Lingyun. Lingyun grew up by his side. He has a father-son relationship that surpasses others, and they are far apart after more than 10 years. Now it's hard to see it, but it will soon be separated from Yin and Yang, so he is naturally very reluctant to Lingyun. Handing the Whitebeard Pirates to Lingyun, this is the best choice in his opinion. Only Lingyun has the ability to lead the pirates to continue, and the crew of the older generation such as Marco will certainly obey Lingyun. He does not expect Lingyun to take everyone to do earth-shattering things. As long as they can live safely, it is his most gratifying thing. Even if he is reluctant, Whitebeard can only wish. He exhausted his last breath and shouted, "One Piece, it is real." Chapter 360. One Piece, it is real. When this sentence was uttered from Whitebeard's mouth, the whole world seemed to stand still, and Whitebeard closed his eyes at this moment, and there was no more breath. "Father." The moment Whitebeard closed his eyes, all the pirates in Molenvander showed sorrow, especially the relatively close Marco and others, who burst into tears in pain. As if hearing the people's crying, Minazuki suddenly opened his mouth, and saw Lingyun walk out of the mouth of the magic fish monster. Although he was still covered in blood and very weak, he seemed likely to die at any time compared to before looks much better. But at this moment, Lingyun was in no mood. He looked at the still standing Whitebeard blankly, his eyes widened and his mind was blank. At this moment, his soul seemed to be out of his body and he didn't know anything. "I just feel extremely lost in my heart. The most important thing is away from me. Father." After a full 10 seconds, Lingyun reacted and screamed mournfully, but just as he yelled out, a big mouthful of blood was sprayed out of his mouth, and his body fell down and fell directly on his knees, on the ground. The surrounding pirates were all startled when they saw Lingyun gushing blood, and they hurriedly walked over and two people supported Lingyun, but Lingyun seemed to have no feeling at all, still staring blankly, looking at Whitebeard's corpse. "Father, Daddy, Daddy." The immense sadness made Lingyun know nothing. He only knew that he was calling Whitebeard. At the same time, there was blood flowing out of his mouth. He had just been treated in Minazuki's body and his injury had stabilized, but now he was out of control and his injury suddenly became serious again. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Suddenly, Lingyun coughed violently. Not only that, but his face turned purple and his breathing was so heavy that he seemed to be out of breath. "No, Marco, look at Lingyun, Marco." Seeing that Lingyun's situation was not right, the people around hurriedly called Marco, who was also in grief. When Marco heard this, there was no time to grieve, and he quickly rushed to Lingyun's side. When Marco saw Lingyun's situation, he was shocked. He had known Lingyun for so many years, and it was the first time he saw this situation. This kind of excessive sadness, coupled with Lingyun's injury, if he can't handle it well, it is very likely that it will really threaten Lingyun's life. Now that Whitebeard has been killed in battle, Lingyun, as the pillar of the Whitebeard pirate group, must have nothing to do. "Doctor, doctor, call the doctor over." Marco called out loudly, while hugging Lingyun's body, and said quickly, "Lingyun, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down quickly." But Lingyun seemed to be unable to listen at all, still silent, eyes blank, his clothes dull, and his aura became more and more chaotic. The doctor came over quickly. He was shocked when he saw Ji Lingyun's situation. After a cursory glance, he quickly said, Captain Marco, he has suffered a very serious injury, and now he is emotionally broken, it will be life-threatening. What did you say? Marco yelled at the doctor angrily. The doctor said, his condition is very dangerous. The physical injury has been stabilized by his own treatment, but his current emotion is out of control, which has caused the injury to relapse again. The grief is greater than the hard death, no matter how much it is treated, it won't help. What should I do then? Marco asked eagerly. The doctor said, there is no other way but to stabilize his emotions first. His physical fitness is very poor. Before he fully recovered, he fought high-intensity battles, and he was injured one after another. Go on, but these are not the most serious. Stabilize his emotions first, and then other treatments can be done. Stabilize emotions, how to stabilize? Marco is like an ant on a hot pot. He knows that Ji Lingyun is a very emotional person. Now that he saw Whitebeard died in battle, he lost control of his emotions. He really didn't know how to persuade him. Look to the doctor. But it is a pity that the doctor and Ji Lingyun are not familiar with each other, and he is the only one who is most familiar with Ji Lingyun. What? How? Father asked Lingyun to give it to me. I can't live up to my father's expectations, but what should I do? Father, you tell me and tell me the answer. Marco was also anxious to a certain extent, and he actually started to ask the dead Whitebeard in his heart. The death of Whitebeard not only caused problems with Ji Lingyun, but also problems with Sachi, Joes, and Ace. The three of them had led people to resist Akainu, and they tried their best to withstand Akainu. However, when Whitebeard died, they immediately lost their senses, and the occupation that was barely considered a balanced situation suddenly changed drastically. Ace, who had been injured by Akainu before, was injured again by Akainu. Although he was not life-threatening, Ace was seriously injured and his combat effectiveness was drastically reduced. Even Sachi was also injured by Akainu. As for Joes, let alone, he was originally injured, and now he is also very uncomfortable. Now it is completely relying on 2.6 to resist Akainu with other captains, and Saki and others are also relying on willpower to support. Akainu also saw the death of Whitebeard, so he seized the opportunity and defeated the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop, but even so, he would not carelessly, but ironically said, Whitebeard is dead, although not in our marine in the hands of him, this is also his best destination as a pirate. As for you, the best choice is to accompany him to death instead of continuing to resist here. Hearing Akainu's words, many pirates glared at him, but Saki said very firmly, we promised the father to return to the New World safely, then we must fulfill his last wish and return safely. New World. Chapter 361. None of you can go back today, all of you will die in Malinvander. Akainu snorted coldly and said, I see, Whitebeard is dead, and the Shinigami kid is going to die too. Next is you. When you get to hell, let Whitebeard continue to lead you trash pirates. With a loud shout, Akainu didn't show any mercy from his men, with full firepower, and went to the pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group. Fight to the death. Suddenly Joes yelled, and then everyone else looked straight and shouted at the same time. Fight to the death. Whitebeard's death greatly irritated everyone, but because of this, they were no longer fearless. Whitebeard died for them, and they could also die for the pirate group's companions. Holding Akainu could make more. The people who left Marinvando, it seems to them to be very worthwhile. Whitebeard died in battle. An astonishing shout suddenly sounded from the live broadcast square of the Chambord Islands. All the audience showed amazement and disbelief. Whitebeard was really dead, and died in front of them, although there was number 17 seen. Seeing it, they still shocked them greatly. Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors of New World, the legendary pirate, and the legendary pirate standing side by side with the One Piece King Roger. It was such a big pirate who died in the battle under the attention of the whole world. Although many people had guessed this possibility before, when they actually saw Whitebeard died in battle, they were still a little unbelievable, feeling unreal. After the exclaim, the voice of Chambord Island slowly lowered. Everyone looked at the dead but still standing figure of Whitebeard, and their eyes were full of complex colors. As pirates, for most people, they want Whitebeard to die, but when they really watched the whole war, they were involuntarily infected by what Whitebeard did. In the past, Whitebeard, who had done everything in their eyes, doesn't look as bad as they thought. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At least they saw a lot of things in the live broadcast, the family affection between the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard's love and tolerance for his sons, even if he was betrayed, he was able to forgive, and many of them made Whitebeard look all. It's not like a real bad guy, but it makes people admire. Perhaps many people were happy when such a great pirate died, but more people remained silent, not knowing whether they should be happy or sad for the death of Whitebeard. Through the live broadcast of the entire war, many people saw the loyalty of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Marine headquarters planted and framed in order to achieve their goals, and executed early. In contrast, many people's hearts were born. A ridiculous illusion, is this reversed? Whitebeard, go all the way. Seeing Whitebeard's death in battle, Rayleigh in the stands raised the flask in his hand and toasted a glass of Whitebeard on the big screen, then drank the drink with a sad expression. Sha-Chi was also smoking a cigarette in silence, watching with complicated eyes. She and Whitebeard were also old acquaintances. Because of Ji Lingyun's relationship, there was some cooperation between the 2 parties. Now that Whitebeard is dead, she is also very sad in her heart. When Whitebeard died, There are really fewer old friends on the sea. Rayleigh sighed quietly. Shachi also sighed. Perhaps the moment Whitebeard took people to Marine headquarters this time, he already realized that it would be difficult for him to come back this time. Rayleigh said. But he still went. This is where I admire Whitebeard. Just like Roger back then, everyone desperately wanted to survive, but they would rather die heroically, much better than us. In Rayleigh's eyes, Whitebeard's behavior was very similar to Roger's surrender back then. He knew that he would face death, but he still insisted on doing what he wanted. This behavior is naturally worthy of admiration. Shachi said worriedly. Whitebeard is dead, but Marine headquarters will not let the rest of the people go, and the appearance of the Blackbeard pirate group is probably not just to kill Whitebeard. Rayleigh said, no matter what the purpose of the Blackbeard guy is, now Whitebeard is dead, and he will show the foxtail soon. Now I am more worried about Lingyun and the others. Can they escape Malin Vando? Shachi said. It should be. Lingyun was born with good fortune and has gone through so many hardships. Now he is still alive. This time I think it will be no exception. Rayleigh stopped talking. Although he hoped so, but based on the current situation, it is very detrimental to the Whitebeard Pirates. Marine's pursuit is difficult for the defeated Whitebeard Pirates to deal with, especially Marine's high-end combat power has not lost much, and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates are basically injured, and there is not much combat power left. The death of 660 Whitebeard quickly spread from the Chambord Islands. In a short period of time, the first half of the Grand Line basically received the news. Those who did not see it in person all cheered in excitement. In their imagination, Whitebeard is a very terrifying villain. Now dead, it is the luck of the whole world. Whitebeard is dead, does it mean that the war is over? The people on the Chambord Islands couldn't help but mutter. Also, what Whitebeard said before he died, is it true? This sentence exactly echoes what Roger said back then, and it will soon spread throughout the world. I'm afraid the pirates will start to act again. In front of Whitebeard's corpse, Blackbeard looked at Whitebeard in amazement and said in disbelief. I'm dead, my body is still not falling down, it really is a monster. But after the shock, he soon laughed excitedly again. He worked hard for so long and finally killed Whitebeard. At this moment, he felt as if he had gained the whole world, as if he felt countless adoring eyes. It was that kind of feeling that made him excited and wanted to laugh. Chapter 362 Whitebeard died in battle, but the reality of his indomitable body shocked many people. It took so much willpower to do this. With this alone, Whitebeard deserves to be a legendary pirate. It's so interesting, the death of Whitebeard will undoubtedly change this era, but I don't think it can easily end here, bringing the world's most murderous criminals. What does Blackbeard want to do? Because of the battle between Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirates, the battlefield calmed down. 7 warlords of the sea did not continue to fight with the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Doflamingo laughed and watched Whitebeard, already the Blackbeard pirates. The members of the group are excited and curious at the same time. Hancock also shocked Whitebeard's death in battle, but she was more worried about Ji Lingyun. She had seen that Ji Lingyun was wrong, so she was very worried, but in this case, she could not get close to Ji Lingyun directly. Brother Lingyun, you must be good. Rambo also muttered to himself. Whitebeard is dead. Brother Lingyun must be desperate. I hope you can pass this level. The former 7 warlords of the sea crocodile also silently looked at Whitebeard's body, clenching his fists tightly together. He always regarded Whitebeard as the target of challenge and the target of struggle. This time he escaped from impelled down, also for the challenge. Whitebeard, now Whitebeard died in front of him, the kind of failure in his heart is beyond words. Captain Buggy, where are you going? Where Buggy and his gang are, I saw Buggy throwing up his feet while the others were dumbfounded, and began to run away. Everyone saw his actions, and they all looked at Buggy unexpectedly. Buggy flew up in the air, turning his head and shouting, of course it's to escape, what else can you do? You fools, you can't get Whitebeard's first level anyway. When Buggy said he wanted to escape, the prisoners all showed incredible expressions and exclaimed. What, Captain Buggy, you said you wanted to escape? How could it be possible? How could a big man like you say such things? Buggy burst into tears, with immense fear in his heart. Where did he dare to take Whitebeard's first level, let alone Whitebeard when he was still alive? Even if Whitebeard was dead, he would not dare to go, and Blackbeard see the appearance of the thieves made him feel bad, and now everyone is shocked by Whitebeard's death, which is a good opportunity for him to escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, what Buggy was thinking in his mind could not be known by the prisoners. Instead, it was misunderstood by them. A group of people chased Buggy, and even the videophone bug was thrown on the ground. Marco, Marine has come around. If you don't leave, there will be no chance. Marine was watching the battle between Whitebeard and the Blackbeard pirates. Now Whitebeard is dead and the biggest threat is gone. They immediately vacated their staff and started chasing the Whitebeard pirates. Marco looked up and saw countless Marines approaching them. If they didn't leave immediately, they would be surrounded by Marines soon, so he couldn't tolerate him at all. But he looked down at Ji Lingyun, who was in a very unstable state, and he was very anxious. Ji Lingyun's appearance is too dangerous. If he doesn't control his emotions and runs with him, he doesn't know what will happen, and he dare go gamble. Lingyun, you wake up quickly. Have you forgotten what the old man said? He wants you to live well and lead us all to inherit the pirate group. You have the expectations of your father on your shoulders. Don't let your father down, Lingyun. Marco eagerly yelled to Ji Lingyun. After listening to Marco's words, Ji Lingyun, who was originally sluggish, suddenly shrank, but Marco did not notice and continued to talk there. Following his narration, he finally realized something was wrong, because Ji Lingyun's eyes slowly became bright and his emotions did not fluctuate as sharply as before. "Doctor, look at him quickly," Marco hurriedly called to the doctor beside him. The doctor naturally discovered this. He looked at Ji Lingyun in amazement and said in disbelief, "Captain Marco, his mood has really stabilized. He must have listened to what you said." "Really?" Marco asked excitedly. "Marco, Marine is catching up, hurry up, it's too late." Before the doctor could answer, the surrounding pirates screamed. Marco looked back and found that Marine was only a short distance away from them, and now Ji Lingyun's mood has temporarily stabilized, so he didn't dare to hesitate, and immediately griefed Ji Lingyun again and shouted to the others. "Everyone retreat quickly, we have to fulfill the father's last wish, and everyone will return to New World safely." Hearing Marco's words, all the pirates were shocked, and then ran away quickly. This was the first time they were chased and beaten since they joined the Whitebeard Pirates alliance. They used to chase and beat others, and now it is the tiger falling into the sun, but they can only grit their teeth and insist. After all, they can survive only by fleeing Malin Vatican. Whether it is for Whitebeard's last wish or for their own lives, they have no choice. Chasing, you can't let the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates escape, everyone will catch up. The death of Whitebeard made the morale of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group low, but it greatly increased the morale of the Marine side. Even though Whitebeard was not killed by them, he died in this war after all, so it can be said that it is their Marine's victory, now carrying the victory, is naturally impossible to let go of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard's face was full of blood, and he shook his head and walked to Whitebeard's corpse, and said, "What a tenacious old guy, but didn't he die in my hands in the end?" Lafitte beside him chuckled and said, "But everything is in our plan, isn't it, Captain?" Blackbeard laughed loudly, and suddenly shouted, "Then, the show is about to begin." Under his loud shout, several members of the Blackbeard Pirate Group took out a large piece of black cloth and shrouded Whitebeard's body under the black cloth. Chapter 363. The guy Blackbeard covered Whitebeard's body with a black cloth. What does he want to do? Everyone was surprised to see Blackbeard's actions. Whitebeard was already dead. What did the Blackbeard Pirates' actions mean? The pirates who were fleeing also saw Blackbeard's actions. Many people looked back and looked at Blackbeard angrily. Although I don't know why Blackbeard wanted to cover Whitebeard's body with black cloth, they certainly wouldn't. There are good things. What did that B******** D Teach want to do to the dead dad? What does he want to do? Isn't it enough that Teach killed the old man? What else is he doing with the old man's body? Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Blackbeard suddenly lifted the black cloth covering Whitebeard's corpse and laughed arrogantly. "Next, I will open your eyes to the ultimate that can shock the whole world, show." Marine shouted one after another. Blackbeard deceived our Marine pirate and must not let him pass 150 times. The members of the Blackbeard Pirate Group guarded the shrouded Whitebeard corpse, looking at Marine with excitement. "Sorry, I can't let you disturb our captain next." Marine didn't get the order and didn't dare to immediately take action against the Blackbeard Pirates, but he surrounded all the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Even Sengoku was staring at the Blackbeard Pirates. He knew the purpose of the Blackbeard Pirates is not simple, but I don't know what Blackbeard's idea is. Marco, who was on the run, suddenly felt a pain in his shoulder. He turned his head to look, only to see Ji Lingyun staring at him with piercing eyes. Lingyun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing Ji Lingyun's eyes, Marco knew he was awake, so he shouted in surprise. "Marco. Ji Lingyun has indeed recovered." He called Marco, and then said in a low tone, "Daddy has died in battle, but I will never allow anyone to defile the body of Daddy again. Teach the B******* D wants to take Daddy ability." "What did you say?" Marco cried out in surprise. "You said Teach wants to take the power of Daddy." Ji Lingyun said, "His dark fruit ability is peculiar, can absorb ability, coupled with his physique, so he may be able to have more than 2 kinds of devil fruit ability. He kills the old man, not just for fame, more he wants to take away Dad's shock fruit ability, now he is almost done." When he woke up, he had seen Whitebeard's body enveloped, and knew that he could no longer stop Blackbeard. Marco yelled angrily, "Teach B******* D, he dared to do that." Ji Lingyun said coldly, "He even dared to kill the old man, and there is nothing he dared to do. He can seize the old man's abilities, but I don't think he is allowed to defile the old man's body. Let me down." Upon hearing this, Marco immediately shook his head. Although he also wanted to carry Whitebeard's body, he knew very well that the situation in front of him was impossible for them to have this opportunity. They are now being chased by Marine and cannot even get close to Whitebeard's body. How to take it away? "No, Lingyun, you were seriously injured and everyone's morale was low. Although I am very sorry to my father, but I definitely can't let everyone continue to take risks. Even if my father is still there, he will approve of my choice." Ji Lingyun resolutely said, "I couldn't practice filial piety by my father's side before I was alive, but after death, I must not let him fall outside. I will take him back to New World and bury him personally. Marco, you have to believe me." Marco shook his head and said, No, you are seriously injured, this is definitely not possible." Marco. When Marco and Ji Lingyun fled, Joes, Sachi, and Ace were also forced to be very embarrassed by Akainu. Akainu is really too strong. Even if there are a lot of captain-level pirates, they are still caught. The marine unit he led was completely suppressed, not only suppressed in strength, but also completely suppressed in momentum. Marco and they haven't quit yet? Sachi asked loudly while dealing with Akainu. The other pirates have been paying attention to Marco and their movements. After hearing what Sachi said, someone immediately replied, Captain Marco and they are being chased by marine. They are still a long way from the head of the bay. Lingyun is also affected, seriously injured. Saki said depressedly, it's really worse, it's all caused by Teacher's B********D, I will never let him go. His arm was broken by Blackbeard, so he hated Blackbeard more than anyone else. What's more, now Blackbeard not only injured Lingyun, but also killed Whitebeard. This hatred is not shared. Spitfire. Akainu screamed. Terrifying magma swept over. Saki and others pushed while fighting. Each time it was very difficult to block Akainu's attack, although Saki was also very strong, but he went through repeated battles. The physical loss is more serious, and Joe's and others are similar. On the contrary, Akainu didn't really make a lot of shots in this war. In addition to the previous big move Meteor Volcano, he also had a few simple moves with Whitebeard and Marco, so it didn't cost much. The ability is so powerful that it can suppress Joe's and Sachi. Fire Punch. At this point, Ace also tried his best, completely disregarding his ability to be suppressed, and disregarding his own injury. He did his best to stop Akainu, that is, with his existence, the Whitebeard Pirates can hold on for so long in terms of strength. Ace is also in the forefront of the Whitebeard Pirates, but his ability is restrained by Akainu. Otherwise he will not be injured by Akainu with a few moves. Although the battle here is dangerous, it will not collapse, and the Whitebeard pirate group also has other advantages, that is, the huge pirate ship that appeared before has rushed to the head of the bay and sunk several warships. Some pirates have boarded some undamaged pirate boats, and are now driving the boats to support the bay. Chapter 364. Now on the entire battlefield, the only advantage of the Whitebeard Pirates is Wantu, which is indeed unexpected. For Marine, Wantu should be an extremely important place, because as long as it is blocked, it can be blocking off the pirates' retreat. But Whitebeard had already made preparations to clear the bay head in advance. Even if someone in Marine later made it up, it was of no avail. The huge pirate ship carried the pirates and quickly moved the bay head. The Marine was defeated, leaving a way out for the pirates. Quickly escape to the head of the bay. As long as we get on the boat, we will be able to leave Vander. All the pirates mustered all their strength and flee towards the bay head, leaving only a few people to resist Marine. At this moment, Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates suddenly smiled and said, let everyone wait for a long time. Next, Captain Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates will give you the world's top performance. Please enjoy. Right. As they said, the black cloth covering Whitebeard's body was suddenly lifted by them, and Blackbeard also walked out from in front of Whitebeard's body, and saw Blackbeard walking to the opposite of Marine with a smug look. Look, Blackbeard appears, but Whitebeard's body doesn't seem to have changed. What the hell did the Blackbeard Pirates do to Whitebeard's body? Blackbeard doesn't seem to have changed. Marines were very confused when they saw Whitebeard and Blackbeard, which were basically unchanged. In the distance, Lingyun suddenly pressed Marco's shoulder and shouted, Marco, stop, look there. Marco also noticed the appearance of Blackbeard, but he didn't stop, but turned around, retreating and watching. He also wanted to see if things were true as Lingyun said. Blackbeard's gaze became triumphant and excited. He laughed and pointed at Marine, and said loudly, Marine, let you see my strength now, that is to say, from now on, we will be officially enemies again. Thieves, ha ha ha. Blackbeard's words made all the Marines extremely angry. They lost countless manpower to drive Whitebeard into a desperate situation, but they didn't expect that Blackbeard took advantage in the end. Now Blackbeard is still so arrogant on the battlefield. Blackbeard raised his hand, a lot of black smoke appeared behind him, and shouted, Darkhole Road. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. A large amount of black smoke appeared at the feet of Marine soldiers. What was shocking was that all Marines standing on top of the black smoke began to sink, and soon disappeared into the black smoke. This is the power of my dark fruit. Blackbeard laughed, but he shouted, next, what power do I want to show? I saw Blackbeard posed a pose, clenched his left fist, placed it in front of him, and tilted his body slightly, making a fist movement. Anyone who saw Blackbeard's action was all showing a sense of horror, because they had seen this action not long ago. It was the move that Whitebeard used when using the shock fruit ability. Now it has been shown by Blackbeard, and many people have seen it. Can't believe my eyes. The pirates who ran away also saw Blackbeard's actions. Marco stopped and looked at Blackbeard incredibly. The cold sweat on his face dripped and said, impossible, right? Although he had heard Lingyun say that Blackbeard might seize Whitebeard's abilities before, now that he sees Blackbeard posing as a father, he still can't accept it. But Blackbeard didn't care about other people's thoughts. He just threw out his left fist fiercely while screaming with excitement. His fist blasted into the air, cracks appeared in the atmosphere in front of him, and then there was a terrible shock. The force radiated from his hand, the ground in front of him was cracked inch by inch, and the Marines were all shaken off. The buildings that had been hit by Whitebeard were about to collapse. At this moment, they all collapsed under Blackbeard's attack. Come down. How is it possible? This is Whitebeard's ability. Why does Blackbeard use Whitebeard's ability? The Marine soldiers who were not killed in the front looked at Blackbeard in disbelief, and their pupils were involuntarily showing fear. They thought that if Whitebeard died, they would not have to face the power that could destroy the world, but no thinking of how long it took. Blackbeard was able to use Whitebeard's abilities. Seeing the destructive power caused by Blackbeard, all the pirates were stunned. This was the power of Whitebeard. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing that I really used the power of shock fruit, I laughed in excitement, and the other pirates of the Blackbeard pirate group were also very happy. They gathered towards Blackbeard, and they were convinced by Blackbeard. Joining the pirate group is because of Blackbeard's power and potential, and now they found that their choice was not wrong. In the past, Whitebeard was able to become the strongest man in the world by relying on shock fruit. Now Blackbeard has two powerful fruit abilities. They think that Blackbeard will be stronger than Whitebeard in the future. Following such a person, the future will definitely be colorful, able to achieve their respective goals. Why is this? That's Dad's earthquake ability. Why does Teach B********* D use Dad's ability? What happened? Blackbeard laughed and said, the dark gravity that can turn everything into nothing, coupled with the earthquake ability that can destroy everything. Finally both abilities are finally available, so I will be invincible. Thief, ha ha ha. From now on, I am the strongest. Thief, ha ha ha. Along with Blackbeard's laughter, many people showed fear. Many Marines recalled the earthquake ability that Whitebeard had just used. They didn't have the courage to fight anymore. They all looked at Blackbeard in horror. A pirate couldn't help saying, it stands to reason that it is impossible for one person to have the ability of two devil fruits at the same time. Why can this guy Teach get the ability of Daddy's shock fruit after eating dark fruit? What's going on? Chapter 365, Snapped. When Marco was dumbfounded, Lingyun broke free from his back. This time he did not sway again, but stood firmly on the ground, staring sharply at Blackbeard's back. For the average person, it is impossible, but the B*******D Teach is different from the average person. There is a problem with his body structure, and the dark fruit ability gives him special abilities. For various reasons, maybe this is that he can get two kinds of its because of devil fruit's ability. As to why Blackbeard can have the ability of other devil fruit at the same time, even in the past life, there is no definite conclusion. Some people say that it is because of dark fruit, and some people say it is because of Blackbeard's physical problems. This kind of thing except Blackbeard himself, I am afraid no one can say clearly. After all, although Lingyun also knows the abilities of dark fruit, he hasn't experienced it personally, and he can't fully understand what it looks like. Blackbeard continued his performance and exclaimed excitedly, have you seen it? Thieves, ha ha ha. Those who watched the live broadcast have all listened to me. Tell the boring civilians who love peace, marine, world government, pirates, and the revolutionary army. This world has long been fixed. Yes, from now on, the world will be my age. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard's cry is undoubtedly a challenge to the world. At this moment, he has completely released his heart, and the whole person has become a little crazy, but his appearance has made many people scared, those who watched the world live broadcast. They all showed a sense of horror. The crumbling marine headquarters base that had been hit by Whitebeard completely collapsed under Blackbeard's attack. Blackbeard this B********D. Akainu, who was hunting down Ace and others, saw Blackbeard's reckless behavior at marine headquarters, and his eyes revealed a strong murderous aura, but he knew which one was more important at this time. Restored, so he must do something that can be restored now, that is, killing Ace and Luffy, who will become a big threat in the future. The other two admiral who had the same idea as Akainu, Aokiji went to chase Luffy, who was taken away by Jinbei. At this time, Luffy had been taken by Jinbei on the pirate ship, so Aokiji went directly to the bay head. They're chasing after Lingyun and the others. They all have their own goals, as if they have their own choices with a clear heart. The people watching the live broadcast in the Chambord Islands all showed a sense of horror and looked at the big screen in horror. Blackbeard, it's that guy. He captured Ace, gave it to Marine, and caused this war. He now has Whitebeard's power. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How so? It's over. Being given Whitebeard's power by such a person, he will definitely become a more vicious guy than Whitebeard. Seeing Blackbeard use Whitebeard's shock fruit ability to further destroy the marine headquarters, Rayleigh also sighed. Whitebeard's power is actually used by this kind of guy. Shao-Chi said, it seems that this is his purpose. Send Ace to the marine headquarters to cause a war between the marine headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates, and then go to impel down during the war to release a large number of prisoners and sneak into the marine headquarters, take advantage of Whitebeard's dying time to take action, kill Whitebeard, and seize the shock fruit ability. This is one link after another. I have to say that this Blackbeard is really scary and gloomy. Although a little shameless about Blackbeard's behavior, Shao-Chi also has to admit that the power of Blackbeard can be said to be playing with the Whitebeard Pirates and marine headquarters. In this war, so far, Blackbeard has benefited the most. Not only did he kill Whitebeard and gain fame, but he also gained the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. It's really a snipe and clam fight. The fisherman is profitable. Blackbeard played a good hand. Blackbeard was still there, self-satisfied, and said to himself excitedly, power is really gushing out of the body. With this power, it seems that I can dominate everything in the world as I want. Thief, ha ha ha. Looking at the marine in front of him, if it was before, facing marine, he could only temporarily avoid the edge, but at this time, he had gained a strong power. He did not know what retreat was, only that he seemed to have become the strongest. Blackbeard looked at Marine and shouted, hey, Marine, come and kill me, come. Seeing Blackbeard's wanton mockery there, Sengoku, who hadn't moved for a long time, suddenly clenched his fists, eyes full of anger. Whitebeard was not as arrogant as Blackbeard before. and even he had a trace of respect for Whitebeard. But Blackbeard in front of him, all he had was anger. Just when Sengoku couldn't help but want to make a move, a huge loud shout suddenly sounded, making his expression change. Teach! The earth-shattering loud shout blasted, and then Blackbeard hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, the tip of a sword passed directly through his body. After the tip of the sword passed through his body, it did not stop, but was nailed again for an instant. On the ruins of the Marine Headquarters base in front of Blackbeard. Captain. The people of the Whitebeard Pirates saw this scene. All showed awe, let alone Whitebeard 0.1, even if all of them did not react. In their eyes, only a blade of light flashed, then an indescribable long sword penetrated Akainu's body and extended a long way to the ruins. What is this? This is naturally Lingyun's Zanpakuto Shinso. When he used Shinso before, the Blackbeard Pirates didn't see it, so I didn't know that Lingyun had such ability, so seeing it now is very shocking. What kind of weapon is this that stretched so much in an instant? The members of the Blackbeard Pirates followed Shinso and saw Lingyun holding a sword handle a few kilometers away, looking at Blackbeard with cold eyes, and Blackbeard also turned his head in disbelief. Chapter 366. It's you. Blackbeard just said a word, he couldn't help but vomited out a mouthful of blood, and then his face was ugly, his body was completely penetrated by Shinso. Even if he had the dark fruit ability, he could offset the damage with double pain, but Lingyun's Shinso's abilities are not just about lengthening, but also more powerful. Bankai. Shinso Muda launches with a blade. Lingyun instantly used Shinso's Bankai ability, and then saw that the long sword that stabbed Blackbeard instantly turned into a white light, then the light dissipated, leaving a hole in Blackbeard's heart, and blood splashed on Blackbeard. It looks terrifying. Ah! A miserable cry came from Blackbeard's mouth, and he was curled up into a ball, clutching his heart and rolling on the ground constantly. The miserable cry made everyone who heard it horrified and shocked. Endlessly, because they have never heard anyone can make such a terrifying scream. After Lingyun used Shinso's Bankai, his face changed and his body trembled. Fortunately, Marco, who was beside him, had fast eyes and hands, and he held him back so that he didn't fall. Lingyun. What's wrong with you? Lingyun's attack hit Blackbeard and severely injured Blackbeard, which shocked Marco. Although he had seen Lingyun use this trick to rescue Whitebeard before, he blocked Squid's attack that time. He didn't hit anyone, but this time it was different. He stood beside Lingyun, only a white light flashed, and then Blackbeard was stabbed. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was supernatural. Lingyun held Marco, shook his head, and said, I'm fine, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't kill the B********* teach with this blow, but he won't be better, but my strength is almost consumed. There is not much left. It's okay, we are here, Marco said firmly to Lingyun. Lingyun said, this blow is just interest, teach guy, I will let him die in the future. After coming to Pirate World, Lingyun has never hated a person so much. Blackbeard is the first one. What he wants to do most now is to make Blackbeard worse than life. Marco and the others looked at Blackbeard, who was constantly rolling on the ground in the distance. They were also very relieved. Blackbeard looked very miserable at this time, with blood flowing all over the ground, but this was not the worst. Although the hole in the place is slowly healing, it is still very terrifying. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Why is it so painful? Why is it so painful? Blackbeard yelled miserably. He has lived for so many years and has never felt such pain in the world. Even if he was beaten by Whitebeard before, it was not so painful. What the hell is going on? What is going on with this kind of pain? Why is it not only painful, but also numb all over the body? How can it seem like a feeling of poisoning? Why is it so? Blackbeard was holding back the severe pain, and he found that there was a kind of unspeakable paralysis between this pain, as if he had been poisoned, and he seemed to have encountered this kind of poison before. Ah, yes, it's Magellan's poison. Suddenly, Blackbeard screamed. He finally remembered where he felt the pain, so he shouted to Shiryu of Rain, Shiryu, antidote, is there an antidote for Magellan's poison? The appearance of Blackbeard rolling on the spot really shocked the other members of the Blackbeard Pirates. He just got the ability of Whitebeard Shock Fruit. Blackbeard was proud of it. The next moment it becomes like this. This huge contrast is even true. They also did not react. Rain Shiryu heard Blackbeard's words and asked inexplicably, why do you want Magellan's antidote? He could see very clearly that Blackbeard was beaten like this by Lingyun, and a hole was punched in his heart. This time it should be to recover from his injury, not to ask him for an antidote. Blackbeard yelled eagerly, give it to me, hurry, to me. Although he didn't know why Magellan's poison was entrained in Lingyun's attack, he couldn't feel wrong about himself. He was certain that he was poisoned by Magellan and knew the terrible nature of this poison. This reigning Shiryu didn't hesitate anymore, and directly took out an antidote from his body, which he brought out from impelled down before. It was also to prevent similar things from encountering in the future, so he kept some as a precaution. Quickly, give me an injection. Shiryu of Rain picked up the antidote and injected Blackbeard, and then saw that the slowly spreading wound of Blackbeard stopped, and the hole in front of his heart was slowly healed. From beginning to end, Blackbeard's expression was very hideous, cold sweat and blood on his face made him look like a demon from hell. What? The intense pain of 773 made Blackbeard endure very painful. At this moment, for the first time in his mind, he doubted that dark fruit could not be elementalized. If dark fruit could be elementalized, he would not need to endure such pain. It was the Shinigami of the Whitebeard Pirates who injured Blackbeard. At such a long distance, he was able to severely wound Blackbeard with a single blow. It is so terrifying. The Marines clearly saw Ji Lingyun's hands, especially the terrifying elongation and penetrating power that Shinso broke out. It was simply impossible to defend. No, it should be said that it was impossible to defend. That kid actually has spare power. Sengoku was also surprised to look at Blackbeard, who was seriously injured. Before, Blackbeard's arrogance forced him to do it, but he didn't expect that he hadn't done it yet. Ji Lingyun, who was already seriously injured, actually did it, and he seriously injured Blackbeard with one blow. It's really a strong attack power. The speed is too fast, faster than me. Kizaru also looked in surprise, because he was chasing Marco and others just now, so for Ji Lingyun's shot, he was completely watching, and he also saw a short blade in Ji Lingyun's hand, which instantly stretched and stabbed wearing Blackbeard. Even he couldn't keep up with that speed. Chapter 367. Blackbeard was seriously injured by Ji Lingyun, which is indeed very shocking, especially for people who were afraid of Blackbeard's power before. After seeing this scene, they were very shocked. After Blackbeard solved the poison in Shinso, he screamed in pain for a while, then finally stopped the screaming, and slowly got up from the ground. Dark Fruit's abilities are indeed very powerful. Most of his holes have been healed, but he has left a huge scar on his exposed body. This scar cannot be eliminated even if he uses the Dark Fruit ability. Whirring, Blackbeard panted violently, staring at Ji Lingyun in the distance, and said in a deep voice, "Lingyun, you are really strong. You are indeed the person I fear the most. The blow just didn't kill you. Let you have spare energy to attack me." Ji Lingyun also looked at Blackbeard with cold eyes and said coldly, "No, Blackbeard, you betrayed the pirates and insulted the old man. I swear here that I will use the most cruel method to understand you and not kill you. I swear not to be human." The last sentence was roared, and at the same time, an astonishing haki burst out from him, rushing straight forward with momentum. Those Marines who were chasing were right in front and were enveloped by Ji Lingyun's haki. 80% the above people couldn't resist, and they fell down. Ji Lingyun's Conqueror's haki directly crossed that far distance and sprinted in front of Blackbeard. The ground in front of Blackbeard suddenly cracked, and a long and narrow gap appeared, and Blackbeard's clothes were also automatic without wind, as if invisible, the same as the hurricane. How can haki materialize and attack? Ji Lingyun's sudden burst of haki frightened everyone who was watching. There was a long distance between him and Blackbeard, but his haki had crossed that distance and came directly in front of Blackbeard. It also caused a substantial attack and shook the ground. Blackbeard naturally felt Ji Lingyun's haki, because Ji Lingyun's haki was mainly aimed at him alone, and was enveloped by Ji Lingyun's haki. Even if it was him, his face changed drastically at this time, showing a look of horror. He lived so much. For many years, I have never encountered such a powerful haki. Even Whitebeard and the red-haired haki did not make him feel this pressure. After being frightened, Blackbeard suddenly laughed. "Thief, ha ha ha, it is Lingyun. Your haki is really getting stronger and stronger. It seems that the death of the old man has stimulated you and even made your haki break through. But that's more interesting. Thief, ha ha ha, Lingyun, I won't let you live." On the first day of joining the Whitebeard Pirates, Blackbeard was very impressed with Ji Lingyun, but at this moment, his fear of Ji Lingyun has reached its peak. The terrifying strength shown by Ji Lingyun has already amazing potential. Even after he has obtained the Shock Fruit ability now, he is still not 100% sure that he can suppress Ji Lingyun, so he wants to get to know Ji Lingyun here. This is his best opportunity. Then you try it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Even though he was seriously injured, Ji Lingyun didn't even fear Blackbeard at all, and said violently, "You two, neither of you can leave Mallenvander." Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and then I saw a huge Buddha descending from the sky. G his palm in the direction of the Blackbeard pirate group. No, it's Sengoku. The faces of the Blackbeard pirates changed drastically at the same time, and they quickly avoided. Only Blackbeard was seriously injured by Ji Lingyun and was too late to react. Sengoku's attack was completely enveloped in it. The powerful shockwave fell on the position where Blackbeard was standing, causing it there was a loud explosion. Boom! Blackbeard and the ground they were on was completely collapsed, which was amazing. Ji Lingyun saw this scene and immediately said to Marco, "Let's go." He knows very well that staying here now is just a waste of time. He has no chance to kill Blackbeard. Instead, he will be stopped by Marine, so the most important thing now is to leave Mallenvander. Where there is life, there is hope. Ji Lingyun quickly retreated, and the Blackbeard pirates fought Marine led by Sengoku. Catch up, never let Shinigami escape. Kizaru waved a big hand, and immediately countless Marines chased Ji Lingyun where they had escaped. Fortunately, Ji Lingyun used haki to stun the Marines a lot, otherwise more people would chase them. Don't fall in love with war. Everyone retreat quickly. We have taken control of Wantu. As long as we board the boat, everyone is safe. Marco carried Ji Lingyun on his back while running away, while shouting encouragement to the others. The pirates all mustered their strength and shouted loudly. Everyone rushed to the bayhead together. The companions are already there waiting for us. Everyone rushed over. It's just that everyone didn't notice that Aokiji had moved quickly towards Wantu. He saw that Wantu had been controlled by the pirates, so to prevent the pirates from leaving, he had to take back the control of Wantu. His ability can do just that. Marco, Go meet Saki and the others first, they are almost unable to stop Akainu. Lingyun glanced away and saw that Saki and others were fighting against Akainu, but they were almost unable to stop Akainu, because Akainu was so strong. Marco responded, and then swiftly moved towards Sachi. In the process, he also met Beasta and Rambo. The two of them were originally against Hawkeye and Doflamingo. Now the battle is chaotic. Whether it was Doflamingo or Hawkeye, neither of them had any intention of going on, so the two of them vacated their hands and also headed towards Wantu. Marco, Lingyun, how are your injuries, brother Lingyun? Neither Beasta nor Rambo were injured, because their opponents didn't mean to work hard, but they saw that Lingyun and Marco were both injured, especially Lingyun was inconvenient to move, so they were very worried. Chapter 368. Can't die. Lingyun said to Beasta and Rambo. Although he looks bad now, he is not life-threatening because his injuries have been dealt with by Minazuki. The biggest problem is exhaustion, which only requires it is enough to cultivate through time. It's not the time to talk about this. We have to leave here as soon as possible. Saki and the others are stopped by Akainu. We are going to help them and then take everyone away, Marco said. Go. Beasta did not hesitate, and swiftly moved towards Saki, Ace and the others. Saki and the others were very struggling to deal with Akainu, but with the addition of the two new forces of Beasta and Rambo, they immediately got a buffer. The others immediately retreated to Wantu, Marco shouted. Lingyun shouted to Ace. Ace, you retreat first. Aokiji has already headed to Wantu. He must use his power to freeze the sea. Your power is just right to come in handy, go. Lingyun directly used the tone of command. Now he can't do anything. Among the Whitebeard Pirates group that can fight Aokiji's freezing ability, only Mera fruits Ace, so now Ace leaves the Whitebeard Pirates group. Has a vital role, 793. Ace was hesitant at first, but when he heard what Lingyun said, he nodded and said, okay, I understand, I will go first and wait for you there. Although Ace was injured by Akainu, it was not a serious injury, and he did not have any burden for his ability to display. After instructing Ace, Lingyun continued to say to the others, leave a few people to cover everyone, and the rest will evacuate immediately. Regarding Lingyun's commanding tone, everyone didn't care. Marco and others took it for granted. After all, Whitebeard said before he died and gave the Whitebeard Pirates to Lingyun. They are familiar with Lingyun and will follow Whitebeard's order, so in their opinion, Lingyun is now the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, and it is only natural to give the order. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although the other pirates don't trust Lingyun like Marco and others, but at this juncture, living is the first one. Lingyun's orders will give them more chances to live, so they obeyed. None of you want to run. Akainu's eyes burst into flames, staring at Lingyun on Marco's back. Ace and Luffy have already run away, but now Lingyun has become the target of his death. Everyone can live, but you must not live, fire breathing. For Lingyun, Akainu used all his strength when he shot. The giant magma fist whizzed away at Lingyun, but both Lingyun and Marco's expressions remained unchanged, only a few figures appeared in front of them quickly. Don't want to hurt our new captain. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, such as Joe's, Saki, and Beasta, all stood in front of Lingyun and blocked Akainu's attack. Now Lingyun seems to them to be the hope for the revival of the Whitebeard Pirates, and or their most important brother. How could Akainu hurt Lingyun? While fighting, retreat towards Wantu. Lingyun was unable to fight at this time, so he became the commander, commanding the people of the Whitebeard Pirates to fight. With their full resistance, even if Akainu is strong, it is difficult to break into his current position, so Akainu is angry. Yelled, but there was really no way. Lingyun looked up at Whitebeard's corpse in the square and clenched his hands. Of course, he wanted to take Whitebeard's corpse away, but he also knew that in his current state, the defeated Whitebeard Pirates could never be able to do so. Whitebeard's body was taken away, even if it was for everyone's life. So for Lingyun, the only thing he can pin his hope on now is red hair pirates. The red-haired Shanks in the original book appeared in the Battle of the Top. Now based on the relationship between him and Shanks, Shanks will also appear, as long as Shanks appeared, and he was able to take Whitebeard's body away. Although he was not very hopeful for the idea of placing his hopes on other people, there was no other way. The Whitebeard pirate group was under the command of Lingyun and retreated. After a period of time, all of them retreated to the bayhead position. At this time, most of the pirates gathered at the bayhead, especially a dozen ships. All are pirate boats. Attack those marines, and cover everyone on board. The pirates who had already controlled the ship fired at the marine that rushed up. The gunfire swept the bayhead. Countless marines died under the pirates' artillery fire. The pirates who were on the verge of rout were in the artillery fire. Under cover, he slowly regained his disadvantage, and covered more pirates to Wantu, showing a tendency of confrontation with Marine. Kill. Marine and the pirates were all red-eyed, and the pirates were also driven to a dead end. Marine refused to let them board, and they had no choice but to fight hard, and the same was true for Marine. This war has been considered a victory for them, but they want a big victory, so they must keep all the pirates behind. In this case, the double hare is completely desperate, the entire battlefield is full of blood, and countless marines and pirates have died under each other's swords and guns, which is extremely tragic. Ace followed Lingyun's words and came to Wantu and found that the sea at Wantu was frozen by Aokiji, so he immediately rushed there, using his power to melt the ice, but how could Aokiji let him? easily succeeded, immediately stepped forward to block. Ace can't beat Akainu and was suppressed by Akainu because his ability is restrained. In fact, even if his strength is not as good as Marine Admiral, it is not much worse. However, he is already injured, and naturally it is impossible to be Aokiji's opponent. Instead of melting the sea, it was suppressed by Aokiji and couldn't get it back. Ace, I'll help you. Just when Ace was suppressed miserably, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and then a strong figure appeared, quickly came to Ace, and slammed Aokiji in the air. Chapter 369. Tangkawa Jungchuan. A straight punch produced a strong shockwave, blasting Aokiji's body directly into blocks of ice. Those ice cubes quickly gathered to form Aokiji's appearance. Aokiji looked at the attacker with solemn eyes and said solemnly, Jinbei, it seems that you are really determined to betray. Suddenly it was, Seaman, Jinbei. After listening to Aokiji's words, he replied, it's not that I betrayed, but you forced me to do that. In that case, I don't need the name Shichibukai. It seems that I can't let you leave. Aokiji's expression became cold, and his aura quickly increased. Jinbei. Ace saw that the person supporting him was Jinbei, and immediately asked, my brother, how is Luffy with him? Jinbei replied, Luffy-jun is fine, he has been sent to a safe place by me. Safe place? Ace looked at Jinbei in a daze, and didn't understand what it meant. Now there will be a safe place on this battlefield. Jinbei said, just now, a new pirate named Trafalgar Law who I met Luffy, appeared and took Luffy away with his submarine. Trafalgar Law? Who is he? Ace asked. Jinbei said, it's a rookie pirate who debuted at the same time as Luffy. I don't think he looks like a bad guy, and you said that you want to send Luffy to a safe place, so I handed Luffy to him, and listened to him. Back to the Chambord Islands. Really, I understand. Although he doesn't know Trafalgar Law, he knows that Jinbei will not mess around with this matter. Since Jinbei believes the other party, it means that there shouldn't be a big problem. Jinbei, the sea is frozen by Aokiji. I want to use my ability to melt the sea. Can you stop Aokiji? Jinbei replied solemnly, although it is difficult, I will definitely try my best. As a former Shichibukai, Jinbei is naturally aware of the strength of Marine Admiral Aokiji. He can't be an opponent at all, but the situation is critical now, so even if he tries his best, he has to buy time for Ace. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. 5000 watts punches. In the face of Aokiji, Jinbei of course used his full strength, and Aokiji would not care about it. Being selected as Shichibukai is enough to prove Jinbei's strength. Even if it is not as good as him, if he cares about it, Jinbei will also bring him. It's a great trouble. Fire punch. When Jinbei blocked Aokiji, Ace naturally started to melt the ice with his own ability. Aokiji saw his movements in his eyes and was quite anxious, so he used his full strength to deal with Jinbei, which was just a dozen tricks. Jinbei was completely suppressed by Aokiji, he could only barely defend, and could not pose much threat to Aokiji. Can't let you destroy the ice so easily. Ace used his full strength and finally melted the small half of the ice, and was about to continue working hard. Suddenly, there was a lazy tone in his ear, and then he saw the bright golden light hitting him. It's Kizaru. Almost immediately, Ace reacted. This voice, coupled with his abilities, no one else except Kizaru. He quickly used his abilities to elementify his body, and a golden light passed through him. Body of. Oh, it's really troublesome. You're also Logia. It's hard to hit you with normal attacks. Kizaru seemed to have just remembered it, and fell in front of Ace with a smile, but Ace could see a strong murderous in his eyes. Kizaru. Ace stared at Kizaru, Marine San Admiral. He had already fought with Akainu and Aokiji. He was not Akainu's opponent, and Aokiji also broke away. Now this Kizaru also appeared. Today he can be said to be with Marine. All three Admiral have been in contact. Ace's face is very dignified. He had already witnessed Kizaru's power on the execution stage before, and he is already injured, so once a fight, he will definitely not be Kizaru's opponent, and the most important thing now is to destroy Ace's face. Let more people get on the boat and leave instead of fighting Kizaru. For Ace, everyone is here to save him, so he must take everyone out of here. Have you seen the speed of light kick? Kizaru chuckled, and then the figure suddenly turned into golden light, and quickly shot towards Ace. Ace's face sank, and he didn't dare to be careless. He suddenly threw his right fist and shouted, Fire Fist. The flame and the golden light touched together, fists and feet touched, centering on the two people. There was a huge roar, the flame and the golden light spread out, and the powerful vigor splashed everywhere. At first glance, the two seemed to be evenly divided, but the next moment, I saw Ace snorted, and his body abruptly retreated. It took a dozen steps to stop before stopping, and then a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ace's mouth. Kizaru looked at Ace and smiled and said, it's worthy of being the blood of one piece. It's really not easy. I can still block my attack after being injured, but if I block it once, can it block the second or third time? With that said, Kizaru faced Ace again, and the two played extremely fast. Even if Ace used all his strength regardless of his injury, he was still suppressed by Kizaru everywhere, and there was no room to destroy the ice. No, Ace was injured by Kizaru, everyone should go and support him. At this time, many pirates have come to Bay Head. Some of them are on the boat and some are on the shore. They're waiting for Ace to destroy the ice surface. Now I see Ace is stopped by Marine Admiral Kizaru and suppressed. All of them it was an attack on Kizaru. Although there are a lot of these pirates, but for Kizaru, there is no threat. Bullets can't hit Logia at all, but although they can't hit Logia, they can't move at will and attack Ace. Ace, we will stop Kizaru. You melt the ice, a pirate shouted loudly. They are also smart people, knowing the importance of Ace's ability at this moment. Whether they can all escape, it depends on whether Ace can melt the sea. Chapter 370. A mob. Kizaru saw these pirates stopping him recklessly, a cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and then the whole person leapt high, with golden light in his hands, and threw it at them. Bachichang Guyu. Endless rays of light burst out, and the pirates who besieged him all uttered miserable screams. The explosions were continuous. Under Kizaru's attack, few pirates could withstand it, but even so, there are still many pirates who were desperate to stop. Seeing that everyone suffered heavy casualties in order to delay time for himself, Ace's eyes showed sorrow, but he still gritted his teeth. No matter what, he once again used his power to blast against the frozen sea, and soon he was caught by him again. A large area of ice has melted away, and several pirate ships have already escaped from the ice and are heading outside. What a bunch of prisoners. Kizaru seemed very impatient. These pirates were desperate and used their bodies to buy time for Ace, so even if he was very strong, he couldn't get close to Ace for a while. But Aokiji, who was fighting Jinbei on the other side, made time because he had already defeated Jinbei, and even Jinbei had no shadow, and he fell into the sea. Marco, go and support Ace. Lingyun has been observing the situation of the battle. Seeing this situation, he immediately said to Marco, and he walked off Marco's back and was carried by the captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo, Atmos, with. Marco did not speak either, and quickly changed into the form of a phoenix, flapped its wings, and rushed out suddenly. Let others get on the ship quickly. When we get to the sea, it will be difficult for Marine to catch up with us, and let everyone snatch a few warships. We must have warships before we can break through the gate of justice. Lingyun whispered to the others. Although the situation was very unfavorable for them at this time, he was still sober and knew that to open the door of justice, he had to pilot a warship. After receiving Lingyun's order, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group immediately began their actions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The captain ordered everyone to get on the ship quickly and attack Marine with the cannon on the ship to cover the others. Lingyun is now the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. All the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group are called Captain Lingyun directly. Only in this way can everyone follow the orders. Lingyun, let's cover your boarding first. Several captains of the Whitebeard Pirates said to Lingyun one after another. Lingyun is the captain designated by Whitebeard and everyone else can die, but only Lingyun can't. Only if Lingyun survives, the Whitebeard Pirates can continue. Go down. Do not. Lingyun replied decisively. I am Marine's primary goal. If I stay on the shore, they will focus on me. If I get on the ship first, those Marines will definitely stop us desperately. Also, we haven't taken the old man's body yet. The 6th Division Captain Bramink said, Lingyun, now you are the most important thing. We can't take the old man's body back. From now on, you are the captain of the pirate group. Your life is better than anyone else. Important. Lingyun said firmly, wait, maybe there is still room for turning around. What are you waiting for, Lingyun? Time is running out. Others persuaded Lingyun one after another. Lingyun said with a heavy face, I'm waiting for someone. As long as he comes, he should be able to take the lead. What are you talking about? At this time, who else can take the lead? Don't lie to yourself. Naturally, everyone would not believe what Lingyun said. Even Whitebeard was killed in the battle, and Marine headquarters was chasing them. No matter who came, there was no way. Lingyun said, he is. But before he could speak, suddenly the entire island and the sea shook. All the people who were fighting had their body balance broken, and they shook with the island, and even the ground of the island was constantly cracking. Confusion. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates shook their bodies a few times and stabilized their bodies, but their complexions all became very ugly. They all looked in the direction of the square, because only shock fruit could cause this kind of power. The power of. That B******** D Teach uses his father's abilities so recklessly. Lingyun also said with a gloomy look, the guy Teach has been on the Moby DK for more than 20 years. He is very familiar with the daddy's abilities, so he can use it directly after he has the daddy's abilities, but it seems that he hasn't fully controlled it yet, and even his own position has shaken. Lingyun stared at the location of Blackbeard. This guy is simply as strong. After being seriously injured by him, he can still use such a powerful attack, but he also has some regrets, because Shinso's Bankai is a combination of Magellan's poison instead of Shinigami among the toxins of Ichimaru Jin. Otherwise how could it be easily detoxified by Blackbeard? Don't worry about Teach guy, let him live for a while, and when we return to New World, I will make him worse than dead sooner or later. The old man's hatred must be returned 100 times. Because Blackbeard could not fully control the power of Shockfruit, after using his full strength, the power of the vibration was completely out of control, and a terrifying tsunami was set off on the sea. At this time, an alarm sounded on the Chambord Islands. All the audience who watched the live broadcast of the world showed a sense of horror, and then one by one was completely ignorant of watching the live broadcast, and just wanted to escape here, so the Chambord Islands the square is in chaos and hustle and bustle. Blenheim. Culier. Suddenly Lingyun's expression changed, and he saw that the captain of the 9th Division and the 10th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates was hit by a Kainu's magma because they blocked a Kainu, and fell down. It seemed that his injury was serious. He was about to exclaim, but the next moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards the distant sea. Under the perception of his powerful observation hockey, a huge battleship was quickly approaching Malin Vander. Chapter 371. When Ace was driven into embarrassment by Aokiji, Marco was unable to rescue him. Kizaru ransacked and killed the pirates, and Akainu single-handedly opposed the Whitebeard Pirates. Suddenly, a tender voice rang out, and only a small figure arrived between the Akainu and Whitebeard Pirates. "Let's stop here." A roar spread all over the battlefield. All the Marines and pirates who were fighting involuntarily stopped their hands and looked surprised in the direction of the bay. Okay. For an instant, countless people were puzzled, but when they saw the small figure with open hands in front of Akainu, they all showed incredible gazes. Marine? The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group all looked at the figure in amazement, only Lingyun's eyes flashed with relief. Is it Luffy's friend, the little guy named Kirby? I didn't expect that he would actually show up. The timing is also very coincidental. It seems that God's will is really unpredictable. In the original book, it was because of Kirby's brave appearance that changed the ending of One Piece 17's anime. If it hadn't been for his appearance to buy a short time and Shanks arrived in time, no one could imagine what would happen. However, the battle situation at this time was completely different from that in the anime. Lingyun didn't count the little character Kirby as one of them, but he did not expect that Kirby would appear because of fate. Others also looked at Kirby in disbelief, especially the Marine side. Now Marine is chasing and killing the pirates and has an advantage. Even if they want a truce, it must be the pirates' thoughts, but they didn't expect it. The person who stopped it turned out to be a Marine soldier, and it looked like a Marine soldier with a very low rank. Kirby? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The one who knows Kirby the most among Marines is naturally Garp, and he is even more shocked. He never thought that Kirby would have the courage to stand in front of Akainu and wanted to stop the war. Let me down. Lingyun patted Atmos on the shoulder, then slid off his back in his daze, staring at Kirby tightly. To be honest, he also admired the courage of this seaman very much. It's him, he definitely can't do this kind of thing. Only by his inner kindness, he can make absurd behaviors. Only desperate, passionate young people can do it. Kirby was completely unaware of how shocking his actions were. He summoned the courage in his heart, looked directly at the fierce Akainu in tears, and roared, "Quit the war, stop fighting, you are ruining it." For life, every soldier has a family waiting for them to return home. Our goal has been clearly achieved, but we still have to pursue the dead pirates, continue this war that could have been ended, and even treat those who can be cured. Seeing death, the soldiers continued to increase their victims. Now the fallen soldiers are just like fools. As the saying goes, Tong Yan Wu Ji, Kirby's cry shocked everyone on the battlefield, and everyone on the battlefield subconsciously wanted to annihilate each other, because this is an opposition that has existed since ancient times. He thought so much more than that, and he didn't feel sympathy for the enemy, so his cries suppressed everyone. Especially those ordinary soldiers, they can be said to be extremely crazy when they fight, but now they have calmed down. When they heard Kirby's cry, their hearts suddenly resonated, their fighting spirit quickly disappeared, and their eyes were dull. He couldn't calm down in the direction where Kirby was. Even the most ferocious Blackbeard Pirates group stopped their movements under the shout of Kirby. Of course, the most shocking thing is those who watched the live broadcast of the world. A seaman suddenly appeared, trying to stop the war, which seemed absurd and incredible. When everyone was shocked, Akainu didn't change his expression at all. Instead, he looked at Kirby ferociously, and said coldly, "Your appearance wasted a few seconds of my time. Marine doesn't need to see it wrong. Soldiers, die." With the roar, Akainu became murderous, and hit Kirby with a punch. Lingyun suddenly sighed, making the people around him very confused, thinking that he was sighing for the seaman, but the next moment, they all showed incredible gazes. Clang. A dull voice sounded. Akainu's fist did not hit Kirby, but hit the blade of a sword, and when the fist touched the blade, it quickly turned into magma, not active elementalization, but passive. Elemental. Very well done, young Marine. The few seconds you have worked hard for your life may change the world situation in the future. It's really good. A mature male voice sounded, and Akainu had a pupil, staring at the person blocking him in shock. I saw a handsome man with 623 red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, short beard on his mouth, wearing a white shirt, baggy cropped trousers, sandals, and a black cloak. Standing in front of Akainu, the only remaining hand held a western sword, which was the one blocking Akainu. At the same time, a huge dragon-head pirate ship quickly docked on the head of the bay. The first to recognize this pirate ship was naturally the pirates of New World. They all cried out incredible. That ship, Red Force. It's the 4 emperors of New World, the pirate ship of Red Hair Pirates. How could it appear here? The Marines also yelled in disbelief. It is one of the 4 emperors of New World, the red-haired Shanks. After blocking Akainu's attack, the red-haired Shanks inserted the western sword back into the scabbard, and Akainu also calmed down, and wisely did not do any more, just looked at the red-haired Shanks angrily. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the red-haired Shanks. He just stood there, but neither Marine nor pirate dared to do it anymore. Even Blackbeard just laughed. Looking at the red-haired Shanks, there was a gleam of excitement and expectation in his eyes. Chapter 372. I am here to end this war. Facing everyone's comments, the red-haired Shanks said with a serious expression and slowly opened his mouth. As soon as he said this, the entire Marine Vander fell silent. Whether it was Marine or the pirate, they all looked at him, and were shocked by what he said. The 4 emperors of New World actually said that the war was ended. Shanks. Shanks turned his head and looked at Lingyun. He saw that Ji Lingyun's injuries were not life-threatening. He was slightly relieved, and then said to Ji Lingyun, "Lingyun, this war can be over, don't fight it." Ji Lingyun snorted coldly and said, "It's the marine guys who are chasing us, not what we have to fight, and the father's death in the battle, we can't swallow it anyway." Listening to Ji Lingyun's angry tone, Shanks sighed slightly and said, "Why this war happened? I think you should know better than me. If you continue to fight marine, you will only lose." Ji Lingyun said coldly, "The members of the Whitebeard Pirates have never been afraid of death." With that said, Ji Lingyun looked back at all the pirates and suddenly shouted, "Brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates, are you afraid of death?" "Not afraid, not afraid." Under Ji Lingyun's roar, all the pirates roared uncontrollably. They were also very frustrated by the marine chasing them. Now they finally had a breathing space, and the anger in their hearts was instantly ignited by Ji Lingyun. Looking at the appearance of the pirates, Shanks frowned slightly. He had already said that he was here to stop the war, but Ji Lingyun's approach was completely like not giving him face, but instead was agitated. The morale of the pirates was up, which made it very difficult for him to do. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. "Lingyun, just treat me as a face, how about it?" For Ji Lingyun, even Shanks can only use a negotiating tone, mainly because the relationship between the two of them is unusual, otherwise he would have turned his face if he changed to another person. As a friend, Ji Lingyun certainly didn't really want to make Shanks ugly. He knew that Shanks was here to save them. The reason why he would do it was actually forced to do so. Although Whitebeard appointed him to be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates captain, but to be honest, apart from the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the rest of the pirate captains probably won't convince him. After all, he's not Whitebeard, even if Whitebeard personally appoints him. He still knows this truth very well, so he is doing this now, basically to establish his prestige and improve his prestige in the pirate group. So far, the effect is still good. This kind of thing can be touched, so after Ji Lingyun heard Shanks' words, he quickly raised his hand, and then the roar of the pirates slowly lowered until they disappeared. Ji Lingyun looked at Shanks and said, "Shanks, I know why you came here. We are friends. I can think of us in times of crisis. I am very grateful. I have never failed to give face to my friends. Okay, I'll leave everything to you today, and I believe you won't let me suffer." Shanks smiled bitterly when he heard Ji Lingyun's words. Fortunately, he still understood Ji Lingyun. Knowing that Ji Lingyun was only talking about the scene, he was not angry. "Thank you very much, I will be in charge of this matter today." Because of the appearance of the red-haired Shanks, the entire battlefield has calmed down. At this time, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, also turned and left. Although those marines were dissatisfied, they did not dare to treat Hawkeye. Under everyone's gaze, Shanks walked slowly to the center of the crowd, and at a distance, looked at all the high levels of marine, and slowly said, "If we continue to fight like this, command an unlimited increase in the army loss. If there is still that guy who doesn't make enough trouble, come on, let us accompany him." When Shanks spoke this sentence, I saw that the strongest crew of red-hair pirates quickly gathered behind Shanks. There were obviously only a few people, but they exuded an amazing aura, making marine and the sea on the battlefield. The thieves all showed fear. Red-hair pirates. Looking at Shanks and others, Ji Lingyun is also a masterpiece in his eyes. I have to admit that the members of red-hair pirates are very strong, and compared to the Whitebeard pirates, the crew of red-hair pirates have their own characteristics. Shanks looked through the void, staring at Blackbeard coldly, and said coldly, "How about it, Teach? No, Blackbeard." Blackbeard's appearance at this time is also very ugly, with blood on his face and a huge scar on his heart. It was beaten by Shinso of Ji Lingyun before. Although Dark Fruit's ability made his body heal, the scar but it stayed. Looking at the red-haired Shanks, Blackbeard's eyes were red. He and Shanks had a fight. At the same time, he also regarded Shanks as a lifelong enemy, so when they met, he couldn't help but feel a sense of war. "It's getting more and more masculine, red-haired, it seems that the scar really suits you." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the red-hair pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates group instantly changed. The two powerful auras collided fiercely. Although invisible, they made the atmosphere very dignified. The thief group all clenched their weapons, and even the sniper rifle had been aimed at each other. Shanks and Blackbeard focused their eyes together and were very serious. In the end, Blackbeard laughed first. After several battles, he was injured by Ji Lingyun and Sengoku, so his condition was not very good, but Shanks was just now. When it comes, if there is a fight, he will definitely not have the advantage. More importantly, this battlefield is very unfavorable for him. His pirate group is now in a three-way gathering of fire. Once the fight starts, no matter if it is the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Marine Headquarters and Red Hair Pirates, none of them will be. Let him go, so he knows exactly how to choose. Thieves, ha ha ha, stop it, what I want is already available, and it's not time to fight them, so let's go, brothers. Chapter 373. Teach. Just when Blackbeard was about to take someone away, a loud shout suddenly sounded, and Blackbeard stopped and looked towards Ji Lingyun's location. Looking at Ji Lingyun, Blackbeard laughed and said, "Thief, ha ha ha, what, Lingyun, you still want to kill me? But with your current appearance, I'm afraid you can't do it." Ji Lingyun looked at Blackbeard with cold eyes and said, "Blackbeard, your good days will not last too long. See you in New World." Blackbeard didn't care about Ji Lingyun's tone at all. After hearing the words, he laughed instead. "Thief, ha ha ha, goodbye New World, this is a good saying, really good." Having said this, Blackbeard's face suddenly changed, and he said sternly, "However, when it comes to New World, it is hard to say whether you killed me or I killed you." "Really, let's wait and see," Lingyun replied in the same cold voice. "Thief, ha ha ha." Blackbeard laughed and left. With Blackbeard's departure, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield became weird again, because apart from the 470 of the Blackbeard Pirates that had no stand, there were only two parties left, the Marine Headquarters and the Whitebeard Pirates. After Blackbeard left, the senior officials of Marine Headquarters slowly gathered around Sengoku and quietly watched the red-haired Shanks. Because of the appearance of Shanks, this war has been difficult to fight. Under all the gaze, Shanks reinserted the western sword into the scabbard, looking around the entire battlefield. "Everyone, I hope I can sell my face here." As Shanks said these words, the atmosphere of the entire battlefield suddenly changed dramatically. Whether it was Marine or the pirates, they all showed grief, especially the Whitebeard pirate group, one by one. It was tears streaming down his face. Anyway, their most respected man, Whitebeard, died in this war. Even if it was Lingyun, after a sigh of relief, tears couldn't help streaming out. He can't remember how many years he hadn't shed tears, but this time, he couldn't help it anymore because his heart was full of grief. In the Chambord Islands, because of the huge shaking, many people rushed to leave, but after the emergence of the red-haired Shanks, the whole battle situation changed dramatically, making them stay again, staring at the big screen. This is the 4 Emperors of New World, red-haired Shanks. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The big pirate has red hair like this. But how could the 4 Emperors of New World appear in Molenvander at this time? Even the red hair is here, and it seems that this war cannot go on. The red hair is really amazing, and I sent that Blackbeard away all at once, but what will happen next? Various discussions sounded, and many of the pirates stared at the red-haired Shanks with bright eyes, because for any pirate, the New World 4 Emperors are legendary pirates, except for the One Piece King. The New World 4 Emperors have the greatest temptation for them. Now seeing the red hair that is impossible to see normally, I am naturally very excited. This kid Shanks is here too. After Shanks appeared, Rayleigh seemed very surprised, because it was beyond his expectation. After all, Shanks has something to do with the Whitebeard Pirates, but the relationship has not yet reached the point where the Whitebeard Pirates can make an appearance. Shachi was also quite surprised and said, "I received the news that Shanks is at war with Kaido. How can he come to Malin Vatican silently? It will take a while to get from New World to Malin Vatican." Rayleigh said, "It seems that he should have been prepared long ago. Although I don't know how he got rid of the beast Kaido, since he is here, it means that this war is no longer possible and should be over." Up. Shachi sighed. "It's finally over. This war is really shocking enough. The entire Molenvander was almost destroyed. Both sides suffered heavy losses, but the Whitebeard Pirates were even more miserable. Even Whitebeard was killed." Up. Rayleigh said, "Oh, but fortunately, the foundation of the Whitebeard Pirates has not been completely destroyed. Under the leadership of Lingyun, even if the glory of the Whitebeard period cannot be restored, it will not be too bad." Malin Vando. Shanks looked at Marine Marshal Sengoku and slowly said, "Whitebeard, I hope to leave his funeral to us. This war has spread throughout the world through live broadcasts. I don't want anyone to tarnish their deaths anymore." Upon hearing Shanks' words, the Marines screamed. "How can this be? Only by taking down Whitebeard's first stage will we be able to demonstrate our Marines' victory. Yes, we should not accept the pirates' instructions. We must not let our victory be discredited, never accept it." I said, "Why should we listen to you?" Hearing the roar of the Marines, Shanks didn't change his face at all, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. Sengoku suddenly said, "It's okay, red hair, Whitebeard's body can be handed to you." Seeing Sengoku talking, all the surrounding Marines looked at him eagerly. They won this victory. What if Whitebeard's body was handed over to the pirate? Sengoku said solemnly, "Stop talking, I'll take responsibility for this matter." Hearing what Sengoku said, Marines did not dare to continue talking even if they had opinions. Anyway, Sengoku was Marine Marshal and had to take all responsibilities. Shanks said gratefully, "Thanks a lot." Sengoku nodded. In fact, his decision was well thought out. Regardless of the advantage that Marine Headquarters played against the Whitebeard Pirates, if he does not agree, no one can guarantee that Shanks will make some extreme moves. If even Shanks is involved, in the current situation of Marine, there is no way to fight, so he can only choose to compromise. Although helpless, there is no way. 9SC Chapter 374. After making the decision, Sengoku shouted to all Marines, "Heal the wounded, quickly." When I heard Sengoku's words, all the Marines were shocked, and then Sengoku suddenly shouted, "The war is over." What? After Sengoku's roar, the entire battlefield broke out with fierce shouts. Although Marine had been waiting to kill all the pirates before, no one was afraid of death. Now there is no need to fight, which means there is no need to die, so for most people, this is very good news. Those Marines, regardless of the surrounding pirates, began to rescue the injured Marines one after another, and the pirates also took action. Before, they could not save their companions, nor could they bring their corpses back to New World, but now the war is over, and they don't have to fight with Marine anymore, so they all start to rescue their companions, and take the injured companions and the bodies of their already companions on the pirate ship. Lingyun. Shanks walked up to Lingyun and said, "Marine has agreed that you can take Whitebeard's body back." Lingyun said to Marco and others, "Marco, you go and take the old man's body onto the boat." Suddenly, all the members of the Whitebeard pirate group rushed to the side of Whitebeard's body, all knelt down and wept. Lingyun was also sad, but he still said to Shanks, "Shanks, thank you very much." Shanks shook his head and said, "Needless to say, you were able to go to Logue Town desperately back then. Today I am still far behind you, so I can only help you last." Lingyun said, "Even so, it is enough. It is enough for us to be able to bring the corpse of the old man back to New World. We will get the rest of the things back by ourselves." Shanks said, "Okay, let's go, back to New World." Lingyun nodded, and then walked towards Marco and the others. At this time, Marco and the others had carried Whitebeard's body back, all of which were extremely desolate. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Father. Whitebeard's body was covered with black cloth. Lingyun did not open it either, but pressed his voice and said firmly, "Go, take old man home." In one word, it made all the pirates cry. The word, "go home," is so precious to them. The rest of their lives, coupled with the grief of Whitebeard's death in battle, made them understand the value of life. The Marines watched all the pirates get on the boat, and then watched all the pirates leave Molenvander. After the Marin Vando's war, the news spread quickly throughout the world. Everyone in the world knew the result of the war and the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates, and even the legendary pirate Whitebeard was killed. The people of the world who heard the news first felt happy. To them, Whitebeard was a heinous big pirate. His death was a thing to celebrate, and it was so simple. However, the end of the war at the top is not the end, but the beginning. In the past, New World had the existence of the pirate Four Emperors, suppressing the New World, but now there is one less Four Emperors, which undoubtedly broke the balance, let alone the remnants. Whether the Whitebeard pirate group can hold the original site, it is directed at the position of the Four Emperors. I am afraid that countless pirates will be tempted by it. So, for most people, it is a good thing that the war on the top is over, but for New World, it is a very bad thing, especially within the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirate group. When Lingyun and the others rushed back from Molenvando towards New World, a great change occurred within the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard pirate group. Many pirate forces who were photographed in Whitebeard's majesty and did not dare to rush back. He popped his head, rebelled against the banner of the Whitebeard pirates, and invaded the territory of the Whitebeard pirates, and this trend became more and more popular. Within a few days, there was a rebellion in nearly 1/10 of the Whitebeard pirate group's territory. Although it doesn't seem to be a lot, you need to know how long it is, and there will be a few days later. You can know how many situations you think about. At this time, the Whitebeard pirate group naturally didn't have time to talk about all this. Lingyun and the others were taking the remnant pirates of the Whitebeard pirate group back to New World from Molenvando, and headed directly towards Whitebeard's hometown. According to Whitebeard, he was born on a small island in New World, and if he died one day, let Lingyun and the others bury him on that island, although Lingyun and the others did not know about this. It was true or false, but they still followed Whitebeard's wishes and returned to the island with his body. Before a huge tombstone, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates group gathered together. Standing in the forefront were the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Lingyun and Shanks stood side by side. 0. This is Whitebeard's funeral, and only the Whitebeard pirates and Red Hair pirates participated. Whitebeard has gone. Lingyun, what are you going to do next? After the funeral, Shanks asked Lingyun. Lingyun looked at the tombstone in front of him and said, "My father's wish is that everyone can return to New World alive. It's up to us to decide." "What do you mean?" Shanks asked. Hearing what Lingyun said, for some reason, he always felt an unknown premonition. Lingyun said, "First of all, since Dad made me the captain of the pirates, then I will definitely lead everyone to inherit the Whitebeard pirates, continue to act in the New World under the name of Dad, and carry forward the pirates. Never let the old man's name be humiliated." What he said was immediately approved by Marco and others. As the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, they naturally do not want the Whitebeard pirate group to fall apart. Therefore, Lingyun can shoulder the pirate group. They are most willing to watch the result. Then, Lingyun suddenly opened his hands. Although his tone was light, he was full of determination. Never allow anyone to take the position of the father, the position of the Four Emperors, except for the Whitebeard pirate group, who dares to take the hands and kill them. Chapter 375. This murderous and haughty words were heard by Shanks, but he frowned unconsciously, because Lingyun's tone made it clear that the position of the Four Emperors must be their Whitebeard pirates. If anyone dares to have an idea, it is against the Whitebeard pirates. With Lingyun's strength, he is qualified to say such things, but now the Whitebeard pirate group has just received a heavy blow. Although the captain-level pirates have not suffered much loss, the other pirates have suffered heavy losses, not to mention other affiliated pirates. The Whitebeard pirates alone, the loss of the pirates reached more than half. Therefore, with the current state of the Whitebeard pirate group, it is obviously very difficult to keep Whitebeard's Four Emperors' position. More importantly, in addition to other shadow forces, the Whitebeard pirate group has one of the most powerful ones. The opponent is the Blackbeard pirates. When I saw Blackbeard in the top war, Shanks knew that Blackbeard's strength was not much worse than that of him, especially after getting Whitebeard's shock fruit ability. Even if he didn't fight against him, he couldn't be sure if he could defeat him. Blackbeard. What's even more terrifying is that the pirates around Blackbeard are more powerful than the other, not at all stronger than the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. If, even vaguely, stronger, Blackbeard's ambition is clearly visible, so Shanks is worried. Lingyun, I think you should stabilize your emotions first, and discuss other things carefully. Don't make decisions in a hurry. The best thing for you now is to hibernate, rather than act rashly. Shanks said to Lingyun. Persuade. Before Lingyun could speak, Marco on the side said solemnly. Red hair, we all understand what you mean, but although you are the 4 emperors of New World, we can do things about the Whitebeard Pirates. After making a decision, Lingyun is now our captain. We will listen to him what he wants to do, although I am grateful to Shanks for helping them during the war at the top, as Marco said, the Whitebeard Pirates still have to make their own decisions. This is not just a sentence, but to tell Shanks that we used to be the pirates that are on your level, even if Whitebeard is killed now, does not mean that the Whitebeard Pirates will be inferior. Shanks understood what Marco meant, and Lingyun knew it too, so he did not speak, but let Marco to speak, because he had the same idea in his heart. He was a proud man in his bones, even if he knew Shanks what he said was the safest choice, but it really made him swallow his breath, and the world that Whitebeard had struck by his hand began to fall apart. Uncertain, and talk about how to dormant, this is Lingyun's current state, and it is also the thought of many members of the Whitebeard pirate group. Shanks sighed and didn't speak anymore. If he went on, even if he didn't mean to intervene in the Whitebeard Pirates, he would be misunderstood, so he patted Lingyun on the shoulder. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun, we will always be friends. As friends, I will still be on your side. Because of their position, the two cannot talk as much as before, but as friends, this friendship will not change for these reasons. Shanks understands this, and Lingyun also knows it well. Lingyun looked at Shanks and suddenly smiled, and said, Shanks, if there is every day, I won't have a foothold in New World. Maybe I will go back to find you. I don't know if you will take me in. What? Shanks laughed and said, it will, ha ha ha. Of course, this is just a joke for Shanks and Lingyun, because they are very clear not to say whether this day will really come. Even if one day Lingyun has no place to stand, he will definitely I won't go to Shanks for blessing, because a man like Lingyun is impossible to ask a friend for help when he is most desperate. Take care. Shanks and Lingyun said solemnly, and then left with the people from Red Hair Pirates. Riding the Red Force to leave slowly, Shanks looked at the island where Lingyun was inside. This parting, I don't know when we can meet again. When we see you again, will it be an enemy or a friend? You seem to be worried about him. Ben Beckman walked over to Shanks and asked. Shanks said. At any rate, I've been a friend of more than 20 years, do you think I will not worry about him? That's true. Beckman nodded and said, but what you said is indeed a bit redundant. I can see that he has more ideas than you thought, and your worry is completely unnecessary. Although the Whitebeard Pirates was defeated this time however, their main force has not disappeared too much. With their heritage, not many pirates in New World can defeat them. Shanks said. You also said that there is not much, that is, Lingyun's personality is too radical and arrogant, and also very vengeful, so it is easy to establish enemies, which is what I worry about the most. Are you talking about the Blackbeard Pirates? Beckman asked. Hearing the 1.1 Blackbeard Pirates, Shanks frowned and said, Blackbeard is indeed a very troublesome guy. That guy is already very strong, but now he has the power of shock fruit. Even me, I am not sure to defeat he, and he has a gloomy personality. I worry that Lingyun will suffer from him. Beckman smiled and said, then it's hard to say. I have a different opinion from you. I think it's the opposite. I think Shinigami is very smart. Blackbeard provokes him but it's an unwise choice. I am looking forward to the match between the two of them in New World. I think not only me, but many people are also looking forward to the match between them. After all, although there are many other powerful forces in New World, they still have the most chance. Two people, I am looking forward to it too. Chapter 376. You seem to be very optimistic about Lingyun. Shanks was quite curious, because Beckman had met Lingyun once, but after listening to his tone, he was obviously more confident in Lingyun. He thought that the already powerful Blackbeard might not be Lingyun's opponent. He, as a friend of Lingyun, does not have that much confidence. Beckman smiled and said, some people are destined to be different. Just like you, remember the first time we met? Shinigami is very similar to you. He is born with a convincing temperament. Although Blackbeard is extraordinary and tolerant, I have achieved my current status and strength through my own efforts. Such a person is also very scary. However, when I meet Shinigami, I am still optimistic about Shinigami because I can't see him. Then you mean you can see through Blackbeard? Shanks asked strangely. Beckman replied. I can't see through it completely, but 97% of it can be seen through, but Shinigami is different. I can only see through him 50%. I can't see through the rest, because he is too much. It's elusive, and I feel more impulsive than anyone else, and calmer than anyone else. How do you say this? I understand Lingyun's impulse. I believe that he is calm, but he should not be as exaggerated as you said, Shanks asked. Beckman said. You may not have noticed that Shinigami was very calm in the death of Whitebeard. Of course, I don't say that he was not sad. On the contrary, it was because he was very sad, but he was able to see everything clearly, and the choice made is also very correct. Shanks was surprised. What do you mean by this? Do you think what I said is wrong? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beckman said, what you said is not wrong, but what you were saying is that there is a premise that the Whitebeard Pirates has no one to hold together, but it is different now. Although Shinigami is still young, no matter how strong it is, or reputation, is enough to suppress the entire Whitebeard pirate group. Under his leadership, the Whitebeard Pirate Group will soon change its embarrassment, and I still have a feeling that under his leadership, the Whitebeard Pirate Group will probably it has changed a lot from the Whitebeard period. Shanks said in agreement. That's right, Lingyun's personality is very different from Whitebeard. He doesn't have the broad mind of Whitebeard and can't tolerate everything, but he is more cautious than Whitebeard, so changes are certain. But whether it is good or bad, no one can tell at present. Although Shanks was a little worried, he also knew that the rest was not something he needed to worry about. No matter what would happen to Lingyun and the Whitebeard Pirates, it was their business, and he could only watch from the sidelines. After Red Hair Pirates left, only the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were left, and Lingyun asked Marco to summon all the captains of the pirates. Because Lingyun is the heir appointed by Whitebeard before his death, the Whitebeard Pirates are very obedient to him. Of course, a group of old people such as Marco are really obedient, while other newcomers, such as Ace and others, have seen it with their own eyes. Most of Lingyun's strength was conquered because of Lingyun's strength. As for the attitude of other pirate captains, I don't know. In this top war, apart from the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, the rest went to a total of 43 pirate groups, but only 29 pirate captains came back, and the rest were sacrifices. 14 captains were summoned by Lingyun and gathered together with Marco and others. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment, plus 24 captains of pirates, a total of 31 people. After everyone was there, Lingyun looked around everyone, and he found that many people had injuries on their bodies. Even a few days have passed, but some people's injuries have not fully recovered. One can imagine how hard they have experienced in the war. My name is Edward Lingyun. I am afraid that many of you have never seen me, and some of you have never even heard of me. But when we went to war, we fought together. I believe you also know who I am. Many of these people did not know Lingyun before, but after the first battle, it is difficult to know Lingyun or not. After all, Lingyun's strength is amazing. Marco said at this time. Lingyun was the first group to join the pirates more than 20 years ago, and is also the strongest man in our pirates except for the old man. Before his death, the old man will kill the pirates. The regiment was handed over to Lingyun, so from that moment on, Lingyun was the captain of our Whitebeard Pirate Regiment and the one who inherited the position of the old man. Marco's words were recognized by the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, but the other 24 pirate captains did not speak 733, and Lingyun glanced over them one by one. These people's expressions were all in his eyes. Lingyun said, Daddy is gone, what will happen next? I believe you should also be very clear in your heart. Without the protection of the father, the previous site will collapse almost instantaneously, so what we need now is unity. But only with our current manpower, even if we are united, we cannot face the situation that may happen next. We need help. Walker, Thomas asked, helper? Where are our helpers? Lingyun said, in addition to you who went to Malin Vatican with your dad, New World has many dad subordinates in the past. I will let people call them and call them together. Also, everyone has their own territory and you can go back. Recruit people to your own territory. Upon hearing Lingyun's words, the expressions of the 20-something pirate captains all change. Even Marco and others looked at Lingyun in surprise, because what Lingyun said was really absurd. These pirate captains basically, all of the elites were brought to Malin Vander. Now he asks these people to convene people in his own territory. How to convene them? Chapter 377. Lingyun. Marco called Lingyun in a low voice. In his opinion, the most important thing for the Whitebeard Pirates is to gather the power of all the pirates, stabilize their hearts, and consolidate the status of the Whitebeard Pirates, not like Lingyun. Letting these pirate captains leave is obviously a big disadvantage for Lingyun's future leadership. Lingyun blinked at Marco. The two had been in a tacit understanding for many years, so after Marco saw this action, Lingyun shut up immediately. Lingyun continued. Because of the death of my old man, I believe that many people will have different intentions, so I hope that you will return to your respective turf, stabilize your own turf, and gather your strength to prepare for the changes that will happen next. 2 months later, we will meet at Persiri Island. Any problem? Lingyun asked. Although the 20-some pirate captains were a little confused about Lingyun's decision, at this time, they all nodded and said, no problem. 2 months later, we will definitely go to Persiri to meet. In fact, Lingyun's words really touched on the minds of most people. Although they are all attached to the Whitebeard Pirates, they all have their own turf. Now that Whitebeard died in battle, it also had a great impact on them. After all, they did not. With the great Buddha of Whitebeard, it is inevitable that some people will have a crooked mind, so they all want to go back and have a look, so when Lingyun said this, they all agreed. With the departure of these 24 pirate groups, only the Whitebeard Pirate Group remained on the island. Lingyun and the 16 captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group got together to discuss. Marco couldn't help but ask, Lingyun, what are your plans? Why do you want them to leave immediately? Is there anything wrong? What did they say? Lingyun smiled slightly and said, sure enough, Marco, you know me best. That's right, it's not my villain's heart to save a gentleman's belly. It's really inconvenient to say something directly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun, what do you mean by this? Saki asked with a heavy face, because Lingyun's words would inevitably give people a sense of distrust of the pirates. This is really uncomfortable for the people of the Whitebeard Pirates who value the love and righteousness. Lingyun said, don't think too much, listen to me first, you all know me, compared to my old man, I am a more suspicious person. Among the entire alliance of the Whitebeard Pirates, the only thing I can trust is the pirate group in our headquarters. Hearing this, these captains finally feel better, but they can also understand what Lingyun said. When Blackbeard joined the pirates 20 years ago, Lingyun had a lot of troubles about it. People are still fresh in their memories, and now Blackbeard has indeed rebelled, so they couldn't help but seriously consider what Lingyun said. Marco reacted and asked, Lingyun, do you want to test them? Lingyun said, yes, it can't be said to be a temptation, because the current situation is indeed very dangerous. Dad is the pillar of the pirate group. Once the pillar falls, you should know what will happen. The faces of Marco and others have become a little ugly. Although they don't want to admit it, they have to admit that when Whitebeard dies, the status of the Whitebeard Pirates will become very embarrassing. The 4 Emperors Pirates of the past will definitely be being watched from many quarters, standing on the cusp of the storm. Lingyun said, if they can stabilize their own territory and are willing to continue to depend on us, that would be great. If they don't want to follow us anymore, they don't need to force it, because what we need now is to keep a low profile and there is no way. Then suppress all the sites, so you must learn to abandon it. That's the site that the old man has struck down so hard. Do you really want to give up easily? The young and energetic Ace asked unwillingly. In fact, he didn't really care about the site, but it was left by Whitebeard, so he didn't want to give up so easily. For Ace, Lingyun is still very optimistic. After all, there are more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the others have basically been finalized. Only Ace still has a lot of room for development, and it will definitely become the best of the pirates in the future. Important combat effectiveness. Ace, do you think those sites are important to my father, or are our lives more important? Ace was taken aback, and then said, for my father, of course our lives are more important. Lingyun said, that's it. If we want to guard the daddy's turf, we people must guard those turfs separately. Now the strength of our pirate group has been greatly reduced. If we separate again, what do you think will happen? Before Ace could answer, Lingyun continued. People will seize the opportunity and be defeated one by one. Then it won't be that simple to want to unite. Beasta opened his mouth and said, Lingyun is right. In this extraordinary period, I also think that it is more important for everyone to gather together. Only when we are together can we be the true pirate group, and that other people dare not be small. The pirates I watched, so I agree with Lingyun's approach. As for the pirates, I also think it's time for them to think about whether they should help us or part ways and let them choose for themselves. As a swordsman, Beasta and Lingyun have similar ideas. 2 months is enough time for anyone to make a choice. Now our situation is different from the past. What we need are friends who can work with us and get up and down Ishin, not those alliances that can change faces at any time. It's ugly, but for the sake of everyone, I have to make this decision. Lingyun said slowly, in his opinion, the strength of a pirate group does not depend on the number of people, but the combat power. It can be fully seen through the top battle. The top combat power is often more than thousands. The ordinary pirates are more important, not to mention the grassy pirates, who are not able to talk about combat effectiveness at all, but will drag their feet. Chapter 378 Joes asked. We will leave the other pirate groups aside for the time being. Just as Lingyun said, we will see the results in 2 months, but what should we do between these 2 months? Don't do it. Hearing Chaozi's words, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Lingyun, what to do, and Captain Lingyun came to make the final decision. Lingyun didn't answer immediately. Instead, he groaned for a moment before he said, don't worry, I already have a plan in my heart, but now, what we have to do is to heal our wounds first, and fight for a battle. Many of us I was seriously injured and my body has not recovered yet, so I need some time to prepare. But we can't do nothing, Marco, if you let someone out, I will take the position of the old man. If anyone is not satisfied, you can come to me. As long as you can beat me, you can become a new one. 4 Emperors of the Pirates. Hiss. As soon as this remark came out, even the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group took a breath. Lingyun is going to do things absolutely. If this is the case, I am afraid that countless people will regard Lingyun as their eyes. 880 nails, after all, compared to Whitebeard, Lingyun's reputation is a little far away. I am afraid that not many people will be convinced. Lingyun, is it a little bit for you to do this? Jinguduo asked with some worry. Lingyun shook his head and said, no, this is the best choice. Are you willing to give up your father's position to others? These words are let go. Although it will make many people regard me as a thorn in my eye, even that is the case. How? If you don't even have this courage, what qualifications do you have as the heir to the father? Ha ha ha. Marco and others suddenly laughed. This is the first time they have laughed since Whitebeard's death. Marco laughed. This is the arrogant Lingyun, who is rebellious and never puts others in his eyes. Indeed, Lingyun used to have this kind of personality. The difference is that he used to be young, which made people sound a little childish, but now that he said it revealed his strong confidence. Lingyun said, I'm not very worried about the others. There is only one worst enemy from beginning to end, and that is the B******D Blackbeard. As soon as Blackbeard was mentioned, the members of the Whitebeard pirate group suddenly showed anger. The B******D teach, dare to kill the old man, absolutely can't let him go. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, we must avenge the old man. All of this is the conspiracy of that guy. He caught Ace and gave it to Marine, which caused a battle on the top and killed the old man. This hatred is not shared. The screams are endless, and Blackbeard is now the person most hated by the Whitebeard Pirates. Marco said, "The fellow Teach, who has acquired the daddy's ability, will definitely make trouble for the next period of time. His purpose is no need to think about it. It must be the position of the daddy. So, he is our worst enemy." Lingyun said, "Although New World has a lot of powerful forces, there are not too many that can jump out to compete with us at this time. Among them, Blackbeard is the strongest one. He has the ability of Daddy's shock fruit. It has reached a very terrifying point. I am afraid that it is almost the same as the other 3 pirate kings. His goal is the pirate king. Before that, he must want to become 4 emperors. Never let him succeed. He killed the old man. If we let him get the old man's position, then even if we die, we won't have the face to see him." More than a dozen captains expressed their opinions angrily. Ace suddenly said, "It was completely my fault at the beginning. If I were more cautious, maybe this would not happen, so I was the one who caused all these tragedies." Ace. Seeing that Ace blamed himself, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates were all persuaded. Although the war suffered heavy losses this time, they did not mean to blame Ace. After all, no one would have thought that Blackbeard had hidden so deeply and there was something like that. Calculating, changing to whoever it is impossible to prevent it. Lingyun said to Ace, "Ace, don't say anything like this in the future. If you really feel guilty, then you should vent your guilt above your practice. When you have enough strength to kill Blackbeard, that's right. The greatest reward for everyone." Ace, Lingyun is right. What you have to do now is not guilt, but to turn grief and anger into strength. When you have the strength, it will not be too late to find Blackbeard for revenge. Everyone followed Lingyun to persuade Ace. After listening to everyone's comfort, Ace was really moved. His eyes became red and excitedly said, thank you all, thank you." After Ace calmed down, Lingyun continued with a solemn expression. "I am most worried about Blackbeard now. That guy brought out a group of prisoners from Impel Down and formed the Blackbeard Pirate Group. Now our territory has no leader. People are panicking. That guy will definitely take this opportunity to act, and he is very familiar with the territory of our Whitebeard Pirates. Once he takes action, he must be very powerful and difficult to defend. If he dares to do it, we will fight with him. Although that guy is great, but Lingyun, you are not weak, and our pirate group is stronger than his newly formed pirate group. If you really fight, it's hard to say who will win or lose." The 14th Division Captain Spido Gear shouted loudly, and his words were approved by many people. Lingyun said, "We must fight for sure, but we can't attack blindly. After all, we haven't fully recovered, and the guy Blackbeard is already prepared. If we attack rashly, Blackbeard will only seize the opportunity. So we must be more cautious." "Lingyun, what do you want to do?" Marco asked. Lingyun said, "It will take me at least 1 month to recover, so it is not suitable for me to confront the Blackbeard Pirates during this period. In addition to what I said before, after releasing a message, it is ours who dares to contact Blackbeard. Enemy, I want to see who is the enemy and who is the friend." Chapter 379. In a blink of an eye, 1 month has passed. In this month, the entire New World has undergone tremendous changes. Among them, there are 2 things with the biggest movement. One of them happened in the sphere of influence of the Whitebeard Pirates. After the war on the top, the Blackbeard Pirates took advantage of the situation and quickly emerged in New World. Of course, his target was naturally the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. In addition, it is the changes of the Whitebeard Pirates. Since Whitebeard's death in battle, his territory has almost fallen apart in a short period of time. Countless previously attached forces have declared independence and are no longer owned by the Whitebeard Pirates Asylum, so in this month, almost 30 to 40% of the site has fallen, and the Whitebeard Pirate Group's momentum has been greatly diminished. Of course, the reason for being so fast actually has a lot to do with Lingyun, because Lingyun asked people to say that he would inherit the position of Whitebeard, which attracted a lot of people's dissatisfaction, although Lingyun's name is not weak. He was a big show in the war on the top, but compared to Whitebeard, he was still too far behind. Naturally many people would not be convinced, thinking that the Whitebeard Pirates Group will be handed over to Lingyun sooner or later. However, Lingyun naturally didn't know about all this, because he was completely recovering from his injuries during this period, and he knew what had happened after he was out of customs a month later. Lingyun was training on the small island where Whitebeard was buried, but when he left the customs, he was surprised to find that all the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group had disappeared, and only a small number of people stood by his side. What's going on? The people who still guard Lingyun on the island are Joes and Culier. During the war on the top, the 2 of them were injured the most, so they stayed here to heal and guard Lingyun, and Lingyun was very surprised to see only 2 of them. When Chaozi saw Lingyun leaving the customs, he immediately asked happily, "Lingyun, are you fully recovered from your injury?" Lingyun nodded and said, "Well, I have fully recovered and made good progress. Why are there only 2 of you, Marco and others?" Hearing Lingyun's question, both Chaozi's and Culier's expressions changed, and then Chaozi's face solemnly said, "Lingyun, something has happened." As soon as I saw the expressions of Joes and Culier, Lingyun knew something must have happened. He asked calmly, "What happened?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Joes said, "During the month of your retreat, a lot of things have happened, which are similar to what you expected. After the results of the first battle broke out, there are indeed many forces that have directly separated from us. Of course, this is not the case. The most important thing is the guy teach. He knows our turf very well, he acted not long ago. In a short period of time, he laid down a lot of our turf and continued to provoke him. Marco was worried about continuing. If this continues, it will chill those who still belong to us, so I will take everyone to fight the Blackbeard Pirates. It still happened. Although Lingyun had already thought of such a result, he was still a little sad after it happened. After all, those places are Whitebeard's hard work. For those who are still alive, those people are respectful. Is it right? Now that he is dead, he immediately takes the tea to cool down. How can it not make people feel chilling? Marco have fought against the Blackbeard Pirates? Lingyun asked. Joe said. I have played against each other several times, but I haven't taken advantage of it. Teach guy brought out a lot of powerful pirates from Impel down. They're very powerful. Hearing this, Lingyun immediately knew that it was not just that he did not take advantage, but that he should still be at a disadvantage. Where's Blackbeard? Did he show up? Joe said. No, I don't know why. Blackbeard rarely shows up. After fighting a few times, he didn't see him in person. Lingyun sneered. Don't even think about it. He must be exercising the power of Daddy's shock fruit. After all, even if he is familiar with Daddy's power, he can't fully control it without a certain amount of time, but that time has passed. I'm afraid he's about to get in touch. Where are Marco and the others now? Joe said. They're right now. Lingyun nodded and said, I see. Arrange someone to stay and take care of Dad. The rest of them will get on the boat with me and meet Marco and the others. Upon hearing this, Joe's and Curry Eldon asked excitedly, Lingyun, are you ready to act? Lingyun's eyes flashed sharply, and he said coldly, it hasn't been for a long time. Do those guys in New World really think that our Whitebeard Pirates have fallen to the point where anyone can bully? I want everyone to know, even if the old man is gone, not everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates can step on it. 0. That's right, after holding back for so long, do you really think we are troubled by the Whitebeard Pirates? Culier yelled indignantly. During this period of time, they were indeed holding back. When Whitebeard was there, they always bullied others. When did they get bullied by others? Now even if Whitebeard is gone, this is a tone of voice. It's not that easy, so now when Lingyun says he wants to act, he is naturally very excited. Lingyun took Joe's and the others on the boat, all the way towards Marco and the others. On the way, Joe's and Culier explained in detail what happened during this time, while Lingyun explained in detail what happened during this period, listening very carefully. In general this month, except for the sight of the Whitebeard Pirates, the rest of the New World is relatively peaceful, but Lingyun knows that this is just a prelude to the storm, and it will not be long before New World will be huge. Variety. Lingyun looked at the sea ahead while fighting on the Mobidic pirate ship. The Mobidic suffered a lot of trauma while at Marin Bando, but fortunately, it was protected by Lingyun, so it was not completely damaged. It took a month to restore its former glory. Now this ship belongs to Lingyun's car. Even if Marco and the others left, they did not drive the ship away. Chapter 380. Okay. Lingyun, who was standing on the boat, suddenly gave a whisper and looked to the north. Under the perception of his observation hockey, he felt that there seemed to be a strong aura in that direction. Joe's. Where is that direction? Called Joe's over, for New World. Joe's obviously knows better than him. Joe's walked over, looked in the direction Lingyun was pointing, and said, in that direction, it seems that the branch of Marine is located. What is the island of Punk Hassad? Punk or Hassad? When Lingyun heard the name, his whole body was shocked, and he asked Joe's, are you sure? It shouldn't be wrong. Most of the New World sites are pirate sites, so Marine does not own many islands. This Punk Hassad is one of them. I can't remember it wrong, Joe's replied. After getting the confirmation, Lingyun showed a meaningful smile and said, I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Joe's, if I guess correctly, Sengoku should have resigned as Marshal Marine, the new Marshal Marine. Haven't taken office yet? Joe's asked in surprise. How did you know? The new Marine Marshal has indeed not been selected. It is said that because of the internal battles in Marine, many people have elected Akainu, but Sengoku has elected Aokiji. So now they are both for Marine. The position of Marshal is very troublesome, and Marine's situation is not much better than ours. For Marine, the people of the Whitebeard Pirates are naturally hated. After all, if it weren't for the Marine headquarters, they would not have fallen to where they are today. Therefore, they would naturally like to see the chaos inside Marine. Lingyun said, maybe we will have an unexpected game this time, so let's go to Punk Hassad Island. What? Go to Punk Hassad? Lingyun, there's Marine's site. If we go, I'm afraid it won't be great. Joe's hesitated. After all, they only have one man on a ship now. It is a bit risky. Lingyun trails. Don't worry, the Punk Hassad is different now. There's a grand battle going on there. We may be able to finish it there if we go there. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What do you mean? Joe's asked very suspiciously. Lingyun said, turn the bow first and drive there, I will tell you slowly. Seeing Lingyun's insistence, Joe's could only let people turn the bow and head towards Punk Hassad. What? You said that Marine Admiral Akainu and Aokiji are dueling on Punk Hassad. Culier cried out incredibly, because he changed his direction temporarily, so he also came to ask what was going on, but he was shocked when he learned about this from Lingyun's mouth. The closer you get to Punk Hassad, the more clearly Lingyun perceives the two breaths of extreme heat and extreme cold. You can't go wrong. In this world, only Akainu and Aokiji can achieve this level. Lingyun said, yes, it must be Akainu and Aokiji. I think this must be the duel between them two to fight for the position of Marine Marshal. Didn't you find out that we came all the way and there was no one around, because they already know that Akainu and Aokiji are dueling here, so they stay far away? Culier asked, even if Akainu and Aokiji are fighting, what does it have to do with us? Lingyun said, I haven't forgotten the battle on the top so far. It's a rare encounter. If I don't say hello, wouldn't I be too sorry for such a good opportunity? Joes reacted and asked, Lingyun, do you want to do something with Akainu and Aokiji? That's it. Lingyun nodded. Joe said with a little worry, this is not so good. Akainu and Aokiji fought, but the decision to become Marshal Marine was highly valued by the world government. How could there be no one to guard them? Lingyun said, who knows, anyway, since we met, we have to try it. Wait until the ship is not near. Culier, you stay. Joes and I sneak into Punk Hassad quietly. Watch see if there is a chance. Both Akainu and Aokiji are strong at the top of Pirate World. Until now, they have not been defeated by anyone except Whitebeard. Now these two men are fighting for the position of Marine Marshal. With all your strength, opportunity is indeed an opportunity, but the risk is definitely great. After all, once they find an enemy, Akainu and Aokiji will immediately abandon their previous suspicions. When the two work together, even if the 4 Emperors level wants to win, I'm afraid it's not that easy. When there was still some distance from Punk Hassad, Lingyun and Joes had already disembarked from the Moby DK, and quietly headed in the direction of Punk Hassad. When approaching Punk Hassad, Lingyun felt two completely different breaths, one was extremely hot and the other was extremely cold. He and Joes looked at each other and then said, it's not wrong, it's Akainu and Aokiji, but there seems to be no other Marine around, it should be the two of them alone. This island was originally a research base for Marine, but because of experiments conducted by Experimenter Guy a few years ago, a large amount of poisonous gas was released on the island, making the entire island a dead island, so Akainu and Aokiji will choose to put a duel in this place, because it will not affect other people. When Lingyun landed on the island, 5.7 already saw 2 kinds of climate changes on this island. It seems that the battle between Akainu and Aokiji has been going on for some time. Joes, you stay here and wait for me, I'll go in and have a look. Lingyun told Joes that Akainu and Aokiji are very capable. He was worried that Joes would be discovered, so he wanted to enter it alone to find out. Joes said worriedly, how can this be, it's too dangerous. Lingyun smiled and said, don't underestimate me. Even if Akainu and Aokiji join forces, it won't be easy to defeat me. Now that they have played for so long, how much stamina is left? So you don't have to worry for me, it is them who really should be worried. Chapter 381 When Lingyun sneaked into Punk Hassad, Akainu and Aokiji were fighting fiercely. The two in the middle of the island formed volcanoes and icebergs behind them, which was terrifying. At this time, in the middle of the island, 2 figures intertwined with each other at extremely fast speeds, one white and one red, exactly Akainu and Aokiji. The two of them had been fighting for 9 days and 9 nights, and they could no longer be familiar with what they were already familiar with. By this time, they had completely abandoned everything and started a life and death struggle. In fact, the two initially only fought for the position of Marshal Marine, but when they fought, they had a great disagreement with each other's ideas, so the anger came out, and they no longer kept their hands when they started. The opponent became an enemy. Meteor Volcano. Ice Age. It was also Lingyun's luck. At this time, Akainu and Aokiji had already begun their final duel. I saw the sky full of magma and endless ice. The sky was divided into cold sauce, generally white and generally red, as if 2 skies were collided, together. 16 At the moment the two attacked and collided, the entire island was shaking, as if the sky was falling apart. Even Lingyun, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked. Judging from the extent of the two fighting against each other, they knew that they were at the top. When they went to war, they hadn't used their full power. The reason was not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't, because the attack by the two was too terrifying, and the scope was huge. If they shot with all their strength, they would directly injure themselves in a large area. So they didn't try their best at that time. But at this moment, the two of them don't need to worry about others, and let go of their hands and feet fighting. This scene is not an exaggeration. Lingyun is also dumbfounded. The battle between the two even affected the sea, islands and sky. This level of destructive power is already comparable to the shock fruit ability that Whitebeard has fully used. It has to be said that the combat effectiveness of these two Marine Admiral has reached its peak, and their respective abilities have also been developed to the extreme. The violent roar lasted for several minutes before slowly calming down. The battle between the two finally ended, and the entire island was completely divided into 2 under the battle between the two, usually icebergs and half of the Sea of Fire, becoming an island like an island of ice and fire. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After everything calmed down, the appearance of Akainu and Aokiji was finally revealed, but the appearance of the two of them was very unsightly. I saw that Akainu was standing there, but from head to toe, there was blood. The changed clothes are also in tatters, especially with a few very deep wounds in front of him. Akainu's injury is already terrible, but Aokiji is even worse, because in addition to the blood and wounds all over, the most amazing thing is that his right half of the body is severely burned as a whole, and his left leg is bloody under the knee, completely disappeared. It can be seen that Aokiji's injury is much more serious than Akainu. Kuzan, you lost. Akainu stared at Aokiji coldly and said coldly. Aokiji looked at Akainu unwillingly, but if he lost, so he said solemnly, I lost. Sakazuki, the position of Martial Marine is yours, but I hope you become Martial Marine. Don't do it again. Use your set is too extreme and not suitable for the development of Marine. Akainu snorted coldly, the winner is king, the loser is the bandit. Kuzan, I don't have my turn to teach you what I do. Marine has been too comfortable all these years so that the pirates will act recklessly. After that, this situation must be changed. All pirates deserve to die, and they must not be tolerated. Aokiji's face was not worried, but he was indeed a loser and was not qualified to say anything, so he used his arduous ability to create an ice prosthesis on his broken left leg, so that he did not fall. The so-called difference is not conspiring. Since it doesn't make sense, Aokiji doesn't intend to say it anymore. He turned around and was ready to leave. Even though he was defeated, it doesn't mean that he has no more energy. Leaving here is not a problem. However, just as Aokiji was about to leave, a clapping sound suddenly sounded. The sound suddenly sounded, both Akainu and Aokiji were shocked. The two of them hit the present, and they didn't notice anyone around. Who? Akainu and Aokiji turned their heads abruptly and looked fiercely. They saw a tall, handsome man with a long sword on his back, slowly walking towards them from a distance. It's you, Shinigami. Seeing the person coming, both Akainu and Aokiji shrank their pupils and exclaimed at the same time, with shocked expressions in their eyes, because they never expected Ji Lingyun to appear here. Ji Lingyun calmly walked to the opposite of Akainu and Aokiji, looked at them, and said, Akainu, Aokiji, I didn't expect us to meet again soon. Why are you here? Aokiji asked. Ji Lingyun shrugged and said, if I said it was a coincidence, would you believe me? Of course not. Of course, Akainu and Aokiji would not believe it. Both of them stared at Ji Lingyun vigilantly. Even in their heyday, they might not be able to win Ji Lingyun. Now they're exhausted, right? Ji Lingyun, who is in full swing, is naturally at an absolute disadvantage. Ji Lingyun said, Akainu, Aokiji, you must be very clear about the current situation. You can say that your life and death are completely in my hands. Akainu shouted angrily, arrogant, if you want to kill us, you are still far away. Akainu and Aokiji glanced at each other, and both saw their determination in each other's eyes. They are not ordinary people. Now that they have reached a critical point of life and death, they can naturally abandon their previous suspicions and confront the enemy together. Able to solve the two Marine Admiral here in one fell swoop, it can be regarded as revenge for our dead brothers of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ji Lingyun's killing intent was revealed in his eyes, and his right hand also held the hilt of the Shinigami blade, as he prepared to take out the sheath. But just when Ji Lingyun was about to draw his sword, Aokiji, who was seriously injured, suddenly yelled and shouted at Ji Lingyun. Wait. Chapter 382. Okay. Ji Lingyun's hand was stagnant, and he looked at Aokiji strangely, and asked, why, do you still have something to say? Aokiji looked at Ji Lingyun and said, I think we can talk. Talk about it? Ji Lingyun suddenly sneered. What to talk about? What can Marine and the pirates talk about? When Malin Vatican, why didn't you want to talk to us? Now you want to talk, do you think I will believe you? Aokiji confidently said, you will, because it's good for you. Upon hearing this, Ji Lingyun was really curious. He didn't suspect that Aokiji was talking nonsense to delay time. It was because of the injuries of Akainu and Aokiji. It would be impossible to recover within a few days. Come here, so there is no need to worry about them procrastinating. He is just curious about what Aokiji wants to say. After all, this is a must for them. Aokiji said, don't worry, even if we send out a message now, it will be too late for Marine to come over, so I really want to talk to you. Now not only was Ji Lingyun surprised, even Akainu frowned and looked at Aokiji with dissatisfaction in his eyes. In his opinion, Ji Lingyun is a pirate, and they are Marine. What can both parties have to discuss? Ji Lingyun wants killing them is the same as he wants to kill Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun put down the hand holding the hilt, stood there, and asked Aokiji. I'm really curious, let's talk, what do you have that can make me dispel the idea of doing it with you? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji said, Sakazuki and I were both seriously injured, but if you really want to kill us and we both work hard, what do you think the result will be? Ji Lingyun raised his eyebrows. This is really not a good answer. He thought about it, but deliberately said with a disdainful face. You are not qualified to fight with me as you are now. Aokiji said, I know whether you are qualified or not. I don't exaggerate to say that if we fight you desperately, the end result may be that you kill the two of us, but there is one thing you have to admit, that is you will be seriously injured if we both work desperately. Ji Lingyun didn't refute it this time. Indeed, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse. Don't look at Akainu and Aokiji who are seriously injured. But if you really want to work hard, you can really hurt him. It can be seen from the situation at the time of the war that the seriously injured Whitebeard still fights Marine and the Blackbeard Pirates. Although Akainu and Aokiji are not as good as Whitebeard, it is hard to say if the two join forces. But Ji Lingyun naturally won't be bluffed, he said coldly, so what's more, even if I want to kill you, I don't have to do it myself. There are so many people in the Whitebeard Pirates, as long as I'm not afraid of loss. It's easy to kill you all. In this case, there is no need to say more. What is the situation of the Whitebeard Pirates? Everyone knows how many people are around you. And, are you really willing to let them be buried with us? Aokiji showed his face, sneered, said. Ji Lingyun's face changed. This Aokiji was really calm and terrible. In this case, he was able to see his reality clearly. There are indeed not many people around him. Let these people be buried with Akainu and Aokiji. If that is the case, he really didn't want to, but he would naturally not admit such a reality. He shrugged and said, as expected of Aokiji Admiral, you were right. I am reluctant to let my own people fight with you, but if I do it myself, even if I may be injured, as long as I can kill you, all this will be fine. It's all worth it. Not worth it at all. Aokiji shook his head and said, if it was other times, it would be worth it, but now it is different. Now it is really when you Whitebeard Pirates are fighting against Blackbeard Pirates. I know you Whitebeard Pirates. Already at an absolute disadvantage, if you as the leader are seriously injured at this time, I don't think you Whitebeard Pirates have the ability to compete with Blackbeard Pirates again. By then, outside of the 4 emperors, it will be surrendered. I think this is definitely an unacceptable result for you. After all, your words have been released, and you can't get them back if you want to collect them. What Aokiji said was naturally what Ji Lingyun asked Marco and others to release before. He wanted to inherit the position of Whitebeard's 4 emperors. If Ji Lingyun was seriously injured here, it would definitely be a heavy one for the Whitebeard Pirates. Even if the time comes to kill the 2 marine admirals might, but this will not scare the crazy pirates of New World. Especially the Blackbeard Pirates will seize the opportunity to defeat the Whitebeard Pirates in one fell swoop group. Great, really great. Ji Lingyun's expression kept changing. After a while, he suddenly clapped and looked at Aokiji in admiration, and said, to be honest, I really underestimated you Marine Admiral before, and yes, I can be in this position. It's not just strength, Aokiji, it seems that you have studied the current situation very thoroughly. Aokiji said, the pirates of New World will always be Marines' enemies. Only by knowing ourselves and the enemy can we better respond. Ji Lingyun nodded, but his face became cold again, and said, but you said so much, you just want to force me to leave and let you go, but I have to tell you that you think too much, today I won't let you go. I guess you would say that. After all, we have fought a few times. I still have some understanding of what kind of person you are. Once you get crazy, I won't care about anything. Aokiji was not frightened by Ji Lingyun. Instead, he continued, but now you are the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, instead of being alone in the past. What you have to consider is not just your own pleasure, but also you those subordinates. Haha, it's interesting. A Marine Admiral would actually persuade a pirate captain. If this is spread out, no one will believe it. Ji Lingyun looked at Aokiji, suddenly burst into laughter, his expression was also very weird. Chapter 383 Facing Ji Lingyun's sarcastic laugh, Aokiji didn't even change his face, he was still very calm. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, Aokiji, today you really let me know you again. To be honest, if it wasn't because of the opposition between you and me, I would really like to make your friend. This is what Ji Lingyun said in his heart. When he used to watch One Piece, he was more optimistic about Aokiji among Marine Admiral. Although they fought countless times, he still admired Aokiji as an enemy, and now, he admires it even more. To the extreme, but in the same way, his intention to kill Aokiji has reached an unprecedented level, because such a person is undoubtedly a very terrible opponent to him. If he is not a friend, he can only be an enemy. He has never been soft-handed. Aokiji naturally felt Ji Lingyun's killing intent, but he said, who said we can't be friends? What do you mean? As soon as he said this, Ji Lingyun's expression suddenly changed, and the killing intent on his body disappeared, staring at Aokiji in amazement. Not only him, but even Akainu, who had never spoken, looked at Aokiji inexplicably. Aokiji said, in addition to killing the 820 of us, you have a better choice. Ji Lingyun looked at Aokiji, there was a flash of inspiration in his mind, looked at Aokiji in an incredible way, and asked, are you? Aokiji said, talking to smart people is easy, yes, it's just what you think, how do you feel? Ji Lingyun took a deep breath, his eyes were full of disbelief. He shook his head and said, no, it doesn't matter what I think in my heart. I just want to hear you say it, Aokiji, what do you want to do? Although there was a faint guess in his mind, he was still a little uncertain, because it was really shocking. Kuzan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Aokiji hadn't spoken yet. Akainu suddenly shouted. Kuzan, you have to figure out your identity. Akainu is also a smart person. Although he doesn't know what Aokiji wants to do, he has an unknown premonition, so he immediately stopped him. Aokiji just glanced at Akainu faintly, and then continued to Ji Lingyun. I joined your pirate group, you let me in Sakazuki, how about? Shocked. After Aokiji spoke this sentence, both Ji Lingyun and Akainu were shocked. Even if Ji Lingyun faintly guessed the possibility, when he got confirmation from Aokiji's mouth, he was still very unbelievable, because it didn't matter how you heard it. Feel ridiculous. Do you think I may lie? Ji Lingyun's first reaction was shock, and the second reaction was not to believe. Although Aokiji did leave Marine in the original book, he joined the Blackbeard Pirates, and his purpose is intriguing. So now Aokiji says to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Ji Lingyun will naturally not have the slightest sense of trust. Of course not. Aokiji said, it's really because you are not good to lie, so I will tell you the truth. I really want to join your pirate group, not to deceive you to survive. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, I still don't believe that you can Marine Admiral, which represents Marine's highest combat power. I don't think you can give up the position of Marine Admiral and become a pirate. After all, one is two completely different identities, but it's not that easy to change. Aokiji said slowly. I know you don't believe me, but what I said is the truth. Today I lost to Sakazuki. Marine headquarters has no place for me, because I will not succumb to a mindset with me Marshal Marine, who has been in violation for so many years, has always looked at everything in the world from Marine's position. Now it's time to change. I want to give it a try and see if I stand in the position of a pirate. What will this world look like? It's really surprising, such a thing would come out of the mouth of a Marine Admiral. Lingyun was very surprised, but he would not really believe in Aokiji. After all, it would be difficult for anyone to accept this kind of thing. So he said, let's not say whether I would believe you or not. If I really want to be a pirate, then why do I have to choose to join my pirate group? Aokiji said, as you think, I have no choice now, and joining you is also the best choice, because among the pirate groups in New World, I am afraid that there is no one who can have the courage to let me join. A few, even the pirate four emperors, they dare not. You are an exception. Aokiji's words are not nonsense. Indeed, it is anyone who does not dare to accept him. The strength of the four emperors pirate group is strong enough, but they really don't dare to be so confident if they let a Marine Admiral join. After all, no one can figure out what Aokiji's heart is thinking. If it is an undercover agent sent by Marine, it will definitely be a very fatal blow to the pirates. Even if Aokiji was really ready to take refuge, but accepting him would be tantamount to offending the pirate headquarters and the world government. Even the four emperors of the pirates were unwilling to take this cause and effect easily. In the entire sea, there are really few who dare to accept Aokiji. What Aokiji values is the guts of Lingyun, and the Whitebeard Pirate Group is now in order to protect Whitebeard's territory. It is precisely when there is a lack of combat power that a top combat power like him joins. For the Whitebeard Pirates, it is definitely very beneficial, which is also the biggest reason for Aokiji's confidence. While Lingyun was thinking, Akainu yelled at Aokiji. Kuzan, what are you talking about? Join the Whitebeard Pirates, are you crazy? That's the pirate, you are Marine Admiral, how can you degenerate to become a pirate? Aokiji said to Akainu. I'm not crazy. As for whether I have fallen or not, who can tell? Sakazuki, I lost to you. You are about to become Marine Marshal, you and I have different ideas. I can't follow orders under your hands, so it's better to part ways. You go and continue your justice, and I also want to find justice that suits me, the road of pirates, I want to try it. Chapter 384. A-hole, you are really crazy. Akainu roared loudly, but Aokiji completely ignored him, just stared at Lingyun and asked, what do you think of this choice? Lingyun squinted his eyes and said, it sounds like a good choice, but it's not that simple. It seems that the lives of two Marine Admiral on one side and the addition of one Marine Admiral on the other seem to be beneficial, but my life is suspicious. I can't fully trust you, so I'm really not sure what to choose. Should you be more conservative or risky? Lingyun stared at Aokiji tightly, and Aokiji stared at him without flinching. From his eyes, Lingyun couldn't see the slightest tension or retreat, as if he didn't know which one Lingyun chose. How much reaction there will be, perhaps it is that everything has been prepared for a long time. The choice proposed by Aokiji really embarrassed Lingyun. Just as Aokiji said, killing Akainu and Aokiji will result in a difficult to say, but the injury is certain. As for how heavy it is, even if Lingyun treats himself the strength has absolute self-confidence, and he dare not pack the votes. More importantly, this is indeed an important period for the Whitebeard Pirates. If he makes any mistakes, the blow to the Whitebeard Pirates is absolutely fatal, and even worse things may happen. This is also Lingyun's concern. Actually thinking this way, it also means that he is gradually inclined to the choice proposed by Aokiji. After all, even if he kills Aokiji and Akainu here, with the ability of the world government, he can find two people to replace them. The position of Marshal Marine is also don't worry about finding someone, so if you do that, it will not do much for the Whitebeard Pirates. On the contrary, if Aokiji joins the Whitebeard Pirates, it will definitely have an instant superpower. After all, Aokiji's strength is there. In the Whitebeard Pirates, except for Lingyun, even Marco and the others, is not Aokiji's opponent. This combat power is especially important for the Whitebeard Pirates, so Lingyun hesitated. The only problem is the credibility of Aokiji. Although Aokiji said beautifully, he is a Marine for decades, and his loyalty to Marine headquarters is also very high. He suddenly became a pirate, at least Lingyun is Lieni there is no trust in Sheng, let alone the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates. They probably want to kill Aokiji to relieve their anger. How to choose? Lingyun hasn't really fallen into such a difficult choice. In the past, he only needed to do things according to his own preferences, and he thought it was right, and he would definitely do it. But as Aokiji said, he is now the Whitebeard Pirates the captain of. There are countless people waiting to eat with him. He can no longer only care about himself as before, more for the sake of his brothers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It is good. Suddenly Lingyun yelled, staring at Aokiji, and said, your words still touch me, but I still don't trust you. I need you to make a promise with me. No matter what happens in the future, you absolutely can't make it right. I'm the Whitebeard Pirates' unfavorable things. As for the treatment of other people, I don't care about anything. As long as you agree, I will let Akainu go, no problem, I can promise. Hearing Lingyun agreed, Aokiji's face did not change much, as if he had expected Ji Lingyun to make such a choice, and gave an affirmative answer. Kuzan. Aokiji has no problem, but Akainu's problem is bigger. He roared. Kuzan, you are betraying Marine, betraying your justice for decades. You are really sure to become a pirate and join this these thieves? Aokiji calmly said to Akainu, Sakazuki, my journey to Marine is over. I am afraid that there will be countless people who will disagree and be rejected by countless people, but I will still go on firmly. Because this is the path I chose myself, to save your life, this is the last thing I can do to Marine. Shut up, I don't need your protection, Shinigami, come on, although I am injured, it doesn't mean that I am incapable of fighting. We didn't fight each other in the Battle of the Top. Today I will fight for life and death here. Akainu's roar was not over yet, suddenly his voice stopped, and his body turned into an ice sculpture. Aokiji looked at Akainu, who had become an ice sculpture, and his body shook. He used his last strength to freeze Akainu. In fact, if it is normal, Akainu would naturally not be easily frozen by Aokiji, but his attention now was on Ji Lingyun. On his body, he did not expect that Aokiji would suddenly act on him, so he was sneak attacked by Aokiji without any defense at all. Sakazuki, my departure has become a reality, and I hope that under your leadership, Marine can develop better. With that, Aokiji looked at Ji Lingyun and said, from today, I will be your crew member, Captain. With the call of the captain in one fell swoop, from this moment on, Aokiji became a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Ji Lingyun looked at Aokiji in amazement. He didn't expect Aokiji to make such a decision. He even used the technique of sneak attack, but he immediately understood what Aokiji meant. If Akainu continued to entangle, they would really be able to do it. What Aokiji said, not only saved Akainu's life, but also saved a lot of trouble. There are only 2 words for you, admire. Ji Lingyun praised Aokiji sincerely, and then said, since you called me the captain, well, from now on, you are my crew. There are 16 captains in our Whitebeard Pirates. Naturally, it is impossible to be under them. I will now appoint you as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, 0 Division. Aokiji's eyes flashed. He did not expect that Ji Lingyun would give him such a high status. As we all know, the highest status of the Whitebeard Pirates is the captain, except for the captain. For a former who has just defected from Marine and joined Marine Admiral, he was given the captain level as soon as he joined, and he was still in the 0 Division before the captain of the Marco I Division, which caught Aokiji by surprise. Chapter 385. You are so relieved of me? Aren't you afraid I'm an undercover agent sent by Marine? Ji Lingyun and Aokiji left the center of the battle and walked towards the edge of the island on the shore. Although Aokiji looked very embarrassed, half of his body was burnt red, and his left leg was broken, but this does not affect him to walk. I'm worried, of course I'm worried. Ji Lingyun responded, and then smiled and said, I'm worried, but after all I have agreed to let you join our Whitebeard Pirates. Now that we have joined the pirates, then we are a ship's companion, and I will suppress it. Leave your own doubts. You are really interesting, although this is a fact that I saw when I first met you, Aokiji said. Ji Lingyun smiled and said, if I'm not interesting, how dare I accept you, former Marine Admiral switched to being a pirate. Thinking about it, it feels ridiculous. I believe that after you come back to the pirate group, you will surely let everyone was taken aback, but I don't know if you can handle their irony. In any case, Aokiji was also an indirect helper of Whitebeard's death in the battle, so it will definitely make many of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates uncomfortable and even hostile. This is different from the previous admiration of Aokiji in Marine by countless people, but Ji Lingyun is I believe that with Aokiji's current state of mind and level, it should be enough to bear all this, so he will accept Aokiji. Aokiji calmly said, I dare not do anything, I chose this path myself. The result depends on God's will. After Ji Lingyun and Aokiji left, Akainu finally broke out of Aokiji's ice. He roared, but didn't chase after him, because in his current state, he would only die if he caught up. Although this time because of Aokiji, he saved his life, but it was a shame for Akainu. He was unwilling to accept Aokiji's affection. On the contrary, he was full of anger at the rebellious Aokiji. Pirate, this is definitely a very heavy blow to the Marine headquarters. He hasn't gotten the position of Marshal before such a thing happened, which made him really furious. Shinigami, Kuzan, absolutely cannot forgive you. When Ji Lingyun took Aokiji to join Joe's, he was shocked. He was very alert when he saw Aokiji who looked miserable, but he felt very much when he saw Aokiji and Ji Lingyun walking together, at a loss. Joe's looked at Aokiji warily, and directly asked Ji Lingyun, Lingyun, what's going on? Aokiji this guy. Ji Lingyun waved his hand and said, don't be so nervous. Starting today, Kuzan will officially join our pirate group and serve as the captain of our pirate group 0 Division. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He joins our pirate group. Joe screamed incredulously, pointed at Aokiji in disbelief, and questioned, Lingyun, are you crazy? He is Marine Admiral. Join our pirate group. What are you kidding? Don't be fooled by him. It is ridiculous that Marine Admiral becomes a pirate. Joe's kept talking. He didn't believe his ears and eyes at all. Marine and pirates are natural rivals. More importantly, Aokiji is still Marine Admiral, one of the few people standing at the top of Marine. People would actually abandon their past and become a pirate. Anyway, he didn't believe it. Ji Lingyun smiled. He knew that Joe's would react like this for a long time, so he didn't show a disappointed expression. Instead, he glanced at Aokiji. He found that facing Joe's doubts, Aokiji's expression was calm, as if at all care. Well, Kuzan, he really wants to join our pirate group. He has already made 3 chapters with me, so you don't have to doubt him, and with Kuzan, the strength of our pirate group will definitely increase. Although Lingyun said this, Joe still couldn't believe it, but he still had absolute trust in Lingyun. He didn't believe in Aokiji, but he believed Lingyun. Since Lingyun did this, there must be his reasons. Joe said, Lingyun, I believe you, but let him join the pirates. I'm afraid other people won't be so willing. Lingyun said, then I will let them win. Anyway, I am also the captain. I have to be a little majestic, right? Joe suddenly asked Lingyun. Akainu and Aokiji are fighting. Since he is already here, what about the Akainu? Lingyun's expression changed a little, but he still said, let him run away. Forget it, don't worry about this. He is also considered lucky. I am afraid that he will become the Marine Headquarters Marshal in a short time. Joe didn't doubt Lingyun's words, but coldly snorted very uncomfortably. That guy is really lucky, it's a pity, otherwise, if you kill him, you will definitely peel off the Marine Headquarters. Lingyun smiled and said, even if we let him escape, we didn't suffer. At least we accepted Kuzan. That's it. Joe's was still not very friendly to Aokiji, and he responded casually, knowing that he suffered a lot from Aokiji's hands during the battle for the top, and he still can't let go of it. Let's go. Kuriel is still waiting for us. Lingyun took Joe's and Aokiji toward the Moby DK, and when they boarded the Moby DK, they shocked Culier and the others again. Marine Admiral Aokiji. All the 0.9 pirates looked at Aokiji in shock. If Lingyun and Joe's were not on the sidelines, they would have launched an attack. In the end, Lingyun could only explain it again. All the people who heard Lingyun's explanation looked at each other. The news was too shocking, and it was completely unacceptable for people for a while, but the facts were placed in front of them, and they could not tolerate them. Okay, Kuzan, you go to rest first, I will let the doctor treat you. Aokiji is still seriously injured, so Lingyun asked him to be taken into the room, and then arranged for a doctor to treat him. Aokiji nodded and responded, without saying anything, and left with the pirate who led the way. Chapter 386. Lingyun, is this really good? Let Aokiji join our pirate group? Kuriel asked worriedly. Lingyun said, don't worry, although he used to be Marine, now Marine has no place for him. Akainu is about to become Marine Marshal. In fact, it is the best result for us. Akainu is very capable, but does things. It's more extreme, and Aokiji is more secure, so I prefer Akainu to become Marshal Marine, and I don't want Aokiji to become Marshal Marine. What's more, Akainu became Marshal Marine, and we got a member of Admiral. At the beginning, Lingyun felt a pity about letting Akainu go, but now, he no longer has such an idea. Instead, he feels very good. It is a pity that he didn't kill Akainu, but he got Aokiji's instant combat power. Improved the strength of the pirate group, and the result was very good. Culier and others did not ask any more, and the mobile continued sailing. When Lingyun and the others were about to rendezvous with Marco, Akainu, who had left Punk Hassad, also returned to the Marine Headquarters. For example, the Marine Headquarters is still in Marine Vander at 16th, but it was too damaged during the Battle of the Top. It was too serious, so Marine set up a temporary base. When Akainu returned to the Marine Headquarters with a wound, all Marine soldiers were shocked. The battle between Akainu and Aokiji was known to the entire Marine Headquarters, but they had been away for more than 10 days. That's why it's amazing to come back suddenly. Many people see Akainu's body hurt and want to ask what's going on, but when they see Akainu's gloomy face, no one dares to ask anything. After Akainu left with a gloomy expression, those Marine soldiers who saw him began to talk about it. After all, 2 people left at the beginning, and now only Akainu is left alone. It will inevitably make people suspicious. Sakazuki Admiral is back, why not see Kuzan Admiral? Sakazuki Admiral is back. It seems that the winner has already been divided, but I don't know who won. I think it was Sakazuki Admiral who won, otherwise he wouldn't come back first. That's not what I said. You can't assume that Kuzan Admiral has lost because he didn't see him and didn't come back. I think Kuzan Admiral must have won. I hope Kuzan Admiral can become a marshal. After all, Sakazuki Admiral is too harsh. His subordinates must be cautious at all times when doing things, they're too tired. Hey, do you think so? I think so too. Aokiji Admiral is better. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. All kinds of discussions continued to sound, and now the Marine Headquarters is being rebuilt, so everyone is relatively relaxed. When they are bored, they naturally start to talk everywhere. After returning to the base, Akainu went directly to the temporary Marine Marshal's office. Now the new Marine Marshal has not yet been selected, so Sengoku is still temporarily serving. At this time, he is discussing with Lieutenant General Suru, Kazaru and several Marine lieutenants. Regarding the matter, as for the other Garp, he left Marine shortly after the Top War, and took the initiative to garrison in the East Daxia Sea. The first task now is to redraft. Too many soldiers have been lost in this battle, and the pirates everywhere went crazy because of what Whitebeard said before his death. They were evil everywhere, so a lot of Marine was needed to suppress it. This matter brooks no delay. Although the battle for the top was over and Marine was victorious, the result was not as good as imagined. Before Whitebeard died, he put Marine together, making the current pirates seem crazy, and it will repeat itself. A few years ago, when the era of the big pirates just started, it was crazy, so the Marine headquarters was overwhelmed. It has only been more than a month since the battle on the top. Sengoku, who was originally black-haired, is now gray. At first glance, he looks like he is a teenager. The spirit and spirit are far worse than before. This battle, the blow to him was still great. The reason why he had to resign as Marine Marshal was not only because he had to take responsibility, but also partly because he was unable to do what he wanted. In addition to this blow, he had no energy to manage the entire Marine headquarters anymore, so he wanted to retire. While they were discussing, someone suddenly rushed in and shouted loudly, "Sakazuki Admiral is back." Suddenly, the expressions of all the people present changed, because the appearance of Akainu undoubtedly showed that the battle between him and Aokiji had been divided. Sengoku asked first, "Sakazuki is back, where is Kuzan?" Everyone knows that Sengoku values Marine Admiral Aokiji and wants to promote Aokiji to the position of Marine Marshal, but most of Marine support Akainu and 5 elders, so Aokiji and Akainu are supported. Have a duel. It was a Marine Major General who came to report to him. He hesitated. "I just saw Sakazuki 283 Admiral, but didn't see Kuzan Admiral come back. Moreover, Sakazuki Admiral was injured all over and looked very bad." Upon hearing this, everyone changed their faces again. Aokiji did not come back. Does this already mean something? Sengoku shook his whole body even more, leaning on the back of the chair, but Lieutenant General Crane glanced at him, sighed, and asked, "Where is Sakazuki now?" The Major General Marine said, "Sakazuki Admiral has already come here and should be here soon." Sengoku closed his eyes and said, "Well, the new Marshal Marine has already appeared, so let him take care of the next thing, and the old man won't worry anymore." Seeing this depressed and discouraged look of Sengoku, who has always been serious, everyone present was very unbearable. This man who dedicated his life to Marine ended his career in this way, and I felt sad and inevitable. While talking, I saw Akainu walked over in a hurry, and when he saw him, everyone stood up. Sengoku also stood up. He didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and he asked directly, "Sakazuki, you and Kuzan have already separated the winner, right? What about the other Kuzan?" Chapter 387. That fool. Not mentioning Aokiji is okay. When Sengoku mentioned Aokiji, Akainu turned his face. He roared, "That be ********** D. He's crazy, he's really crazy." Hearing Akainu's constant yelling at Aokiji, everyone present couldn't help but frown. They guessed that Akainu might have defeated Aokiji, but even if you defeated Aokiji, you don't need to yell at people so openly. Is it too demeanor? Sengoku frowned and asked, "What, Sakazuki, what did Kuzan do to make you so angry? What happened to you and him?" Akainu still said angrily, "He and I have already divided the victory, but I am not angry because of this, because I was the one who won in the end, and I was angry because the fool had betrayed Marine." "What did you say?" Hearing what Akainu said before, the people were not too surprised. After all, they already had guesses in their hearts, but when they heard Akainu said that Aokiji had betrayed Marine, they suddenly changed their colors, and Sengoku asked loudly. Akainu said bitterly, "That idiot betrayed Marine and became Marine, and now he has joined the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates led by Shinigami. He is already a member of the Whitebeard Pirates." "What did you say? Kuzan became a pirate? It's impossible." As soon as Akainu spoke, it was immediately distrusted by everyone, and Sengoku and others said it was absolutely impossible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Akainu said angrily, "I know you don't believe it, but that's the truth. That be ******* D joined Shinigami's Whitebeard Pirates. It was Punk Hasad, who was duel with him, right in front of me." Lieutenant General Crane was regarded as the calmest one. She asked suspiciously, "Sakazuki, you said Kuzan joined the Whitebeard Pirates in front of you. Why did he do this? Because he lost to you? I wanted his psychological qualities shouldn't be enough to do such impulsive things. Is there something unexpected happening in the middle?" "Accidents, of course, there are accidents, but no matter what it is, he absolutely cannot make this choice. It is an insult to the justice of our Marine and it is absolutely unforgivable," Akainu yelled angrily. However, Lieutenant General Crane asked, "What happened? Even if Kuzan loses to you and chooses to become a pirate, he won't join the Whitebeard Pirates so quickly. You met the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, people?" Akainu said in a deep voice, "It's Shinigami. When I was in the final duel with that guy, when the winner was determined, Shinigami suddenly appeared without knowing why." It can be seen that Akainu was angry with Aokiji, and he didn't even call his name, just called that guy. "Have you met Shinigami?" Sengoku and others looked at Akainu in surprise. Sengoku asked, "You mean that Shinigami happened to appear when you and Kuzan were deciding the outcome? So Aokiji chose to join the Whitebeard Sea in order to save you and his life? Thieves?" Sengoku's guess is what other people thought. After all, it would be very smooth if it came to this. Aokiji chose to sacrifice himself in order to save Akainu and his life. No, not at all. I can feel that that guy chose to join the Whitebeard Pirates group sincerely. At least he has absolutely no intention of deceiving. As for his life and me, it is better for his own life." Akainu resolutely said that he could not agree with this statement. He felt that Aokiji was afraid of death and lost to himself, so he chose this extreme approach. Even if he became a pirate, he did not want to return to Marine. Sengoku suppressed his anger and said solemnly, "Sakazuki, I don't know what kind of mentality Kuzan made such a decision at the time, but if he didn't do that, do you think you can still save your life and come back here?" Lieutenant General Suru also said, I wonder why Shinigami agreed to such a ridiculous thing. When a Marine Admiral joins his pirate group, it feels ridiculous no matter how you look at it, and I also want to spare you Sakazuki, even though he gets Kuzan, but doesn't he worry that this is just Kuzan's countermeasure? Akainu said angrily, because he saw that the guy was sincere, so he agreed. Sengoku said, impossible, this is not like Shinigami's character. After encountering you who are seriously injured, according to his character, he must kill you desperately, instead of choosing to negotiate terms with you. The most incredible thing is that in the end he actually agreed to Kuzan and included Kuzan in the Whitebeard Pirates. Is he self-confident or does he have other preparations? Lieutenant General Crane said, in my opinion, there is another possibility, that is, he feels that the Whitebeard Pirates are in urgent need of combat power, and Kuzan's strength is unquestionable. He and the Blackbeard Pirates are fighting for the position of the four emperors. Time must be able to play a very critical role, so even if he knows that Kuzan is not sincere, he still decides to accept Kuzan. As soon as this remark came out, Sengoku and others all brightened because it is indeed possible. Although they are now focusing on restoring the Marine headquarters, they have never given up on the situation in New World. In the New World today, the battle between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates has been raging. Lingyun is likely to improve the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates, so Kuzan was accepted. No matter what Shinigami's purpose is, and no matter what the guy's plan is, he always betrayed Marine. Then he is a traitor to Marine, so he should deprive him of the position of Marine Admiral, Akainu said loudly. Sengoku stopped talking now. Indeed, no matter what Aokiji's real thoughts are, he has now joined the Whitebeard Pirates and has become a veritable pirate. A pirate can no longer be Marine's admiral, it's just that. As a result, the majesty of Marine is about to be wiped out. A Marine admiral who has turned to a pirate is shocking and incredible just to listen to it. More importantly, it will cause an uproar in Marine, chapter 388. While everyone was thinking, Lieutenant General Crane suddenly said, I think it's better to keep quiet about this matter for now. After all, this is also a matter of the lack of light on our Marine's face, and it's a critical moment. Because this incident made everyone suspicious of Marine again. Akainu said dissatisfied. Why conceal it? Since he has done it, we are not afraid to announce it. Seeing Akainu's appearance, Sengoku said in a deep voice, Sakazuki, you are about to become Marine Marshal. What you want to think about now is for the future of Marine headquarters, instead of focusing on your own ideas. More people are responsible, so we can never do things like before. Lieutenant General Crane also nodded and said, yes, Sakazuki, if the news of Kuzan leaving Marine is heard at this time, everyone may spur Kuzan at the first thought, but they will definitely think that you forced him away and thus treat you. This Marshal Marine has distrust, so this matter must be concealed temporarily, and then you can announce it after you have boarded the position of Marshal Marine. Others began to persuade, because this is indeed the best method at present. Under the persuasion of everyone, Akainu 620 is still very upset, but for the sake of the overall situation, he can only agree with this decision. In this way, after a few days, Akainu's injury finally recovered. Marine headquarters couldn't wait to announce the news of his superior Marine Marshal, so the news of the substitution of Marine Marshal spread throughout the world at an extremely fast speed. After all, yes. For the world government, the Marine headquarters is the most powerful military force under its command, so the change of command will naturally be successful. Marshal Marine has actually changed, and it's the hot-tempered Akainu. It seems that it will be interesting in the future. New World, the red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, quickly got the news, but his face gradually became dignified, because Akainu is different from Sengoku. Although in many aspects he is not as stable as Sengoku. But in this regard, the pirates are more ruthless than Sengoku, so Akainu is the most bad news for the pirates. Beckman said, the new Marshal Marine has to make a lot of noise when he takes office, but I don't know what Akainu is going to do. Shanks said, no matter what he is going to do, we just have to adapt to the changes. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible to manage New World. He does not have the qualifications yet. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The other two four emperors, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin and Baiju Kaido also got the news, but they weren't too worried because they were located in the New World, and they didn't put Marine in their eyes, so yes. For them, whether it is Sengoku or Akainu, whoever is the marshal is the same. The other major forces also slowly got the changes of Marine headquarters on the Chambord Islands. In Shachi's rip-off bar bistro, Shachi asked Rayleigh in front of him with some worry. Hey, you said that the kid Akainu has been on the position of Marine Marshal, will he clean the Chambord Islands? He knows that you are in the Chambord Islands. If he wants to stand up, you are a good choice. Although Shachi has never been pleasing to the eyes of Marine, she also has to admit that the Marine headquarters is strong. Once the Marine headquarters spotlights it, it will definitely be a very troublesome thing, especially for lonely people like Rayleigh. Rayleigh drank a sip and laughed haha. Don't worry, the kid Akainu doesn't have the time to take care of an old guy like me. If I guess right, his target must be the big pirates in New World. On his body, and even if he wants to find me, it's not that easy to find, so don't worry, the possibility is very slim. Shachi suddenly smiled and said, I was persuaded by you, you were right, you old guy is a lot of age, who will have the time to take care of you. Rayleigh suddenly became a little melancholy, and sighed. I am more worried about the boy Lingyun. After escaping from Malin Vando, there has been no news of him for a long time, but the Whitebeard Pirates seems to be under the leadership of Marco. I have fought against the Blackbeard Pirates several times, but they are all at a disadvantage. I don't know what happened to that kid. The Whitebeard Pirates has been forced to such an extent that they haven't even appeared. Shao-Chi said, I think he should be recovering from his injuries. He was seriously injured in the last battle. It has been so long, and he should have almost recovered. Now the Blackbeard Pirate group is in full swing. If it doesn't show up, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates led by Marco will not be the opponents of the Blackbeard Pirates. Hope. Rayleigh sighed and said, New World. After Lingyun accepted Aokiji, he continued to move towards Marco and the others, but they hadn't reunited with Marco, and Marco and the others had an accident. To be precise, it was Marco and the others met with the Blackbeard Pirates again. In this period of more than a month, Marco led the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates several times, but did not see Blackbeard, but even so, the captains under Blackbeard made it very difficult for them to deal with. Before Blackbeard has made a move, their Whitebeard Pirates are at a disadvantage. Although the disadvantage is not great, it is also a shameful thing for the Whitebeard Pirates, which has dominated the New World for decades, so they have been thinking about regaining their face and fighting the arrogance of the Blackbeard Pirates. But before Marco and the others took the initiative to find the Blackbeard Pirates first discovered them and began to encircle them. The battle between the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Blackbeard Pirate Group is not a gathering of all members for a duel, but the captains lead the crew and the Blackbeard Pirates to a duel, so the scale is not too big. But the fighting was very tragic, and countless people had already died on both sides. Chapter 389. But this time, the Whitebeard Pirates are all gathered together, because they have received a message from Lingyun that they will meet here, so everyone will get together. But precisely because of this, their actions were discovered by the Blackbeard Pirates, so Blackbeard led the Blackbeard Pirates to encircle and suppress Marco and others of the Whitebeard Pirates. The two sides gathered in the Whitebeard Pirates temporarily. The stationed island, this is also the first time Blackbeard has reappeared in front of Marco and others. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard's arrogant laughter rang out, and saw that the pirates who led the Blackbeard Pirate Group were opposed to the Whitebeard Pirate Group led by Marco. Both sides had a large number of people, as many as several thousand people. In order to welcome the return of Lingyun, Marco gathered all the members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group on this island, and Blackbeard also brought all the members of the pirate group over, preparing to annihilate Marco and others in one fell swoop. Marin Vando is goodbye, and it's been gone for a while, Marco. Blackbeard said to Marco with a big smile. Teach. Marco looked at Teach with a cold expression. This time he brought someone to meet Lingyun. He didn't expect to wait for Lingyun, but first welcomed the Blackbeard Pirates. Now the two people are gathered together. Obviously it was Blackbeard who wanted to wipe them out, so Marco wouldn't have a good face for Blackbeard. You have been hiding for more than a month, and finally dared to show up. Teach. No, Blackbeard. Dad treats you like his own son. You be ******, he dared to betray Dad, and you have killed Dad with rebelliousness. I won't let you go. Blackbeard laughed and said, Marco, don't say that. Father is kind to me, but what about that? I also thought about staying aboard the Moby DK for a lifetime, but God didn't want me to be so deserted. For a lifetime, so I opened up a path to the peak. Whitebeard, he blocked my footsteps, so I naturally want to clear him, and more importantly, he is the most important part of my journey to the peak. Thief. Haha, now I finally control his power, so I will inherit his name as the strongest in the world. Thief ha ha ha. Hearing Blackbeard's shameless words, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was very angry, and they couldn't help but yell. Teach, you be *********, D. I curse you to die without a place to be buried. The anger of the Whitebeard Pirates has no way to affect Blackbeard. He is now at the time when Chungfeng is proud. He asks, but, Marco, why are you only a few of you? As for Lingyun, he is not clamoring to kill. Did I avenge Whitebeard? Why haven't I shown up yet? Isn't it a serious injury and death? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun hasn't reappeared since the battle on the top, so even Blackbeard couldn't figure out what his situation is now, so he started to explore. Marco snorted coldly. He was able to control the anger in his heart now, because he knew that this anger would only affect his judgment and would not have any effect on revenge. Even if you die 100 times, Lingyun will not die. He said that your head will be taken off by him himself. Blackbeard laughed and said, Thief ha ha ha, it's really arrogant enough. I never say that this kind of thing can't happen, because in this world, anything can happen, but I want you to know, if he doesn't have the support of your group, will he still be able to kill me? Marco did not have any fear, and said coldly, Originally, we agreed to let Lingyun take off your head to pay homage to Dad, but now we can only break our promise, because today, here, we have to take it. Take your head down and avenge your father. Vengeance, revenge for Dad, kill Blackbeard, vengeance, revenge. All the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates roared and stared at Blackbeard with red eyes. They wanted to kill Blackbeard 1,000 times, because they were the most loyal group of the Whitebeard Pirates. They have all received the great favor of Whitebeard, so even if they sacrifice their lives for Whitebeard, they will not hesitate. Thief ha ha ha. Seeing the appearance of the pirates in the Whitebeard Pirate Group, Blackbeard laughed triumphantly. He was once a member of this group, but now, he is a member of the pinnacle of the pirate world. People are nothing more than clowns in his eyes, and only a few people such as Marco can be regarded by him. It seems that these people really hate you to the extreme, Captain. A person behind Blackbeard suddenly spoke, with a slightly teasing tone. It was the former commander of Impel Down and now the captain of the second ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain. 0. So what? No matter how much they hate the captain, they can't do anything about it. Instead, it's their own life. Now it's up to the captain to decide. The captain of the first boat, the fighting champion, Bashes' arrogant haha, smiled. Blackbeard waved his hand and said arrogantly, I won't talk nonsense, Marco. From today onwards, the Whitebeard Pirates will no longer exist, because you will be killed by me. Find the boy Lingyun, kill him, and the position of 4 emperors left by Whitebeard is up to me, and I can only take the position. Little ones, kill them. Bashes exclaimed excitedly. Exterminate the Whitebeard Pirates. We are the 4 emperors pirates of New World, kill them all. The Blackbeard Pirates gathered in a group of extremely vicious existences, especially the captain leaders of the various ministries, and even more savage characters, each with a heavy intention to kill, so after getting Blackbeard's order, they were all excited. With a roar, he rushed to the Whitebeard Pirate group. Seeing the Blackbeard Pirates begin to take action, Marco also shouted angrily, Brothers, it's time to avenge my father. Kill Blackbeard. If you are not afraid of death, come with me. Chapter 390. Kill. Thousands of people shouted at the same time, and the sound was absolutely earth-shattering. This island is the dying base where the Whitebeard Pirates chose to station. The area is not very large. The most important thing is that it is not suitable for perennial survival, so this island except for the Whitebeard Pirate group and the Blackbeard Pirate group, there are no other people. Even if the two sides fight fiercely, it will not cause much movement. After the people of the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates came into contact with each other, they all exploded with their strongest powers to fight each other, but at the moment of contact, many people died under each other's sword. Thief ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard did not feel sorry for the death of his own person, but laughed excitedly. He was an extremely evil man. This kind of scene would only excite him, and would not make him feel nauseous and heartache. Little ones, kill me fiercely. If anyone kills the most people, I will reward him heavily. Hearing Blackbeard's yelling, the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirate group suddenly yelled with excitement, and their attacks became even harder, making the entire battlefield extremely chaotic and bloody, with people dying almost every second. Now only the pirates under the 2 pirate regiments are fighting. The real leaders, such as Blackbeard Marco and others, have not yet participated in the battle, but are staring at each other vigilantly. The battle between the 2 pirate groups is very fierce. In fact, in terms of numbers, the Blackbeard Pirate group still has a certain advantage, because now the Whitebeard Pirate group has put the captains back to its own territory because of Lingyun. Therefore, only the people from the headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirate group are left, and the rest have only recently returned, and they are far from the time when the number of people was the highest. Because of the recent strong rise of Blackbeard, many pirates have joined the Blackbeard Pirates, especially the pirates who were suppressed by the Whitebeard Pirates before. Many of them have joined the Blackbeard Pirates. This time Blackbeard brought all his manpower over, just to destroy the Whitebeard Pirate group, so they naturally have the upper hand in terms of numbers. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, although the Blackbeard Pirate group has an advantage in terms of numbers, it does not have any advantage when it really fights. Because the Blackbeard Pirate group has a large number of people, they basically fight separately, while the Whitebeard Pirate group has a lot of people. Few, but they all cooperate with each other, so when it comes to fighting, it is easier for the Whitebeard Pirates. Seeing his own pirates continue to die, Blackbeard is still indifferent. For him, these low-level pirates need as much as they need, and it doesn't hurt at all. Using these people's lives to consume the Whitebeard Pirates is for him, it's the best. Blackbeard can bear it, but it doesn't mean that others can also bear it. I saw his captain of ship number 1 and the fighting champion Bashes suddenly yelled, Captain, such a fierce battle has made my blood boil. I cannot hold it in. Blackbeard laughed and said, if you can't help it, just go. Blackbeard did not refuse Bashes' invitation to fight, but instead encouraged him, so Bashes screamed excitedly, and then rushed to the battlefield. As the captain of the number 1 ship of the Blackbeard Pirates, Bashes is naturally very powerful. When he rushed into the battlefield, the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates were hard to resist. The formation that was attacked by him was chaotic, and he suffered heavy casualties. When Marco saw this situation, his face was hard to look immediately. He didn't hesitate to say to the captains around him, the cadres under Blackbeard have already taken action, and we can't hesitate. Let's all go together and beat the Blackbeard Pirate group. Hearing Marco's words, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates group all responded with solemn expressions, and then rushed to the battlefield quickly. With the addition of these captains, the Whitebeard Pirates group suddenly increased their momentum and moved towards Blackbeard. The pirate group pressed away. Blackbeard saw that Marco and the others were all hands-on, and laughed. The guys Marco finally couldn't help it, but that's okay. The little ones, it's time for us to play. Under Blackbeard's order, several of his captains, such as Shiryu of Rain, Lafitte and others, all acted, and their targets were naturally the captain-level figures of the Whitebeard Pirate group. As the cadres from both sides entered the battlefield, the war immediately became fierce. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group also faced off with the captains of the Blackbeard Pirate group. The Blackbeard Pirate group has a total of 9 masters for the time being. The captain and the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates have a total of more than a dozen people, but the one-on-one captains at the bottom are not the opponents of the Blackbeard Pirates, so some 1-on-1, and 2-on-1. In short, they all found their opponents. For example, Beasta, who is also a great swordsman, is facing Shiryu of Rain, Sachi is facing Lafitte of the Blackbeard Pirates, and everyone else has found their opponents, and the Whitebeard Pirates the more powerful ace among the team leaders is Bashes who is a manpower battle against the Blackbeard Pirates. I have to say that Ace's strength is really very strong. Although Bashes is a fighting champion, he fights with him. Was suppressed in a short time. Teach, as a temporary 4.0 leader, Marco suddenly used his abilities, transformed into an undead form, soared into the sky, and rushed towards Blackbeard, carrying extremely strong morale. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing Marco coming towards him, Blackbeard laughed loudly and shouted, "Want to kill me? Then let you see and see Whitebeard's abilities first, drink." I saw Blackbeard rushing towards the position where Marco rushed in the air and suddenly punched out. In an instant, cracks appeared in the atmosphere in front of him, and Marco, who was flying fast, felt only a powerful shock coming, hit him in an instant, knocking his figure back fiercely, forcing him to fall from the air quickly, and the blue flame on his body also dimmed. Chapter 391. Thief, ha ha ha. Seeing Marco being beaten back by his own attack, Blackbeard laughed arrogantly. How, Marco, how is my strength compared to Whitebeard? Is it stronger than him? Thief, ha ha ha. Marco was forced back by Blackbeard with a punch. His face was very ugly. For Shockfruit, he is considered one of the best known among the Whitebeard Pirates. When the powerful force hit him through the air shock, it really made him. Chi and blood rolled, but his Phoenix Fruit ability was also very strong, but he recovered in a short time. But although he was not injured, his heart was very upset, because the guy Blackbeard used Whitebeard's power to attack him. For him, who had always respected Whitebeard, he was about to explode with anger. Teach, you be ******** D. Although he wanted to scold him, Marco 17 didn't know how to scold him, because Blackbeard got Whitebeard's Shock Fruit ability. There was no doubt about it. No matter how much he scolded, he couldn't change the reality. Blackbeard laughed and said, "Did you feel it too, Marco? Whitebeard's ability is indeed terrifying. This kind of power really makes me feel fascinated. With the power of Shock Fruit, plus my Dark Fruit ability, no one in this world will be my opponent. The whole sea will be under my feet, thief, ha ha ha." The more he was in front of his former companions and current enemies, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates, the more excited Blackbeard became, because he was just an ordinary pirate in the Whitebeard Pirates, but now, he personally destroyed most of the most powerful pirate group in New World, and he grew into the existence they looked up to. Marco said coldly, "It's really an insult to him to let you use your father's ability." Blackbeard said, "Insult? No, I will use his abilities to accomplish goals that he hasn't accomplished in his life. I will become the One Piece, the uncrowned king of this world, thief, ha ha ha." Really idiotic dreams. Marco said disdainfully, "Teach, maybe you think you are great, but there is still someone in this world that you will never be able to defeat. Everything about you is destined to be a flash in the pan." Blackbeard's face suddenly became gloomy, and he asked in a very unkind tone, "Who are you talking about? Could it be Lingyun, that kid? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi." Marco said affirmatively, "Yes, it's him. Teach, no matter what you become, you will never be able to beat him. Dad once said that he will dominate this sea, as long as he is willing, and you will always be just a supporting role." Damn old guy, why does he say that? Blackbeard's face became very ugly, and he roared, "I am the strongest now. The kid Lingyun is only powerful with his weapons, but now I am stronger than him, and don't think I don't know, you guys have always been towards him. When I first joined, you offended him for some reason. You followed him to alienate me. Just because of his suspicion, I was unsettled for 20 years, tend and laugh with you, please you, and live like a dog. You forced me to do all this." Listening to Blackbeard's roar, Marco sneered, "Because Lingyun saw your ambition at a glance, and you think it's unfair. It's just your self-righteousness. Although we have been affected by Lingyun, we have never repel you. It's because you didn't integrate into us that we will feel that we repel you. It's too late to say anything. Anyway, I will destroy the Whitebeard Pirates. The old fellow Whitebeard is dead. You guys don't have to stay here. Go and die with him." Blackbeard roared grimly, with. Marco also roared, "It is not us who will die, but you, Teach." Marco turned into a phoenix again, rushing towards Blackbeard, and Blackbeard yelled, "Dark Caveway." A large amount of black smoke came out of Blackbeard's hand, sinking the ground, and then countless stones and debris smashed towards Marco, but these things are fundamental to Marco, who has the ability to recover. Played less than the slightest role. Boom! Marco kicked Blackbeard fiercely, but was blocked by Blackbeard's elbow. Instead, Blackbeard grabbed Marco with his right hand and shouted, "Dark water." Not good. At the moment when Blackbeard was caught, Marco immediately realized that it was not good and wanted to break free, but Blackbeard reacted faster, clenched his left hand, white energy appeared, and hit Marco with a punch. There were cracks in the air on his stomach, and Marco's face suddenly became very ugly, and at the same time a mouthful of blood spurted out. One more blow. Blackbeard yelled in excitement, and then blasted his fist at Mal 347 Company. Marco endured the pain, and also hit Blackbeard with a punch, but how could his fist power be Blackbeard using Shock Fruit? The opponent of strength was smashed into the air by Blackbeard like a cannonball. Boom. Puff. Marco hit the ground, spitting out a big mouthful of blood again. Marco. The captains of the Whitebeard Pirates saw Marco being beaten up by Blackbeard. They all changed their faces and wanted to come to support them, but their opponents were not simple characters. There was no way to get rid of them, let alone support Marco. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard looked at Marco, who was injured and fell to the ground, and struggled to stand up, and smiled triumphantly. "Did you see it? This is my strength. How do you feel, Marco?" Marco clutched his abdomen and stared at Blackbeard. He was very depressed. Because he was caught by Blackbeard just now and made his ability unusable, Blackbeard seized the opportunity and injured him with shock fruit. I have to say, Blackbeard's ability is indeed too restrained of demon fruit power. Being caught by him, even Phoenix has no recovery ability. Chapter 392. The dark fruit ability that can invalidate the abilities of all abilities, coupled with the shock fruit ability that is always the most destructive. I am the strongest now. Marco, do you think Lingyun can beat me? You can only say that it is yours. His vision is too short-sighted. Now, even if he stands in front of me, he will only end up defeated by me, the thief, ha ha ha. With these two abilities, Blackbeard believes that he is the strongest, especially Marco, who was previously extremely powerful, was only passively beaten in front of him, which made him even more proud and proud. Marco wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes low, and slowly said, "You are indeed very strong, Blackbeard." Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes widened. He looked at Marco in an incredible way, and asked, "I heard it right, did you admit that I am strong?" Thief, ha ha ha. Marco, it seems you are too conquered by my power. How about it? Do you want to join me? With my power, plus your presence, you will surely be able to rule the sea and become a true king. Marco grinned and said with a sneer, "I haven't finished speaking yet. What I want to say is, you are very strong, but what about it? We in the Whitebeard Pirates have never succumbed to strength and gathered all of us. Human is not pure strength, but family affection, loyalty and belief, and you have never had these, and more importantly, you are stronger than us, but Lingyun is stronger than you, he will definitely defeat you, I have always believed so firmly." Blackbeard, who was originally a little excited, immediately roared angrily after hearing Marco's words. "You are looking for death." While roaring, Blackbeard was ready to kill the killer, posed, aimed at Marco's location, and waved his fist fiercely. Boom! Suddenly, there was a huge energy wave in the straight line in front of Blackbeard, destroying everything in front of him, and the powerful shaking force slammed towards Marco. The blow was quick, and it was Blackbeard's bitter blow, so Marco had no way to avoid it. He didn't even think about avoiding it. He roared, and a blue flame ignited all over his body, meeting Blackbeard's. Attack. Boom. The two huge energies collided and made earth-shattering sounds, but in the eyes of the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, they were shocked to see Marco's body receding continuously, backing several tens of meters. It completely blocked Blackbeard's blow, and at the same time Marco's face became even more ugly, with blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really a fight, but I want to know that you can still withstand my attacks a few times. Blackbeard was very upset with Marco. Now he wanted to kill Marco, so he was ready to attack again. Fire punch. But at the moment Blackbeard was about to do it, a huge flame suddenly slammed into his place, completely shrouded Blackbeard's figure in the flame, and then a figure quickly rushed in front of Marco. "Marco, how are you?" It was Ace who attacked Blackbeard and rushed to Marco. He saw that Marco looked bad and asked nervously. Marco shook his head and said, "It's okay, I've got some injuries, and I'll be able to recover soon." Marco looks like he was beaten badly, but his ability is to recover. As long as he is given time, he will be able to recover soon. This is why he is strong. His attack power may not be the top notch in the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, but in terms of combat power, he is definitely top, because his ability is most suitable for protracted battles. No one in the Whitebeard Pirates can compare to him, even Lingyun is not as good as him. Marco said to Ace, "Be careful, after that guy got the daddy's ability, he became very strong. Apart from Lingyun, I am afraid that no one of us can beat him, especially those of us who are capable. His ability restrain us." Ace said, "I have learned his ability a long time ago, and I also know how to crack it. As long as he is not caught by his hand, there is no need to worry about his ability, but that was before, and now he has the ability of his father. After that, he will also fill in his shortcomings. Now it is difficult to fight him." Marco nodded. Although it was just a few tricks to fight, he has already figured out the difficulty of Blackbeard. If it is close, it is easily restrained by Dark Fruit's ability, but if it is not close, if it is attacked from a distance, who has the ability to compare, on Shock Fruit? So they all know that the best way to fight against Blackbeard is not to be able to attack, and to have a very strong offensive ability. There are very few such people in the Whitebeard Pirates. Beasta may be able to, but he is not. Will be Blackbeard's opponent. The strongest Lingyun is not here now, so it is really troublesome. That's just one-on-one. Suddenly, Ace's eyes flashed brightly, which also made Marco's eyes bright. This is true. This is very passive in a one-on-one situation, but if you play more and less, even if Blackbeard can handle it, it will definitely not be so easy. "Ace, it seems we need our cooperation," Marco said to Ace in a low voice. Ace said, "It's been a long time since we fought together. Today we will join hands to see if he is really invincible." Although Ace was defeated by Blackbeard once, and before Blackbeard did not get Shock Fruit, facing the stronger Blackbeard, Ace did not have the slightest timidity. He had even experienced the battle on the top. Would he still be afraid of death? Don't let it. Marco and Ace stood side by side, looking at the place where the flame was slowly disappearing not far away. The black smoke swallowed the flame, finally cleared the flame, and then revealed the appearance of Blackbeard. "Unexpectedly, we would have another day of fighting, Captain Ace." Some parts of Blackbeard's body were burnt, but it was not serious. He looked at Ace with a smile on his mouth, and said, "I thought you would die in Molinbando, but I really overestimated Marine's ability. Let you survive." Chapter 393. It's my father's will to survive, and my will to kill you. Ace said coldly and firmly. Blackbeard laughed and said, thieves, ha ha ha, all of them are clamoring to kill me, but look at your embarrassed look now. What is left of you when Whitebeard is dead? How long is this, even if he stayed? He's lost half of his territory. Didn't Lingyun speak out to protect the throne of the old guy? What about the others? The Whitebeard pirate group is over. It was over at the moment Whitebeard died, and you were just a group of people with nowhere to return. It's a bereaved dog. Marco said coldly. Even if we are a bereaved dog, we can kill you in one bite. What you want to do will never be possible. Even if only one of us in the Whitebeard Pirates is still alive, then we will not perish. You will not understand this, will. I don't want to understand what you are talking about. I only know that the strong in this world are respected. When I conquer the world with my power, my words will be everything, and no one can violate it. Blackbeard said arrogantly. Idiot, talk about dreams. Ace was unceremoniously ironic, and at the same time his 043 hands turned into flames, and flames appeared all over his body, making him look like a fireman. Blackbeard smiled and said, Ace, you haven't understood it yet. Your ability is completely ineffective in front of me. Did you forget that battle so quickly? Ace said in a deep voice. How could I forget that battle? And I won't forget it. Because of that battle, I was conspired by you to succeed, so forget it if you don't mention it. If you mention it, it will only make me more. I desperately want to beat you. Blackbeard laughed disdainfully. You weren't my opponent back then, let alone now. Ace said, I am not the self-righteous me I was at the beginning. Blackbeard said, so what? You may be stronger, but I have become stronger. I have two powers in my hands. Even if you go together, I can win. Thief, ha ha ha. Fire punch. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Without any signs, Ace suddenly punch, the huge flame fist from small to large, quickly pressed towards Blackbeard, and Marco also soared into the sky, flew directly, and turned into a huge blue phoenix. But this time, the flames on his body became more vigorous, and he ran into Blackbeard frantically. Blackbeard said, do you want to beat less with more? Thieves, ha ha ha, I will satisfy your wishes and let you see. Now I can't win with a large number of people. What? Blackbeard slammed a punch, and the shock fruit ability was activated. The powerful vibration force shattered the atmosphere. The shockwave produced directly knocked out Ace's fire, and then shouted at Marco in the air, dark water. A suction force came out from Blackbeard's hand, and Marco flying in the air immediately felt a strong attraction, but he was prepared, and saw his whole body shake. Instead, he rushed straight at Blackbeard at a faster speed, and he was about to be taken by Blackbeard. The moment he seized it, he suddenly fanned his wings, causing pain for an instant, and kicked Blackbeard's chin with a kick, kicking Blackbeard into the air. Blackbeard had no idea that Marco would be able to forcibly break away from his gravitational pull and kick him extremely fast, causing him to be kicked into the air without responding. Blackbeard didn't react, but Ace did. The moment he saw Marco kicking Blackbeard, he suddenly turned into flames and came to Blackbeard in an instant. Mirror flames. Ace's right arm burst out a large amount of flames, which completely enveloped Blackbeard, only to hear the screaming screams of Blackbeard, who was enveloped in flames, and then the whole person turned into a burning man and flew into the distance fiercely, falling on the ground or splashing a lot of sparks. Blackbeard rolled on the ground, constantly beating the flames on his body, and at the same time black smoke emerged from his body. The black smoke continuously swallowed the flames and quickly extinguished the flames on his body. But Marco and Ace won't just let Blackbeard recover. They rushed towards him at the same time. Marco is in front and Ace is behind. Because of Marco's ability, Ace does not need to attack. The flame passes through. Marco's body, coupled with Marco's attack, once again knocked Blackbeard away. However, when Ace and the others were ready to smash Blackbeard and attack them in succession, Blackbeard was relieved and punched out abruptly. The terrifying force of vibration directly shook the two of them back, and he took advantage of the situation to stand up. There were multiple burns on Blackbeard's body. Although the power of darkness extinguished the flames, the intense pain still made him very uncomfortable. Moreover, Marco's attack also carried hockey, which was also quite painful, so his complexion was very painful. It was ugly, and his face trembled twice, showing that he was suffering tremendously. It's worthy of being the captain of the first and second squads, who can push me to this level. Blackbeard's face was very ugly. He just boasted that he was invincible, but he didn't expect that Marco and Ace would join hands with him in the next moment. This made his face dull, and his rage was natural. Seeing that Blackbeard was able to stand up unharmed after several attacks by them, both Marco and Ace's faces became very heavy. Marco said, Lingyun said that although his dark fruit ability is also Logia, it does not possess elemental ability. Although it can resist damage, it has to withstand multiple times the pain, so we only need to keep attacking him until he can't bear the pain and collapses, or he stuns him directly. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Suddenly, Ace's pupils shrank, and I saw that Blackbeard suddenly assumed a pose. This pose was very familiar to them. It was the pose that Whitebeard used to use before. He twisted his waist slightly, clenched his left hand at 90 degrees and fisted. Place it on the right, then slam his fist in the direction where he and Marco are. Chapter 394. Boom. Blackbeard's hateful blow was naturally terrifying. A straight line, hundreds of meters away, was almost completely destroyed and dilapidated. Some of the fighting pirates were affected, and the shock was extremely miserable. Although Blackbeard's attack was terrifying, Ace and Marco were both aliens. Ace turned into flames. Shock Fruit's energy impact couldn't hurt him at all, and Marco flashed with super fast speed. On one side, Blackbeard's attack had no effect at all, but killed and injured some pirates on both sides. After Marco and Ace escaped the attack, they stood with Blackbeard again. The three of them played weirdly. Because of their peculiar abilities, almost all of them had to touch each other before they could truly defeat each other, just like Ace. If you don't use hockey, you won't be able to touch his body, and Marco, Blackbeard will recover indefinitely if dark fruit is not used. This is especially true for Blackbeard. Most attacks cannot hit him, even if it hits, can also rely on ability not to get hurt. So the fighting between the three of them is actually very weird. They all want to be close to each other, but they can't do it. Naturally, Blackbeard has the strongest offensive ability among the three, but the powerful ability cannot work, which is embarrassing. However, when the three of them were fighting, Blackbeard slowly gained the advantage, because Blackbeard had two abilities and was more aggressive. The three of them fought at close range several times. Both Ace and Marco were hit by Blackbeard. They were all injured, and although Blackbeard had been hit, he was not injured, and the pain was still within his tolerance, so in fact, Blackbeard had a certain advantage. From the fighting process of the three people, we can see how terrifying Blackbeard's strength is now. Whether it is Marco and Ace, their strength is very terrifying, and it is not much worse than Marine Admiral. Together, the two are stronger than Marine Admiral, but even so, they can't beat Blackbeard. One can imagine how powerful Blackbeard is, but for the strength of Blackbeard, whether it is Ace or Marco, I am not surprised. When Blackbeard was still in the Whitebeard Pirates, his strength was not weaker than the average captain. After getting Dark Fruit, he defeated Ace, and now I have Whitebeard's Shock Fruit, his strength is absolutely earth-shaking. When Blackbeard and Marco Ace were fighting fiercely, a gunshot suddenly sounded, and then Marco's body shook, and a larger hole appeared in his heart, and Blackbeard took advantage of the dark water and caught it all at once. Marco's body caused Marco's abilities to disappear, followed by a few more shots, all of which hit Marco. Marco, who was unable to use his abilities, suddenly had several blood holes in his body. At the same time, he was shot by Blackbeard. In the punch, he was directly blown away. Marco. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Seeing Marco being attacked, Ace didn't hesitate to use his abilities. Two flame spears pierced Blackbeard's body, causing Blackbeard to scream sternly, and at the same time he could no longer attack Marco. After Ace hit Blackbeard, he did not continue to attack, but swiftly moved towards Marco, held Marco, looked at the blood hole in Marco, and asked, "Marco, how are you?" Marco vomited blood. Although he was shot a few times, it was not too heavy for him, but Blackbeard's fist with vibrating power caused him serious injuries, and he was hurt by Blackbeard. Grasped by his hand, several bloodstains appeared on his arm. Ace, watch out for sneak attacks by snipers. The reason why he was wounded was because he was attacked by a sniper and his mind was distracted, so that Blackbeard caught the opportunity. Ace nodded solemnly, looking for the sneak attack sniper, but he couldn't find the opponent at all. The Whitebeard Pirates has a very powerful sniper. I have fought against him before. The person who attacked you just now should be him. He moves fast and cannot accurately find his location. Thief, ha ha ha. Blackbeard is different from ordinary people. If you change to someone like Whitebeard and Lingyun, you will definitely be very upset when your opponent makes a sneak attack when you are in a fair fight with your opponents, but Blackbeard doesn't care about all of this at all. In his opinion, as long as you can defeat your opponent, no matter what method it is a good way. Marco, Ace, you have no chance of winning. Today is your place of burial. Really? Why'd I think this will be your burial place? When Blackbeard laughed arrogantly, suddenly a faint voice rang in his ears, causing Blackbeard to shake his whole body and suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. And when Ace and Marco heard this sound, but all showed an expression of surprise. 0. Lingyun. That's right, the person who came was Lingyun. After he left Punk Hassad, he went all the way to the place agreed by Marco. However, when he came here a few days later, he found countless stops on the shore. The pirate ship and the pirate flag of the Whitebeard Pirate Group listened to the sound of fighting from the island. He immediately realized that it was not good, so regardless of other things, he took Joe's directly from Moby the DK left and flew to the island with Minazuki. When Lingyun arrived, he happened to see Blackbeard and Marco fighting, but when he saw Marco's injuries, his face instantly became very gloomy. Blackbeard stared at Lingyun tightly. Lingyun came to Marco and Ace in a few flashes. Looking at the wound on Marco's body, Lingyun said solemnly, "Marco, okay?" When Marco saw Lingyun's arrival, he was finally relieved and said happily, "Lingyun, you are here." Lingyun nodded. He had already seen that Marco's injury was not serious, and he said solemnly, "Fortunately, I am not too late. If it is a little bit later, the consequences will be really unthinkable." Chapter 395. Lingyun was indeed very fortunate. Fortunately, there was no delay on the way, and he rushed straight. Otherwise, the battle will reach the end and I don't know what it will be like. Blackbeard. Lingyun turned his head to look at Blackbeard. His face was gloomy, and at this time Blackbeard was also looking at Lingyun, with a very excited smile on his face. "Thief, ha ha ha. Lingyun, you are finally here. I thought you were afraid to come out after hiding." Blackbeard laughed. Lingyun said coldly, "Only you? I am not qualified to do that level yet." "Thief, ha ha ha." Blackbeard laughed. For some reason, he has always liked to laugh since the battle on the top, especially when he saw the Whitebeard Pirates. He wanted to laugh even more, as if this would make him very happy. "Lingyun, hasn't appeared for more than a month. Is your injury healed?" A cold light flashed in Ji Lingyun's eyes and said, "How does it feel to be pierced, Blackbeard?" Laughing, Blackbeard suddenly turned gloomy. When he was in Malin Vatican, he was pierced with a sword by Ji Lingyun. He has not forgotten the severe pain, and there is not much pain that he can remember in his life, but Ji Lingyun's stabbing made him remember forever, because even if he has the dark fruit ability, the scar still remains on him and cannot be eliminated. Since you are here, it will be easier. Today we are here to decide the outcome and see who is most qualified to be on the throne of the 4 emperors. The unabashed ambition in Blackbeard's eyes, he has been for this day for a long time, and his greatest enemy is the man in front of him. As long as he can defeat the Whitebeard Pirates and this man, then no one can stop him from reaching the top. Ji Lingyun said, "This sentence is what I want to say, but only I can inherit the position of the old man, and there is only one result for you, and that is to die under my hands." With that said, Ji Lingyun was not prepared to entangle Blackbeard more, and directly grasped the hilt. There was nothing to say between him and Blackbeard. The feud could only be repaid with blood. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Blackbeard said, "Thieves, ha ha ha, first Marco and Ace, then you again?" Ji Lingyun said coldly, "Marco and Ace may not want to kill you because of their old relationship, but I won't." Blackbeard laughed and said, "As if you could kill me at any time." Zanjetsu. A blade of light flashed, and the huge Zanjetsu was pulled out by Ji Lingyun. The blade pointed directly at Blackbeard, and Ji Lingyun said coldly, "Come on, Blackbeard, let me see to what extent you use your father's ability." Regarding Blackbeard, Ji Lingyun is very disdainful, but when he really fights, he won't really look down on it. After all, Blackbeard itself is very strong, and he has gained the power of Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit. The strength is definitely standing in this world. At the top, he knows how to despise the enemy strategically and value the enemy tactically. Blackbeard smiled and said, "Thief, ha ha ha, among the entire Whitebeard pirate group, what I am most looking forward to is to do it with you, Lingyun." "Oh, is it?" Ji Lingyun was non-committal, staring at Blackbeard, and began to look for Blackbeard's flaws. Blackbeard said, "In fact, even in the entire Whitebeard pirate group, only you are different. Lingyun, for Whitebeard, although other people are regarded as relatives by him, he always cares about you most, you are very different. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you would become my worst enemy in the future. Facts have proved that it is true. In the end, the two of us will have a final duel. Lingyun, do you know, I was actually very jealous of you before, because you seem to have been favored by the heavens. Since childhood, you have a unique power. The Shinigami blade in your hand, Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard, and even Roger values you so much. You have everything at a very young age, it's just like a son of heaven." As if depressed for a long time, Blackbeard suddenly became a little excited, and continued to talk excitedly. "I never believed in destiny before, but when I saw you, I suddenly felt that some people are destined to be different in life. It is because of you that I want to be stronger. The Whitebeard Pirates are good, but that's so what, it will never compare to the power that I personally control. Even if you are the one chosen by God, I will defeat you, no one can stop me." Seeing Blackbeard yelling there, Ji Lingyun said disdainfully, "I said so much, it's all nonsense. Lingyun, even with red hair, I didn't take him that much. You are my worst enemy. Come on, Whitebeard, Roger, everyone trusts you, but I don't believe my fate. Today I want to break this destiny and become master of the world." Blackbeard screamed, and endless black smoke came out of him, making him look like a demon in the night. "Marco, Ace, you step back and help others, Blackbeard will leave it to me." Ji Lingyun told Marco and Ace that although Blackbeard is strong, he has more confidence in himself. "Be careful, Lingyun." Marco didn't say much. He and I 4.0 would not necessarily be able to defeat Blackbeard when they joined forces. Only Ji Lingyun can fight Blackbeard now. "Thief, ha ha ha, I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time," secretly said. Blackbeard suddenly pressed against the ground. The black smoke enveloped the enemy and absorbed all the rubble and debris on the ground. Then he gave a low cry. Those things fell from the sky in vain and smashed past Ji Lingyun overwhelmingly. Ji Lingyun held Zanjetsu and whispered, "Bankai." In an instant, a black light enveloped him, and then shocked, all the rubble and debris were shaken away, and at the same time he also turned into a Shinigami wearing a death tyrant holding Tensa Zanjetsu. Among all Zanpakuto, this is only the case with Zanjetsu Bankai. Chapter 396. Ji Lingyun's movements were so fast, even if Blackbeard was engrossed, he could only see a black shadow rushing towards him quickly, but he couldn't fully grasp Ji Lingyun's movement trajectory. "Thief, ha ha ha, it really is Lingyun, who is different from the others, but I am not the same as before, drink." A large amount of black smoke came out of him. The black smoke diffused very fast, forming a black field around Blackbeard. When Ji Lingyun was shoveled, the black smoke happened to be changing. "Thief, ha ha ha." Blackbeard's laughter sounded in the black smoke. Because the range of black smoke was too wide, people from outside could no longer see Ji Lingyun and Blackbeard, but could only see a large amount of black smoke covering them. Call out. Suddenly, a ray of light suddenly shot at Blackbeard, and Blackbeard's pupils shrank, and without hesitation, he slammed a punch. The power of vibration was activated, and only a dull collision sounded, and then Ji Lingyun's figure appeared on Blackbeard's rear. So fast, 17. Although there is black smoke to catch Ji Lingyun's figure, Blackbeard still can't keep up with Ji Lingyun's speed, and can only use Dark Fruit's ability and Shock Fruit's ability to force Ji Lingyun back, preventing Ji Lingyun from getting close to his body. But Blackbeard's idea is good, but he obviously underestimated Ji Lingyun and Tensa Zangetsu too. To deal with Blackbeard, who cannot use elemental Logia ability, Tensa Zangetsu's ability can be maximized and attacked quickly, and moving keeps Blackbeard hit continuously. Damn it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, Blackbeard scolded angrily. He had never done anything with Ji Lingyun before, so he had no idea about Ji Lingyun's fighting style, nor did he understand Tensa Zangetsu's abilities. Fast attack and movement are the power of Tensa Zangetsu, even if it is. He has the power to devour dark fruit, but under Ji Lingyun's attack, it is also difficult to resist. Drink. Blackbeard screamed, arched his body, and slammed his fists toward both sides. Suddenly, cracks appeared around him, and the powerful vibration burst out, pushing the rapidly approaching Ji Lingyun back. Ji Lingyun moved back quickly, but the force of the vibration continued to disperse, spreading to a range of tens of meters before stopping. After Ji Lingyun stopped, he did not continue to attack. Instead, he looked at Blackbeard. After using Tensa Zangetsu, speed is his advantage, but Blackbeard's dark fruit is indeed troublesome. The black fog can not only capture his movement trajectory, and it also disturbed his vision. If it weren't for the powerful observation haki, it would be really difficult for him to attack Blackbeard. But Ji Lingyun also discovered the problem. Although his attack hit Blackbeard, Blackbeard's dark fruit ability is indeed very weird, and Blackbeard also has armament haki and dark fruit's ability to absorb damage, which has resisted him. Part of the attack, and more importantly, Blackbeard is a very strong bearer, and the general pain can be tolerated even if it is twice the pain. So now the battle between the two is very weird, no one can do anything about it. If you take a round of attack, Ji Lingyun's Tensa Zangetsu is naturally stronger than Blackbeard's attack. After all, Shock Fruit's ability is powerful, but in a one-to-one situation, it is difficult for him to hit Ji Lingyun at all. After all, Shock Fruit's attack method is a straight line. In terms of the battle between the two, Ji Lingyun had the upper hand, but it was impossible for him to beat Blackbeard for a while. Really damn guy, it seems that my abilities are still not enough. I thought that after getting Shock Fruit, he would be invincible in the world, but after the real fight, Blackbeard discovered the problem. For ordinary people and those with a live ability, he is definitely the most terrifying enemy, but for Ji Lingyun this is not at all. The powerful enemy of the capable person, his dark fruit ability is basically abolished in half, and Shock Fruit can't fully burst out, so this battle Blackbeard can be said to be very frustrated. Blackbeard's recent arrogance and domineering can be seen by individuals, and his strength is indeed strong, and other people basically can't help him, so naturally he became more proud, but he played against Ji Lingyun. Later, he realized that he was not as invincible as he had imagined. Even a Ji Lingyun could beat him. What kind of strength would the other three emperors be? At this moment, other thoughts emerged in Blackbeard's heart. He wants to get stronger and more power. If he has more abilities, will he become stronger? Although this thought came up in his heart, the battle still continued. Blackbeard used his full strength and fought frantically with Ji Lingyun, but he was obviously at a disadvantage in such a battle, because Shock Fruit is difficult to play a role 433, so Blackbeard simply gave up the large-scale Shock Fruit attack and instead used a slight shock force to fight Ji Lingyun with dark fruit and physical skills. Fortunately, Blackbeard's physical skills are still very good. After all, when he didn't get dark fruit, he was already a famous master in the Whitebeard Pirates. At that time, he relied on physical skills, and he relied on physical skills. You can also leave a scar on the red-haired Shank's face, and you know how powerful his strength is. It's just that after acquiring dark fruit and shock fruit, he rarely relied on his own physique, relying on dark fruit and shock fruit. It was only at this moment that the duel with Ji Lingyun made him understand the importance of physique again. But this is only one of the thoughts. What he thinks more is to continue to rely on the dark fruit ability to hunt for other fruit abilities. As long as he gets more abilities, he will definitely be able to win Ji Lingyun. Boom. A shot was fired and the sniper Vanoka, who was hiding in the dark, shot again. This time his target was Ji Lingyun, but after he shot, the bullet did not hit Ji Lingyun, because one was like a diamond. An ordinary man stood in front of Ji Lingyun. Chapter 397. Clang. A crisp voice sounded, and half of Jose's body turned into a diamond, blocking Ji Lingyun's face, and the bullet hit him with only a little spark. Diamond Jose. Blackbeard looked at Jose, who stood in front of Ji Lingyun with a gloomy expression. Vanoka's sneak attack was naturally at his will. Anyway, as long as Ji Lingyun can be killed, everything is worth it. It's not that easy. How can the captain's battle be interrupted by others? Diamond Jose grinned and said with a smile. Lingyun, leave that guy to me, and teach B***** T to you. Jose said to Ji Lingyun. Ji Lingyun nodded. He had only Blackbeard in his eyes at this time. As for the Vanoka who attacked, he never paid attention to it because he had a better partner. Blackbeard, do you know where I despise you the most? It's your way of doing things. It's really too shameless. You don't have the demeanor of being a strong man. If you let someone like you get the position of daddy, it's the biggest insult to him. Ji Lingyun's eyes are full of disdain. He really looks down on Blackbeard. Even though Blackbeard's current strength is very strong, his style is indeed unbelievable. Although Ji Lingyun has never seen Charlotte Linlin, she might do it too. There is no such thing as Blackbeard, let alone the red-haired Shanks, and Kaido, the beast known as the strongest, singled out. Blackbeard said indifferently, As long as you can win, it doesn't matter. It's really shameless. Seeing that Blackbeard was able to speak so openly, Lingyun was even more disdainful. Blackbeard laughed and said, "Thief, ha ha ha, Lingyun, I recognize your strength, but now it seems that my pirate group is stronger than you. Take a closer look, your brothers can't stop my men." Blackbeard pointed to the battlefield and laughed arrogantly. Indeed, Blackbeard has an advantage in numbers, and the several captains under him are amazing. The Whitebeard Pirates did a good job at first resisting, but slowly, the numbers are inferior. It was evident that several captains were even injured under the siege of the Blackbeard Pirates, which made the battle even worse. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Really, I don't think so. Lingyun glanced at the war, but gave a sneer. While he was talking, a group of imposing pirates rushed out from a short distance and quickly rushed into the battlefield. Although these people were not many in number, they were all of them are agile, and after joining the battlefield, they immediately dispersed many members of the Blackbeard Pirates. There are reinforcements. Seeing this scene, Blackbeard's face changed. He thought that the members of the Whitebeard Pirates had already gathered here, but he didn't expect a group of people to rush out. These people are naturally the people Marco and the others stayed waiting for Lingyun. There are hundreds of people. For Marco and the others, the safety of Lingyun is always the most important, so the people who stayed are all elite. Joining the battlefield immediately played a big role, giving the Blackbeard Pirates a painful blow. Lingyun said coldly, "Don't think that if you gather some people in a short time, you can really move our Whitebeard Pirates. You will never know how powerful our Whitebeard Pirates are, just like now." At the moment when Lingyun's voice fell, a tall figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd, and then jumped onto the heads of a large number of pirates. Ice Age. A lot of cold air emerged from the figure in the sky. In an instant, countless pirates were frozen and frozen. More than 80% of them were from the Blackbeard Pirates, and only a few were from the Whitebeard Pirates. People. It's Marine Admiral Aokiji. The scene that happened suddenly caused all the people of the pirate groups on both sides to change their faces. They involuntarily stopped their hands, and stared at the figure slowly falling from the air. Most people recognized this person. It is Marine Admiral Aokiji. It's really Marine Admiral Aokiji. Why did he appear here? Could it be that Marine is here? The people of the pirate group on both sides looked at Aokiji in amazement. The first instinctive reaction was that the people from Marine headquarters came, so they all quickly looked around, but they didn't find a Marine soldier, let alone its Marine Corps. What's the matter? Why didn't Marine appear? Why did Aokiji appear here and did it? He really thought he was invincible alone, and could face our two pirate groups at the same time? Even the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, such as Marco and others, as well as the high-level members of the Blackbeard Pirate Group, are all inexplicable. Although Marine Admiral is powerful, but such an arrogant person appears, is it too unreasonable? Are the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates in their eyes? Marco, Ace. When Marco, Ace and others were shocked, Culier came to them. He saw that Marco seemed to be injured, and he asked with some concern. "Marco, are you injured?" Because Lingyun was the fastest, he was the first to come, then Joes and the others were a little late. Joes went to support Lingyun, and Culier came to meet Marco and the others. When Marco saw Culier, he was quite happy and said, "You are finally here, you are here in time." Ace frowned and looked at Aokiji who fell among the pirate ice sculptures and said in a deep voice, "Why did Marine Admiral Aokiji come here? And it seems to be with you?" Hearing Ace's doubts, Culier smiled and said, "Your worry is unnecessary. Aokiji is not an enemy. He is now a member of our Whitebeard Pirate Group, and he is also appointed by Lingyun, captain of the squad. Captain of the Zero Division." Even Marco, a well-informed man who traverses the ocean, has a look of shock when he hears these words, let alone Ace. He almost even drops his eyes. His face is incredible. Screamed. Chapter 398. Wait, Culier, are you kidding us? That Aokiji joined our pirates, and Lingyun still let him be the captain of the Zero Division. What's the situation with this Zero Division? Marco waved his hand quickly. The Whitebeard Pirates has always had only 16 teams. What is the situation with this Zero team? Culier also smiled bitterly. I don't know very well. Anyway, Lingyun recruited Aokiji. He came up with this Zero team temporarily. He said that Aokiji used to be Marine Admiral. After all, strength and wisdom coexist. The pirates are really overkill, and they don't sound good, but the captains are also full, so his Zero team was added. Well, this is too sloppy, right? Marco and Ace glanced at each other. Even Marco, who knows Lingyun very well, was shocked at this time. Marine Admiral was a pirate, and it was also the Whitebeard Pirate Group fighting against Marine headquarters. Being a pirate, who would believe it? Ace frowned and said, Aokiji killed many of our brothers when he was in Malin Vatican, and let him join the pirates. This is true, and he is Marine. Is he trustworthy? Culier said, I don't even know this, but Lingyun trusts Aokiji, doesn't send anyone to watch him, and doesn't shy away from doing things, but he hasn't done anything unusual, and he is still taking action. Helped us. After Aokiji landed, he walked to several Whitebeard pirates who had been frozen by him, and lifted the ice on them, but his actions made the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates very good. Shocked, but facing Aokiji, they didn't dare to do anything. See, he is really helping us. Culier pointed to Aokiji and said. Marco shook his head and said, to be honest, I still find it hard to accept, this is really ridiculous. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, Marco and others couldn't accept it, because all this was beyond their cognition. They hadn't heard of Marine Admiral's transfer to the pirate world, let alone Marine Admiral. It is Major General Marine, and they may not be able to accept it. Culier said. Don't worry about whether you can accept it, the most important thing now is to defeat the Blackbeard guys, let's talk about the rest, when everything is over, we are slowly discussing with Lingyun. Marco nodded and said, I know Lingyun won't mess around, and I know what to do now. After finishing speaking, Marco suddenly shouted loudly, Brothers, you all listen well, Aokiji is now the captain of our Whitebeard Pirate Group 0 Division. Everyone cooperates with his actions to completely wipe out the Blackbeard Pirate Group. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As soon as Marco said this, the entire battlefield fell silent. Whether it was the Whitebeard Pirates or the Blackbeard Pirates, they all had a stunned, incredible expression, the same as Marco's before, except for shock. What are you doing in a daze? Kill! Seeing everyone stunned there, Marco shouted again and immediately awakened all the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, and then their colleagues yelled and killed the Blackbeard Pirates, although his heart was full of doubts. But they still believed in Marco's words. More importantly, Aokiji did not do anything to them. Even if they sealed some people, they quickly came into contact with the state. On the contrary, they were from the Blackbeard Pirates, are still frozen. Kill. The pirates of the Whitebeard Pirate Group are all crazy. After the previous doubts, they are now excited, because Marine Admiral turned out to be theirs. This is really interesting, but it is also because this also aroused their fighting spirit. Marine Admiral can be theirs, what else is impossible? The people of the Blackbeard Pirates were beaten by the Whitebeard Pirates, because all this happened so suddenly. Aokiji's ability in this kind of team battle is really terrifying. The Icebound ability is absolutely terrifying. Most people are hard to resist. Aokiji, are you crazy? Rafit and Poison Q of the Blackbeard Pirates suddenly got rid of their opponents and rushed to Aokiji to stop Aokiji from continuing to do it. Looking at Aokiji angrily, Rafit even yelled and asked, Aokiji, you are Marine Admiral, why do you want to stop our war with the Whitebeard Pirates? Aokiji said faintly, you made a mistake. First have left Marine. My current identity is the Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 0 Division under the seat of Captain Edward G. Lingyun. What did you say? Although Marco shouted that Aokiji was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, Rafit and the others would not believe it, but when Aokiji said it himself, they were all shocked. You guy. Rafit is the think tank of the Blackbeard Pirates, but at this moment, he can't keep calm anymore. Facing the angry Rafit, Aokiji looked at him indifferently, his hands exuding an astonishing chill. Even if it was far away, Rafit felt cold all over. If you want to fight, just fight, if you don't want to fight, get out. The cold tone came from Aokiji's mouth. Although Rafit and others were angry, there was no way. Rafit said in a deep voice, Marine Admiral, I've long wanted to learn it. A pair of wings appeared behind Rafit, and Poison Q also hiccuped a few times, staring at Aokiji faintly. Huh. The three of them fought with great speed. You even recruited Marine Admiral? Blackbeard looked at Ji Lingyun in surprise and asked. Ji Lingyun said lightly. Why, can't it? In the original book, Aokiji joined the Blackbeard Pirates, but now there is no such possibility. Even if Aokiji may leave the Whitebeard Pirates in the future, it is absolutely impossible for Ji Lingyun to make him a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Blackbeard's face was gloomy. With the reinforcements brought by Ji Lingyun, the Blackbeard Pirate Group was no longer dominant. Now there is an Aokiji. Even Rafit and the drug queue were faintly suppressed. At this time, the situation has turned into a disadvantage. Chapter 399. What is the charm of you guy, that even Marine Admiral can join your pirate group? Blackbeard asked Ji Lingyun with a gloomy face. He was very uncomfortable. He didn't understand the charm of Ji Lingyun. Even Marine Admiral was able to subdue it. Marine Admiral defected to Marine and became a pirate. If this spreads out, it will be what a shock. This impossible thing has been done by Ji Lingyun. Is he really the man of heaven? Little ones, withdraw. After hesitating for a moment, Blackbeard suddenly roared with a sullen face. The pirates of the Blackbeard Pirate Group who were in battle were all startled when they heard Blackbeard's orders, but they all reacted quickly and quickly got rid of their opponents. Go back. Lingyun, I will let you go this time, and I will never let you go again when we meet again next time. When the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirate Group retreated behind him, Blackbeard shouted to Ji Lingyun loudly, and then prepared to take someone away. But how could Ji Lingyun let them leave so easily? Do you think this is the place where you come and leave? Brothers of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, listen to me, kill. Although Ji Lingyun made few appearances, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirate Group knew that he was now the captain of the pirate group. Naturally, they would not defy the captain's orders, not to mention this kind of pursuit of victory. Withdraw, withdraw. Blackbeard led the people to retreat quickly, and although Ji Lingyun ordered other people to chase, he stood still, and even the captains were going to chase. He stopped him. Lingyun, why don't you chase? Chaozi and others asked Ji Lingyun puzzled. Ji Lingyun shook his head and said, the poor are not chasing after them, not to mention that they are not defeated. To catch up is to lose both sides, which is not worthwhile. Jin Guduo eagerly said, I finally caught the opportunity, isn't it a pity to give up like this? Indeed, in this month, they have fought countless times with the Blackbeard Pirates, but never once they have achieved such an advantage as they do today, so they are not reconciled to let Blackbeard go. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ji Lingyun looked at them and slowly said, the guy Blackbeard is very smart. He retreated not because of defeat, but because he didn't want to fight with us. Similarly, we did not really win. There is no refund. Do you know what the consequences will be? No matter what the consequences are, as long as we can kill the B***************** DD and take revenge for the father, we can bear it. Many people shouted loudly. Looking at them, Lingyun said with a serious face. What are you talking about? For the old man, he would rather you live well, and he doesn't want you to lose your lives in order to avenge him. Why don't you understand? His last wish. Of course we all know the old man's last wish, but because of this, don't you avenge him? If that's the case, I'd rather die. Some people yelled unwillingly, and at the same time their tone was full of dissatisfaction with Lingyun. Although the others did not speak, their expressions also showed their thoughts at this time. To shut up! Marco suddenly yelled and shouted angrily. How do you talk? No one wants to see the death of the old man. Do you think that it is only you who are sad? The feelings between Lingyun and Dad are more than yours. People are heavy. The death of the old man, he is the saddest one. Marco is indeed very angry. He has the best relationship with Lingyun, so when someone is dissatisfied with Lingyun, his heart is full of anger. Okay, Marco. Lingyun stopped Marco's roar and said, I know everyone's hearts are very unhappy, but I said that Blackbeard's head will definitely be removed by me. It's just a matter of time, but everyone thinks about it carefully. Think, what will happen if we fight against the Whitebeard Pirates? Before answering, Lingyun said, both lose and lose. Once we fight, we must lose both. This kind of result is not what we want. Our goal is to protect Dad from everything, including his reputation and status. If one of Blackbeard loses everything we once had to deal with him alone, then I am sorry for the dead father. Hearing Lingyun's words, the expressions of the pirates changed, because Lingyun didn't say anything wrong. If you really fight the Blackbeard Pirates, the end result will definitely be both sides. Lingyun continued. I don't care about the position of the four emperors at all, but this is what the old man once owned, so I will never let others snatch it. Our goal is not only to kill Blackbeard. Killing Blackbeard is only the first. In the next step, how to continue to compete with other forces on the sea is what we have to think deeply about. After everyone calmed down, Lingyun asked the captains to integrate the people, and then turned to Aokiji, who was standing alone not far away. Lingyun, what is going on with that guy Aokiji? Marco, Ace and others followed Lingyun, and Marco asked Lingyun. Lingyun looked at Aokiji and felt full of emotion in his heart. When he was at the top of the battle, he wanted to kill Aokiji, but at this moment, he looked at Aokiji standing alone and felt a little sad. Once Marine Admiral, now he has become the most insignificant pirate. No matter what purpose and thought he is lonely now. He brought it to the door by himself. Lingyun sighed, then spoke out the cause and effect. What? Such a good opportunity. You didn't kill Aokiji and Akainu. Instead, you released Akainu and accepted Aokiji. What are you thinking about? Don't you really think that guy is sincerely taking refuge in us? After hearing the ins and outs of the incident, all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group showed expressions of shock and regret. In his opinion, Lingyun's most correct approach is to kill Aokiji and Akainu instead of letting Akainu go and accepting it. Aokiji, Chapter 400. Lingyun said faintly, I don't know if Aokiji really takes refuge in us, but I know one thing. With his joining, it is a great improvement for our Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone has no objection to this, because it is indeed the case. Aokiji played a very important factor in repelling the Blackbeard Pirates. Marco said. Lingyun, having said that, Aokiji is Marine Admiral after all. Even if he loses to Akainu and is unwilling to stay in Marine, no one can be sure whether he joins our pirate group as sincere or conspiracy. I will look at him. At least within a few years, he will never do anything against us. We only need to treat him as a gun. Others don't have to be too forceful, Lingyun said. For Lingyun, Aokiji is now a gun he uses to deal with others. If used well, it can play a big role. Therefore, he will never let Aokiji go easily. As for whether it is worth it, it's worth it. It all depends on the future. Marco asked. Aokiji's affairs are the same for the time being. I also understand your attitude towards Blackbeard, but don't you just let him go? He wants to seize the position of daddy, and he develops extremely fast, which is definitely not a good thing. Stubble. Lingyun said. Of course I know Blackbeard's abilities and want to deal with him, but I don't want to lose too many brothers because of him. I am waiting for the opportunity. At this time, it is the time we agreed with the pirate group. There are still more than 10 days left. I want to see how many people still have their hearts on us. Only when the hearts of the people stay, our Whitebeard Pirates can once again reach the top of the new world. Marco asked. You mean, wait until everyone has gathered before you do something on the Blackbeard Pirates? Lingyun nodded and said, yes, as long as you can ensure that personnel reduce losses, you can take action on Blackbeard. These people of the Whitebeard Pirates are very important to Lingyun, and they are the key to his future conquest of the sea, so he is naturally unwilling to make them suffer heavy losses because of the Blackbeard Pirates. Old people are also elites among the elite. Without long-term training, it is impossible for Yamato to be so loyal. Listen to you. After several fights with the Blackbeard Pirates, Marco already knew that his leadership ability alone was not enough to fight Blackbeard. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, only Lingyun was able to defeat Blackbeard. And Lingyun is also very thoughtful. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Soon after Lingyun and the Blackbeard battle ended, the battle between them spread throughout the New World. What are you talking about? The new captain of the Whitebeard Pirates finally showed up and had a fight with Blackbeard. Yeah, I heard that the two of them played on the same level, but in the end Blackbeard didn't know why he retreated. You don't know, I've heard about it. It's said that Shinigami, the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, is very powerful. I have heard that he will inherit the position of Whitebeard. He is really capable, and even Blackbeard almost can't beat him. I know that Blackbeard guy is a very powerful and cruel guy. It is said that many powerful pirates have been wiped out by him, but this is the first time he has suffered a loss in the hands of others, and he is still in the opponents of the Whitebeard Pirates, suffered a loss. A group of people gathered together, preaching the battle between Lingyun and Blackbeard. But I heard that this time, the Whitebeard Pirates team was not the only one who shot Shinigami. There was also an unexpected person, Marine Admiral Aokiji, who actually joined the Whitebeard Pirates. I also heard that Aokiji joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. He has gone crazy for a while. I didn't expect that the majestic Marine Admiral would become a pirate, and he joined the Whitebeard Pirates. It's really amazing, that Shinigami is really amazing, even Marine Admiral Aokiji dared to take in. Marine Admiral Akainu became Marine Marshal because he defeated Aokiji in a duel with Aokiji, but he did not expect that after losing to Akainu, Aokiji would leave Marine and join the Whitebeard Pirates. Interestingly, Lingyun was able to recruit Marine Admiral. When Shanks heard the news, he was shocked and speechless. There was no news of Lingyun for more than a month, only news of the fight between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates. He was really Lingyun. Worried, he didn't feel relieved until he heard Lingyun appear and repelled the Whitebeard Pirates. But before he could react, he heard the news that Marine Admiral Aokiji had joined the Whitebeard Pirates. Regarding this, even with his cleverness, he couldn't even think of how Lingyun did it. Marine Admiral joins the Whitebeard Pirates. This is probably something that Marine Headquarters did not expect. Now Marine Headquarters will be embarrassing. The new Marine Marshal has just taken office and such a big event happened. I don't know what Marine will do. Beckman besides Shanks was also very surprised. He didn't expect that Admiral, the most powerful player in Marine Headquarters, could be instigated. Shank 3.0s laughed and said, "It's not that Aokiji left Marine that really surprised me, but that Lingyun really had the courage to accept Aokiji. I don't know what he thinks. Aokiji was still an enemy before. To become a companion, the heart is really big enough." Beckman said, "It's a big heart, but if Aokiji really surrenders, then he will also have a super combat power, which is also a very big help for the Whitebeard Pirates." Shanks said, "Lingyun was able to calm down and didn't fight Blackbeard to death in death. This is also a surprise to me. It seems that he has also grown up. If it was before, he must have killed Blackbeard at all costs. Not letting Blackbeard retreat." Chapter 401. But this change is obviously good, and I now look forward to what he will do next. Shanks is very interested. He has always valued Lingyun, especially now that Lingyun has become more stable and calm than before. He also wants to see how Lingyun defeated Blackbeard. Shanks had fought against Blackbeard and knew the power of Blackbeard, especially after the battle for the top. He raised Blackbeard to the same level as himself, very afraid, but Blackbeard's opponent was Lingyun. But I am more optimistic about Lingyun. After all, he can see through Blackbeard, but cannot see through Lingyun. Beckman said, "According to my guess, I am afraid that the black and white dispute will be completely over in less than half a year." "Oh," Shanks looked at Beckman curiously and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Beckman smiled and said, "As the saying goes, the country can't be left without an owner in a day." The death of Whitebeard caused his turf to fall apart, but whether it is Blackbeard or Shinigami, both of them are very ambitious men. They will never let each other. Block yourself, so this 15th war is just a test for both of them. The real showdown should begin soon. Then we have to wait and see." Shanks laughed. Four emperors Kaido, Doflamingo and other major forces in New World also know about the black and white dispute in New World. They are all shocked by the power of the Whitebeard Pirates and Blackbeard Pirates, especially the former Marine Admiral Aokiji. The incident of joining the Whitebeard Pirate group caused an uproar, which caused countless eyes to focus on the Marine Headquarters. Boom. Mullen Vander, Marine Headquarters. Akainu slapped an angry palm on the table and roared, "That damn B***************. D." In front of Akainu sat a group of Marine executives. Among them, Kizaru was drinking tea leisurely. Lieutenant General Crane and Sengoku, who was a consultant, sat in the corner, closed their eyes and rested. The rest of Marine Lieutenant Generals such as Doberman were serious. Looked at Akainu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, betrayed Marine and joined the pirate group. This is a shame to our Marine. We must not bypass him easily. Akainu yelled angrily. Everyone in the room was who he was talking about, but Aokiji had a good reputation in Marine before, so even if this happened, except for Akainu's roar, the rest of the people didn't know one stood up first. Looking at everyone's expressions, Akainu knew what they were thinking. He said loudly, "Now is a critical moment for our Marine. We can't affect the appearance of our entire Marine because of one person's problem. You said how to deal with Aokiji." Marine Lieutenant General Doberman said, "Since he has joined the Whitebeard Pirates, he is naturally not eligible to continue to retain the title. I think what we should do now is to issue a statement to remove him from Marine and offer a reward for him. After all, his current identity is a pirate." Everyone's expressions changed a little as soon as this was said. The contrast was a bit big. Not long ago, it was their Marine Admiral, and now they are offering a reward for it, so everyone did not comment and continued to remain silent. However, Doberman's words are very Akainu's taste. He said, I think Doberman is right. Since he is now a pirate, he is the enemy of our marine. We must not be soft on the enemy. The wanted him should be issued immediately. Then how much bounty should be released? Seeing that Akainu had made up his mind, someone asked. Akainu thought for a while and said, 1 billion, set his bounty at 1 billion Baileys to show our marine's determination. Billions. Hearing what Akainu said, the faces of all the people in the room changed slightly. It was really cruel enough. It was 1 billion at first, but think about it carefully, with Akainu's strength, it is indeed worthy of the reward, even at least not much. This matter was settled. After speaking, Akainu continued, in addition to Aokiji, there is also the Shinigami. We also want to increase the bounty for him. His strength and harm have reached a very dangerous level, to the point. For Marine, apart from Aokiji, they are most worried about Lingyun and Blackbeard. The threats of these two people are too great. When Blackbeard was in Mollenvander, he had already exposed his ambitions, as definitely a very evil character. Although Lingyun is not as evil as Blackbeard, it is definitely not a good stubble. It is even more dangerous than Blackbeard. Especially in Punk Hasad, Lingyun took Aokiji away in front of him. It is definitely a shame. The ghost spider belongs to the Akainu faction. At this moment, he said, when Shinigami was imprisoned and impelled down, the bounty was nearly 1 billion. How much should I mention now? 1 billion rewards is already a very high number at 433. If you rashly increase it too much, it will definitely cause panic. Some people expressed concern that for ordinary people, pirates with a bounty of more than 1 billion are very scary characters. Therefore, Marine Headquarters will deliberately control the bounty when it releases the bounty. This is why the New World bounty exceeds 10. One of the reasons why there are so few great pirates with hundreds of millions of dollars. Akainu said, you can't ignore Shinigami for these reasons. He will definitely become a threat to the world like Whitebeard in the future, so he must increase his bounty to 1.3 billion Baileys. 1,300,000,000. The faces of the Marine executives present have changed. They don't know how long they haven't heard of this number, but considering the strength of Lingyun and the threat posed by the Whitebeard Pirates, this number is actually not counted, too high. Akainu continued. In addition to the Whitebeard Pirates, the members of the Blackbeard Pirates must also be wanted, especially Blackbeard. This person is also a lunatic, and the pirates under him are all criminals who are extremely sinful. The thief group is more evil than the Whitebeard pirate group, so they must not be let go. Chapter 402. Marine's bounty and wanted warrants soon spread all over the world. When the world knew that Marine Admiral Aokiji left Marine and joined the Whitebeard Pirates, they were all shocked. This is probably the most serious rebellion since Marine was founded. Lingyun, your bounty has risen and it has reached 1.3 billion. There are only 2 days left until the 2-month gathering day. As of now, a total of 15 pirate groups previously attached to Whitebeard have come, and many of these pirate groups have not joined the pirate group of the Battle of Shanghai, so the strength preservation is not bad. 15 pirate groups, the total number of people is more than 2,000. But the only regret is that none of these pirate groups belong to that kind of large pirate group. Even the strongest captain is only a pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million, not even a pirate captain of more than 200 million. However, Lingyun was not in a hurry. On the contrary, he was a little pleased, because the pirates who were able to arrive on time at this time showed that they were truly committed to the Whitebeard Pirates, and they were trusted subordinates, not to mention whether such people are still there. Little, enough to expand the momentum of the Whitebeard Pirates. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye, and on the last day, more than 20 pirate groups came to the place agreed by the Whitebeard Pirate Group. There were about 40 pirate groups that came before and after. And there are many small pirate groups with a small number of people, and many of these pirate groups are remnants of broken up pirate groups. The total number of pirates in all the pirate regiments totals 5,000 to 6,000, plus the headquarter of the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment. This time the number of pirates gathered together has reached more than 7,000. This number is in New World. It was very scary, even if it was the 4 Emperor's pirates, it was not so easy for them to gather so many pirates at once. Lingyun is naturally very satisfied with this result. He thought that at most only a small number of people would come, but he did not expect that there would be so many in the end. It seems that it was a good practice for Whitebeard to use family affection to win over his men in the past. Lingyun, everyone is here, it's up to you to show up. After everyone was there, Marco gathered them on the island. More than 7,000 people gathered together. The scene was naturally very amazing. Although these pirates came from different sea areas, they all knew each other. So gathered together, there was no confusion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun hesitated at this moment and asked Marco, what do you think I should say? Now it was Marco's turn to be stunned. In his eyes, Lingyun had never known what it meant to be afraid, but now he is a little bit stage fright. He said, this is not like you, Lingyun. Lingyun scratched his head and said, after all, I have never experienced this kind of scene. I really don't know what to say. During the battle, no matter what kind of person stood in front of him, he would not hesitate at all, but at this time, he really didn't know what to say. After all, it was the first time he was a leader in this situation speak. Although Marco has been following Whitebeard for a long time, he has seen many big scenes, but Whitebeard was all on the front, and he was watching him, so at this time he really couldn't give Lingyun too much advice. Well, you can just say what you are thinking in your heart. It's not difficult, go ahead. After speaking, Marco immediately turned and left. He was really afraid of being caught by Lingyun, and everyone else followed Marco. Lingyun looked at these unreliable guys helplessly, took a deep breath, and could only rely on herself. Under all the gazes, Lingyun slowly walked onto the temporary high platform. As he stepped onto the high platform step by step, his heart gradually calmed down, and at the same time, he exuded a kind of breathtaking momentum, which actually lingered around him, did not explode, but when people looked at him, there was a feeling of surrender. Lingyun's use of Conqueror's Haki has indeed reached the pinnacle. Even the old man's Haki is not as strong as him. I really don't know how he trained it. The old man has said that Conqueror's Haki is innate, it's hard to exercise. Marco still knows a little bit more about Conqueror's Haki than ordinary people. After all, he has been following Whitebeard. Conqueror's Haki is a kind of natural spirit. Even Whitebeard doesn't know how to practice. In his memory, he can condense Conqueror's Haki to this level. Apart from Lingyun, there is only the red-haired Shanks, and he feels that Lingyun's Haki seems to have become stronger at this moment. In fact, Marco doesn't know that although Conqueror's Haki is born, it actually has a lot to do with the day after tomorrow. A person's strength from weak to strong has improved not only his strength but also his courage. Lingyun's own Haki strong enough, now he has become the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate group, his status has been improved, and his power has naturally increased, followed by the enhancement of Haki. The gazes of more than 7,000 pirates all moved with Lingyun's movement. When Lingyun stood on the high platform, the whole scene instantly became silent. It was a kind of momentum, a kind of convincing everyone. And the surrendered Haki, even Marco and others, were all photographed by Lingyun's Haki. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, in addition to Lingyun, Ace also has Conqueror's Haki. He is the one who has the deepest feeling. Lingyun's Haki is much stronger than his Haki. Brothers, on the high platform, Lingyun spoke. He called his brother, which surprised many people. They are both the sons of Whitebeard, but now Lingyun is the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and his status is higher than them. Quite a lot, but Lingyun still called them brothers, which moved many emotional people and couldn't help but identify with Lingyun. I believe that many people know me, but not many people have actually met me. My name is Edward Lingyun, and everyone else calls me Shinigami. Chapter 403. Everyone held their breath and looked at Lingyun on the high platform. This man is their current leader. In the future, whether they can achieve greater glory depends on whether the man in front of them can lead them. You should already know that I am now the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Although the father has passed away, the Whitebeard Pirates will never be destroyed. We are all father's sons and brothers. Then, as long as everyone believes I promise, I will be able to take everyone to stand on the top of this sea again and let the Whitebeard Pirates dominate the sea. Lingyun's words were not so impassioned, allowing him to deal with the enemy, but let him say sensational things. It is really difficult for him to say, because he is not such a person. But even if these remarks were not so exciting, they moved many people. For Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates will continue to pass on and let the Whitebeard Pirates reach the top again. This is everyone. Wish. Whoever believes in me, follow me. Lingyun yelled, and all the pirates immediately followed. They were willing to follow Lingyun, so they came to this place. They believed that Lingyun would be able to lead them to the top of the sea again. 797, brothers, this is an extraordinary period, so we need to redivide the team for better command. Most people didn't respond to what Lingyun said, because they were prepared before they came. Only a few people were in an uproar, but they didn't refute in front of so many people, they just listened quietly. Talked to Lingyun. Next, Lingyun talked for a while, and then walked down from the platform, letting Marco lead people to start the division. In fact, Lingyun did this to stand in command. After all, although the number of the Whitebeard Pirates is large, Lingyun is not very familiar with it, so at this critical time, he still follows the 16th division of the Whitebeard Pirates, divided these people with the pirates under their command, a total of 16 teams. The captain is naturally the 16 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates. As for the original captains, they are the captain's deputy. This kind of distribution naturally caused a lot of doubts and dissatisfaction with the captain of the pirates, but in the end it was suppressed, because compared to the captains of the Whitebeard Pirate group, they are indeed a lot worse. Of course, the most important thing. It was because Lingyun made a guarantee that after he was appointed to the position of 4 emperors, he would restore them to their previous state according to the original distribution. While everyone was redividing, Lingyun stayed with Marco. Lingyun asked Marco, why didn't Jinbei and his pirates arrive this time? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Marco said, I am not very clear, but after the battle on the top, Jinbei returned to the Fishmen Island. It seems that something went wrong with the Fishmen Island, but since then, we have no contact. I don't know what happened to him. Naturally, Lingyun and Marco would not doubt that Jinbei would defect from the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, Jinbei even dared to enter and exit the marine headquarters together, let alone now. They just doubted that there was anything except him. Lingyun said, it's an emergency now, I hope nothing will happen. Thinking of Jinbei, Lingyun remembered that in the One Piece comics, 2 years after the Battle of the Top, the Fishmen Island was already the site of Mother 4 Emperors, but when was it occupied by the ant? I got it, so he worried that Jinbei was in trouble. Lingyun didn't wait for Jinbei, but he waited for another bad news, that someone came for help. What's the situation? Ji Lingyun and Marco were discussing the matter, and suddenly they heard that someone was looking for him, so they immediately asked what was going on. The one who came for help was a samurai in a kimono. When this man saw Ji Lingyun, he knelt down. "My lord, please save my master." Ji Lingyun raised his brows and asked, "Who are you? Stand up and talk first." An inexplicable person came to ask for help, which made Ji Lingyun very puzzled, because he didn't know this person at all. The kimono samurai knelt on the ground and did not stand up. Instead, he lowered his head and said eagerly, "My lord, my master is Kazuki Oden from Wano Kuni. He said that you were his old acquaintance. Now my master is in big trouble. So I want to ask the adults to save people." Kazuki Oden. When I heard this name, most people in the Whitebeard Pirates didn't know who it was. Only a few captains such as Ji Lingyun changed their faces. Kazuki Oden was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates more than 20 years ago, can be regarded as the first batch of members of the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Even some captains of the current Whitebeard Pirate Group, I am afraid that they don't know this person. 20 years have passed, even Ji Lingyun can only vaguely look like Kazuki Oden. As for the feelings, there is not much. After all, Kazuki Oden left the Whitebeard Pirates in order to dream of getting on Roger's ship. Later, even after following Roger to conquer the Grand Line, he never returned to the Whitebeard Pirates, so everyone basically forgot him. Now he actually sent someone to ask for help, which made Ji Lingyun and others remember him again. For Ji Lingyun and Marco, although their feelings have faded, Kazuki Oden was after all the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard did not expel him from the Whitebeard Pirates, so he is still a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Ji Lingyun will naturally not ignore his request. So Ji Lingyun asked, "Are you his subordinate? Why, isn't he the lord of the Kwangyue clan in the country of Wazi? What happened to him?" Saki. Who is Kazuki Oden? Ace on the side asked Saki in a low voice, because he had just seen Ji Lingyun and others' expressions changed a lot when they heard the name, so he was very curious. Sachi looked at Ace and said, "He is your predecessor, the original captain of the 2nd Division, Chapter 404. Hearing this, Ace said in surprise, "Is it my predecessor, the original captain of the 2nd Division, then what kind of person is he?" Hearing that Kazuki Oden was actually his predecessor, Ace suddenly became interested and continued to ask. Sachi recalled, "He is a very powerful character, good at ninjutsu and physique, of course. He is also the most knowledgeable person in our pirates group, very smart, except for you are the 2nd Division. In addition to the identity of the captain, he has another relationship with you." "What's the relationship?" Ace asked suspiciously. Sachi said, "Although he used to be the captain of the 2nd Division of our Whitebeard Pirates, but then he got on your father's ship, which is Roger's ship, so he is also Roger's crew, and naturally has something to do with you." Up. When Ace heard the name Roger, his face suddenly became difficult to look. He said solemnly, "He is not my father." Seeing Ace's angry look, Saki smiled and didn't say any more. They all knew that Ace hated his father Roger. When Ace and Sachi were talking, the samurai who came from Wano country for help had already told Ji Lingyun about the future of the dragon. It turned out that the Admiral Army of Wano country united the pirate 4 emperors and the beast Kaido imprisoned Kazuki Oden. He told Kazuki Oden about One Piece and all the secrets. After hearing these things, Ji Lingyun was not too surprised, because he already knew all this from the original book, but he didn't expect Kaido to move so fast. He didn't dare to act on Kazuki Oden before, because Whitebeard is still alive, but now that Whitebeard is dead, he naturally acted unscrupulously and directly attacked Kazuki Oden. "You mean your lord has been arrested by Kaido?" Ji Lingyun asked. The samurai nodded and said eagerly, "Yes, Kaido caught our lord and forced him to tell the secret, but our lord was unwilling. The lord knew that Kaido would not let him go, so he sent us out for help. Originally, the lord sent us. There are a lot of people in, but most of them were killed by Kaido's people halfway, and in the end I was the only one who came here." Beasts, Kaido. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After hearing the name of Kaido, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates group changed their faces. If Whitebeard was still there before, they would naturally not worry about Kaido, but now Whitebeard has passed away, and the status of the Whitebeard Pirates is also very embarrassing. Blackbeard has been messing around in the dark, and there are other forces coveting, so at this time, Kaido is an object of the Whitebeard Pirates that he doesn't want to provoke. Ji Lingyun asked, "Your lord wants us to save him?" The samurai replied, "The lord said, it's best if you can save him. If you can't, he hopes that you can take care of his descendants. But, I beg you, you must save my lord, he is really a great person." Ji Lingyun's brows wrinkled slightly. For Kazuki Oden, his memory has become blurred. Not only him, even Marco and others are almost unable to remember him. This is naturally because of the 20 I haven't been in contact for several years, and I don't know what Kazuki Oden thinks. Anyway, after the Roger Pirates broke up, he will come to Wano country. During the period, I never came back to the Whitebeard Pirates. The friendship has naturally faded a lot. Ji Lingyun waved his hand and said to the samurai, "You go down to recuperate and rest. We need to discuss it. Please, please, I must save my family lord." But the samurai knelt on the ground and didn't want to get up, and kept kowtow to Ji Lingyun. His attitude makes Ji Lingyun a little unhappy. He is not a ruthless person. He and Kazuki Oden used to be companions. Although the feelings have faded, the friendship has not disappeared, but the opponent is the whole country of Wano, which has been the pirate 4 emperors. Kaido, the beast, is not something he can cope with casually. After all, he is not alone now, but shoulders the entire Whitebeard pirate group. But the samurai in front of him used this method to persecute Lingyun, which naturally made Lingyun a little unhappy, but naturally he would not show it, but let his pirates take the samurai out. Everyone, what do you think about this matter? Although he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirate group, he is not arbitrary in everything, especially for such a big thing. Lingyun naturally wants to ask everyone's opinions. Hearing Lingyun's question, everyone did not say anything. This is a major event. Now the Whitebeard pirate group has just stepped out of the shadows under the leadership of Lingyun. At this time, it's really a little bit daring to say to the hundreds of beasts Kaido. Adventurous, but it's a matter of past companions, and everyone is unwilling to get ahead. Ace, what do you think? Lingyun did not ask Marco and others, but first asked Ace. Among these people, Ace was the last to join the Whitebeard Pirates and had nothing to do with Kazuki Oden, so Lingyun wanted to hear his answer. Ace scratched his head and said hesitantly, "You all said that Kazuki Oden is a companion. Since he is a companion, he is in danger now, and we can't ignore it. But if we help him, we have to face the beast Kaido directly. We haven't even gotten Blackbeard right now. Wouldn't it be unwise to provoke another Kaido beast?" After Ace spoke, the others no longer hesitate and spoke their own opinions one after another. Yes, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. The beast's pirates under his command is very powerful. He is more difficult to deal with than the Blackbeard pirates. I think it's better not to provoke him, at least as it is now. Time. If you leave it alone, then Kazuki Oden will definitely die in his hands. But if we control it, it would be equivalent to picking up our Whitebeard pirates. At that time, we will face the Blackbeard pirates and beasts pirates. For someone who has already left, I think this is really good. Not suitable. Yes, it's not that we don't want to save, but that we can't protect ourselves now, and we can't harm ourselves in order to save others. Chapter 405. Everyone is expressing their opinions. Some people think that Kazuki Oden should be saved. After all, he is everyone's companion, but more people don't want to save Kazuki Oden. The reason is simple, because Kazuki Oden is saved. Oden would face Kaido of the beasts. Kaido is one of the 4 emperors. To the current Whitebeard pirates, it is definitely a monster. Marco, Jose, what do you think? Lingyun did not express his position, but asked Marco and them. Jose did not speak, but Marco frowned and said, according to what he said, Maida has been captured by Kaido. If we want to save Maida, we must confront Kaido, but we want to save people from Kaido. With our current situation, I'm afraid it's difficult to do it, and once we go to war with Kaido over this matter, the guy Blackbeard will not miss this opportunity. He will definitely put us down, and the gain will not be worth the loss. Although Marco's words are a little more realistic, they are supported by most people. After all, it's not the time when Whitebeard was still alive, and it's not when he was able to do whatever he wanted with his blood. Today's new world is extremely chaotic. The thieves are on the cusp of the storm again, and if one step is wrong, they may face destruction, so they must be cautious. Sachi also opened his mouth and said, our biggest enemy right now is Blackbeard. I think it won't be too late for Blackbeard to talk about other things until we solve it first. At this time, Lingyun finally made a decision. He said, well, so far, we still have to deal with all changes. I will send someone to negotiate with Kaido and let him let go of mission. If he disagrees, we make other plans. Hearing what Lingyun said, everyone was silent. In fact, no one understands that what Lingyun said was just a scene, but Lingyun can't be blamed. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates' own situation is very difficult nowadays. In addition, it has been a long time since Kazuki Oden left the Whitebeard Pirates, and everyone basically has no feelings for him. Kazuki Oden is no better than Ace after all. Ace was very popular in the Whitebeard Pirates, and Whitebeard was there at that time, so when Whitebeard spoke, everyone did not hesitate to follow him to the marine headquarters to save people. But Kazuki Oden, first of all, everyone he has no feelings. If he fights Kaido for him, at least 90% of the people are unwilling. So although Lingyun's choice has lost the brotherhood on the boat, it is really helpless. He must do it now. Everyone is responsible. Everyone, let's get together first. Just as I said before, everyone integrates their own teams, and the real decisive battle is coming. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Under Lingyun's words, everyone left, leaving only Marco. Marco, do you think I have changed? If it was before, even Kaido would choose to save people without hesitation, but now, I have become so hesitant. Lingyun sighed with a bit of decadence. Looking at Lingyun's appearance, Marco comforted. Lingyun, this is not your problem. You are doing the right thing. You are now the captain of the pirate group. It is the most correct choice to make this choice. Saving people is indeed yes, but now we should protect ourselves more before we can talk about saving people, and Kaido, the beast, is really not suitable for us to provoke. Even if this choice violates the persistence in our hearts, it is inevitable. Thing. Lingyun sighed softly. He didn't question his decision, but sighed. He didn't quite understand the psychology of high-ranking people before, but he understood a little bit first, and became the captain of the pirate. Some things can't be casual. Sometimes sacrifice is also inevitable. Okay, don't think about it anymore. Now what we have to do is how to wipe out the Blackbeard Pirates. Seeing that Lingyun had recovered again, Marco was relieved. When he mentioned Blackbeard, he frowned and said, we have fought against the Blackbeard Pirates several times. It can be seen that the strength of the Blackbeard Pirates is indeed extraordinary. There is a fatal flaw. You also found out? Lingyun's eyes flashed and said. Marco said, of course, the Blackbeard pirate group is strong, but it is based on Blackbeard. Those people are all extremely evil guys. Once they are not suppressed by Blackbeard, they will soon collapse, so the most important thing is. It's Blackbeard. As long as you can hang Blackbeard stupidly, everything is fine. Lingyun nodded and said, yes, Blackbeard is the key. As long as you kill him, the rest of the Blackbeard pirate group shouldn't worry about it. The Blackbeard pirate group is supported by Blackbeard's strong strength, and none of the pirates in the pirate group are good people. If they don't have a head, they will not be able to gather together. So in Lingyun's opinion, as long as they can killing Blackbeard, everything is equivalent to be resolved. But the question is, how to kill Blackbeard? That guy's strength should not be underestimated, even you can hardly kill him, we have no hope. Although he is very dissatisfied with Blackbeard, Marco still agrees with Blackbeard's strength. Lingyun squinted his eyes and said, Blackbeard owns dark fruit and dad's shock fruit. It's really not easy to kill him with 5.8, but it's not impossible. I have already figured out his abilities last time. If I fight again, as long as no one interferes, I can kill him with confidence. Lingyun's words are not bragging, but self-confidence, because not only Blackbeard has become stronger, but he has also become stronger. The last time he played against him was just a test, and he did not show his full strength. Are you really sure? Marco asked in surprise. Lingyun nodded and said, I am sure, as the old man said, although the guy is strong and good at calculating, but his weaknesses are also obvious. He is proud and arrogant. He feels that his strength is already very strong. I can't help him, this is my chance to kill him. Chapter 406. In the Beast's Pirates base, Kaido read the letter written to him by Lingyun, rubbed it hard, and then threw it out. A stinky hairy boy who dares to ask me for someone? Kaido shouted with disdain. It turned out that he received Lingyun's letter to him, hoping that he would release Kazuki Oden's letter, but Kaido didn't put Lingyun in his eyes at all, let alone let him go. That's right, a hairy boy who relied on being Whitebeard's son and inherited the Whitebeard Pirates, barely has some ability, but he dares to talk to our boss like this, really looking for death. According to me, we simply took action and eliminated the Shinigami and the Whitebeard Pirates. Anyway, after the death of Whitebeard, the Whitebeard Pirates is nothing great. What's the use, kid? 19. The pirates of Beast's Pirates are all disdainful of Lingyun. They have always been arrogant. Now that Lingyun dares to write to them to let them go, it naturally makes him all upset, although Lingyun has some skills. Recently, the bounty has risen to 1.3 billion, but Beast's Pirates still did not take him seriously. Kaido snorted coldly and said, don't worry about that kid, now what I want to know is the secret of One Piece treasure. Did Kazuki Oden still say nothing? The Admiral Army of Kaido united in the country captured Kazuki Oden for the secrets that Kazuki Oden has. Even in the Roger Pirates, Kazuki Oden is the one who knows the most, because Roger's historical texts are all taught by him. Yes, so Roger knows, he basically knows everything. What Kaido wanted was Kazuki Oden's secret, but even if he caught Kazuki Oden still didn't say anything, just didn't tell him everything, which made Kaido look very angry. Although to outsiders, Kaido is an impulsive and violent fighting maniac, but Kaido also has his own ambitions. He wants to be the One Piece, also wants to set off a huge battle, and other things, which he thinks of most now. All I know is the secret that Kazuki Oden has, but it hasn't been so. Hearing Kaido's words, all of his pirates were afraid to speak, because no matter what methods they used, they couldn't pry Kazuki Oden's mouth open, let alone learn the secret from his mouth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's really a bunch of useless waste. Kaido yelled angrily, then shouted. Bring that guy over, I don't have so much time to waste. Kaido is a rather strange person. His thoughts are different from ordinary people. He is the kind of person who is absolutely not threatened by others. If Kazuki Oden is always reluctant to say, he would rather kill Kazuki Oden. The pirates quickly brought Kazuki Oden over. This was a man covered in scars. He looked like he was in his 50s, but he knew God was blood and his breath was dying. He knew he had been tortured by inhumans. Kazuki Oden. After Kaido saw Kazuki Oden, he immediately shouted, tell me everything I want to know, and I will let you go. You and the traitor destroyed my home. Even if I die, I won't tell you, Kazuki Oden said weakly. If Lingyun and the others were here, they might not be able to recognize this man as Kazuki Oden, because Kazuki Oden has changed a lot from 20 years ago. Kaido had expected Kazuki Oden's answer, but even so, he was still very angry, and he suddenly shouted. It's really hard enough. You think you can save you by asking the kid from the Whitebeard Pirates for help. When Kazuki Oden heard Kaido's words, the light in his eyes flashed. Asking Lingyun for help was his last guarantee. Kaido knew it, and he was not surprised. Kaido continued. To tell you the truth, that kid has already got your help, but what? Do you know what he did? He actually wrote to me to let me let you go. What a big joke. If it's Whitebeard, I might give a bit of face, but he is no more than a junior kid, so he dared to teach me how to do things. He really didn't even know how to die. Don't expect that kid to save you. You have no choice now, either tell me the answer or die. Facing Kaido's last question, Kazuki Oden still did not answer, but he had given up on himself in his heart. He knew that Lingyun would not be able to rescue him, but he did not send someone to ask for help for himself, but for himself. He hopes that Lingyun can help his child and save his life based on his past love, which is enough for him. Really looking for death. Seeing that Kazuki Oden would rather die than surrender, Kaido became even more angry, and immediately stopped keeping his hands, and directly ended Kazuki Oden's life. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to find all Kazuki Oden's leftovers in the 767 in the country of Wano and escape. The son of Kazuki Oden. Now the entire Wano country is under Kaido's control. Although he is not directly involved in the control, with his strength and influence, even the current monarch of Wano country can only choose to cooperate without daring to resist. The affairs of Wano country did not affect the distant Whitebeard Pirates. After Lingyun integrated all the forces under the Whitebeard Pirates, it was re-divided. In a short period of time, the temperament of the entire Whitebeard Pirates alliance was changed. Great changes have taken place, and everything is moving in a good direction. At the same time, Lingyun also allows people to keep an eye on the movement of the Blackbeard Pirate Group. Since that battle, the movement of the Blackbeard Pirate Group has become bigger and bigger, constantly sweeping the territory that used to belong to the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Except for a few places who dared to resist, most of the turf did not dare to resist, and was taken by Blackbeard. But it is precisely because of Blackbeard's actions that many vacillating forces have reconnected with the Whitebeard Pirates. Compared to the brutal Blackbeard, these forces would rather be attached to the Whitebeard Pirates, because for now under the leadership of Lingyun, the Whitebeard Pirate is not weaker. Chapter 407. The most chaotic place in New World today is the former sites of the Whitebeard Pirates. These sites are now occupied by the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates except for some publicly declared out of the jurisdiction of the Whitebeard Pirates. The Pirates occupies about 60%, and the Blackbeard Pirates occupies about 40%. The Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Blackbeard Pirate Group now seem to have become the most powerful forces under the other three kings. The new Pirate King must be born from both of them, so the eyes of the world are focused. In the Whitebeard Pirate Group and Blackbeard Pirate Group, everyone wants to know who can win the final victory. What has happened to Blackbeard lately? After a while, Lingyun did not receive a reply from Beast's pirates. He knew Kaido's opinion, but he didn't think too much about it. This matter was destined to have no results. After all, Kaido is a pirate. 4 emperors, and still belong to the kind of extremely tough people. If they can be threatened, then there are ghosts. Such a result is acceptable to Lingyun, and he can focus all his attention on the Blackbeard Pirates. That guy Teach didn't know if he was crazy. Recently, he was frantically looking for abilities and killed a lot of abilities who had eaten devil fruit. Many people in the Whitebeard Pirates were very confused about Blackbeard's actions, and they didn't understand why Blackbeard didn't want to deal with them, but moved the target to other forces. Marco and the others don't know why Blackbeard did this, but Lingyun knew it very well. He sneered and said, "Blackbeard is the ability of those who want to hunt for abilities. He is not sure to deal with me, so he did it." Lingyun knows very well that Blackbeard must have been looking for capable people and hunting for their abilities after knowing that it is difficult to beat him after a battle with him. Blackbeard's thoughts, Lingyun naturally wouldn't worry. He felt that it would be a waste of time for Blackbeard to do so. Both Dark Fruit and Shock Fruit have reached the top of the pirate world. Just look at Whitebeard. It's just a Shock Fruit, he has become the strongest man in the world, not to mention that Blackbeard now has an extra Dark Fruit. The two abilities add up, and as long as he can fully play out, the future is limitless. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But Blackbeard is a good guy. Not only does he choose not to develop abilities, but to hunt for the abilities of other abilities. Do you really think that if you have more abilities, you can greatly increase your strength? From Lingyun's point of view, this is simply looking at Shu. Speaking of abilities, Lingyun also has a new understanding of his own Zanpakuto. Since the last time he got the Bankai, there has been a problem with the system, because there is no new Zanpakuto that reappears, and all the Zanpakuto he now has are already Bankai was completed, but there was no new Zanpakuto, and the system fell asleep. According to the last mission released by the system, he would not be activated again until he became the strongest in the world. The world's strongest is not only the strongest in strength, but also the strongest recognized by the world, so this is a very remote thing for Lingyun. Although it is a pity that the system is sleeping and there is no new Zanpakuto to unlock, but this is a relief to Lingyun. In fact, when there is a system, although there are many Zanpakuto that can be unlocked, it takes time to find after all, and the Zanpakuto he has now are all Zanpakuto with very good abilities. As long as they can be used well, they definitely have the potential to become the strongest in the world. Watching every move of the Blackbeard Pirates at any time, as long as they disperse, we will act immediately. I don't believe they will always be able to get together. Lingyun's face was cold. He was going to eat the Blackbeard Pirates step by step. Before, he wanted to kill Blackbeard so that the Blackbeard Pirates would collapse, but after careful consideration, this was not easy to do. The thing, because Blackbeard couldn't be so stupid, giving him a chance to kill him alone. So Lingyun wanted to deal with the other members of the Blackbeard Pirates first and cannibalize the people around Blackbeard. When he became a lonely man, it would be much easier to deal with. The effort paid off. After waiting for more than a month, Lingyun finally got a chance. Lingyun, I received the news that the Blackbeard Pirates, Vicious King, and Rain Shiryu seem to be separated from the Blackbeard Pirates. It seems they are going to perform some mission. Marco was quite excited and said to Lingyun that during this period of time, everyone had been inactive. They had all gathered to train and monitor the Blackbeard Pirates. Now he finally found the opportunity and he was naturally very excited. Really, Lingyun was also very happy to hear this news. During this time, he was also focused on his own cultivation and rarely asked about things. Marco nodded and said, well, the exact news. Although their actions are very secretive, we have learned about it. Does Blackbeard think everyone will convince him if he robs those sites? He underestimates him? We are here. I don't know how many spies are hiding in his territory. Most of his actions are basically under our surveillance. Regarding this, Lingyun did not have much surprise. The Whitebeard pirate group has been sweeping the sea for decades. Although there have been many traders under his command, most people are still more towards them. If you want to clear it, you must remove the Whitebeard Sea. The thief group was completely wiped out, but this was not something that the Blackbeard pirate group could do. I am afraid that even Blackbeard would not know how terrifying the Whitebeard pirate group was above this sea. Lingyun said, very good, we should also act. Marco, you go and order, so that all the captains and their teams will be dispersed into our territory, but the distance between each other should not be too far, to be able to support the distance at any time. Dispersion. What Lingyun said made Marco startled and shocked. Shouldn't we gather everyone's strength to start the war at this time? How to spread it out? Chapter 408. Isn't it the best time to attack? Why spread out? Marco asked the doubts in his mind. In his opinion, everyone should be gathered at this time to solve the evil king and Shiryu of the Rain who were scattered with the Blackbeard pirates, instead of dispersing everyone. Lingyun said, do you think that Blackbeard guy is an idiot? If we are all dispatched, even if he doesn't know what we have planned, he will definitely be very cautious, so that our chances will be small. I will let everyone spread out. Just to show him, let him think that I want to consolidate my turf, not ready to fight with him immediately, let him relax. Marco asked, but if you let everyone spread out, how do you kill? Lingyun grinned and said coldly, sometimes it is not better to kill as many people as possible. As long as we gather a small number of people, we can kill people. We divide them into two batches, one to kill the evil king, and one to kill Shiryu of Rain. Marco asked, how about the distribution? Who should be sent? Ling 577 said in a cloud. You, me, Aokiji, Ace, and Beasta. The five of us divided into two groups is enough to kill these two people. Just the five of us? Marco asked. Lingyun nodded and said, quick battle, this is the best way. We use the fastest speed to make Blackbeard unable to react. Killing the evil king and Shiryu of the Rain is equivalent to cutting off his one arm. The evil king was a great pirate decades ago. It was in the same era as Whitebeard. Although it is not as good as Whitebeard and Roger, his strength should not be underestimated. It is also a very high bounty when placed in eternal hell. One of the people, so the strength is beyond doubt. And Shiryu of Rain is not to mention, he is holding the second generation of ghosts, and he is a great swordsman. He is a great swordsman. Beasta has played against him. In terms of strength, Shiryu of Rain is higher than Beasta. So a little bit, even if it is placed in the Blackbeard pirate group, the strength is probably second only to Blackbeard. Marco thought for a while and felt that Lingyun was right, so he nodded and said, okay, just do it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Lingyun said, you, Aokiji and Ace are going to hunt down the evil king in a group of 3, and Beasta and I are going to kill Shiryu of the Rain, is it okay? Marco smiled. Of course it's okay, but will Aokiji do his best? I always don't worry about him. Lingyun said, don't worry about this. He has had 3 chapters of the contract with me, and there will be no problems. If this is the case, that's fine. The 3 of us are just a villainous king who will definitely leave him dead without a place to bury him. Marco said very confidently. Indeed, each of the 3 of them is a famous character. Aokiji was previously Marine Admiral, better than him and Ace. He and Ace are only a little behind Aokiji. The 3 of them work together, even for a battle that the emperors have, let alone an evil king in a district. Okay, you go and give the order now. Under Lingyun's order, the Whitebeard pirate group immediately took action. In fact, some people wanted to return to their territory early on, but without Lingyun's order, they didn't dare to mess around. They just sent some people. They went back first, they continued to stay, and now that Lingyun finally let them go, everyone was relieved. Thousands of people quickly left this small island, leaving only a small number of people. Among them, Marco, Ace, Beasta, Aokiji and Lingyun gathered together. After telling the plan, Lingyun asked, do you have any questions about this plan? Naturally, Marco did not. Of course, Ace and Beasta would not raise objections. As for Aokiji, he just nodded faintly. Now he is the most special person in the Whitebeard Pirates. Everyone has their own team. He alone, only alone. In fact, it's not that Lingyun didn't arrange for him, but that he didn't want it himself, and he would rather be alone. Lingyun said, well, since there is no problem, then we will leave and start the operation. Before Blackbeard can respond, we must complete the task. I don't want anyone to lose the chain. They have already dispatched the strongest lineup. If this can't kill Shiryu of Rain and the King of Evil, it would be shameful. Marco has the ability to fly, he can take Ace, and Aokiji said that his ability can drive fast on the sea, so the 3 of them all left quickly, leaving Lingyun and Beasta. Lingyun directly used Minazuki, and Beasta said, let's go, I already know the location of Shiryu of the Rain, and the person who monitors him will use the phone worm to talk to me at any time, and he can be found quickly. When Lingyun and the others acted, Blackbeard had already received the movement of the Whitebeard Pirates. Thief ha ha ha, I thought that the boy Lingyun gathered so many people together and wanted to fight to the death with me, but now it seems that he is ready to fight a protracted battle with me, but this is exactly what I meant, waiting for me to get it. With enough power, it will be when the Whitebeard Pirate group is destroyed. As the think tank of the Blackbeard Pirates, Rafit was a little puzzled. He said, according to the information we got, the Whitebeard Pirates has been practicing recently. There is a sense of doing a big job, but why did it suddenly disband? Did he realize that we were going to work on his site? That's why he would let people go back? Originally, Blackbeard was quite worried when seeing Lingyun gathered so many people, so even if he knew that the defenses were empty, he did not dare to act rashly. Until recently, he wanted to start to act and test Lingyun's attitude. But he didn't expect that Lingyun took the lead in moving before he started the action. This is not the point. The point is that he shouldn't have a real decisive battle with us yet. I'm not sure to win him. He's also not sure to win me. He's probably also waiting for the opportunity, Blackbeard said. Rafit frowned and said, Captain, if it is prolonged for a long time, it will actually be detrimental to us. After all, this sea area has a stronger sense of identity with the Whitebeard Pirates than we are. Shinigami is not easy, he might just look at it. I know this, so I want to procrastinate with us. Chapter 409. Hearing what Rafid said, Blackbeard's brows couldn't help but frown. Rafid was right. In the original site of the Whitebeard Pirates, those people had a greater sense of identity with the Whitebeard Pirates than their Blackbeard Pirates. Much stronger, even if he conquered a lot of territories with a powerful force, but there are often people who rebel. Even if this kind of thing makes him kill, it is completely impossible to kill, which makes him very headache. You mean, he can drag, but we must not drag? Blackbeard asked. Raphael nodded and said, this is almost the reason. You can drag it, but you can't drag it forever. Moreover, Shinigami is very strong. If it continues to drag, no one can guarantee how much he will grow. Although this is the last thing Blackbeard wants to hear, it is also the place that makes him the most jealous. Among the Whitebeard Pirates, only Lingyun and Ace can make him jealous. Among them, Ace is okay, but Lingyun is the most terrifying thing is that I was locked up and impelled down for 10 years. After I came out, I can grow to this level in a short time. This is very terrible. Just like Rafid said, Lingyun will come more and more over time. The stronger, even if he is getting stronger, but Blackbeard himself cannot guarantee that he can improve faster than Lingyun. Blackbeard thought for a while and said, I know what to do. Rafid said, Captain, Shinigami is actually just a small hurdle in front of us. It has solved him. What we have to face is the rest of the extremely Emperor, already Marine headquarters and world government, so we must not delay too much here time. Blackbeard's goal is to become the One Piece and dominate the world, but now even Whitebeard's territory has not been laid, so there is still a long way to go. Blackbeard said, I have asked Shiryu to capture the capable, and the evil king has also summoned his previous subordinates. If all can succeed, it will definitely increase the strength of our pirate group. Rafit said, we still have to make them be more careful. At this critical moment, we can't be too blatant. I feel more at ease when Shiryu does things. The evil king is also an old fellow, so there shouldn't be anything going on, Blackbeard said. But Blackbeard didn't know that when Shiryu of Rain and the evil king left, Lingyun was already eyeing them. Lingyun, how is the situation now? How far is it? On the back of the one-eyed devil, Beasta asked Lingyun that they had been flying for a long time. Lingyun has a phone worm in his palm. Hearing Beasta's question, he replied, quickly, it's close. Later I will use observation hockey to perceive the location of Shiryu of Rain. After finding him, the two of us at the same time, make sure that he doesn't even have a chance to escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Beasta snorted. We have both joined hands. If we let him escape again, it would be really embarrassing. He knows very well that Lingyun alone can crush Shiryu of Rain, and with him, there is absolutely no possibility for Shiryu of Rain to escape. Arrived. Lingyun stood up abruptly, put away the phone bug, and then let Minazuki land down quickly. At the same time, Beasta said, I have found the position of Shiryu of Rain. I will deal with that guy first. The pirates under him will be wiped out. Got it. Beasta nodded. And what is Rain Shiryu doing right now? It turns out that Shiryu of Rain came to catch a capable person under the order of Blackbeard. Recently, Blackbeard hunted and killed capable persons in order to increase his strength. This time I heard that there is a very capable pirate, so he specially sent Shiryu. Since joining the Blackbeard Pirates, Shiryu of Rain has quickly gained a foothold, and with his tyrannical strength, he has become one of the 10 captains of the Blackbeard Pirates. In fact, in terms of strength, the Blackbeard Pirates can be stable. It is estimated that only Blackbeard will defeat him, so he has a high status in the Blackbeard Pirates. This time I thought that the target of the capture was a very good capable person, but when Shiryu of Rain caught this hapless guy, he realized that this guy was just his own capable person, not an Udaman, and it is not an ancient species, but a relatively ordinary rhino fruit capable person. Although this guy is good at strength, to Blackbeard, he doesn't like this ability at all. Shiryu smoked a cigar, looked at the capable person killed by him, and said disdainfully, since it is useless, it can only be used to sacrifice my sword. Little ones, let's go. With a wave of his hand, Shiryu was about to leave here with his own people, and a group of people walked toward the shore mightily. But when they were about to reach the shore, Shiryu of Rain stopped abruptly and grasped the second-generation ghost, because a person appeared not far in front of him. Shinigami. Yuji Shiryu recognized this man at once, and then his whole body became tense and exclaimed, "Why are you here?" When the pirates behind Shiryu of Rain heard the name Shinigami, they all showed awe. As the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirate Group, how could they not know what Shinigami stands for? The man that the captain couldn't defeat, this man would actually appear here. Shiryu of Rain, we meet again. Ji Lingyun looked at Shiryu of Rain and slowly said, beside him, Beasta also walked out, holding sword in both hands, looking at Shiryu of Rain and others with cold eyes. Ji Lingyun said, don't you always want to compete with me? When impelled down, I couldn't fulfill your wish, so I can only take advantage of this opportunity to fulfill your wish. Rainy Shiryu's face suddenly became very gloomy. When impelled down, he heard that Ji Lingyun was a great swordsman who was able to fight the world's #1 swordsman Eagle Eye without losing, so he wanted to learn. Ji Lingyun is powerful, but Ji Lingyun was locked up, and the Pippa bone was penetrated, and the whole person was completely abolished, making his wish impossible to achieve, but even so, he has looked for Ji Lingyun many times, but Ji Lingyun didn't make him wish. Chapter 410. As soon as he saw Ji Lingyun, Shiryu of Rain knew his purpose must be to kill him. How do you know I am here? Even though he knew the purpose of Ji Lingyun, Shiryu of Rain did not panic. Instead, he asked in a deep voice. He was really puzzled. If you know that his trip is confidential, few people even in the Blackbeard Pirates know about it, but Ji Lingyun was able to find him directly. There must be a problem in which link. Ji Lingyun said, as long as I want to know, I can know about your Blackbeard Pirates. Yuji Shiryu's eyes flashed, and said, you have an undercover in our pirate group? Ji Lingyun said, yes, and there is more than one, there are many, I think you should not be surprised by this result. Indeed, Shiryu of Rain is not surprised. After all, the Whitebeard Pirates have been in this sea for so many years, and their forces are intertwined. No one knows how many people in the dark are from the Whitebeard Pirates, especially in Ji Lingyun. After taking office, the Whitebeard Pirate Group carried out a round of reforms, which made the Whitebeard Pirate Group more regular and stricter than the Whitebeard era. Even if there is a little sense of belonging, there are still countless people who love Whitebeard. Pirates. Are you here to kill me? Yuji Shiryu asked directly. The other party is so straightforward, Ji Lingyun naturally will not hide it, nodded and said, yes, I am here to kill you. Shiryu of Rain clenched second-generation Ghost Toru tightly, and said coldly, I've long wanted to learn about Shinigami's brilliant tricks, who can be compared with the world's largest swordsman, but I am afraid it is not that easy to kill me. Ji Lingyun said, of course I know it won't be that easy, otherwise, how can I go back and shoot myself? It seems that you are very confident in yourself. Shiryu of Rain touched his finger, and the ghost of second generation suddenly revealed a blood-red light. Good sword. Only a small part was revealed, but after Ji Lingyun saw it, the light in his eyes was brilliant, and he gave a sincere admiration. What a demon sword that is so angry that it is the most evil sword I have ever seen. Several sword in the One Piece World Onitoru series are all good sword, especially the owner of this Onitoru is still a very murderous person like Shiryu of Rain. In the hands of Shiryu of Rain, this sword may be contaminated by countless the blood made it even more evil, so even if Ji Lingyun only saw a trace, he already felt its evil. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuji Shiryu said, I will use your blood to make it full later. I think it will love your blood very much. Wishes are beautiful, but you have to see reality clearly. Ji Lingyun sneered disdainfully, and placed his right hand on Shinigami's blade. The next moment, he suddenly shouted, hands. As he shouted, Beasta rushed to the other pirates abruptly, while Ji Lingyun drew a short sword. Shoot him. Shinso. In an instant, the tip of the short sword shot in front of Shiryu of Rain. It exploded in an instant with the mentality of Shiryu of Rain. With a horrified scream, the second-generation ghost came out of its sheath, but it was barely separated. When I opened it a little bit, Shinso's blade still pierced the left shoulder of Rainy Shiryu. Woo! With one hit, Ji Lingyun immediately retracted Shinso and retracted it into the scabbard. Yugai. Shiryu of Rain was holding his shoulders with a painful expression. He looked at Ji Lingyun in disbelief. He has been on guard since he saw Ji Lingyun, but he did not expect Ji Lingyun to attack so quickly. He attacked the moment he drew the sword, and he passed a distance of several hundred meters to reach him in an instant, so he didn't even have a chance to evade. But Ji Lingyun was not going to give him a chance to talk nonsense. The Shinigami blade was pulled out again, but this time it became Ryūjin Jakka. Surroundings. Everything is ashes. Ryūjin Jakka. A low groan came from Ji Lingyun's mouth, and then I saw Ji Lingyun waving Ryūjin Jakka. In an instant, a tornado-shaped flame wall quickly rotated and wrapped the Shiryu of the Rain in it, some of which were close to the rain. Shiryu's pirates were even caught up in this tornado-shaped flame wall, and uttered a screaming scream. All the pirates of the Blackbeard Pirate Group retreat in amazement, but at this time, Beasta has already arrived in front of them. The double swordsman, the great swordsman, facing hundreds of pirates, it is like a wolf. In the flock of sheep, a crazy slaughter was launched. Boom! Yuji Shiryu rushed out of the flames, and saw that his clothes were burned torn. After rushing out, he threw off the coat he was wearing and stared at Ji Lingyun gloomily. At this time, Shiryu of Rain's second-generation Ghost Toru was completely unsheathed, and the white blade seemed to be stained with blood, turning into a strange blood red. Huh! As Shiryu of Rain slashed out with a sword, a blood-red sword light shot out from the sword, and it quickly grew bigger, and it came to Ji Lingyun in the blink of an eye. Facing this fierce slash, Ji Lingyun's expression remained unchanged. When the blade light came to him, he waved Ryūjin Jakka. The blade touched the sharp blood-red blade light, which made the blade light unable to go any further, and then continued to dissipate. Clang! Shiryu of Rain is very fast, closely behind the sword beam. When Ji Lingyun shot to block the sword beam, he was already there. His speed of attacking the sword was extremely fast, and the angle of attack was also very strange. At the moment of swinging the sword, it was 4.8. In the meantime, Ji Lingyun seemed to hear countless miserable ghosts crying and howling, as if countless evil ghosts enveloped him. Small bugs, however, Ji Lingyun gave a cold snort with a face full of disdain. Ryūjin Jakka and second generation collided with each other and made a crisp sound. After that, both of them continued to shoot and attack at extremely fast speeds. People's sword are blood red, but they are different red. Ji Lingyun's Ryūjin Jakka is like a flame, as if it has life, while Shiryu's second generation is a ghostly crimson, making people it's creepy at a glance. Ding 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 ding. The two competed with pure sword skills. Shiryu of Rain is taller than Ji Lingyun, but the speed is not inferior to Ji Lingyun, and Ji Lingyun is on par. Chapter 411. In just a few minutes, Ji Lingyun and Yuji Shiryu had already fought dozens of moves. For the time being, they couldn't see the difference at all, because Ji Lingyun did not use Zanpakuto's ability, only relying on Ryūjin Jakka's body and Yuji Shiryu's. The second generation is completely confrontational. After playing dozens of moves, Ji Lingyun has gradually mastered the characteristics of Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu of Rain is indeed very powerful. Among all the kendo masters Ji Lingyun has encountered, it is definitely second only to Hawkeye. Jianao, even the sword demon, Rambo couldn't compare to him. Unlike the Eagle Eye, which is used to overwhelm people, Shiryu of Rain is very tricky and strange in his moves and attacks. It is a bit like Rambo, but it is different from Rambo's use of power to overwhelm others. The attack seemed crazy and domineering, completely like a lunatic, elusive. Boom! When Ji Lingyun and Yuji Shiryu collided again, a cold light flashed in the eyes of both of them. The warm-up 15 was over. Now is the time for the real decisive battle, so the attacks of the two have increased their strength. Boom boom boom. With the two as the center, the surrounding ground was continuously split and exploded by the swords of the two, and the fighting range of the two was also expanded dozens of times, and the two figures continued to intersect. When Ji Lingyun fought with Shiryu of Rain, Beasta also killed the pirates of Shiryu of Rain and fled around. These people are not Beasta's opponents at all, even if they have a large number of people, they are facing them. He is a well-known great swordsman in New World, so he can only be killed and wounded countless, and it is very difficult to even escape. Burn the city. Finally, Ji Lingyun began to use Ryūjin Jakka's ability. The blade released a huge flame palm and held Shiryu of Rain, but was quickly broken free, and Shiryu of Rain instantly came behind Ji Lingyun with the blood-red blade straight, hard behind the thorn. Fire refusal. Facing the assault of Shiryu of Rain, Ji Lingyun did not move. Flames appeared around him, and then burst out suddenly, shaking Shiryu of Rain all at once, causing him to ignite with flames, embarrassed. It flew back several hundred meters before stopping. Hot hell. Ji Lingyun did not leave anything behind and used the strongest move in the state of Ryūjin Jakka Shikai. As soon as Shiryu of Rain fell to the ground, dozens of pillars of fire appeared around him, like countless volcanic eruptions. It exploded in an instant. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At the moment the explosion sounded, the range of dozens of miles was enveloped by the pillar of fire, and everything turned into scorched earth. Beasta was originally chasing and killing the pirates, but Ji Lingyun's attack enveloped it too much, enveloping him and the pirates. Lingyun, this kid, is completely against me. At this time, Beasta could still care about chasing the pirates, and he was a little nervous about avoiding them. As for the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates, they were all affected by the explosion of the pillar of fire, and the flames in the sky swept them all, burned alive. The explosion lasted for a full few minutes, and the tens-of-mile radius turned into terrifying scorched earth, which was very dark and terrifying. Ji Lingyun stood in place, and he was the only one standing at this time. Even Beasta retreated to a distance at this time, hiding there in embarrassment, and didn't dare to approach at all. It's a terrifying ability. Lingyun's attack ability of this sword is probably the strongest of all his forms. I have never seen such a terrifying range attack. It is nothing compared to the old shock fruit ability. Difference. Beasta was also stunned by the attack of Ryūjin Jakka, and he had never seen Ji Lingyun used Ryūjin Jakka. Under the scorched earth, the underground at a distance from Ji Lingyun suddenly exploded, and a figure rushed out of the ground. At this time, the hair was scattered, and the whole person became pitch black, especially the face, as if it was painted. It's smoky. Ahem. After Yuji Shiryu stood on the ground, he couldn't help but cough, and vomited black smoke from his mouth, showing that he was choked. Oh, you evaded everything like this? Ji Lingyun saw that Shiryu of Rain was miserable, but he was not seriously injured. He was a little surprised. Shiryu of Rain could think of a way to hide from his attack in an instant, and his reaction speed was fairly fast. At this time, Shiryu of Rain looked at Ji Lingyun in horror. The strike just now was really terrifying. He didn't even dare to resist directly, so he thought of this way to avoid it and looked at the tragedy around. Only fear was left in his heart. Escape. Even though Shiryu of Rain is very confident in himself, he is also very proud, but at this moment, he has only one thought in his heart, and that is to escape. He dare not fight anymore. He has already seen that he will definitely not be Lingyun's. The opponent, not to mention that there is a beast next to him, keep calling, there is only a dead end. At the juncture of life and death, where there is still time to think about anything else, Shiryu immediately turned around 433 and rushed towards the beach. Okay. Lingyun had planned to continue doing it, but he didn't expect Shiryu of Rain to emerge from the ground without saying anything. He just turned around and left, which made him startled. But soon he reacted, looking at the back of Shiryu running away, and sneered. If you were to run away so easily, wouldn't I have to run for nothing this trip? As he said, Lingyun lifted the Ryūjin Jakka in his hand, and flames appeared in his eyes. The Ryūjin Jakka in his hand trembles, and a crimson flame appeared around the blade. Bankai. Canvas is two-sword. After seeing Ryūjin Jakka Bankai, a soaring flame appeared around Lingyun, which was countless times brighter than the pillar of fire just now. A powerful aura emerged from Lingyun and Ryūjin Jakka, and the ground under his feet appeared black. Smoke. If someone is around him, he must be able to feel the temperature that is enough to evaporate people. But this bizarre phenomenon only lasted for a short while, and soon the flames of Lingyun's body quickly absorbed into Ryūjin Jakka, making Ryūjin Jakka once again become a normal Zanpakuto appearance. Chapter 412. Kanhuo Taito Nan Huohuo's 10 trillion billion death burial array. Lingyun inserted the blade of Kanhuo Taito into the ground, and the terrifying heat suddenly awakened the ashes of the dead who had previously died under his sword, turning these souls into a scorched skeleton army. And then these skeleton army began to rush into the rain frantically. Shiryu. Since Lingyun opened Ryūjin Jakka, it has not been used much, but many people have died under his sword. At this time, the skeleton army summoned by him amounted to hundreds, overwhelming the sky and fleeing Shiryu of Rain. The direction was completely blocked, and a strange sound was made, slowly approaching Shiryu of Rain. Shiryu originally wanted to escape here quickly, but the skeleton army that appeared suddenly blocked his way. The appearance of these skeletons shocked him extremely. What is this? He quickly swung the sword and split the scorched black skull in front of him in half, but the strange thing is that the split skull slowly gathered together, became the same as before, and continued to move towards him. Even Shiryu of Rain's attack is very strong, but facing the endless army of skeletons, he is also difficult to get rid of, let alone escape, and can only continue to attack these skeletons. Shiryu of Rain was very surprised. Also surprised was the beasta in the distance. Lingyun used Ryūjin Jakka's Bankai for the first time. It was also the first time that Kanhuo Taito appeared in this pirate world, even if it was just this. One move, but also shocked him incomparably. Kanhuo Taito Dong Sunblade. When Shiryu of Rain was dealing with these skeleton army, a cold voice suddenly came from his ear, and before he could react, he dared to feel severe pain in his right arm holding second-generation Ghost. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Ah! I saw Lingyun's figure quickly flashing past Shiryu of Rain, while Shiryu of Rain's right arm and second-generation Ghost fell directly on the ground, and his right arm quickly disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. A scream of screams came from Shiryu's mouth. He unconsciously wanted to cover his right shoulder, but when his left hand was close to the wound on his right shoulder, the intense temperature suddenly burned his left hand. Even there was also a sound of pepe, as if it had been soldered by a soldering iron. Impossible. Under this severe pain, Shiryu of Rain let out a sullen expression. He looked at Lingyun in disbelief and shouted loudly. This is absolutely impossible. How could the relationship between me and you be so big? Gap, is this absolutely impossible? It was really hard for him to accept that he was so easily defeated by Lingyun, and even the right hand of the sword was destroyed by Lingyun, which suddenly collapsed his will. The reason why he chose to escape before was that he felt that he was not Lingyun's opponent, and there was a beasta staring at him. If he continued to fight, he would definitely be killed by the two, but he didn't think he would be like Lingyun. He didn't even react to the big gap. He was already defeated in front of Lingyun, and even now he didn't even have the power to resist. From the moment you choose to turn around and run away, you have already lost. Lingyun looked at Shiryu of Rain with a cold face, and his face also showed regret. In fact, he was able to defeat Shiryu of Rain so easily, not because his strength is much stronger than Shiryu of Rain. He is stronger, but far from it. There is such a big gap, but Shiryu of Rain chose to escape, which means that his mentality has changed. As a swordsman, when facing a strong enemy, he must not be timid, because once this mentality appears, then I'll lose. Shiryu of Rain is not as unbearable as it appears. As a man in the Blackbeard Pirates group second only to Blackbeard, his strength is absolutely beyond doubt, able to compete with Marine Admiral. But the problem is that he is a swordsman. You can't shrink back when you are fighting. Once you shrink back, your momentum, mentality, etc. will fall into a disadvantage, and your flaws will be exposed directly. Just like just now, if Shiryu of Rain didn't choose to turn around and escape, even if Lingyun used the Bankai Kanhuo Taito, it would take a while to kill him, instead of hitting him like this. If you were given time, with your abilities, you are fully capable of competing with Hawkeye, but unfortunately you will never be able to compare to him. The gap between you and Hawkeye is not that big, but your hearts are vastly different. For other gaps, facing Hawkeye, even if I am not sure of winning, but facing you, the result is already obvious. When I saw One Piece in the past, the role of Shiryu of Rain left a deep impression on people. If the Eagle Eye represents the ultimate in Kendo and is positive, then Shiryu of Rain is an absolute negative swordsman, even being many people believe that he is the swordsman most likely to challenge Hawkeye's status. Although he is a villain, everyone has a high opinion of him. In fact, it is almost the same. Lingyun has seen Shiryu of Rain many times, especially when impelled down. The kendo and aura that Shiryu of Rain showed, even if it is a bit evil, he is definitely a top swordsman. But now it seems that Shiryu of Rain has the strength, but it lacks the willpower of Hawkeye that can dedicate everything to kendo. Shiryu of Rain just chose to escape because he was afraid of death. He knew that he would definitely lose and die if he stayed, so he showed timidity for the first time in his life. This was the first time he appeared in this mood, and he was flustered. Shaw only wanted to escape, so he gave the machine field the best chance and caught his flaw in one fell swoop. I'm not reconciled. Shiryu of Rain has a grim face. The Lingyun in front of him has not only destroyed his confidence, but also completely destroyed everything about him. He never thought that he would have such a day. After joining the Blackbeard Pirates, he felt that he would be able to reach the goal, so I kept working hard, but everything was ruined by the man in front of me. I didn't lose to you, but to myself. Your kendo is not true kendo either. Chapter 413. Hearing the words of Shiryu of Rain, Lingyun's face remained unchanged, and he said faintly, I have never said that my kendo is like other people, and this is the difference between you and Hawkeye. In his eyes, my kendo is my kendo, unlike anyone else, but he recognizes it, so I say he is better than you. Shiryu sneered and sneered. You won, so everything you said is right. I just don't want to be defeated by your hands. If you want to kill me, you can do it. By now, Shiryu of Rain already knew his fate. From the moment Lingyun started his hand, he was not ready to let him live, and the loss of his right hand meant that he had lost everything, so he was not ready to continue, stay alive. Of course Lingyun was not going to give him a way to survive, so he looked at Shiryu of Rain, slowly raised the sword in his hand and swung it down suddenly. The sword pierced the body of Shiryu of Rain. It did not burn or emit flames, but it quickly burned the body of Shiryu of Rain. One of the strongest swordsmen in the pirate world just died in the hands of Lingyun. Although this battle may seem a little simple and absurd, it is actually not easy at all. The strength of Shiryu of the Rain, he was very strong, but he lost to himself, so he was so easily beheaded by Lingyun. Lingyun, you solved him without asking me to do it. Beasta walked in front of Lingyun, looked at Shiryu of Rain, who had been turned to ashes, and couldn't help but exclaimed. What's the matter with your sword? How can it be so powerful? Just now I was almost wounded by your attack. Ryūjin Jakka, this is probably the strongest strength I can show right now. Lingyun put Ryūjin Jakka in the scabbard, said Beasta, but he himself knows very well that the power he exploded just now is far from the limit of Ryūjin Jakka. Ryūjin Jakka in Shinigami is better than him. The attack that came out was too powerful, and I don't know if it was because he didn't fully control it, or because Zanpakuto's ability was limited to a certain extent in the pirate world. Of course, this may also be because unlike Shinigami, he is not Zanpakuto used in the spirit state, so his Zanpakuto abilities are more or less inconsistent with Shinigami. But anyway, for Lingyun, his Shinigami blade is scary enough. He can reach the current level, basically relying on the credit of Shinigami blade, although Shinigami blade can no longer continue to evolve. But for him, the amount of Zanpakuto he now has is enough for him to handle everything. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Are we leaving here? Beasta asked. Lingyun nodded and said, since everything has been solved, let's leave. I believe Marco and the others should have almost succeeded. This time Blackbeard has lost 2 right-hand men. I have to see if he can still be stable. Beasta smiled happily and said, teach the B******* D is going to freak out with thunder when his 10 fingers are broken. Lingyun said, let's go back first and see what's going on in the Blackbeard Pirates. If conditions are possible, when we start our operations, the war with Blackbeard should never be dragged on for too long, otherwise we will only fight with snipes and clams, the fisherman benefits. Among the 4 emperors, except Shanks, I don't believe that Kaido and Big Mom really don't care about our territory at all. Speaking of these 2 emperors, Beasta's face also changed. He didn't expect Lingyun to look so far away, he was already thinking about what happened before Blackbeard was resolved, but what Lingyun said was correct. Once they defeated the Blackbeard pirate group, Lingyun will inevitably ascend to the previous position of Whitebeard and face the rest of the pirate kings, which is inevitable. Lingyun, it's too early to think about this. Let's wait to kill the B******D teach and avenge the old man. Although he was gratified for Lingyun's farsightedness, Beasta advised Lingyun not to think too much. After all, it was still the future. The 2 pirate kings have not moved up to now, or they may not be interested at all. Lingyun smiled and said, yes, I think too much. Let's go back first and meet Marco and the others. When Lingyun and the others solved Shiryu of the Rain, Marco and the 3 of them also solved the evil king. Even they are more relaxed than Lingyun, because any of them is better than the evil king, even if it is as a veteran pirate. The evil king has some hole cards, but in the face of these 3 teaming up, no matter how many hole cards he has, it is useless, and he is easily killed. This time it went well, but there will definitely not be such a good opportunity in the future. After Lingyun and Marco reunited, they both showed joy, but they all knew that there was only one chance like this. If this happened, Blackbeard would definitely be more careful in the future. Indeed, when Lingyun and the others killed Shiryu of Rain and the King of Evil, Blackbeard received the news soon. A-hole, Lingyun, that kid, dare to put me along. When Blackbeard received the news that Shiryu of Rain and the Evil King were beheaded by Lingyun, the whole person rioted, yelled angrily, and cursed Lingyun with a grim face. The several captains under Blackbeard gathered together, all with dignified faces, looking at the angry Blackbeard. They did not dare to persuade them. It seems that they must have planned this for a long time, and we underestimated them. The first person who spoke was Rafit, the think tank of the Whitebeard Pirates. He looked incredible when he first received the news, but now he has recovered. He knows that this kind of thing must be carefully prepared to hide it from the sky. Before they dismissed the pirates who gathered, they actually did it deliberately to show us, let us relax our guard, and then he caught the two Shiryu who were alone, and killed them with one hit with the strongest force. Chapter 414. The members of the Blackbeard Pirates are not stupid. They were not prepared before, so they were caught off guard by Lingyun, but after the incident, they immediately thought about the cause and effect. If they were not confused by Lingyun's actions before, how could they relax their vigilance and give Lingyun an opportunity to take advantage of them? I wiped out my two captains all at once. Lingyun is really cruel, but now it's not the time to talk about this, but to think about what to do next. That guy killed both of me, anyway. We can't just sit idly by. Blackbeard was full of anger. Shiryu of Rain and King of Evil were his powerful captains. Now they were all killed by Lingyun. This was a great loss to the Blackbeard Pirates' combat effectiveness, so he was naturally full of anger, want revenge. Captain. Rafit said, what we need now is to calm down, not act rashly. Think about it carefully. This time the other party can accurately grasp Shiryu's position and kill two people without knowing it. Someone must have leaked the two of them. Human intelligence, otherwise the other party would not be able to get it so easily. Blackbeard said with an ugly face, you mean, there may be a ghost between us? Rafit said, it is not possible, but certain. The Whitebeard Pirates have dominated this sea for more than 20 years. It is hard to imagine how deep their background is. We have all overlooked this point before. Now we are under our command to the end. How many people are spies for the other party? I am afraid even we can hardly imagine. Damn it. Blackbeard yelled angrily, but he couldn't completely eliminate this kind of thing. After all, the Blackbeard Pirate Group is so big that it can't be investigated at all. Unless the Whitebeard Pirate Group is destroyed, these people's minds are cut off. You will slowly return to your heart, otherwise these guys will never be completely wiped out. What should we do? Although the general direction is determined by Blackbeard, as the think tank of the Blackbeard Pirates, many things are decided by Rafit, so Blackbeard is in trouble. Naturally it is like Rafit asked. Rafit said, it is said that Shinigami did this. I am afraid that he wants to fight us to the death, and does not want to continue to drag on with us, so the best way is the same now, otherwise, if we slowly consume it, we will have a shallow foundation. The disadvantages will gradually manifest. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Of course, there is another way. Blackbeard's eyes lit up and asked, what can I do? A cold light flashed in Rafit's eyes and said, kill Shinigami. Hiss. As soon as I said this, Blackbeard and the other captains changed their faces. They didn't think this was a good way, but because it was too difficult to do so. Shinigami, as the captain of the Whitebeard Pirate Group, is so easy to kill. Blackbeard said, it's probably not that easy. Raphael said, of course I know it's not easy, but to be honest, this is the best way. In fact, the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates are not difficult to deal with. Only this Shinigami can get all the Whitebeard Pirates. The captain's approval allowed him to completely control the entire Whitebeard Pirates in such a short period of time. Moreover, his vision was vicious and his methods were ruthless. The prestige of the Whitebeard Pirates was even greater than that of the Whitebeard period. Speaking of this, Blackbeard quite agrees and said, as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, I agree with these words. Indeed, in the previous period of Whitebeard, although his prestige was also unique, the old guy was more of relying on family affection to maintain, so everyone will be loyal to him and will not be dissidents. But the kid Lingyun took a completely different path. He is slowly changing the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates. He no longer follows the old way of the Whitebeard. Instead, he relies on the means to maintain the pirates, plus given his powerful strength, the support of many captains of the Whitebeard Pirate Group has been supported, so his control of the pirate group can be said to be very solid. Rafit said, this is his brilliance. I have studied him carefully. After the battle for the top was over, according to normal people's thinking, I returned to the New World and should gather the subordinates in the forces to re-establish the Whitebeard Pirate. The status of the regiment, but he did the opposite, letting everyone out and regrouping until not long ago. Although the Whitebeard Pirate Regiment's control over the subordinate turf was reduced, it was exchanged for those the pirates who absolutely support the Whitebeard Pirate Group. Although the number is much smaller than before, their cohesion has become stronger and definitely stronger than our current pirate group. Although Rafid used his aspirations to destroy his power, Blackbeard was not angry. Of course, he knew that Rafid was all right, and he also knew Lingyun's position in the Whitebeard Pirates. He could have been influenced by Marco and others. The captain's support, coupled with Whitebeard's appointment before his death, allowed him to sit firmly. 20 years ago, I thought he would be my worst enemy in the future, but I still didn't expect that he could achieve this level and force me to this level. Blackbeard thought he had looked at Lingyun highly, but only now realized that he still underestimated him, so he regretted it. If he had killed Lingyun desperately in the battle on the top, he might still have a chance, even if it was sacrificed, but it is definitely much better than the current situation. The threats from Marco and others are not as big as Lingyun. Rafit said. Killing Shinigami is the best way, but it is also the most difficult. With his caution, he will definitely not give us a chance, so we can only choose another way. Is there a way? Blackbeard was shocked when he heard that Rafit had a way. Rafit said. This is a last resort, and even for us, it has mixed pros and cons. If it weren't for this juncture, I wouldn't want to say this. Blackbeard asked eagerly, I can't control that much, let's talk about it. Rafit said in a deep voice. Since our side cannot kill him, then we can find a coalition of like-minded people. Chapter 4:15. Alliance. As soon as Blackbeard's face changed, he immediately understood what Rafit meant, but he felt a sense of resistance for the first time, because he was an arrogant person in his bones, and he always regarded Lingyun as himself reaching the top. The biggest stumbling block is that he wants to use his own strength to defeat the opponent, so naturally he does not want to rely on the strength of others. As Blackbeard's most powerful subordinate, Rafit naturally understood all the thoughts of his captain, so he persuaded him. Captain, if you want to continue fighting Shinigami, you don't need an alliance, but if you defeat him early and ascend to the throne as soon as possible, the alliance is the best way. Blackbeard was a little moved by what Rafit said. He asked, then you said, if we are looking for a human alliance, who should we call? Who can help us? Although the Whitebeard Pirate Group has been defeated by the Four Emperors Pirate Group, it is still extremely powerful, and ordinary forces dare not fight against it at all, so they can only look for a powerful force, but it can be stronger than the Whitebeard Pirate Group, and now there are only the remaining 3 Emperors. Redhead Shanks, Big Mom and Kaido. The red-haired Shanks naturally doesn't need to think about it. He didn't want to help Lingyun. Don't expect him to deal with Lingyun. The remaining 2 people can't see a gap with the Whitebeard Pirates. More importantly, Blackbeard doesn't want to cooperate with Baiju Kaido and Big Mom, because his goal is to become 4 emperors, and now he is not willing to take his face down to alliance with the 2 parties, and even if he wants to, I am afraid that the other party will not be able to agree, and may even annex him thoughts. Rafit saw Blackbeard's fear, and said, the other 3 pirate kings naturally don't need to think about it. They won't help us, and we are not suitable for alliance with them, so we can only look for other forces. Blackbeard asked suspiciously, other forces, what other forces can help us? Rafit said, there are actually many forces that can help us. The key depends on whether they dare, whether they want to or not. Don't forget, Shinigami from the Whitebeard Pirates was a very capable person in the past, so he was offended. Many people, such as Marine Headquarters, Doflamingo and Dressrosa, and many other forces, they are all able to help us. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Doflamingo is a good candidate. I heard that he has a lot of hatred with Lingyun, but he is from Kaido. Is it possible to have an alliance with us? There's also Marine Headquarters, which is even more impossible, right? How can Marine Headquarters help us as pirates? Blackbeard asked. Rafit said. Of course it's impossible for an ordinary moment, but it's different now. Let's talk about Doflamingo. He and Shinigami have a great hatred. He is not entirely a member of Kaido, he is just attached to him. The leader of the underground dark forces, his power is definitely not to be underestimated, no matter from which aspect. If you can get his help, then you need weapons, and intelligence. It is definitely a very important help for us. Blackbeard's eyes flickered, and he was indeed moved. He naturally knew that Doflamingo's strength in the underground dark world was intertwined, and it also involved many areas. In fact, Doflamingo is worse than him in all aspects except that his strength is not as good as him. His current Blackbeard Pirate Group is stronger. If it can be alliance, it will definitely benefit him greatly. Rafit continued. As for the Marine Headquarters, he certainly cannot be our ally, but the Marine Headquarters' hatred of the Whitebeard Pirates and Shinigami may not be inferior to us. During the battle for the top, Shinigami let Marine Headquarters has lost face, and now the former Marine Admiral Aokiji has also joined the Whitebeard Pirates, which embarrassed Marine even more. So if the Marine Headquarters can provoke the Whitebeard Pirates, it will be the best situation. Blackbeard is not optimistic and said, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Marine Headquarters is now dead. There can be no big moves in a short time, right? Rafit smiled and said, Captain, you guessed wrong. The newly appointed Marshal Akainu is not as conservative as the previous Sengoku. He is a hardliner. I have received news that he is about to move the Marine Headquarters away from Mullenvander, and the new address is New World. What? Marine Headquarters are moving to New World? After hearing this news, Blackbeard was also very shocked. Rafida said, yes, this is the news that I just got. I haven't had time to tell you the captain, but what is certain is that this matter will be true in all likelihood. Thief ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed loudly and said, Marine Headquarters moved into New World, so this is much more interesting. Marine Headquarters did this. It seems that it has made it clear that it wants to attack New World, but Akainu is also very courageous. He didn't even care about those 3. Isn't it afraid that the 3 would have lifted his Marine Headquarters? Rafit said, this is completely impossible. The strength of the Marine Headquarters has been revealed in the first battle. Even the Whitebeard Pirates can only be defeated. Unless the other 3 emperors join forces, it is impossible to destroy them. Marine headquarters, but it is impossible to happen, so Marine headquarters 5.5 moved into New World. There may be some disturbances, but there must be surprises. Blackbeard said. Lousy, regardless of whether they are thrilled or not, you said it is really feasible to use the Marine headquarters to deal with the Whitebeard Pirates? Rafit said. I don't have much confidence. It needs to wait for the Marine headquarters to enter the New World before it can be deployed. After all, only the large Marines can threaten the Whitebeard Pirates. But we can't wait that long, Blackbeard said. Rafit said. Then we can choose now. The best is Doflamingo, but it is not easy to persuade him. The captain, if you want, I can personally go to Dressrosa. Chapter 4:16. Are you going to Dressrosa yourself? Blackbeard asked Rafit in surprise. Raphael nodded and said, apart from me, there is no suitable person. Now the Whitebeard Pirates are watching closely. I have the ability to fly, and I can avoid their eyes and ears. Blackbeard has actually been persuaded by Rafit's words, but he is still a little hesitant. First, Rafit is his most powerful assistant and think tank, and he is afraid that Rafit will have an accident. Second, he is a little worried about Doflamingo's attitude, which actually comes from the bottom of his heart. In other words, he didn't put Doflamingo in his eyes, it was just his 7 warlords of the sea, and now let him take the initiative to find Doflamingo to form an alliance. He was reluctant to do so. Okay, then you must be careful, Blackbeard said. Rafit bid farewell to Blackbeard and others, and set off on the road alone, heading to Dressrosa. After Lingyun killed Shiryu of Rain, they did not immediately attack the Blackbeard Pirates. Because 13 had just scattered the people under him, it would be very unfavorable if they were to rush back to fight again, so he was prepared to do it again. Wait a minute and watch Blackbeard's actions. But he hadn't waited for Blackbeard's action, but one thing shocked the entire New World, that is, the new Marshal Akainu of the Marine Headquarters announced that the Marine Headquarters would be moved to the original Marine G1 branch of New World. Once this news came out, it immediately caused a shock to the entire world. Marine Vander has been the Marine Headquarters base for countless years, and has formed a copper wall with Judicial Island and Impel Down. Now Akainu wants to transfer Marine Headquarters to New World, which is equivalent to giving up the advantage of Marine Headquarters, and all the pirates facing New World. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the eyes of many people, Akainu's approach is simply ridiculous. The decision was made after a bad brain. It is said that even 5 elders of the world government opposed it at the beginning, but later for unknown reasons, they agreed to it, and Akainu also suppressed Marine's internal opposition and resolutely implemented the plan. For ordinary people, this decision of Akainu may be just absurd and incomprehensible, but for the people of New World, it is a great change. Although New World is large, it basically has its own power and by law, now that the behemoth of Marine Headquarters stepped in at once, it will inevitably affect the interests of many people, especially the pirates. Some are gloating, some are frightened, and some are not concerned about themselves. In short, because the Whitebeard Pirate Group and the Blackbeard Pirate Group competed for the position of the king left by Whitebeard, New World has become very chaotic. Now that there is an additional Marine Headquarters, it has naturally become more unpredictable. Many people have become quiet. After all, except for the 4 Emperor's pirates in New World, the rest are not enough to fight against the Marine Headquarters. The battle on the top is the best proof. Even the world's strongest man Whitebeard was killed. Of course they are far worse. Did this guy Akainu finally make a decision? Really resolute enough, moving the Marine Headquarters to New World. Do you want to clean up New World? It's a pity, hee. Naturally, Lingyun would not be surprised by the changes in Marine Headquarters, because he knew that such a thing would happen, but he also had to admit that Akainu was really resolute. If it were to change to Aokiji would never do it, things. But to be honest, Lingyun still admires Akainu's choice, because Akainu's approach seems absurd, but it actually has another meaning, which shows how resolute Marine's attitude is. The purpose of entering New World is very clear, it is to remove the pirates of New World. Apart from anything else, at least the attitude is resolute, which is in line with the hopes of ordinary people. The Marine Headquarters during the Sengoku period can only be said to be harvests in general. As Marshal Marine, Sengoku's approach was a bit too conservative. Starting from the period of the Great Pirates, he thought about how to curb the development of the pirates, so he came up with the Shichibukai system. In addition, the toughest one was the battle on the top. Other than that, Sengoku didn't do much. Although Sengoku didn't do much, but I have to admit that it is precisely because of the Marine Marshal like Sengoku that the Great Pirate Age was restricted and Marine's power was preserved very well. Therefore, Sengoku is the kind of pirate who has done nothing but has no big fault. His existence laid the foundation for the development of Marine. Unlike Sengoku, Akainu belongs to the Hawks. What he thinks is not how to contain the pirates, but how to eliminate the pirates, so he and Sengoku's approach is completely different. Knowing that moving to New World will put Marine Headquarters in a short period of time. Extremely dangerous situation, but he still did it. This is not just as simple as self-confidence, but crazy. The most angry thing about Akainu's approach is naturally the 757 pirate forces of New World. Even the 3 emperors who are not afraid of Marine Headquarters are extremely dissatisfied with Akainu's approach. As we all know, New World belongs to the world of pirates, the big pirates. After the beginning of the era, the pirates tacitly drove the Marine Headquarters out of New World. After 20 years, Marine actually wanted to regain the overlord of New World, which naturally made the king of the pirates very dissatisfied. However, even though it was dissatisfied, the three emperors did not have any movement for the time being, and no one wanted to be the first bird, because the current marine marshal Akainu looked like a mad dog, who knew what crazy things he would do. In this turbulent situation, Akainu really took advantage of the loopholes, removed the marine headquarters into New World, and cleared out the pirate forces around the original G1 marine branch at a very fast speed. Any movement did not expand outward, and did not continue to hunt the pirates. In this way, New World has become the most chaotic area in the entire world. Although it is not as crazy as the Great Pirate Era, it is definitely chaotic. There is the suppression of the three emperors of the pirates, the marine headquarters is eyeing on the other side, and the Whitebeard Pirates group is inside. The competition with the Blackbeard Pirates for the position of the four emperors can be said to be extremely tense. Chapter 417. Blackbeard is still nothing. Lingyun asked Marco. 10 days have passed since they killed Shiryu of Rain and the King of Evil King last time, but what is surprising is that Blackbeard hasn't made any movement. It's not like Blackbeard's character. Marco was also strange. He replied, there is indeed no movement. It is said that all of his men are restrained by him. There has been no conflict with our men recently. I don't know what the hell is that guy. Lingyun said, if something goes wrong, a demon will happen. If Blackbeard changes his normal state, it means there must be a problem. Marco said, there is a problem, but the problem is that we have no way of knowing. Lingyun thought for a while and then said, no matter what he does, we will remain unchanged. Ace, Joes, and they have all arranged according to what I said. Marco laughed. They are already in place, and they will start to act immediately after your order. That's good. Lingyun nodded in satisfaction. Now, except for him, Marco, and Aokiji, all the others were sent out by him, and they were all hidden. For nothing else, they were preparing to attack the Blackbeard Pirates. Wait a little longer, when everyone is ready, when it's safe to do so, it's the time to avenge Dad and slash Blackbeard. Of course Lingyun wants to kill Blackbeard, but he is not in a hurry. He wants to kill with one hit, so he has been preparing for it. When the plan is completed, it is the moment when the Blackbeard pirate group is destroyed. No one knows Lingyun's plan. Similarly, Lingyun and the others do not know the plan of the Blackbeard Pirates. After leaving the Blackbeard Pirates, Rafit went to the Doflamingo-controlled dares as quickly as possible. Rosa. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After entering Dressrosa, Rafit did not go to Doflamingo immediately, but went shopping in Dressrosa. The deeper he went, the more surprised he was, because Dressrosa and the outside country completely it's different. There are living toys, and they seem to be very prosperous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really couldn't believe that a pirate could manage a country so well. This could not help but make him even more towards Doflamingo take it seriously. With such a country as the backing support, coupled with the underground forces, the strength of this Tianyasha is really amazing. More importantly, he also controls the largest transaction intermediary in the underground world, the largest intermediary. Knowing how amazing wealth is in his hands, if we can really ally with him, it will definitely benefit us Blackbeard Pirates without any harm. Rafit's thoughts turned sharply. Since joining the Blackbeard Pirates, Ishin wants to make the Blackbeard Pirates the strongest in the world, and Blackbeard also has this potential. Even if there are problems now, he is too desperately trying to solve the problem, and came to Dressrosa not far away. Doflamingo is lying next to the pool at this time. As the only king under the control of Dressrosa now, he has the supreme power and everything belongs to him, so he is very comfortable, except for the necessary big deals, and the huge changes in New World that can attract his attention. He doesn't care about the rest. Fur. Doflamingo laughed while lying on the recliner and drinking. That guy Akainu is crazy enough to move the marine headquarters to New World, so I'm not afraid to annoy those people. At present, those people have no intention of doing it at all. It seems that this time the marine headquarters is really going to re-enter the New World, Dover. Next to Doflamingo, a man with a bowed waist, a burly body and a sticky nose also smiled. It was Torpal, Doflamingo's highest cadre, and Doflamingo's think tank. At this time the two were also discussing the entry of marine headquarters into New World. Torpal said with some concern. The entry of marine headquarters into New World will make this place even more chaotic. Maybe our business will also be affected. Doflamingo smiled and said, don't worry, our underground channels are already very complete. Even the marine headquarters can't help us, and even if our New World business is affected, Grand Line and the rest of the world's business will not be easier to do. Already? Fur. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Torpal laughed happily. Yes, Akainu moved the marine headquarters into New World. Marines' control over the Grand Line and the rest of the world must be reduced. Very good opportunity. The two are really in good spirits. I'm sorry to disturb you. Just as the two were talking, a voice suddenly came from the air, causing the faces of Doflamingo and Torpal to change at the same time. Who? Doflamingo's eyes were cold, and he suddenly raised his head and looked into the air. Although Torpal's reaction was a little slower after seeing Doflamingo's movements, he also looked in Doflamingo's direction. I saw a man with wings on his body and a man holding a cane, slowly falling from the air, standing a few tens of meters away from them, and looking at them with a smile. It's you. Seeing this person, Doflamingo suddenly flashed a cold light in his eyes, and said in a cold tone. You are not next to your master. What are you doing in my country, Rafit? Rafet smiled and said to Doflamingo. This should make us meet for the second time, right, Lord Tianyasha? Slimy meteor. At the moment Rafet spoke, Torpal suddenly shook the tea-colored slime left on his body, and the slime suddenly smashed towards Rafit like a meteor. Rafit saw Torpal's movements, smiled, the wings behind him suddenly flapped, and quickly dodged to the side, avoiding Torpal's attack. When Torpal was about to continue his attack, he immediately said, "Don't rush to do it, I didn't mean to come here." Chapter 418. Torpal, stop it. Doflamingo spoke to stop Torpal, who wanted to continue his attack, and then asked Rafit, "What do you want to do in my country? If you can't give me a perfect explanation, I believe it will be difficult for you to leave here." Facing Doflamingo's threat, Rafit didn't care, he just said with a smile, "Of course I believe in your means, but I risked my life to come to you, so naturally I have important matters to discuss. I believe you will be interested." Humph. Doflamingo snorted coldly, without taking Rafit's words to heart, and said coldly, "Don't say anything extra, just tell your purpose." Rafit smiled and said, "Since your excellency is so refreshing, then I'm straight to the point. I'm here to see you with only one purpose, and that is, the alliance." Alliance? Hearing Rafit's answer, both Doflamingo and Torpal looked at him in surprise, and Torpal couldn't help exclaiming, "What do you mean by alliance?" Rafit said, "Naturally, it is an alliance with our Blackbeard Pirates. This is what our captain explained. How about it? I wonder if Lord Tianyasha is interested in 507. Doflamingo's eyes flickered, and after a while he suddenly laughed. For a 4. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rafit frowned slightly. He was waiting for Doflamingo's answer, but Doflamingo's reaction made him unable to understand his attitude. He didn't like this feeling very much, so he interrupted Doflamingo's laughter and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Doflamingo finally stopped smiling, looked at Rafit, and said, "I laugh, naturally, because you are ridiculous." "Are we ridiculous?" The smile on Rafit's face narrowed, and his tone was angrily asked, "Do you think we are ridiculous?" Doflamingo said, "Of course, you guys are very ridiculous. You want to alliance with me? Furfur, do you treat me as a fool or think you are too smart? Your Blackbeard Pirates are now vacating the spot for Whitebeard and Whitebeard. The pirates are fighting. At this time, the purpose of finding my alliance is obvious, but you are really naive. Alliance with me? Do you want me to help you deal with the Whitebeard Pirates? It's just wishful thinking." Controlling the anger in his heart, Rafit took a breath and said, "This is not a wishful thinking. As far as I know, you and Shinigami, the current captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, seem to have great enmity. You seem to have been caught by him more than once. I've been designed and suffered a big loss. I don't believe that a man like you really doesn't mind what happened in the first place." In order to persuade the Doflamingo alliance, Blackbeard collected all the information about Doflamingo and Ji Lingyun. They knew the hatred between Doflamingo and Ji Lingyun, so Rafit had the confidence to convince Doflamingo this time. Hearing Rafit talk about the affair between him and Ji Lingyun, Doflamingo's face changed. However, with his city government, Rafit would naturally not be easily persuaded by Rafit. He only said disdainfully, "Want to provoke me in the relationship between Shinigami, and then using my power to help you deal with Shinigami is really a wishful thinking, but do you think I will help you?" Rafit shook his head and said, "First of all, I am not asking for an alliance with you, and the relationship between you and Shinigami needs me to provoke it. There is a deep hatred between you two, and no one can tolerate it. Who, during the Battle of the Top, you shot him many times, do you think that with that man's personality, he will let you go? The reason why he didn't come to deal with you now is just because we are the Blackbeard Pirates now. The worst enemy, otherwise he would have dealt with you a long time ago." Doflamingo's expression remained unchanged, waved his hand, and said, "It sounds like it makes sense, Furfurfur, you keep talking." Although Doflamingo said so, his expression did not move, but Rafit was also a deep man in the city. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued, "You and me are not helping us, but helping you yourself. Killing Shinigami is good for you and me, and leaving him is bad for you and me. Therefore, we both have a common goal, and the alliance is naturally happy for everyone." Furfurfur. Doflamingo chuckled, but he suddenly turned and said, "Speaking of which, how do I feel that the Blackbeard Pirates have always benefited you? As for what you said, killing Shinigami, it is indeed beneficial to me. It's a bit attractive, but it's just a little bit. He and I have no conflict of interest right now. If we allied with you, it would be equivalent to pushing ourselves to the opposite side of the Whitebeard Pirates. This kind of business is not cost-effective. Although he has a deep hatred with Ji Lingyun and wants Ji Lingyun to die, it does not mean that he will agree to Blackbeard's alliance. After all, he is a businessman. In his opinion, this deal is not at all conversion, but also to take great risks, so he is unwilling to do it." Rafit said, "How can it be uneconomical? Killing Shinigami, you will have no worries, and you can get other more benefits. Your reputation and status will be improved. These are all benefits." Doflamingo smiled and said, "Furfurfur, don't treat others as fools. I know what you plan to do. I will form an alliance with me and let me help you defeat Shinigami and the Whitebeard Pirates. Ascend the throne of the 4 emperors and get the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. In the end, I can only get fame and some unrealistic things. If it is you, will you agree?" Hearing Doflamingo's words, Rafit's face changed. He heard the meaning of Doflamingo's words. It was not completely unlike an alliance. It was just that he received too little benefits. He was not surprised by this result, because before he came, he had already guessed that if he could talk, it meant he might succeed, so he started the negotiation more carefully. "Then according to your opinion, what kind of conditions are needed before you are willing to join us?"